Chapter 1. The year 1484 of the Sea-Round Calendar. The Western Coast. The Valley of the Gods. A shroud of black smoke enveloped the sky, while crimson blood splattered across the ground. Lifeless corpses strewn everywhere, transforming the entire island into a hellish purgatory. Figures clad in prison garb, alongside the island's civilians, fled in all directions with every gunshot that rang out. Another soul fell to the earth, extinguished of life. Jin An leaned against a tree, dazed, using it to support himself and prevent collapsing to the ground. Just moments ago, he had been amidst the bustling vibrancy of a modern metropolis, filled with serene tranquility in the blink of an eye. He found himself on a bloody battlefield. No, this was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. In the 21st century, on the Blue Star, such a place could not possibly exist, at least not in the realm where he resided. Yet, the horrifying reality unfolding beside him felt all too tangible. His trembling hands involuntarily gripped the object he held tightly. The Yenling knife, forged for him by another, had accompanied him to this unfamiliar land, offering a glimmer of solace. As he beheld the hellish scene, his breath grew increasingly labored, each inhale seeming to demand every ounce of his strength. Meanwhile, across the island, the human tragedy persisted. Flee! Escape this area at once. They're coming for us. I'm the last of my family. Why must we endure this? If only I can survive for 3 more weeks. Why did they choose this island? I despise it. I don't wish to die. I must escape this place. The deafening screams echoed from all directions, sending chills down one's spine, as if this locale were a slaughterhouse except the prey were the living. Before Jin An could fully comprehend the chaos, a bony fist struck his cheek with a resounding force. Bang! He felt darkness envelop him, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his face. Mingled with the metallic tang of blood, droplets trickled from the corner of his mouth as time appeared to stretch infinitely. The intense agony caused him to feel lightheaded, and losing his balance, he crashed heavily to the ground, his ears ringing with a buzzing sound. Are you trying to get yourself killed, standing in the middle of the road like that? A gruff voice thundered beside him, laced with fury and a raspy edge. Jin An struggled to blink, and gradually the scene before him came into focus. A furious man stood before him, his gaze radiating impatience and irritation. You are blocking my path. If you don't value your life, don't impede. Medjit out of the way. Feeling the sting on his face, a jolt of rage surged within him, igniting a fire that scorched his reason. He cast a fierce glance at the man, his anger threatening to burst forth. Clenching the weapon in his hand, his fingers trembled slightly, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Having been unceremoniously knocked to the ground by a sudden attack, Jin An's fury was palpable. Moreover, there was no real path here. They merely weaved through the dense forest, evading bullets fired by the aristocrats. However, his anger did not remain kindled for long. He quickly reined in his emotions, inhaling deeply, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint, resigned smile. He understood that no matter the place, one would always encounter such scum individuals who, even in the face of death, clung desperately to the hope of living 1 second longer than others. The man, not yet satisfied after striking Jin An, seemed increasingly deranged, the veins in his eyes more pronounced, his pupils constricting unnaturally. He approached Jin An with a hint of hysteria, as if seeking to release his inner fear and pressure in this manner. Glancing disdainfully at the weapon in Jin An's hand, he sneered, pointing behind him. You look like you're still not convinced, brat. With that frail frame, you can't even wield that weapon properly, can you? There are aristocrats pursuing us. How about I hold onto it for you until we escape, and then return it? With that, he grinned maliciously, extending his not-so-strong arm to swing a punch at Jin An once more. Jin An regarded the man with a glimmer of derision in his eyes, slightly sidestepping to evade the blow, and coldly retorted, Are you mad? We're both fleeing for our lives. How am I in your way? The man's face revealed a flicker of confusion, clearly taken aback by Jin An's audacity to retort under such circumstances. Yet, Jin An offered no opportunity for him to escalate further. In the instant the man swung again, Jin An swiftly retracted his weapon, crouched low, and rolled sideways twice, easily dodging the attack. The man was momentarily stunned, surprise and confusion reflected in his eyes. However, before he could react further, Jin An swiftly struck with his knife, targeting the man's groin. Ah! The man emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground as if his spine had been severed, hands clutching the injured area, his face as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Jin An cast a cold glance at him, showing no intention of lingering. He turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. At that moment, he had no time to waste on such individuals. The forest was fraught with peril, and he needed to remain vigilant, ready to confront the next challenge. Tat-a-tat. After he departed, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Simultaneously, a group of elegantly dressed aristocrats appeared at the spot where Jin An had stood, gazing down at the wailing man. The man, prepared to continue his tirade, had barely registered the figures before a bullet pierced his forehead, blood and brains splattering forth. His expression remained fierce, yet his body succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the distance, hidden behind a tree, Jin An witnessed the entire scene unfold. Instinctively, he wanted to cover his mouth, attempting to suppress the urge to vomit. This was the closest he had ever been to death in both his lifetimes. The inhabitants here were indifferent to the demise of others. On the contrary, in their struggle to survive, they would resort to any means necessary. He knew that if he did not flee quickly, he would share the fate of those around him, instantly struck by gunfire, suffering on the ground, waiting for death. "Ha, did you see that? Even in their flight, these people can turn on each other," a richly dressed man mockingly remarked to those beside him. In the Valley of the Gods, although these ordinary nobles were far inferior in status to the celestial dragon nobles, the feeling of wielding power over slaves was intoxicating. They reveled in toying with the enslaved and indigenous people, watching them perish in despair. Such entertainment was a rare delight. I saw it indeed. Slaves are slaves, still so grotesque and vile, utterly repugnant. Livestock is meant to be hunted, and they inadvertently provide us with a modicum of pleasure. They've proven their worth, dying as they should. How many points have you all scored? I'm getting closer to garnering the attention of the celestial dragon nobles. Ha ha ha. I don't care about points. The mere act of killing gives me unparalleled pleasure. Don't think about those rewards. The Knights of the Divine Order have already left us far behind in terms of scores. Wasn't there a little white rabbit that just escaped? I hope he can bring me a bit more fun. Hee hee hee. The nobles cast aside any semblance of decorum, laughing and raising their guns in search of their next target. Jin An rubbed his forehead, his legs moving swiftly as he seemed to hear the mocking laughter of those individuals. Retracting his gaze, he clarified his predicament, the threat of death temporarily overshadowing his fatigue, his eyes scanning for a place to hide. He surmised he had crossed over and arrived in a hellish scenario. He was likely one of the hunted. He was uncertain how long he could endure, but maintaining composure in such circumstances would augment his chances of survival. Moreover, one peculiar thing struck Jin An. Just moments ago, those fleeing were filled with desperation, yet in their eyes, he discerned a glimmer of hope. The madness here exceeded his imagination. He could not fathom the reasons behind this slaughter. Was it merely for amusement? Jin An's mind was a whirlwind of questions, yet in such a place, it was unlikely anyone could elucidate the situation for him. "Big brother, it's too dangerous for you to stay here." A tall boy clad in rags approached Jin An, his tattered shoes revealing toes that fidgeted restlessly, a clear indication that he was not as calm as he appeared. I have some companions in a relatively safe place. Would you like to come with us?" Jin An gazed at the boy before him, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him, as if they had met somewhere before. "What is your name?" The boy seemed taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned. "My name is Bartholomew Kuma. You may call me Kuma." Though uncertain of the man's intentions, he responded politely. Upon hearing the name, Jin An felt a flicker of recognition, as the figure from his memories began to merge with the boy standing in front of him. "Is he the Pirate King? No wonder there is such chaos." Jin An murmured. He then replied, "I will accompany you." He had faith in Kuma's character after all. He was a man who would fulfill his promises, even at the cost of his own life. The journey was silent. "Thank you. This knife of yours is remarkable. The iron chains were severed with such ease. Ha ha!" Ivankov exclaimed, removing the shattered chains from his wrists with a broad grin. Jin An caressed the glimmering blade in his hand, nodding as he said, "I invested considerable effort into this knife. Kuma, you have truly been a tremendous help," Ivankov praised, giving Kuma a gentle pat on the shoulder with his newly freed hand. Had it not been for Kuma bringing Jin in here, he would have needed to expend more effort to free himself from the chains. "The sensation of having my hands free is simply delightful. Ha ha." However, Ivankov's expression turned serious as he addressed Jin, and "Join us, let us escape this prison together." "Indeed, join us, and your chances of survival will increase significantly," Jenny, who was indulging in a feast nearby, encouraged, glancing at the telephone bug beside her. "Moreover, joining us may yield unexpected rewards. After all, the primary goal now is to preserve our lives. There is strength in numbers." Jin An's gaze flickered as he absorbed the information gathered from these individuals during their interactions. The island was besieged by the navy dispatched by the world government, making escape a daunting endeavor. Furthermore, he had faith in the abilities of these individuals, knowing that most of them had successfully survived for decades. Aligning himself with them would offer a degree of safety. Noticing that his persuasion seemed to bear fruit, Ivankov leaped onto the nearest high rock, surveying the panicked crowd below as he proclaimed, "Indeed, this is God's Valley, a place under the watchful eye of the so-called gods. This place is rife with despair, powerlessness, and death for us. Simultaneously, it provides amusement, laughter, and pleasure for the executioners. Are you satisfied with your current situation?" Upon hearing these words, the majority of the crowd lowered their heads in despondency. They too were filled with resentment, yet felt powerless to resist, knowing that any defiance would lead to a swifter demise. The sole motivation sustaining their will to live was the celestial dragon's promise of freedom after 3 weeks. Jin An observed the expressions of those around him. Had they committed any wrongdoing? Certainly not. It was the greed and cruelty of the celestial dragons that compelled them to endure such a wretched existence. Merely because of the island's abundant resources, merely because it bore the title of divine. He clenched his fists, enraged by the world's distortions, yet felt utterly powerless to effect change. Though he was a traveler from another world, he possessed nothing but a knife. Despite having learned some martial arts, his physical capabilities were incomparable to those of the inhabitants of this world. Still, he yearned to take action, to ensure that his journey to this world was not in vain. No one can approach this place, and no one can escape this island. The reality of what transpires here will be erased from history. This is a massacre competition designed to exterminate the indigenous people and plunder their resources. In previous competitions, the survival rate was 0. Wake up, everyone, it is impossible to survive 3 weeks here. The tournament lasted for 3 weeks. The celestial dragons could not slaughter over 100,000 people in an instant. They still had ample time to flee. Jin An chose to ally with Ivankov, urging those in the crowd to listen. Though his voice was not loud, his sincerity somewhat calmed those around him. They had attempted to rouse the slaves from their stupor with words, their lips nearly worn raw, but to little avail. Just as hope lingered and inner turmoil festered. Buzz, a broadcast enveloping the entire island, erupted, and the excited voice of the host announced the good news. "Congratulations to Lord Garen for being the first to score 100,000 points. Accompanying the announcement was the revelry of the nobles and the lamentations of the prey. This island housed approximately 100,000 prey, including slaves captured by the celestial dragons and the indigenous people residing here. The targets painted on the back of their garments served as death sentences. With each gunshot, a life was extinguished. The image-transmitting telephone bugs captured the valiant figures of Garen and the other Knights of God, broadcasting their exploits directly to the land of the gods in Mary Geos. In the scene, Garen Saint rides a bird-like flying mount, relentlessly charging and slashing through the crowd. Once penalized to a starting score of -10,000 for the murder of the king, Garen Saint now leads with a staggering advantage. The host exclaims loudly, Garen Saint's actual score should be 110,000 points. Listen to me. While Ginny listens to the information relayed through her phone bug, she turns to Jin An and the others beside her, saying, "The prizes for this conference are the key to our escape. If we consume them, we will transform into the mythical beast Jinglong, along with the most powerful devil fruit." And another one. Ginny pauses momentarily before continuing. There is an ability that can instantly propel others and oneself to distant places, known as the meatball fruit, all of which are located on this island. Thus, if anyone among us can consume that fruit, we, along with many others, can escape from this island. Jin An reflects briefly and concludes, "Indeed, this is the simplest method for us to flee this island." Ginny nods, her gaze sweeping across the surrounding crowd. Ah, Jin An sighs. Such a crucial item must be difficult to obtain. Indeed, these items are stored as prizes in the center of this island. Ginny replies with a smile. Jin An admires the girl's optimism in such dire circumstances. Sensing the despondency among the others, Ginny adds, "I am an expert in thievery, eavesdropping, and communication. I dispatched this information 2 weeks ago, so perhaps someone is already on their way here." Jin An gazes at the seemingly harmless Ginny. Realizing that the act of stealing the phone bug and eavesdropping on such critical intelligence was likely accomplished solely by her, it appears he has hitched his wagon to a fortunate star. Jin An muses to himself, "Although this is our operation, a decoy is essential to ensure success." Ginny elaborates. A profound silence envelopes the gathering, with no one daring to speak. Some even discreetly step back to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Fully aware of the dangers involved in being a decoy, none wish to volunteer. Just as everyone bows their heads, the bear, adorned with a broad smile, raises his hand. "I'll do it. I believe my robust physique will allow me to last longer than others." The bear, noticing the astonished expressions of those around him, shyly scratches his head, "And I do not wish to see anyone perish." Ginny's smile fades, leaving her momentarily speechless, her head lowered in contemplation. Jin An pulls down the bear's raised hand, saying, "You're still a child. Let someone of my age handle this matter." Jin An not afraid of death. No, he fears it more than anyone, yet he firmly believes that one must invest to reap rewards. A little danger is inconsequential for survival in this world. Suddenly, a crisp, electronic voice resonates in his mind. "No, I must go. In the eyes of those celestial dragons, my value remains quite high." The bear states earnestly he understands his identity. And with this identity, he undoubtedly becomes a coveted target in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Killing him could yield higher scores. Having him act as a decoy could result in unexpected gains. Observing the bear's resolute gaze, Jin An realizes he cannot alter his determination. He nods in agreement with the bear's proposal and subsequently focuses his consciousness on the system he just accessed. Before Jin An, a unique interface appears, visible only to him. "Congratulations, host, for binding the auxiliary training system. This system aims to assist the host in completing tasks to gain greater strength." But he glances at the system's list and notices a character status bar clearly outlining his current physical condition. Host: Jin An, physically healthy, yet still a novice. Physique: 5. Despite some signs of training, you remain inferior even to children in this world. Please strive harder. Average male in the pirate world: 20. Mental strength: 25. Your extensive reading has granted you slightly superior mental strength compared to others. Average male in the pirate world: 20. Swordsmanship: 30. Your swordsmanship foundation is commendable. Please continue to improve. Average male in the pirate world: 0. Armament hockey: 0. Not yet awakened. Observation hockey: 0. Not yet awakened. Conqueror's hockey: 0. Not yet awakened. Final conclusion: the host is merely an ordinary person with a combat power of only 5. Please strive harder and do not give up. Silence reigns over the night. Although Jin An is aware that his body, having been transported directly here, exhibits a certain disparity with the indigenous people of this world. The gap is indeed vast, he sighs, dismissing these troubling thoughts and directing his gaze to other aspects of the system. Task: substitute Bartholomew Bear as the decoy. Reward: permanent 5 to all attributes, including the 3 types of hockey. Access to the shop. To ensure the host's survival during the first task, a beginner's gift pack is now issued. 50 to physique, 40 to mental strength, limited to 24 hours, 50 to swordsmanship, limited to 10 hours. Jin An's eyes widen in surprise. Wow, I thought this task would be fraught with difficulties, but it turns out there are beginner benefits. With a thought, he activates the 2 experience cards, which instantly transform into radiant light and merge with his body. After absorbing everything, his consciousness returns to reality. The time spent in the system space is negligible in the real world. Everyone present remains oblivious to any anomalies. As his consciousness returns, Jin An feels as if the world has undergone some change. No, it is his perception that is sharpened. Things previously unnoticed are now vividly clear. Even the slightest clenching of his fist reveals that his newfound strength far surpasses what it once was. Hey, you two are truly remarkable, Ivankov exclaims in astonishment, surprised that 2 individuals would voluntarily step forward. However, I will not allow you to be killed. We shall leave this valley of the gods together. Jin An and the bear share a knowing smile and declare loudly, we will survive. We will leave this place together. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoes from afar, causing the ground to tremble. Jin An turns toward the source of the explosion, a smile gracing his lips. It seems our opportunity has arrived. In the outer seas of the Valley of the Gods, familiar pirate ships are rapidly approaching. These pirates have been journeying from the New World for weeks, making their way to this western coastal frontier. Now, the first batch of pirates has taken position. Accompanied by the sounds of cannon fire, a booming voice suddenly resonates. Navy, feel the fear. Rock's pirate crew, follow me. This voice undeniably belongs to Rox, the captain of the Rock's pirate crew. To take his command, numerous officers from the crew appear on the shores, brandishing their weapons and glaring menacingly at the flustered navy. The infamous pirates from the New World harbor various intentions, but share a common goal: to create chaos in this gathering of celestial dragons, to spread their names across the world, and to seize the astonishing wealth of the island. Whitebeard Edward Newgate picks up the Naginata resting beside him. Rox, do not speak to me in such a commanding tone. Before he can finish his sentence, he realizes that Rox has already vanished from sight. Does that guy even remember our primary purpose for coming here? We should first confirm. Whitebeard trails behind Rox, charging into the island. Behind them, several others engage in their own conversations. Having joined the Rox pirate crew solely for profit, when there are gains to be had, they might heed commands. But more often than not, they prioritize their own interests, focusing solely on monetary gain. What on earth are you all dreaming about? I merely wish to quietly seize what I desire and leave without a fuss. Charlotte Lingling, indifferent to the affairs around her, paid no heed to anything. Dismissing Rock's commands as if they were mere whispers in the wind, it appeared that Roger had also taken action, yet that one individual. Kaido turned with a serious expression and said, Lingling, that sort of thing holds little value for you. Remember to keep an eye out for me, now that we have arrived on the island. Let each rely on their own abilities. Lingling did not respond directly, but waved her hand, vanishing into the depths of the forest. The celestial dragons, who had been engaged in their games, were disturbed, their faces displaying annoyance. What are those Navy fools doing? They can't even handle this minor task. What if something happens to us? In the distance, a Navy soldier rushed towards the group of celestial dragons. Report. Pirates are invading from all directions on this island. The celestial dragons and the Navy were thrown into chaos. The pirates' intentions remained unclear, and what was transpiring here was supposed to be top secret. The Roger pirates and the Rox pirates had infiltrated various locations on the island, and the Knights of God were engaged in combat with them. Please proceed to a secure area. Amidst the underbrush near the island's center, the air was filled with cries of battle, shouts, and pleas for mercy. Yet Jin An remained intensely focused, for before him lay the very objective of their expedition. The entire square was adorned with a dazzling array of treasures, shimmering with enchanting light, and in stark contrast to the blood-soaked areas surrounding it. This place resembled paradise. 6 treasure chests were sequentially placed at the center of the riches, signifying their preciousness. Jin An and his companions were but a step away from success. One thought could lead to heaven, while another could plunge them into hell. Bear ready, Big Bear. The moment of life and death is upon us. If we fail to acquire that fruit, only death awaits us. Moreover, the pirates aim for these treasures as well. We must act swiftly or lose our chance. Jin An surveyed the surroundings and quietly strategized. The situation here differs from what I anticipated. There are significantly fewer guards, likely all reassigned to ensure the safety of those imbeciles. I will venture out to draw their attention while you approach the central chest at the greatest speed. With that, he took a step forward and dashed out in an instant. As dusk fell, A gentle breeze scattered the fallen leaves. The guards were on high alert, like startled birds, their bodies tensing at the slightest sound. They were the protectors brought from Mariwa by the celestial dragons, incapable of defying any orders issued by them. Even knowing that pirates would inevitably come for them, thoughts of escape were forbidden. Here, death awaited. Fleeing also led to death. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a figure burst forth from the trees, charging directly towards the treasure. The guards' eyes narrowed, their legs stamped down hard on the ground, and in an instant, their bodies appeared directly in front of Jin An. Readying a powerful punch on the other side, a guard leaped into the air, performing 2 somersaults mid-flight before delivering a swift kick that generated a vacuum, akin to a sharp slash, rapidly closing in on Jin An. Boom! In an instant, the ground where the attack landed cracked, and dust was sent flying. The guard spat on the ground and brushed off the dust from his hands, thinking, "We thought he was formidable. But he's merely a petty thief." To them, a mere 2 individuals who could be easily handled did not warrant the full attention of the guards. "Hey, haven't you eaten? Why is your speed so slow?" Above their heads, Jin An casually patted his immaculate attire. After boosting his physical prowess by 50 points, dealing with these guards was effortless. After a brief trial, he realized there was no need for such caution. He could have simply gone for the fruit directly. However, in his line of sight, Big Bear and Ivankov were already within reach of the treasure chest. The guards below, hearing the taunting words, felt their faces pale with rage. Yet what terrified them more was that none could discern the movements of the figure perched above. Fear overwhelmed their reason, and they began to retreat. "Is this monster truly something we can handle?" Upon hearing this, Jin An's lips twitched. Did they harbor some misunderstanding about what constituted a monster? Ah! A scream pierced Jin An's ears. Turning to look, he saw a tall, striking woman firmly grasping Ivankov's face and slamming it into the ground, while her other hand held a devil fruit. "Oh dear, that was close. I almost turned into Big Head Dragon King," Charlotte Lingling remarked, eyeing Ivankov with a teasing smile. She had not paused for a moment, rushing here after disembarking to seize the fruit before it was consumed. "Hand over the other fruit as well." Charlotte Lingling dismissed those around her, releasing Ivankov and reaching for the fruit in Big Bear's grasp. "Quick, eat it. Big Bear, do not hesitate," Ivankov shouted hoarsely. Big Bear swallowed the fruit in one bite, fully aware that it was a prize won through the efforts of his comrades. He could not betray their expectations. "Uft," Charlotte Lingling spat. "It's already too late. You must survive. Even if it is just you, it will be our victory." Charlotte Lingling observed Ivankov, who was still coughing up blood. Without taking further action, she was already a wielder of power, and the fruit was merely a tool for her to leverage advantages. With so many treasure chests and riches around, she had already struck it rich. "Hey, I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for?" Ivankov mocked Charlotte Lingling directly. Swoosh. Sensing that something was amiss, Jin An launched a surprise attack from behind her. "Kid, who gave you the courage to confront me?" Charlotte Lingling sidestepped slightly to evade Jin An's strike. "You are Big Mom." The woman before him was extraordinarily beautiful, with elegantly arched eyebrows framing seductive eyes, and her lips were plump and alluring. She was like a ripe peach. His impression of the Pirate King lingered from the Cake Island arc. Yet he had seen the young version of this woman as well. Upon confirming his suspicions, Jin An's heart sank. He had no confidence in being able to withstand this opponent. Big Mom had been formidable since childhood, and her ironclad body could not even be marked by cannon fire. Big Mom. Charlotte Lingling's forehead throbbed, veins bulging, clearly enraged beyond measure. "Very well, boy. I shall remember you. You know the price one pays for uttering those 2 words before a woman." Jin An regretted speaking those words. He knew all too well how terrifying this woman could be when enraged. Even her own children were not spared from her wrath. Moreover, the Charlotte Lingling before him had yet to take on the form of her later, more corpulent self. It was likely that no one in this world would dare to address her so brazenly. Feeling that the situation was dire, Jin An immediately shouted to Ivankov and Big Bear, "Get out of here quickly! Elbaf spear Wagwa!" Charlotte Lingling casually placed the fruit she had been holding in her hand within her clothing, then raised her sword overhead with one hand and swung it down fiercely. A wave of purple sword energy surged forth, carrying with it the ominous scent of death, sweeping toward Jin An. In a moment of urgency, Jin An could only draw his sword and charge forward, slashing down at Charlotte Lingling with all his might. Yet he found it nearly impossible to advance. An unimaginable force coursed through his arm, causing the veins in his neck and arms to bulge as he was pushed back by the sword energy, leaving two distinct marks on the ground. Simultaneously, a terrifying power enveloped the entire area. Screams echoed as all creatures within 100 meters wide opened their eyes in sheer terror, their gaze filled with fear and the anguished cries that followed the flash of the blade. Some were so swift to perish that they had no time to utter a sound, their bodies disintegrating into a mist of blood, leaving only scorched earth in their wake. In their final moments, their twisted postures bore witness to the depths of their dread. Fortunately, upon hearing Jin An's warning, Bear immediately activated his fruit ability, propelling himself and Ivankov out of the attack range in an instant. What sheer destructive force, Ivankov murmured, his countenance devoid of any semblance of a smile. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of several hundred meters, everything had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Corpses lay strewn about, and even the flora had lost its vitality. What of Jin An? Bear scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking Jin An's figure. Regrettably, his sight was obscured by dust, rendering his search futile within the dust-laden area. Charlotte Lingling remarked, "Not bad. Though I only used half my strength, you managed to withstand this attack." She licked her lips, a flicker of interest igniting within her. Jin An knelt on the ground, his sword propped up with one hand, his garments shredded by the shockwave, and his arms marred by the wounds inflicted by the sword energy. He once more felt the chilling approach of death, yet a smile crept across his lips. The hand that had been resting behind him slowly moved to his mouth, cradling a fruit encased in what resembled dragon scales. A devil fruit. A devil fruit. Upon noticing what Jin An held, Charlotte Lingling frantically searched the spot where she had previously placed her devil fruit, only to find it had vanished without a trace. "Are you seeking death? I am the one who steals from others, and no one has ever managed to take what is rightfully mine." Jin An regarded the fruit in his hand with curiosity, having heard that devil fruits were said to taste worse than excrement. However, he wondered if swallowing it whole might yield a different experience. Observing Jin An's intent to consume the fruit, Charlotte Lingling softened her tone, suggesting, "Put down that fruit, and I can offer you something else in exchange." Jin An shot her a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Do you take me for a fool? Trusting a pirate?" At the sight of his expression, Charlotte Lingling's fury boiled over. Since soft persuasion had proven ineffective, she resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Jin An closed his eyes, bit down hard, and before his tongue could react, he swiftly consumed the entire devil fruit with a series of crunching sounds. "Prometheus, incinerate that wretch." Witnessing the irrevocable act, Charlotte Lingling seethed with hatred, summoning her most powerful homie from her hat and infusing it with her soul. The sun, once a mere scribble in a drawing, transformed into a blazing fireball in an instant. Grasping the blazing Prometheus, Charlotte Lingling swung it back and forth, the flame swirling into a vortex of extreme heat directed toward Jin An. Crack. High above, the sun was abruptly obscured by dark clouds, and a tempest raged below. As a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, boom! The falling lightning struck the fiery vortex with tremendous force, resulting in a violent collision. In an instant, the shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, scattering debris, including stones and tree fragments, obliterating everything in its path. This was the power of the strong in this world, the destruction wrought by a single attack. Bear, Ivankov, and others nearby were swept away by the ferocious gust. "This place is far too perilous, Bear." Ivankov emerged from the earth, still shaken, his gaze fixed gravely on the distant Jin An. What of Jin An? Bear, equally affected, was cloaked in dust, as though he had just emerged from the mud. "He will be fine," Ivankov declared, voicing words he himself struggled to believe. Yet they had more pressing matters to attend to. But, Bear was reluctant to abandon his newfound friend, despite having known him for only a few hours. Ivankov, observing the resolute and kind-hearted youth before him, sighed, "We have much to accomplish. We must remain steadfast. He will surely be all right." This affirmation was meant for both Bear and himself. They would emerge unscathed. Bear, noticing the pads that had sprouted on his palms since consuming the fruit, recalled that he had already utilized this ability. "With this power, we will succeed." With that, Bear and his companions sprinted away, swatting aside all they encountered. "Little brat, you can take a hit." The battle between Charlotte Lingling and Jin An raged on, The tide of the conflict was not entirely one-sided, although Jin An found himself at a disadvantage. He had managed to fend off Charlotte Lingling's frenzied assaults. The azure dragon fruit has indeed made you more resilient, Charlotte Lingling remarked, her eyes aflame with rage, for that was her possession now wielded against her. Jin An, battered yet resolute, was equally exasperated with the towering beauty before him. Had they simply stolen the fruit, they would have escaped unscathed, but now an unexpected adversary had disrupted their plans, causing everything to unravel. Not to mention the pain inflicted upon him. It was excruciating, blood flowed, yet the sensation of pain remained. Glancing at his system panel, he noted that his physique attribute had reached 79 points, including the temporary card's boost, indicating that 80 points was a significant threshold, with the temporary attributes likely diluted. However, he had already attained a state of invulnerability. Though he felt only slightly more resilient, he couldn't help but wonder how Bear and the others were faring. Dare to distract yourself while facing me. Charlotte Lingling tugged at Prometheus's face before seizing it in her grasp. Taste my wrath. Fire from the heavens. She channeled her strength into Prometheus and hurled it fiercely toward Jin An. Wah! Take this! Prometheus shouted as it lunged at Jin An, its intense heat warping the air around it that moment. Jin An, who had been stationary until then, sprang into action. Unfazed by the overwhelming heat wave, he calmly looked up at the churning storm clouds and pointed skyward with 2 fingers. A beam of light shot from his fingertip into the clouds, causing them to roil. Soon, the air crackled with electric tension, and thick purple lightning coiled within the clouds like a giant serpent. The intangible energy slowly expanding outward. The first to sense the imminent danger was Charlotte Lingling, who stood frozen in place. It was not that she wished to evade, but rather she felt an inescapable energy locking onto her. Prometheus! Charlotte Lingling called out urgently, hoping to summon it back for defense, but it was already too late. Prometheus's attack struck Jin An directly, yet it was unable to rejoice, as it too felt the overwhelming aura that sent shivers down its spine. Crack! A deafening explosion resonated in the sky, as the long-anticipated lightning seemed to receive a signal, transforming into a lightning dragon that cascaded down from the heavens, directly striking Charlotte Lingling, who was defending with her sword. Boom! As the lightning dragon descended, the island quaked violently under the immense impact, throwing everyone standing upon it to the ground. This was one of the few moments of respite in this grim game. Was this tremor a divine retribution for the murderous amusement of those above, punishing the perpetrators? Many who were injured in the quake felt the pain inflicted by the might of nature. Yet they reveled in their ecstasy. The celestial dragons and nobles had vanished. Had they met their comeuppance, they must establish a steadfast belief to sustain their battered bodies through this calamity. Mother! In a panic, Prometheus disregarded the charred skin of Jin An, who seemed devoid of any capacity for resistance, and swiftly rushed towards the place where the thunder struck. The fate of Charlotte Lingling remained uncertain. The pain from his burns involuntarily made Jin An twitch the corner of his mouth. His tactic required an extensive preparation time, rendering him unable to evade Charlotte Lingling's assault. Thus, he was left with no choice but to adopt a strategy of exchanging injury for injury. However, the agony coursing through his body deterred him from resorting to this method again. Strictly speaking, this maneuver was not executed solely through Jin An's own strength. He had emulated Sasuke's Kirin technique, drawing upon a sliver of his aura to invoke the forces of nature to fulfill his objectives. The capabilities of the devil fruit are determined by the user's method of development, and in Jin An's subconscious, the azure dragon is one of the 4 sacred beasts of heaven and part of the 7 stars of the east. Possessing boundless potential, there were numerous avenues for development available. Following the earthquake, the slaughter on the island persisted. The navy clashed with pirates, pirates with celestial dragons, and pirates with civilian slaves. Countless corpses lay strewn across the earth, flesh and blood flying. Yet, the pirates and navy showed no signs of fear, expressionless as they slaughtered amidst the throng. Those pirates known by name seemed even more exhilarated, their garments drenched in blood and bits of flesh. Unsure whether it belonged to them or others, their ferocious spirit remained undiminished, akin to madmen returning from hell. These individuals were seasoned outlaws who had survived the battlefield, executing each strike with precision and minimal expenditure, dispatching their foes with ease that it had been a long time since they had relished such unrestrained killing. The celestial dragons were no great concern. They were merely beings with 2 arms and 2 legs. If there was any distinction, It was that they were both ugly and corpulent. Haha, feel free to chatter away. The celestial dragons, concealed behind their screens, felt both shame and fury, yet were utterly powerless. They dared not venture beyond the protective embrace of the Navy. Can you still hold on? Ivankov observed the panting, sweat-soaked Kuma with concern. They had traversed great distances, rescuing countless souls, and the prolonged exertion, coupled with the intense use of their abilities, rendered even the slightest movement agonizing. Nevertheless, their pace remained unyielding. Now, they relied solely on their convictions for support. There could be no relaxation, as any lapse in vigilance would result in them collapsing to the ground. The two supported one another as they advanced towards the horizon. In the sky, the dark clouds dispersed. An array of dawn sliced across the heavens, illuminating the mottled earth below. Jin An, in his state of unconsciousness, sensed something licking his cheek. He pursed his cracked lips. And as he gradually regained consciousness, a wave of excruciating pain accompanied by intense itching surged through him. He realized that the severity of his burns was inevitable, and the relentless itching was a consequence of his wounds healing. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable resilience and self-healing properties bestowed by the azure dragon fruit. Regrettably, he had only just consumed the fruit. He had yet to master the dragon transformation and the hybrid form. Otherwise, he would not have sustained such grave injuries. Jin An recalled that after Prometheus had departed, he had carelessly grabbed a treasure chest, eager to reunite with Kuma and the others. However, after only a brief distance, he was overwhelmed by a violent dizziness. The cheerful infant's cry broke through the haze, and the tactile sensations he had felt during his unconsciousness persisted. Jin An turned his head to see a small child with red hair, wide eyes blinking adorably at him. Was this little one the one who roused him? The infant, still too young to comprehend Jin An's words, simply beamed with delight at his awakening, enduring the discomfort in his body. Jin An slowly rose, wincing as he inadvertently pulled at his wounds. The baby erupted into joyous laughter at his expression. Jin An forced a smile. Was his visage truly that amusing? Little rascal, your laughter is reminiscent of a rooster. He lifted the infant and playfully rubbed his nose against the child's, offering a teasing remark. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the absence of any other souls, leaving him puzzled as to how this infant had arrived there. It was only when he spotted a treasure chest lying quietly at his feet that he pondered absurdly. Has the treasure chest given birth? Shaking his head, he dismissed the ludicrous thought. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Faced with the presence of the infant in his arms, Jin An found himself at a loss. How was he to manage this little one? He could only take one step at a time, for the most pressing matter was to discover a means of escape from this place. This world, despite its advanced technology, lacked mobile phones, and telephone bugs seemed exorbitantly priced. Should he fail to contact Kuma and the others, he would have to devise his own means of departure. He surmised that the coast would be teeming with pirate ships, and he could simply choose one that appeared unclaimed and sail away. Jin An mentally applauded his ingenuity. Thus, he hobbled towards the shore, the child cradled in his arms. That we have exerted our utmost efforts. Many lives on this island have been spared because of you, have they not? Ivankov gently stroked Kuma's head, offering quiet comfort. But I cannot locate Jin An anywhere. Kuma's vision blurred with tears. Not far off lay the battlefield where Jin An clashed with Charlotte Lingling. The ravaged earth was littered with pirates in search of treasure. While Lingling and Prometheus had long since vanished, it should have been I who acted as the decoy. Kuma had initially intended to disregard Jin An's suggestion, planning to draw the guards out directly. However, he had not anticipated that Jin An would be significantly faster than him. He could not catch up to that individual. Do not be so pessimistic. With his speed, even if he cannot win, he can certainly flee. Watching Kuma, who was overcome with tears, Ivankov felt a pang of sorrow as well. That I heard you encountered the saint of Satan while rescuing others. I trust you were unscathed? Ginny approached, breathless. Ivankov shook his head in response. No worries. Thanks to Kuma's abilities, we managed to escape. That is a relief, Ginny replied, patting her chest. She had not accompanied Kuma and the others, but had instead been eavesdropping on the Navy's movements. I overheard a Navy admiral collaborating with Roger to decisively defeat Rox. We must leave this island at once. If Rox is defeated, the Navy will launch a vigorous hunt for the pirates on this island. And at that point, there will be no chance for us to escape. What about that, big brother? After working together, the four of them had formed a relatively close-knit group. It was only natural that they should leave together. Ivankov shook his head. He is yet to be found at that time. He went alone to confront Charlotte Lingling, buying us some time. Ginny pulled out a package from her bag, which contained a rectangular mirror, an incomprehensible card, a set of keys, and a piece of paper covered in squares. This was given to me when he left the camp. He said if we couldn't find him, we should escape first. Ivankov scratched his head. I have a rough idea of what the other items are, but what does this paper signify? If Jin An were present, he would undoubtedly bemoan his status as a polyglot illiterate in this world. Chinese, Japanese, and English. He could understand but not decipher. How absurd. No matter, Ginny produced 4 sheets of white paper. Kuma suppressed his sorrow. Could this be a life card? Ginny nodded. I created this using your fingernails. The leftmost one belongs to Jin An, and we should each tear a bit from the others. Once the 3 had sorted out these matters, they proceeded in the direction indicated by Jin An's life card. This path is mine to tread. This tree is mine to plant. Jin An selected a vessel of moderate size, intending to persuade those aboard with his words, coaxing them to willingly relinquish control of the pirate ship. He had been calling out for some time, yet no one from the ship responded. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take that as your consent. Cradling the child, Jin An was as elated as a 160-pound child who had finally found a fine vessel. Upon entering the pirate ship, he found himself at a loss. How was it that one operated such a craft? Throughout his life, he had only ridden a bicycle. Jin An smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the films he had watched. Of course. Hoist the sails and set sail. Without further ado, he strode directly to the mast. Gazing at the sails before him, he hesitated. Alas, he had no knowledge of how to manage such a thing outside the pirate ship. 3 individuals stood before it. Are we certain this is the right place? Ginny asked, spreading her palm as the life paper continued to inch forward. It appeared this was indeed the location. The trio fell into contemplation, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. It seemed he had been captured by pirates. Ivankov inquired, what shall we do? Kuma, unable to wait another moment, suggested, why not charge indirectly? If we move swiftly enough, those inside won't have time to react. Ginny shook her head in disapproval, retracting her gaze from the absurdity of the idea. I believe a more cautious approach would be prudent. Abandoning the notion of piloting the ship, Jin An leaned against the railing, pondering whether to extend a friendly invitation to a pirate acquaintance when he noticed the 3 deep in discussion. You 3, it has been a while, he exclaimed, startling the trio, who turned to glare at him. You weren't captured? Or have you joined the pirates? Their initial surprise quickly morphed into a flicker of confusion. Jin An, perplexed, wondered when he had joined the pirates, unaware of such an event. Realizing he was still aboard a pirate ship, he slapped the railing in enlightenment. This vessel is one I borrowed. Borrowed? They echoed incredulously. How could a pirate possibly lend such a crucial item without which they could not sustain themselves? Jin An replied nonchalantly. I asked them to borrow it 3 times, and since they did not respond, I took it as consent. After all, it's just sitting here. That does sound somewhat reasonable. Kuma mused, his expression one of bewilderment. Ginny and Ivankov exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. How had they not noticed his penchant for dry humor before? Haha, enough with the jokes. Have you all finished your business? Jin An inquired, having suppressed himself for so long. He felt a sense of contentment simply in the company of friends. We managed to rescue everyone we could, but unfortunately, Jin An approached the ship's lower deck with the child in his arms. There's nothing unfortunate about it. We have given our utmost effort. Even if the outcome is less than satisfactory, it remains the best we could achieve. He noticed the trio before him pointing their mouths agape in astonishment, which left him somewhat bemused. Touching his face, still dusted with grime, he recalled that he had looked much the same when he first encountered them. To survive in this unfamiliar place, the first step was undoubtedly to conceal his overly captivating visage. You actually have a child? Their expressions made it clear that this was the shared sentiment among the 3. Jin An tenderly stroked the infant's cheek, the sensation utterly delightful, making it hard to stop. This little one crawled out of a treasure chest. He then recounted the events following his encounter with Charlotte Lingling. With so many people on the island, who could say if anyone had fortuitously witnessed those occurrences, especially since this island was under the watchful gaze of the transponder snail? This little one is adorable, Ginny exclaimed, playfully teasing the infant with her finger. Her desire to snatch the child and hold it close nearly overwhelming her. Enough of that. Are you all prepared to leave this place? Jin An asked. Ivankov nodded. Now that we have found you, we can depart. We have accomplished all we set out to do. And where do you wish to go? Ivankov inquired, his gaze fixed upon Jin An, as the trio had long decided to act in unison, now awaiting Jin An's input. I will accompany you. Jin An felt little hesitation. In this world, he had always been alone, and it mattered not where he went. In that case, let us stand together, hand in hand. Ginny suggested. Kuma's fruit ability allowed him to repel anything and also to utilize this power for long-distance transport. Holding hands would enable them to teleport simultaneously. Prepare yourselves. Our journey is about to commence. Kuma grasped Ginny's hand with his left, then struck his palm, and in an instant, the four vanished from their location. Soaring through the sky, Jin An suddenly heard a chime. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. Please continue your efforts. Host. West Sea. Salb Kingdom. Salb, a name derived from a type of ice cream. The rooftops of this kingdom were designed to resemble ice cream cones. The inhabitants harbored a fondness for ice cream, a sentiment Jin An noted upon his arrival, though after witnessing it numerous times, he found it rather mundane. As a member of the world government, Salb Kingdom was largely free from pirate incursions, and the citizens led a relatively stable existence. Now, they had resided on the island for nearly a week. Today's winds remained as boisterous as ever, gazing at the newspaper in his hands. Jin An wore an expression of resignation. Ivankov cast a glance at it and remarked, "It seems those individuals have no intention of disclosing anything aside from the marine hero garb. Just standard procedure. The world is as they wish it to be." Ginny replied, already anticipating such an outcome. That it is rather unfortunate, though. I am quite curious about what transpired after our departure. Kuma mused solemnly. What are you thinking about, Kuma? Ivankov asked, puzzled. Kuma interlaced his fingers, contemplating. I wonder if many others are still hoping for rescue. Do not speak foolishly. You saved countless individuals amidst that chaos, Ivankov chuckled. That is true, Ginny concurred. Kuma, you are truly remarkable. Everyone was in tears, expressing their gratitude, myself included. You hail from the church and possess the will to save others. Surely, you can rescue even more people, Ivankov encouraged. Jin An patted Kuma on the shoulder. We all believe in you, for you are more compassionate than any of us. Then, shifting his tone, he added, I hope you remember that gentleness is reserved for friends. Extending it indiscriminately can lead to dire consequences. Kindness towards foes is cruelty towards one's own. Ivankov, brimming with excitement, promptly retrieved a notebook, diligently jotting down Jin An's words. The pages were densely filled, and it appeared he would soon exhaust the space. Jin An could only shake his head in disbelief. How was it that this fellow found such exhilaration in what he considered commonplace? Today marks your day of setting sail, does it not? Jin An sighed. Disliking the notion of farewells, yet recognizing the inevitability of many experiences, though he found Ivankov's attire somewhat unappealing, he was nonetheless grateful for such a friend. Indeed, celebrate for me, my companions. Take care, I shall not forget you. Ivankov shouldered his bag, preparing to depart. Allow us to see you off. Time slipped away swiftly. In a quaint little villa, a red-haired youth approached Jin An, who was resting in a rocking chair. Big brother, I completed all my tasks today. Though it only took 30 minutes. Shanks has arrived. Jin An halted his swaying, reaching for a reward beside him, presenting it with a smile. Here, your favorite BC calcium milk, since Ivankov departed from this place 4 years ago. The system has issued several tasks. Compared to the first task, these subsequent assignments are mere trifles, easily accomplished. However, the rewards are pitifully scant, consisting of just a few recipes, one of which is BC calcium milk. Nonetheless, thanks to these items, the lives of the 4 individuals have been quite comfortable, and inadvertently, they have even managed to secure the position of the richest person in the Soul Bay Kingdom. Improving their living conditions is secondary. The primary aim is to accumulate funds. The naval power in this world is substantial, yet they are still compelled to obey the commands of the world government. The root cause of this situation ultimately lies in the lack of financial resources. The vast majority of the pirate world is water, rendering agriculture a dead end. Engaging in commerce is fraught with difficulties due to the sheer number of pirates, making progress nearly impossible. When people find themselves short of money, they have no choice but to take to the seas as pirates, or else face starvation. This leads to a vicious cycle, resulting in the world's current grotesque state. Consequently, Jin An has resolved to prioritize earning money. Though he absolutely will not venture into the black markets. Of course, he has not neglected physical training either. Jin An glanced at the status panel. Host. Jin An physique, 79 mental strength, 59 swordsmanship, 79 great swordsman level, 80 to 89 master. 100 grandmaster. Shave, 79 able to step on the ground dozens of times within 0.2 seconds. Finger gun, 79 the power concentrated in his fingers can easily penetrate multiple layers of steel. Armament hockey, 59 unawakened. Observation hockey, 59 unawakened. Conqueror's hockey, 0 unawakened. Remaining points. 1,000 points can be obtained by collecting emotions and completing system-issued tasks, and can be used to unlock training spaces and for purchases in the store. Time flow in the training space is slowed to 150. Training results apply to the body. And the stronger the data, the harder it is to improve. Jin An felt a profound sense of frustration. None of his scores were passing, and one was even a complete zeroed the last time he used a time-limited card. He discovered that 80 was a significant hurdle. He had not anticipated that after 4 years of training, he would still be blocked by the 60 threshold. This pathetic system is utterly useless. Jin An expressed his disbelief at encountering such a lackluster system. If the system could speak, it would undoubtedly say, "If it weren't for this panel, I'd be unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River." Brother, the lessons taught by the teacher today in elementary school were exceedingly simplistic. I was nearly bored to death. Shanks sipped his BC calcium milk, oblivious to the incessant chatter from his mouth. Jin An rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless, yet refraining from voicing his thoughts. After all, this little rascal had completed most of his education by the age of 3, a true child prodigy. "Can I attend the university you built ahead of time?" Shanks asked eagerly, attempting to charm his way into getting what he wanted. Jin An shook his head. "One should engage in activities appropriate for their age. That I wish I could return to elementary school myself. But elementary school is so dull." Shanks pouted in dissatisfaction. "Now, tell me what you learned in school today." Jin An gently ruffled Shanks' hair, allowing him to lie beside him. Shanks counted on his fingers. Moral studies, a mix of texts like the 3-character classic, primarily teaching ethics, natural studies, and then the 5 arts, excluding mastery. But the university courses are far more interesting, like medicine, law, and economics. I'm extremely interested in those. That it's a pity there are no courses on meteorology or astronomy." Jin An gazed up at the sky, withholding his response. He was unwilling to admit that the knowledge systems for astronomy and meteorology in this world had yet to be rewarded. "We'll discuss it later. I have some matters to attend to, and if you're bored, you can go find your big brother Xiong and sister Jin An." Jin An walked over to the coat rack, donned the Navy-issued coat, and strolled outside. He had joined the Navy 3.5 years ago, and under the guidance of the system, he had dispatched countless pirates, barely attaining the rank of major, tasked with guarding the Soul Bay Kingdom. He had thought that once he reached the position of the highest officer in a region, he could relax. Little did he know that there was still much more to do. He refused to believe that even at the pinnacle, he would still receive assignments at the Soul Bay Kingdom Navy branch. Jin An entered the building through the main entrance with ease, making his way to his office. Originally, this branch had a personnel capacity of just under 1,000, but after his renovations and infrastructure upgrades, it expanded to over 2,000. Moreover, these individuals were utterly loyal to him. After all, who could refuse a boss who never delayed salaries and even offered bonuses and year-end rewards? As soon as he settled into his office chair, he casually perused the stacks of paperwork on his desk, only to find a collection of trivial matters. Observing the documents, Jin An stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seemed time to hire a secretary to handle these mundane tasks, allowing him to take a break. After a few years of purging, the number of pirates in the vicinity had dwindled significantly. Those that passed by could be easily dealt with by his subordinates, requiring no effort on his part, which led to a cordial relationship with the current king, Keely. During a casual conversation, they had mentioned that had it not been for Jin An's sudden appearance, the king might have been compelled to divide the nation in two in a few years due to the pressure from the celestial gold, thereby reducing the amount owed. One half would receive the protection of the nation, while the other would become a lawless territory. This illustrates the outrageous extent of the Tenryubito's exploitation of this world. Just then, a man with curly hair, dressed in standard Navy attire, knocked on the door and entered. Upon seeing Jin An resting in the chair, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. However, considering the ongoing tasks, he quickly adjusted his demeanor. "I have something to report." Jin An reined in his casualness, sitting up a bit straighter as he regarded the 15-year-old boy before him, who was already as tall as he was. "Ah, it's you, Kazan." What is it? The Navy officer named Kazan would eventually become known as Akiji. He had joined Jin An's ranks directly by name when Jin An had just become a lieutenant, possessing commendable strength, character, and potential, making him one of Jin An's right-hand men. Major Jin An. Kazan's expression turned serious as he hesitated slightly before speaking in a low voice. This afternoon, we received urgent news that a group of pirates is approaching a small island in the northern part of the Solbay Kingdom, expected to arrive by this afternoon, remembering the arrangements made previously. Kazan spoke anxiously. I have already dispatched personnel to scout, but they have yet to return, and I am concerned. However, I have also sent a team to the island to protect the safety of the civilians. Still, I feel uneasy and wish to go check it out myself. The individuals he sent out were among the best scouts, highly skilled in concealing their presence. Should they encounter unforeseen circumstances, the enemy would likely prove to be quite formidable. Ding! Investigate and handle the incident at St. Andrew. Reward, 2,000 points. 1 hour of training space usage point 2,000 points. Even dogs would shake their heads at that. If exchanged for training time, it would only be 2 hours. And as for items in the store, one couldn't even afford a single course. Moreover, there weren't even any skill points granted. What a useless system. In the future, just use the Din Mushy to call me directly for matters like this. There's no need to waste time waiting for me to arrive at the office. Jin An donned his attire, took his sword, and pushed the door open, stepping out. Time waits for no one. Come along and guide the way for me. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. How dare they stir up trouble in the area under my jurisdiction? It's like digging at the roots of a great tree, just moments ago. He had been contemplating how long it had been since pirates caused a ruckus, only to be faced with a major incident now. Major Jin An, slow down a bit. I can't keep up with you. Kazan struggled to keep pace with Jin An, exerting all his effort, but the distance between them continued to widen, forcing him to call out for a pause. You rascal, haven't you been training properly? Jin An's thoughts slowed down somewhat as he regained his composure. Upon hearing this remark, Kazan's face contorted as if he had just consumed bitter melon and lemons. His daily routine consisted solely of sleeping and exercising, leaving no time even for restroom breaks. Not only did he receive no commendation, but he was also subjected to such misunderstandings, leaving him with unexpressed grievances. Observing Kazan's expression, Jin An realized his misinterpretation. Yet, given his superior rank, an apology was out of the question. Perhaps he could offer some compensation later. Let us hasten our pace. I yearn to ascertain the situation there swiftly, he declared, and without waiting for Kazan's consent, he grasped him and soared into the sky, darting towards the direction previously indicated. Wah! The sound escaping from a grown man like that reveals the turmoil he is experiencing. Above the clouds, Jin An's voice floated softly. Call out again, and beware, I may just cast you down. He had now mastered the full capabilities of the Qinglong fruit, achieving complete dragonization, and could flawlessly wield his juvenile dragon form. The Qinglong fruit had significantly enhanced his physical attributes, elevating both his upper and lower limits considerably. However, there were drawbacks. Ordinary training had ceased to yield benefits to his physique, and much like Kaido, he was nearly impervious to life-threatening dangers, having hit a developmental plateau in his abilities. Currently, he utilized the flame cloud for flight, which he had learned to employ in any form, albeit with varying intensities. As his thoughts drifted, they arrived above St. Andrew Island. Jin An gazed down at the island's interior. The inhabitants were orderly evacuating under the organization of the Navy, their faces devoid of panic. They understood that the waters surrounding the Solb Kingdom were guarded by a highly reliable navy, instilling trust that their protector would safeguard them all. Jin An nodded with satisfaction upon witnessing the navy's actions. This was indeed the duty of a soldier, distinguishing friends from foes. Uniting with true allies to confront genuine adversaries would inevitably diminish the enemy's ranks, thereby alleviating the pressure on the navy. His ambition was to forge a force genuinely dedicated to peace, and this nascent team was already taking shape. The island could be entrusted to the Navy without concern. Jin An's gaze shifted towards another direction on the island, where 3 pirate ships were nearing the shore, their crew preparing for action. Aboard the Blood Butcher, a towering man stood at the bow, a frenzied smile spreading across his scarred visage, lending him an air of menace. Henry Evan, an inconspicuous captain of the Rocks Pirates, had chosen to establish his own faction following their defeat. This day, the West Sea was undergoing a thorough purge by the Navy, leaving him no choice but to risk life and limb traversing Reverse Mountain to assert his dominance in the South Sea. What a beautiful island. It serves as the perfect starting point for my conquest of the South Sea, Henry thought, his cold gaze fixated on the small island, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Captain, are we truly launching an assault on this island? I sensed something amiss in the atmosphere of these waters. A nervously apprehensive crew member observed the surroundings of the pirate ship, feeling an overwhelming lack of security. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Henry replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him. No, that was not my intention. I merely... The crew member was intimidated by his aura and quickly shook his head. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a crimson blossom erupted from the crew member's chest. Drip, drip, scarlet blood streamed from the wound, and the crew member's mouth fell agape in disbelief, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Ha ha ha. The onlooking crew members erupted in laughter, unconcerned for the fate of their fallen comrade. A newcomer daring to speak thus to the captain deserved no mercy, even when surrounded by the Navy. I felt no fear. There is no presence in the seas that can threaten me. Henry Evan gently blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, a smile returning to his face. Throw him to the sea to feed the fish. Without casting another glance at the fallen subordinate, he declared that only one voice would prevail on his ship, his absolute authority. There was no room for cowards aboard. Such riffraff would only hinder him. He demanded complete obedience and relentless zeal, reveling in slaughter. This singular thought consumed Henry Evan as he surveyed his loyal crew, nodding in satisfaction at their unwavering allegiance. Ha ha! My little ones, indulge in slaughter. Those foolish civilians on the island are your reward. Do as you please. Henry Evan unsheathed his long knife, toying with it. Such a vibrant island was a rarity in the four seas, this time. He would seize ample treasures. Indeed, under Captain Henry's leadership, we shall acquire even more riches. With Captain Henry's strength, even if the Navy comes, they will only be walking to their doom. The pirates laughed and jostled, their blades and firearms dancing in their hands. With a confident smile, Henry Evan thought of the countless lives he had claimed, well over 500, most of whom were from the Grand Line's Navy. What plagued him now was a lack of notoriety. Once he plundered this island and expanded his fame, he could further increase his ranks and gradually dominate these waters. These thoughts coursed through his mind. Henry Evan raised his arm, wielding the long knife triumphantly. With his motion, the raucous pirates suddenly turned serious. The pirate ship had reached the shore, cannons aimed at the town, ready to unleash their fury. Lads, revel to your heart's content. Henry Evan bellowed. Hundreds of pirates, armed to the teeth, radiated a savage, bloodthirsty aura. Boom! With a resounding blast, the cannon aboard the pirate ship unleashed its payload. Henry Evan laughed heartily. Yet, before the smile could fade, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, billowing flames and smoke that gradually dissipated in the air. The sudden upheaval halted the advancing pirates in their tracks. Damn it! How did the cannonball explode midair? Henry Evan seethed. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, all eyes were drawn to a figure suspended in the sky. The individual sported flowing long hair, their clear eyes adorned with elegantly arched brows, and their coat billowed in the wind. The youth approached, as if 1,000 blossoms were blooming in his wake, an apt description for him. The naval major surveyed the distant pirates, a cold smile curling at his lips. So, it is you rabble causing a ruckus. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in every ear. Who granted you the audacity to rampage in my territory? Have you contemplated the manner of your demise? Jin An's deep voice echoed above the island. The Navy, pirates, and civilians all looked up at the not particularly towering figure of the naval major, yet one exuding authority. The orderly evacuating populace paused at Jin An's calm tone. That voices, Major Jin An has arrived. The Navy, who had been dispersing the crowd, erupted into fervent cheers, their eyes sparkling with admiration under the sunlight. Leave a portion to continue evacuating the civilians. The rest follow me for support. Upon Jin An's arrival, the Navy seemed invigorated, eager to follow their revered figure into battle. You need not advance. Remain here to protect the populace. They tee the town's entrance. A swaying figure approached the gathering of Navy personnel. Covering his mouth, Captain Kazan. The Navy stood at attention, their expressions filled with reverence. Kazan waved his hand dismissively. Disperse. Attend to your duties, ensuring the safety of the civilians. He felt a sense of helplessness as his gaze fixated on the entrance of the town. Vigilant against any pirates who might attempt to slip through unnoticed, even though such an occurrence seemed exceedingly unlikely. Ugh! He had flown rather hastily earlier, and he had yet to regain his composure. Kazan rubbed his somewhat stiff face, truly a testament to Major Jin An's prowess. In merely 5 minutes, they had covered a distance of 20 kilometers. That moment, the air was filled with the raucous laughter of Henry Evan. I thought a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters had arrived, judging by such arrogance. Turns out it's just a petty major. Ha ha ha. How amusing. While I was engaged in fierce battles at sea. You were probably busy playing in the mud? I've killed at least 100 of your kind, if not dozens. Would you like to relieve yourself first, or shall I assist you? Jin An narrowed his eyes, finding Henry's incessant taunts exceptionally irksome. What is this? Did you wet your pants from fright just now, and now you are trying to shift the blame onto me? Like a child, you resort to vile words to mask your own panic. Henry Evan spat disdainfully, his anger morphing into a mocking grin. Well then, I truly wish to experience your so-called skills. No one can impede my advance. Those who stand in my way shall perish. He waved his hand emphatically towards Jin An. Everyone, attack, kill him. I want his corpse to be utterly unrecognizable. Fury and madness flickered in his eyes, the fire within and driving him to the brink of insanity. The atmosphere in the scene became overwhelmingly oppressive. Under the pressure of the two men, the pirates held their breath, quietly loading their guns, fearful that any hesitation would result in another claiming the glory for themselves. Soon, the pirates encountered a troubling realization. Their assaults appeared to be utterly ineffective. Despite their bullets striking the naval officer directly, he bore not a single mark of injury. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Yet they had no alternative. Bullets flew wildly, unleashed in a frenzied barrage, hoping to suppress him with overwhelming firepower and regain a semblance of security. Those remaining on the pirate ship hesitated no longer, hastily loading cannonballs into the cannons. In an instant, searing ammunition soared through the air, creating a veritable storm of gunfire. Ha ha ha. Tremble before my artillery. Henry refused to believe that a mere major could withstand an onslaught capable of annihilating an entire town. Within the town, the naval officer's expression shifted as the sounds of cannon fire reached their ears. How could these accursed pirates possess such an arsenal, with ammunition so plentiful? Some new recruits among the Navy felt panic. Their first mission marred by such brutal foes. Fear not. Those pirates have yet to comprehend who they are up against. Kazan, who had remained by Jin An's side, was unfazed, even finding a touch of amusement in the situation. These pirates relied solely on their formidable ships and cannons to intimidate ordinary sailors. They asked for their major. Not even cannonballs, let alone the finest blades, could leave a mark upon him. Kazan patted the katana hanging at his waist with his left hand, a wry smile gracing his lips. Just as the Navy grew concerned for Jin An's safety, they were startled to find that the cannon fire along the coast had inexplicably ceased. Had something transpired outside? A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the smoke. The pirates were astounded to discover that the naval officer remained suspended in midair. From his tattered uniform emerged a robust physique, and his sun-kissed skin appeared strikingly radiant in their eyes. How is this possible? After enduring such relentless bombardment, he remains unscathed. What manner of creature is this? The more timid pirates gaped at Jin An, their feet instinctively retreating, gripped by fear, faced with an adversary of unfathomable strength. They could not conjure even a flicker of resistance. A sigh echoed in the ears of the pirates, starkly audible amidst the cacophony of gunfire. I suppose I need to request a new uniform again. They will undoubtedly pester me incessantly. What a nuisance. Silence enveloped the world, as if time had come to a standstill. The pirates were left bewildered. We are exerting ourselves in our assault, and you are preoccupied with thoughts of your tattered uniform. Jin An interlocked his fingers and stretched languidly. Thank you for the massage. It has been ages since I felt this comfortable. A token of gratitude, I shall begrudgingly send you off to hell. Such was the fate of pirates. Indeed, they appeared far more at ease when dead. His tone was remarkably calm, as if conversing with an old friend, yet the words he spoke dripped with bloodlust. As Jin An spoke, Henry Evan launched himself into the air, brandishing the twin blades secured at his waist, charging directly at Jin An's face. His movements were unadorned, yet executed with remarkable speed and ferocity. However, Jin An seemed utterly oblivious to the blades hurtling towards him. Instead, he took a step forward. With a resounding crack, Henry Evan's blades struck the ground empty, missing their target. Yet Jin An would not wait for him to strike again. He delivered a powerful punch to Henry Evan's face. The latter's visage instantly bloomed with crimson, and he was sent reeling backward without uttering a sound. When he managed to rise, he found Jin An standing before him once more. The flames of fury in Henry Evan's heart appeared to extinguish, his trembling hands discarding the blades onto the ground. "That I surrender. I will never return to these waters. I swear. I swear it to you. Please spare me." Observing Jin An's impassive demeanor, Henry Evan hastily continued, "I possess vast treasures. If you let me go, I shall offer them all to you. If that does not suffice, I have many beautiful women aboard my ship. I will give you everything. I can be your servant. I still hold value." The other pirates remained silent, as if resigned to their fate. Jin An watched the pirate's performance with quiet curiosity, pondering what notions resided within this man's mind. On what grounds did he believe these offerings could entice him? Noticing that Jin An remained unresponsive, seemingly intrigued, Henry Evan felt a twinge of disdain. Indeed, these naval officers and pirates were not so different after all. Both equally blinded by greed, he cautiously raised his hands above his head, inching forward, appearing to have completely relinquished his resistance. For a pirate, treasure could be more precious than life itself. Bowing his head, Henry Evan swiftly retrieved a dagger from his bosom. With a sudden, sinister grin, he closed the distance to Jin An, now just a step away. This distance, he was confident, would allow him to deliver a fatal blow. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for, his final chance. This dagger had been pilfered from the Rock's pirate crew's treasury during their disbandment, and it was said to be unbreakable, capable of cleaving through anything. Take this. If bullets and cannonballs could not slay this naval officer, then a sharp blade would suffice. With that thought, Henry Evan licked his trembling lips in excitement, lunging forward with a fierce thrust aimed at Jin An's neck. Yet in the next instant, he was struck with astonishment. The full force of his strike met with resistance akin to striking steel, halting just at the surface of Jin An's skin. "I offered you a chance. Yet you are so inept." That Jin An shook his head, having intentionally exposed such a glaring weakness to see if this man could inflict any harm upon him, only to be met with disappointment. The dagger trembled against Jin An's neck, unable to penetrate further. "Enough. I tire of this game." Jin An pivoted, gripping the blade's edge, and with a swift motion, he yanked it free. The next moment, the dagger danced effortlessly in Jin An's grasp, as light as a wooden toy. This is how a blade is wielded. In the horrified gaze of Henry Evan, the dagger sliced through the air with a gentle arc centered around Jin An. All the pirates within his sight were instantaneously severed from their heads and bodies. Blood gushed forth in torrents, their expressions frozen in the moments preceding death, while their severed heads rolled ominously to the ground. In but a brief moment, the crimson liquid transformed the earth into a macabre canvas. "Do not display that expression. I still prefer the defiant demeanor you possessed at the outset." Henry Evan gritted his teeth, his jaw audibly grinding, before suddenly bellowing, "You clearly had the strength to kill us from the very beginning. You gave us hope, only to cruelly shatter it." Jin An smiled faintly, plunging a blade into Henry Evan's skull. "In your next life, remember to be a good person. No, on second thought, for wicked beings like you, it would be better to be livestock in your next life." With Henry Evan's demise, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. "The wind today is quite boisterous. Do you hear? It seems there has been no sound from the coast for quite some time. Has the Major won? It must be so, for there are no cries of battle from the pirates." A crowd gathered, engaged in hushed discussions, while the Navy personnel remained tight-lipped, their minds sharply attuned to the slightest rustle in their surroundings. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes echoed closer. "Well, how's everyone?" A bare-chested figure revealed sun-kissed skin, his muscular physique accentuated by the sunlight. A chorus of gasps arose in the square as bashful ladies hastily covered their eyes with their hands. Yet some peered through the narrow gaps between their fingers. Major Jin An, Kazan stood at attention, saluting. "Please have some personnel clear the battlefield, gather the remains, and transport them back to the base for due rewards." Jin An casually draped the coat offered by Kazan over his shoulders. Although it was broad daylight, an unexpected chill enveloped him. Despite feeling perfectly fine just moments ago. Much better. He savored a sip of tea offered by a naval officer. "You all may resume your tasks. Do not mind me." He disliked being scrutinized, feeling as though he were a mere spectacle. Thus, he chose to close his eyes and feign slumber. After some time, Kazan approached, his sword in hand, shoes stained with a hint of red. "Major, the confirmation is complete. All pirates have been dispatched without a single survivor." Jin An opened his eyes, nodding slightly. He was well aware of the lives he had claimed. This band of pirates lacked any formidable abilities. They were merely petty thieves, easily dealt with. I shall include it in the report, Kazan noted, pulling out a manual to update the operation log. The Navy typically avoided directly killing ability users, opting instead to capture them alive and escort them to impel down for secure confinement, preventing the spread of devil fruits to other areas. This operation resulted in 0 casualties among the Navy and civilians. Kazan paused before continuing. All pirates have been decapitated, totaling 502. The bodies have all been incinerated. This is standard procedure for the Navy, as mass burial or indiscriminate disposal of bodies could lead to disease outbreaks, especially after rain, which could contaminate water sources. 22 women were detained in the ship's hold, all rescued, and now aboard the warship, awaiting contact with their families upon returning to the branch. Jin An nodded. You handle the arrangements, ensure their safety. Kazan hesitated. What if some of them have no family left? Jin An pondered for a moment. We shall inquire about their wishes. If necessary, we can arrange some modest employment for those in need in the Salt Kingdom. The conversation then shifted to matters of more agreeable nature. This operation had yielded a bountiful harvest. The pirate ship contained 5 million berries, 1,000 pieces of gold, and 10 boxes of gems and jade. Additionally, there were 650 firearms, 50 cannons, and 1,050 various melee weapons. Jin An nodded in satisfaction. The spoils were indeed commendable, offering some solace to his wounded heart inflicted by the system. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rewards being dispensed. Points increased by 2,000. Training time extended by 1 hour. Please continue your efforts, host, and strive to marry a wealthy beauty, ascending to the pinnacle of your life. Pinnacle my foot. Is this meager bounty worthy of such aspirations? Why not just grant me a devil fruit directly? What use are these trifles? He fumed. Should I slay a mere minion to be rewarded with a devil fruit? Will I then soar to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Oh, my fiery temper. Over the years, the system had become increasingly absurd. A friendly reminder. The shop offers an abundance of items. With points, you may choose any devil fruit you desire. Jin An glanced at the system shop. Animal fruit, 100,000 mochi fruit, 5 million dark fruit, 10 million. Jin An rolled his eyes. Seeking these fruits across the world was far quicker than exchanging points in the shop. Growing increasingly exasperated, he opted to block the system page entirely. Major Jin An, Captain Kazan, the team is fully prepared. Shall we set sail for home? Return to the base, Jin An replied, leading the way towards the warship. The soldiers neatly following in formation, advancing towards the harbor. Behind them trailed thousands of civilians, spontaneously bidding farewell to the Navy, genuinely grateful to reside in the waters overseen by Jin An. Had they lived elsewhere, their graves would likely be overgrown with grass by now. Aboard the returning vessel, Jin An silently recited, opening the training space. The scenery shifted, and he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. Please select training content. Jin An contemplated briefly, deciding to continue strengthening his physique. He believed that quantitative changes would eventually lead to qualitative transformations, and he refused to accept that he could not break through to 80 points. The mastery of hockey was temporarily beyond his grasp. Although he understood the training process, he lacked a mentor like Monkey D. Luffy to guide him continuously, unless he encountered someone well-versed in hockey. The training space could generate a doppelganger. That doppelganger would possess all his training insights and serve as a sparring partner. His techniques, such as shave and finger pistol, were learned in this manner. Regrettably, he was currently in the South Sea, where such experts were scarce, and even those with devil fruit abilities were few and far between. Without further ado, having resolved to enhance his physique, the training space automatically transformed, becoming a small island adorned with an array of exercise equipment, including a designated area resembling a fighting ring for simulated sparring sessions. Your physical aptitude is extraordinarily exceptional. The system will correspondingly increase the training intensity. All equipment will be upgraded to your current limits. Without this system, Jin An mused he would likely have peaked from the very beginning, in terms of physique, making further progress exceedingly challenging. Other skills could be improved over time. But having consumed the azure dragon fruit, ordinary training had become ineffective. Jin An wasted no time and fully immersed himself in training. In reality, 2 hours elapsed. After his training period concluded, Jin An stepped onto the deck. With the naval base in sight, Major Jin An, Admiral Sengoku seeks your presence. Kazan hurriedly approached Jin An, clutching a military telephone bug. Could you take the call for me? Just say I'm not here. Upon spotting the frog-eyed telephone bug, Jin An felt a headache approaching. Whenever this device rang, it rarely heralded good news. Perhaps due to their shared origins in the South Sea, that old man Sengoku had somehow taken notice of him. Although they had never met face to face, their interactions had been numerous. Yet, this was the third time. Kazan hesitantly remarked. Jin An waved his hand dismissively. So what if it's the third time? Just tell him I'm not here. But I already used that excuse the last time he called. Kazan protested. Jin An found it odd. If you've already said that, why is he calling again? Sengoku had previously only called twice, and each time he managed to evade the matter. Could there truly be an urgent issue at hand? Previously, it was inadvertently let slip that he insisted you must answer the third call. Kazan, aware of his misdeed, spoke in ever-diminishing tones. It's all right. Just hand me the phone bug. Jin An, knowing he could not evade the situation, took the phone bug from Kazan and strode towards the ship's cabin. Finally found the time to attend to me, Major Jin An. The anticipated eruption of rage did not occur. The phone bug accurately conveyed Sengoku's sardonic expression, but I thought that after your promotion to major, you'd look down on someone like me, a mere vice admiral. Should I simply hand over my position for you to occupy? Jin An rolled his eyes, recognizing the familiar tone of an old cynic. Do you truly regard me with any significance? Do you even respect the Navy's regulations? Sengoku's frustration escalated, his voice growing increasingly heated. Nearly spitting over Jin An's face through the phone bug, Jin An subtly distanced the bug from him. From the Navy headquarters, Sengoku witnessed Jin An's disdainful expression through the phone bug, clenching his fists in exasperation. Unbeknownst to Jin An, Kazan and several colleagues were eavesdropping at the door, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. The major has once again been caught slacking off. You rascal, Sengoku sighed in resignation. Just wait until you come to Marineford for your appointment. You shall see. Jin An absent-mindedly scratched his ear. Having heard this same phrase no less than thrice, his ears practically calloused. You ought to fulfill your promises and promote me swiftly. It's just empty talk every day. The same rank in the headquarters, and the branch differs by half a level or more in authority and status. Inside the room, the conversation between the two finally reached its crux. The previous overseer of South Sea affairs, Leonard, had reached retirement age. That we've decided to select someone to temporarily fill his position. You may recommend a few candidates to me. Jin An, who had been sitting upright, sank back into the soft embrace of the sofa, taking a sip from the glass of water on the table. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Jin An briefly thought he was about to be promoted. After all, he was still just a worker. Given the gravity of the matter, it certainly required careful consideration. Sengoku's lips quivered as he endeavored to calm his agitation. This fellow was one who would not act until he saw results. I propose that I take on this troublesome task, Jin An boldly volunteered, showing no hesitation whatsoever. You little rascal, are you even listening to me? We need to conduct an investigation. Do you understand? Sengoku, unable to contain his fury any longer, erupted in a tirade, seizing the phone bug and unleashing a torrent of complaints. The nearby sheep, munching on paper, jumped in surprise, hastily swallowing the bits in their mouths. This is merely a notification. A list will soon be delivered to you. Ensure you conduct a thorough investigation. The phone bug, which had been spewing words moments ago, suddenly went silent as Sengoku, unable to endure Jin An any longer, abruptly ended the call. That he vowed that in future dealings with this young man, he would strive to resolve matters with a single sentence. Otherwise, he feared he might meet an untimely demise. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, once again getting the better of you at the hands of Jin An, A boisterous laughter echoed from outside the office. Without waiting for a response, the newcomer strode in, snatching a sunbae from the table and devouring it heartily. Sengoku donned a mask of agony. The younger ones had finished their antics, and now the elder was creating trouble. Get out. I haven't even had a single bite yet. At times, he truly wished he could take up arms against someone. While the two continued their bickering, the station Navy personnel dared not utter a word. Fearing they would burst out laughing. As Karp was leaving, his peripheral vision caught sight of a file resting on the desk. Name, Jin An, gender, male, age, 22, fruit ability, suspected fish fruit. Mythical Zoan, azure dragon form experience, suddenly appeared in the Sorbet Kingdom 4 years ago alongside Bartholomew Kuma and joined the Navy 6 months later. To think that the call was abruptly cut off. Quite amusing indeed. Jin An wiped the saliva from his face. He had always been a paragon of filial piety. Observing Sengoku's stern demeanor through the phone bug, he intended to lighten the mood, but after only a few exchanges, the call ended. Being a good person is truly challenging. Outside, Several individuals exchanged puzzled glances, wondering when the Major had ever acted as a benefactor. Truly, Major Jin An is remarkable. He does good deeds even when we are unaware. Indeed, next time there's a commendation for the 10 best citizens, I will definitely bring my wife and cast a vote for Major Jin An. Kazan discreetly distanced himself from the group. During their chatter, a chill crept down his spine. Though he was unclear on what Jin An meant by good deeds, he had come to understand, through their time together, that this good deed was anything but that. I'm full. Jin An exhaled deeply, patting his now stuffed belly. With his other hand, he fanned himself with a stack of documents that a day prior, Jin An had received materials from the Navy headquarters, detailing certain prominent officers within the South Sea Navy. Initially, he had thought that Sengoku was treating him well by allowing him to investigate competitors. However, upon receiving the documents, he discovered that his name was conspicuously absent for someone as dashing, charming, and affluent as himself. It was utterly preposterous not to be listed. Only 3 individuals were highlighted, all of whom were colonels, marking them as primary subjects of the investigation. This is intolerable. Thus, under Kazan's resentful gaze, he delegated all base matters to him. Jin An then took a personal day, aided by Kuma, who was with Jinny, to travel to this island. This island served as the base for one of the colonels, and it appeared to be well managed. Almost rivaling the Sorbet Kingdom. Jin An, resting his chin in thought, was suddenly roused by the chatter around him. Have you heard? Someone has mysteriously vanished from the village to the east. After stating this, the speaker glanced around, ensuring no one paid attention, and resumed chatting with his friend. That incident. Someone mentioned it earlier. The restaurant owner emerged from the kitchen, placing a finger to his lips, signaling them to cease discussing that topic. Are you not aware that misfortune often arises from careless words? Such matters are not suitable for casual conversation. The crowd, puzzled, remarked, but you seemed quite pleased discussing it earlier. Why the sudden change? The owner donned a mysterious expression. I heard something from the wife of my uncle's brother's son. At this point, the patrons lost interest. Whenever the owner spoke in that tone, it typically meant he was about to embellish a tale. Hey, what do you mean by that? This time, what I heard is genuinely significant, the owner insisted, growing agitated. Seeing him so earnest piqued their curiosity. All right then, go on. The Navy headquarters is sending someone to inspect the South Sea. The owner revealed, Colonel Charlie is currently spending money to curry favor, hoping to successfully navigate this inspection. Tch. A chorus of disapproval arose in the restaurant. Inspections occurred every year, yet the owner spoke of it as if it were a great secret. If you keep this up, we won't be dining here again. A familiar customer jested. The owner, taken aback, initially intended to use the Navy's affairs to divert attention from sensitive topics, but now he felt challenged. With a fierce glare, he retorted, Hold on, I haven't finished my story yet. According to the information I have received, the individuals who have gone missing are suspected to have been taken eastward. Jin An squinted, finding this matter intriguing. Was it a case of serial abduction? He then retrieved the money for his meal from his pocket, placed it under the bowl, and leisurely departed from the restaurant. From what he had gathered today, the entire naval force on the island was colluding, their primary objective being to navigate this inspection safely and present a report that would satisfy their superiors. They were keen to avoid any negative remarks. Having been controlling public opinion over the past few days, the owner he had just encountered was a prime example. These individuals understood that any misstep could result in losing their positions at best. Or worse, their heads. Most would face dire consequences, ending up in prison. What the naval personnel on the island were unaware of was that he was covertly involved in this inspection. He also wondered if there were any honorable Navy officers left on the island. In this unfamiliar territory, he felt lost and could only proceed by trial and error. What lay to the east of the island? Jin An rubbed his forehead, deciding to investigate that area first, upon reaching the eastern part of the island. Jin An circled around twice but found nothing amiss. This area appeared to be a slum, where the residents wore patched clothing, exuding a lack of vitality, their gazes vacant. Was it well concealed, or was the intelligence he received erroneous? Moreover, the atmosphere was peculiar. Although there were many pedestrians on the street, a sense of dissonance lingered. The expressions of the people he passed revealed a numbing detachment, as if they had endured some form of trauma. Who are you? I've been following you. A young naval officer stepped in front of Jin An, brandishing a knife, his eyes filled with hostility. The standoff between them did not go unnoticed by the passers-by. Upon recognizing the young man's uniform, They quickly averted their gazes, resuming their activities, fully aware that those dressed in such attire would bring them misfortune. The young naval officer sensed the weight of their stares. His body trembling slightly as he lowered his head, reluctant to meet their eyes. He steadied his breathing, striving to calm himself. "Answer me quickly." Jin An disregarded the young officer's words, taking a step forward and gently patting the boy's shoulder. "Are you the one responsible for this area?" He found the young man's character appealing, resolute yet innocent, exuding a hint of foolishness. Charging ahead without knowing the strength of his opponent was akin to an unworldly student. Filled with curiosity, whose fervor had yet to be extinguished. "It's my turn to ask you." The young officer, failing to comprehend the other's movements, felt a surge of fear rising within him. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, twisting his neck to keep his gaze fixed on the man behind him. Meeting the boy's earnest eyes, Jin An replied, "I am merely a merchant passing through, here to conduct market research." Indeed, Jin An was a merchant, traversing the island for this very purpose, his words ringing true. The young officer regarded the hand resting on his shoulder with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you joking with me?" Ahem. Jin An cleared his throat. "You know, in this world rife with pirates, one must possess a skill to survive." The boy pondered for a moment, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization. Oh, that was it. Witnessing how easily the boy was deceived, Jin An couldn't help but question if the child was lacking some common sense. "All right, put your knife away." The young naval officer silently sheathed his blade. Even wielding a weapon before someone with greater power was futile. Jin An wished to catch a glimpse of the boy's face, but the military cap obscured his view. "What is your name?" "Huashishin," the boy replied. Jin An pondered. Could this be the future Huashishin admiral? To think he was also present in the South China Sea. It seemed the region was indeed rich in talent, with warring states. Kazan, and now Huashishin making an appearance. Huashishin gazed at Jin An with confusion, wondering what thoughts occupied the mind of this adult, a world so difficult to comprehend. However, the subsequent question posed by Jin An caused his face to pale. "Where have all the children from this place gone?" Upon hearing Jin An's inquiry, Huashishin's entire body stiffened. It appeared he recalled something distressing as he yanked off his hat, gripping it tightly in his hand. Witnessing the vacant expressions of those around him, the shame on his face ignited into a blaze of fury. "You're just a passerby. Don't get involved in this," he rasped, unwilling for anyone to wade into these murky waters. Jin An pointed eastward. "I suspect all the answers lie in that direction." He had been observing the expressions of those around him and noticed many of their eyes subtly darting toward the east. "How do you know?" Realizing he had misspoken, Huashishin hastily ceased his words. Yet, this admission confirmed Jin An's suspicions. "Are you now willing to disclose what has transpired on this island?" Jin An inquired. A flicker of hesitation crossed Huashishin's gaze. The situation on the island implicated far too many individuals, and this man's involvement would change little. Instead, it could place this kind-hearted individual in peril. "Are you not a man? Stop hesitating. I'm not afraid." "So what are you imagining here?" Jin An sighed, finding Huashishin's youthful indecision rather tiresome, yet he appreciated the boy's innate goodness. Huashishin genuinely viewed him as a merchant, fearing he might attract dangerous individuals. The issue was that he was not merely a simple trader. Were it not for the need to covertly investigate and gather evidence, he would have long since drawn his blade and charged eastward. "All right. Then I shall tell you all that I know." Since the involved party had spoken, continuing to hesitate would only make him appear fearful. He donned his hat once more, using it to shield his face. "Follow me. It's right in this area. The problem here is quite straightforward. Collusion between officials and merchants, alongside the alliance of officials, navy, and thieves, pirates. This island has been entirely eroded by powerful forces, leaving ordinary people to their fates, with no opportunity for resistance. Different factions impose varied demands on the common folk. Some seek power and performance, others desire wealth, while some desire it all. The navy, under the guise of pirates, pillages the surrounding areas for profit. Subsequently, they dispatch a contingent of naval officers, proclaiming a campaign against pirates, claiming credit for the good deeds, and securing their futures. Pirates, sheltered by the navy, abduct children, selling them at high prices for profit. Merchants seize homes, engage in arms trading, and inflate prices, amassing vast fortunes. The east lies the pirate's lair. "Help, help me." A heart-wrenching cry from a young girl echoed from a distance. The eyes of those nearby flickered momentarily. And then, as if recalling something, they all covered their ears in hatred, unwilling to hear the screams any longer. Even though Huashishin had witnessed this scene countless times, it still pained him deeply. He could not blame these people for feigning ignorance. They had all endured similar tragedies, their families having been taken from them. Stay here. I'll be back shortly. Huashishin drew his knife and informed Jin An beside him, then sprinted off in the direction of the girl's cries. Jin An, of course, would not heed Huashishin's instructions. With a leap, he vanished from sight. The wooden door of the girl's dwelling burst open. A band of pirates surrounded the lowly abode, emitting vile, lascivious laughter. Boss, hurry up and finish. The brothers want to taste too. Hee hee. Yeah, boss, this girl we found is quite a catch. I can hardly contain myself. The leader chided. Stop rushing, you lot. Why is no one eager to handle the real business? You all go outside. Let me finish first, then you can come in. With a sudden motion, he expelled a group of individuals, slamming the door shut without regard for the girl's cries resonating within the room. A resounding slap struck her face, sending the girl crashing onto the bed, momentarily dazed, lying there in a stupor, forgetting to weep, with tears merely trickling from the corners of her eyes. How audacious, the man spat disdainfully, ignoring her reaction as he prepared to remove his clothing. Knock, 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 a steady knocking echoed. What nonsense! I haven't even removed my pants yet, the man cursed, assuming his subordinates were attempting to burst in, continuing to disregard the interruption as he sought to pursue his own intentions. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here to check the water meter. A strange voice reached his ears. If you don't open the door, I shall enter uninvited. Jin An took advantage of the moment to push open the tightly shut wooden door. His eyes immediately met with a nauseating shade of red. The room was devoid of light. The sun had yet to set, yet a dimness enveloped the space. On the bed lay a young girl, while a bare-chested man gazed at the doorway in astonishment. Beside the bed lay a bloodied man, his body twitching incessantly. Without immediate aid, he would surely perish. Have you harmed someone? The elegant smile that once adorned his face transformed into a chilling, icy demeanor. He had rushed over at his utmost speed, only to find he was still a moment too late. What are these pirates doing sprawled on the ground? The flames of the raging inferno had finally reached the small abode, and the first sight that greeted him was the fallen pirates outside. As he pondered this, Jin An's voice echoed from within. Find a doctor with utmost urgency, and do not delay. Jin An disregarded the pirate captain, prioritizing the need to staunch the girl's father's bleeding. The wound was not deep, and the blood loss was manageable. He could be saved. The flames rushed into the room, witnessing the chaos that lay within. Understanding why he was summoned to fetch a physician, understood. I will go at once. He recognized in Jin An the presence of his superior. No, this aura far surpassed that of his superior, compelling him to comply with the command. After completing the first aid, Jin An removed his coat and draped it over the girl, gently arranging her disheveled hair. Fear not, for I am here, sir. I cannot fathom what I have done to incur your wrath. I shall amend my ways. The pirate captain prostrated himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. The brothers outside had fallen silent, sending a cold sweat down his spine, as he feared he had unknowingly provoked this formidable man. There is no need for apologies. Let me end your life. Jin An cast a disdainful glance in his direction. The pirate captain looked perplexed, uncertain of his meaning. Jin An produced a transponder snail, inquiring, Did you come from the east? The man nodded. Indeed, we are all subordinates of Lord Belia, tasked with procuring some supplies. It seems the world is indeed filled with crows of a feather, pirates, who produce nothing. Indulge in pleasure, espousing freedom and camaraderie. They feast in merriment when joyful and celebrate in sorrow. Most only witness the pirates' revelry, their freedom, drifting upon the seas, living lives of excess, oblivious to the countless lives they have devastated, the families they have shattered. This is the tragedy of an era, and the sorrow of those who inhabit this world. Let all of this be recorded as evidence, Jin An declared, as he crushed the pirate's skull with a swift kick. You executioner, murderer, you shall face retribution. Do not kill me. Who can save me? The chaotic clamor echoed in Jin An's ears. Huashishin, bewildered, trailed behind Jin, and he had never encountered such exhilarating events. He was following a man unarmed. Yet they had brazenly infiltrated the lair of pirates. How obnoxious, Jin An muttered, his indifferent tone sealing the fate of the pirates. With a creak, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing a man wielding a spiked club. You have successfully provoked my ire. Captain Belia of the Crocodile Pirates fixed his steely gaze upon Jin and I am Captain Belia, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Belia's voice dropped an octave. Bending slightly, his head elongating, his eyes glowing with a cold light transforming into golden slits. His body suddenly surged, doubling in size. The scales spread across him as his arms morphed into clawed appendages. He transformed into a crocodile, bearing sharp fangs. A fruit user. No wonder he can ally with the Navy. Ha 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 ha! Maniacal laughter erupted from Belia. You have drawn my wrath. Your luck has run out. For I am a crocodile man who has consumed the crocodile fruit. As his claws scraped against the cement floor, a piercing sound resonated, carving a neat gash into the ground. Though my subordinates may be lost, you have truly angered me. He extended a claw toward Jin An, roaring, I shall rend you to pieces and serve your flesh to those wretched commoners. Step back a moment. Jin An grasped Hiwashishin by the collar and tossed him backwards. Do not rush. Neither of you shall escape. Swish. Belia's tail lashed out, propelling his massive form forward, the floor buckling under the immense force, fracturing with each step. His enormous jaws were mere moments away from Jin An. This speed was beyond the reaction time of an ordinary person. Should he be bitten, he would likely lose a significant portion of his body. Bang! Just as excitement threatened to spill from Beliar's eyes, he felt a tremendous force crash against his scaly body. His form was hurled away as if struck by a ship, with no sign of halting. Jin An delivered a punch that sent Morris soaring into the air, then took a single step forward, his figure rapidly closing the distance. Bang! Bang! Jin An unleashed a relentless assault with his unadorned fists, each blow landing upon the scales that should have been impervious to bullets. They had long since begun to peel away under the pressure. Is this all you can muster? Observing Belia's increasingly feeble breaths, Jin An's eyes displayed no sorrow, only a chilling smile. Wasn't he quite arrogant moments ago? Keep shouting. I shall send you to meet your grandmother. Each word punctuated by a punch, his once formidable physique crumbling like mud. Belia squirmed, desperately struggling. Yet no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not shift Jin An's form. His strength felt like striking against cotton, utterly ineffective. He was on the brink of collapse, his once unstoppable abilities rendered useless before this man. Can you imagine? He had been comfortably drinking and feasting in his room, only to have the door kicked in unexpectedly. Is there no justice, no law? Yet most crucially, he was outmatched. Why? Why had it come to this? He glanced at Jin An, only to find an expressionless visage, as if he were merely a speck of dust, unable to shake the mountain. The pirates. Their captain appeared like a wooden figure, motionless, allowing the executioner to rain down blows without resistance. Tap, tap, tap. Protect the captain. The pirates, previously ignored by Jin An, raised their weapons and began to fire. Futile. Bang, bang, bang. Hiwashishin drew his blade, executing a swift maneuver to shield Jin An, preventing the pirates from interfering. Your adversary is me. As long as I stand here, none shall pass. Hiwashishin had long sought retribution against these wretched pirates. This moment brought him immense satisfaction. Even if he were to perish here, it would be a worthy demise. As Hiwashishin reveled in his determination, a hand shoved him aside. Stand back, kid. Jin An, clutching the mangled remnants of Belia, stepped forward to confront Hiwashishin. Is this where it all concludes? The flames engulfing the mountain left Hiwashishin utterly bewildered. After all, he was facing a wielder of a devil fruit, a figure of immense stature that many could only dream of reaching, from start to finish. Not a single minute passed without a sense of awe. Moreover, the impassioned rhetoric remained unspoken, abruptly stifled, leaving a lingering discomfort. Internally, Hiwashishin felt a twinge of collapse. Yet admiration overwhelmed him. He longed for the day he could attain such heights. Very well, I shall reiterate this one final time. This is your last ultimatum. All pirates, you are surrounded. He commanded, lay down your weapons, cease your resistance. Should you defy this decree, you shall meet the same fate as this individual. As he spoke, Jin An discarded the captured person before the crowd like refuse. These foolish beings were easily manipulated. All it took was to dismantle their prideful assets and utter a few dignified words. For the sake of their own lives, they would undoubtedly surrender. They anticipated. The once chaotic pirates, upon hearing Jin An's proclamations, discarded their weapons, clutching their heads in submission. Observing their compliance, Jin An chose to shift his focus. He had spared one life. The power users were indeed troublesome. This trouble referred to the delicate balance of not inflicting excessive harm that might lead to the death of a power user. The ramifications of a deceased versus a living power user were starkly different when it came to claiming bounties. Jin An surveyed his bloodied hands with distaste, regretting not having opted for a different approach. Huashishin, are there any Navy personnel here whom you recognize? Jin An expressed skepticism towards the Navy's integrity in this locale. Yet, gazing upon the throng of pirates, he conceded to compromise. Surely there could not be more than a handful of reliable Navy officers on this island. There are, Huashishin affirmed, nodding. A faction within the Navy remained discontented with these pirates, Jin An replied. Summon those you trust to assist in tidying up this mess. The local Navy outranked him. Thus he would defer to the headquarters for resolution. Retrieving a military din-din mushi from his uniform, he dialed the number directly. Hello, Jin An. What now? A deep male voice resonated from the other end, clearly in a foul mood. Garp, you've come to take my sunbae again. With all your sunbae, is it too much to spare me a little? This stuff has a short shelf life. I'm merely looking out for you. The muffled sounds of chewing accompanied his half-hearted excuses. Get lost. Is that just a little? You've already rummaged through my entire stash. Jin An realized that the timing of his call was poorly chosen as he glanced at the gathered individuals. Huashishin's mouth twitched. He recognized the identity of the man on the line. Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp. Had they stumbled upon something they ought not to know, the pirates mirrored his apprehension. Their eyes darting, bodies shrinking back in trepidation, fearful of provoking the esteemed figures and incurring dire consequences. Cough. Jin An cleared his throat, signaling that the conversation had yet to end. What do you want? A momentary silence lingered before Sengoku's authoritative voice resumed. I have nearly completed the tasks you assigned. What tasks? Sengoku inquired, perplexed. Admiral Sengoku, are you jesting? Have you forgotten the arrangements made yesterday? Jin An replied, irritation creeping into his tone. He began to doubt whether he had been played for a fool despite his earnest efforts. You were just trying to amuse me, aren't you? You think I'm unaware that it takes a full day by warship to reach the nearest person from the Sorbet Kingdom? Sengoku sighed, reflecting on the stark differences between the current youth and his own era, where every step was methodical, devoid of shortcuts. Inform him that I haven't resolved anything. Jin An felt exasperated. Trust between individuals seemed to have eroded. Under his glance, the reluctant pirates addressed the din-din mushi with exasperation. We are pirates who have been captured. Huashishin buried his face in his hands. They had failed to mention a single pivotal detail. You dare to bring a bunch of pirates to deceive me. Sengoku's tone turned harsh. Get out. Get out. Get out. Jin An found his patience waning as he regarded the increasingly insufferable pirates. I arrived at the island belonging to the colonel I needed to investigate, only to discover collusion between the Navy and pirates, oppressing the civilians that I asked for. How I got here. You ought to be well aware Jin An had never concealed his association with Kuma. Those in the Navy headquarters could easily verify it. Sengoku smacked his forehead, having become so engrossed in banter with Garp that he had overlooked critical matters. Coffee cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Wait, this kid is beside the pirates? Then that noise from earlier with Garp. My esteemed reputation, tarnished by these two fools regardless. Send someone to handle this situation, Jin An continued. Based on the evidence I possess, the highest authority on this island is undoubtedly the mastermind. As for the other islands, you may send personnel to investigate. Jin An felt fatigued. Wherever he went, death followed. Was it his fault or the world's? He wished he could transform into a Qinglong, resolving issues with a mere breath. Yet, he was a Navy officer, bound to uphold his duty to the civilians. Even if only a single civilian existed in a pirate lair, he would endeavor to locate them. Very well, I shall dispatch someone shortly. Sengoku rubbed his temples, perplexed by the Navy's divergence from justice. Since the formation of the Rocks Pirates, chaos had ensued, leaving the upper echelons of the Navy feeling powerless. Was the command they issued genuinely heeded by the ranks below? In light of this, young Jin An was performing admirably in these matters. His evaluation indicated he was a diligent worker. The sole reason for not entrusting him with greater responsibilities was the unresolved suspicion surrounding his potential origins from God Valley. No direct evidence confirmed Jin An's identity. He was absent from indigenous records and slave lists. Higher authorities wished to prevent such instability from infiltrating the Navy and disrupting the world's balance. Admiral Sengoku, I wish to take a leave of absence during this period, Jin An stated. Sengoku's brow twitched. The familiar sensation was returning. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of invective. If possible, He would truly like to assign Jin An to his side, that it would be thrilling to scold him when in a good mood and berate him face to face when displeased. Sengoku's tone darkened. His expression solemn. The South Blue is currently in dire need of personnel. You cannot leave. Moreover, this situation remains unresolved. As the direct responsible party, you must bear the burden. Jin An raised an eyebrow. Had he not just convinced Sengoku to send reinforcements? Why was he now being thrust to the forefront? He had opted to approach the pirates first precisely because they were easier to manage, and there was bound to be direct evidence proving the Navy's misdeeds here. Investigating the Navy directly would undoubtedly lead to various accidents. Everything you say is understood, Admiral Sengoku. However, this mere major cannot contribute much. In fact, I might hinder those of higher status. I believe it would be best for me to withdraw. Jin An articulated the truth. If he were made responsible for this matter, he would not concern himself with the identities of those who had committed wrongdoings. Regardless of nobility, navy, or commoners, anyone who commits a wrongdoing shall face punishment. Sengoku pondered for a moment, meticulously reflecting on Jin An's words. Given Jin An's character, he was indeed ill-suited for such matters. He recalled their first conversation, which took place after the young lad single-handedly dispatched a pirate crew of 1,000 men. In recognition of his extraordinary talent, he had been assigned by Admiral Kong to establish contact with Jin An. He remembered distinctly what that young man had said. Since I arrived in this world, I have never acted against my beliefs or done anything that would make me regret it, and I shall continue to do so. Just as Sengoku was lost in reminiscence, an incongruous voice emanated from the Den Mushi. Of course, if you were to offer me a promotion to colonel, I might just consider your request. Jin An sought to negotiate further. He was determined to ascend to the highest ranks, for only then would he be free from the constraints of authority. The rank of colonel was a hurdle he had been stuck at for a year, still lingering at the position of major. His pleasant memories were ruthlessly shattered. Get lost. All right then. Jin An decisively severed the connection with the Den Mushi. Stowing it away in his pocket, a slight smile gracing his lips, his prospects for promotion were looking promising. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone, his anger rapidly dissipating. Kapu, take a trip to the South Blue. Bring the appointment letter with you. The naval base was in disarray. Honestly, I told them to keep a low profile recently. Even at this time, they continue to create disturbances. Kuruno sat comfortably in a plush leather chair, a cigar clutched between his fingers, gazing out the window as he surveyed his territory. My sincerest apologies, Colonel Kuruno. A naval soldier saluted before his desk. We are currently investigating those spreading rumors. Controlling public opinion was a common tactic. As long as everyone proclaimed that the island was peaceful and tranquil, those sent to patrol would not delve deeper. When those individuals departed, a little monetary incentive would suffice to ensure mutual benefit, leaving no one offended. In the end, only the common folks suffered in this world. But do you not sense a slight shift in the townsfolk's attitude lately? He reclined with his legs crossed, casually glancing at the naval officer before him. Indeed, the naval officer's forehead glistened with sweat. There had indeed been an uptick in communications among the townspeople recently, as they sought ways to gather funds. No. That is not the primary reason. Kuruno gently shook his head. It is simply that they do not respect me enough. The naval officer stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his brow, too afraid to breathe or move. You truly have a knack for causing me trouble, Kuruno remarked, shaking his head in discontent. Speaking of which, has a rat ventured into my territory? The port has been under tight surveillance, and yet someone managed to slip through. You have dealt with that individual, correct? The naval officer looked astonished. That wouldn't be appropriate, Colonel. That individual may not deserve death. You cannot do it. Surely you are not new here. Kuruno rose, declaring, let me make this clear. I am the one in charge here. Therefore, who gave you the audacity to speak back to me? If I command you to kill, then do it. Spare me your meaningless chatter. He drew a large knife from the table, swinging it down to fell the naval officer to the ground. Someone, take him away. I cannot bear to look at him. Kuruno wiped the blood from the blade with a handkerchief, carelessly tossing the stained paper to the floor. Power is the most exquisite thing in this world. Intoxicating to the point of obsession, allowing one to act with impunity. I apologize for the interruption. Observing the man before him in such a state of rapture, Jin An felt a pang of reluctance to disturb him. After all, this could very well be the last time this individual exercised his tyranny. You comprehend the implications of disturbing me. Kuruno lifted his knife. After a moment of contemplation, Jin An replied, it implies that I have indeed interrupted you? Has no one ever informed you that you possess a remarkable talent for provoking anger? His face twitched with agitation, muscles contracting as the flames of fury within him sought to obliterate everything in their path. I strongly advise you not to make a move. Jin An remained unfazed, even amused. This man, when enraged, resembled a gorilla yet remained surprisingly composed. Were it anyone else, they would have been leaping about, vowing vengeance. I am a naval colonel. I shall not act impulsively, regardless of the situation, Kuruno declared with a hint of pride. Then let us discuss the matters between you and the pirates. Jin An found himself intrigued by this unusually communicative criminal. Me? A pirate? Kuruno was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I refer to you and the pirates to the east of this island. Jin An nodded affirmatively. A mutually beneficial relationship, Kuruno stated candidly. He remained unperturbed, having already recognized Jin An as the rat he had observed earlier. This was his territory. No one could leave without his command. I believe you might be overestimating your confidence. Jin An twirled a key in his hand. I presume this is the key to your safe. I am quite curious to see what you have stored within. The Navy, tasked with upholding peace, had seen him rise to the rank of colonel. Surely, it contained the medals he had earned over the years. Jin An chuckled heartily as he approached the safe with the key in hand. Kuruno's brow furrowed. Although he was confident in controlling those within the room, he would prefer to keep the contents of the safe hidden. My dear friend, please do not rush. Allow me to show you something fascinating. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the gun in his hand had already discharged. Yes, he looked down at the fallen Jin An. A disdainful smile crept across his lips. Someone like you attempting to be a spy. How curious. Oddly, it had been a while since anyone had come to remove the body. These individuals were growing increasingly audacious. He flung open the office door and stepped outside. Strangely, the corridor remained eerily silent, as if he were the only person left in the entire building. Wow, what wealth! Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the office. The sound of drawers being overturned. Kuruno hurried back and stood frozen in shock upon seeing the figure inside. How are you still alive? Jin An produced a deformed bullet, commenting, Oh, this item is of such poor quality that I felt nothing when it struck me. He wiped it clean and casually tossed it aside. You ought to be cautious. I may have misjudged my strength. Whoosh! An unusual sound echoed as the bullet whizzed past Kuruno's ear. He brushed his finger lightly across his cheek. The blood on his fingertips starkly vivid. It was evident that he was no match for the young man before him. Should the other wish to kill him, a mere finger would suffice. Panic set in as he exclaimed, Who on earth are you? Is someone of your caliber merely here to mock me? Jin An chuckled. You truly overestimate yourself. It is rare to encounter someone so self-absorbed. You should bring much laughter to your fellow inmates when you arrive in prison. Kuruno's face turned pale with rage, taking a deep breath as he gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them. When had he ever been toyed with in such a manner? The man before him regarded him with utter disdain. All of my possessions were acquired legally to prepare for inspections. He had long since legalized the majority of his assets. In that regard, he had nothing to fear. I merely complimented your wealth. I never claimed your riches were ill-gotten. Why are you so flustered? Moreover, I have already obtained evidence of your crimes. Kuruno looked perplexed. Then why have you come here? If you possess something that can incriminate me, why not simply report it? Because I require your base to await someone. Once that individual arrives on this island, their first stop will be here, and it will be much more convenient to wait here. Since you have nothing else to do, why not wait with me? In due course, I shall ensure you a proper send-off. Those within the Navy who steadfastly uphold justice are truly deserving of admiration. However, individuals like Kuruno are not uncommon. Desire can lead one to forsake many things, ultimately blinding them. Thud, thud. The sound of synchronized and rhythmic footsteps resonated through the streets. Ha ha ha. A voice, dripping with irreverence, echoed along the thoroughfare. Vice Admiral Karp, do slow down. This mission is rather straightforward. There is no need to rush. Complaints arose from the subordinates left trailing behind. They were bewildered by their vice admiral's sudden change in demeanor. For he had always been languid and leisurely. Who would have anticipated that today he would take the lead with such fervor? You wouldn't understand. It's a rare occasion to encounter a kindred spirit. Karp was brimming with excitement at the thought of Jin An. The young man truly resonated with him. He envisioned a future partnership with that lad, perhaps even joining Sengoku for a meal. Relishing the sight of Sengoku's vexation, they still lingered at that very branch. Jin An had already claimed the office as his own, while the colonel was relegated to another room, embodying the essence of a vulture occupying a nest. Reclining like a sloth in a leather chair, he had his eyes half closed. Major Jin An, all pirates have been apprehended, reported Huashaoshan respectfully. Upon realizing Jin An's identity, he had been elated. This individual was revered throughout the South Sea Navy. Without exception, many had heard of Jin An's exploits, which had steadfastly inspired them to join the Navy with unwavering resolve. Alas, contrary to expectations, individuals like Jin An were a rarity within the Navy. The majority were preoccupied with their own interests, utterly indifferent to the lives of others. However, the other criminals were rather uncooperative. Huashaoshan felt a surge of anger. Despite their crimes, those individuals continued to act haughty. Completely disregarding the Navy, that you're referring to those nobles, aren't you? Jin An surmised with a mere thought, aware of the uncooperative parties. The nobility in this world were notoriously unbridled, and no need to concern ourselves with them. Simply detain them, release them only after they have repaid their debts, that I will take responsibility if any issues arise. The only way to deal with such individuals is to be even more ruthless. Once they learn to fear, they will comply. It seemed the personnel dispatched from headquarters had already arrived. Suddenly, Jin An sensed something, and a smile broke across his stern visage as he approached the office door. Major Jin An, Huashaoshan's expression shifted slightly. Let us go out to greet our guests. Outside, Carp raised an eyebrow. This young lad possessed quite the perceptive ability. As Sengoku had mentioned, he truly was a promising talent. To Jin An's surprise, it was none other than Vice Admiral Carp himself who had come in person. It was indeed an honor. Jin An was somewhat astonished, having expected that the headquarters would send at most a rear admiral. Never did he anticipate the arrival of such a prominent figure. Since his victory over Rocks alongside Roger at God Valley 4 years prior, Carp had gained immense fame, revered by countless Navy personnel, and dubbed the hero of the Navy. Jin An had not expected that his first encounter with this illustrious individual would unfold in such a manner. Carp extended his hand to shake Jin An's. I have heard much from Sengoku about you. He mentioned that another promising newcomer had emerged in the South Sea. Now that we meet, Sengoku's words ring true. Jin An remained unfazed by the flattery. The admirals are too kind. I still have much to learn. Having climbed from the grassroots to his current position, he had encountered numerous similar situations, and now he navigated them with ease. I've heard you have several friends with commendable abilities. When will you invite them to join the Navy? Carp genuinely wished to bolster the strength of the Navy. Although he harbored disdain for certain individuals within the Navy, he still aspired to inject fresh blood into its ranks. Jin An's eyes glimmered as he realized Carp was referring to Kuma and the others. That depends on their wishes. Furthermore, they are not yet of age. Once they come of age, we can consider such matters. To him, Kuma and the others were his friends, and each individual possessed the right to choose their own path in life, free from interference. I see. Then we shall discuss it in the future. Carp dismissed the matter with a hearty laugh. Jin An nodded and continued. Vice Admiral Carp, you must have other matters to attend to during your visit. How forgetful of me. Carp's expression shifted abruptly as he grew serious. By the commission of Admiral Sengoku from headquarters, Major Jin An is hereby commanded. Jin An stood at attention and saluted. Present. Following discussions at headquarters, Jin An was promoted to the rank of colonel and appointed to oversee South Sea affairs. This appointment completely took Jin An by surprise. He had anticipated that given Sengoku's nature, he would at most receive a modest promotion, but he was unexpectedly granted an even greater honor. Congratulations, lad, Carp encouraged, patting Jin An on the shoulder. You must work diligently and do good for the people of the South Sea. No problem. I guarantee the South Sea will become the finest domain. Jin An replied confidently. Not only did he aspire to make the South Sea a hospitable place, but he also aimed to ensure that pirates would never dare to set foot in these waters. With this appointment, he could finally establish schools throughout the South Sea, providing young children with meaningful endeavors, lest they only dream of venturing out to sea. He intended to instill in them a fear of being dominated by learnings. Having endured the rain himself, he chose to dismantle the roof. Suddenly, Carp leaned in closer to Jin An and whispered, Lad, when you reach Marine Ford, I'll take you to seek vengeance against Sengoku. Jin An was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't realized he had been perceived in such a manner by Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, perhaps we should refrain from discussing such matters. Admiral Sengoku has his own difficulties. Carp appeared somewhat skeptical last time. I distinctly saw Sengoku on the phone with you, and suddenly he turned red in the face. You can't possibly tell me that was you're doing. Jin An retorted defiantly. I was merely presenting my case. Engaging in a spirited exchange of ideas with Admiral Sengoku, A moment of excitement is perfectly normal, but that's so. Carp still seemed doubtful that I also mentioned that we should go out for some sunbae together next time. You not pulling your weight here, Carp murmured. Let us put that aside for now. Carp then shifted the topic. I'll take care of the navy and the nobles. The remaining pirates can be executed on the spot. Jin An found it difficult to follow Carp's line of reasoning, but quickly caught on. He turned to Huo and instructed, divide those individuals into 3 groups and then have Vice Admiral Carp take them away. Understood, Huo, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders upon receiving the order, hastily departed the area, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Carp's fierce demeanor was truly intimidating. All right, I'll take a stroll around the island for now. We'll communicate via Den Mushy. He had always been restless, and remaining cooped up in the office would surely stifle him. Ding, congratulations, host. You have embarked on a special mission. Jin An was taken aback. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Engage in a spar with Carp, aiming to compel him to exert half of his strength. Reward, training space Carp model. Have you heard? Major Jin An, no, Colonel Jin An, has issued a dual challenge to Vice Admiral Carp. There had always been individuals challenging Vice Admiral Carp, so what was so remarkable about this? Yet, it seemed that Colonel Jin An had never proactively issued challenges before. Have you considered that it might be because there hasn't been a worthy opponent for Colonel Jin An to challenge in the South Sea? Indeed, that does seem plausible. With that in mind, this match could not be missed. Let us go and see. Laughter filled the Navy base as the burden that had weighed heavily upon them was finally lifted. And with so long since encountering something so intriguing, everyone was eager to join the fray. Carp cracked his knuckles. His fist of love was set to make an appearance once more. He called out to Jin An, who was warming up across from him. My fists pack quite a punch. Are you prepared mentally? Kaplan chuckled softly, reflecting on the countless adversaries he had toppled with his iron fists, the very fists that had earned him the esteemed title of hero. He possessed a profound sense of pride, for every strike he had delivered thus far had been against formidable foes. Mere commoners hardly warranted his intervention. I express my gratitude to Rear Admiral Kaplan for affording me this opportunity to engage in a duel. Even in the absence of a systemic task, Jin An was eager to test his mettle against Kaplan. The chance to spar with one of the world's preeminent powerhouses was a coveted opportunity that many would yearn for in vain. Drawing his Yinling knife, Jin An approached Kaplan with a sense of reverence, unwilling to be presumptuous. Upon noticing the blade in Jin An's grasp, even Kaplan, unarmed, felt a flicker of intrigue. That knife of yours is quite impressive, he remarked, promptly shedding the upper half of his attire to reveal his formidable physique. It was well known that Rear Admiral Kaplan had never consumed a devil fruit. The spectators included not only members of the Navy, but also a number of well-informed townsfolk who had gathered to witness this encounter. Indeed, the entire Navy was aware of this event. Kaplan's prowess was legendary. The onlookers from the Navy responded with fervor, exclaiming, "When I grow up, I too shall join the Navy." Some younger children gazed in awe, their faces alight with dreams. Although they remained unaware of the identities of the two combatants, they yearned to protect those dear to them and to be acknowledged by others. Nearby Navy personnel stood tall with pride, not merely for their naval affiliation, but for the recognition their institution had garnered. This day, piracy remained the aspiration of many children, yet due to the influence of that esteemed individual, the Navy had also become a beacon of hope for a portion of the youth. A trend that would likely continue to expand. In contrast to Kaplan, who hailed from the East Blue, the people of the South Blue were somewhat more familiar with Jin An over the span of 3 years. He had participated in and organized naval operations, dismantling over 20 pirate crews, always leading the charge at the forefront of battle against piracy. His audacious combat style had quickly drawn the attention of the Navy headquarters, indicating that his potential rivaled that of esteemed figures such as Sengoku and Zephyr. Jin An suddenly darted forward like an arrow, brandishing his long knife as he charged at Kaplan. The clash commenced. A gasp escaped the crowd. Kaplan, akin to a soaring eagle, simultaneously raised his fists and lunged towards Jin An with great speed. Under the sunlight, his fists appeared to be enveloped in a radiant glow. Meeting the blade head-on in a fierce confrontation, the spectators felt as though a tempest had swept through, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. The spacious arena provided ample room for their agile maneuvers. After landing a powerful blow, Kaplan was far from satisfied. He raised his fists once more and relentlessly assaulted Jin An. Instead of retreating in the face of Kaplan's fierce onslaught, Jin An stepped forward, astonishing the onlookers with deft precision. He parried Kaplan's fist with his right hand while delivering a forceful slap with his left, successfully neutralizing the barrage of attacks. Good lad. Well done, Kaplan commended, just as Jin An had managed to deflect the attack. Kaplan suddenly shifted his stance, retracting his body before launching a rapid succession of punches aimed squarely at Jin An's face. Kaplan's fists were a masterclass in technique, each punch casting a formidable shadow that deterred any who dared oppose him. Simultaneously, Jin An, empowered by the abilities of the Qilong fruit, leaped forward fearlessly. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great. Jin An found himself unable to withstand the force of Kaplan's assault after taking a direct hit. He was propelled backward, only managing to stabilize himself by plunging his knife into the ground to absorb the impact. Jin An exhaled deeply, fully aware of the might behind Kaplan's iron fists. Yet this realization only ignited his competitive spirit. The thrill of a physical confrontation between men was undeniably exhilarating. Crackling sounds filled the air as Jin An's expression turned serious. He clenched his fists tightly. A surge of energy brewing within him. Not bad, Kaplan observed quietly, watching Jin An gather his strength, acknowledging the anticipation for their full-force exchange. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jin An fractured and expanded outward. A swirling azure mist coiled gently around his form, marking the apex of his strength in human form. This lad harbors such energy within him. Kaplan marveled at the burgeoning power emanating from Jin An, a spark of martial fervor igniting in his eyes. Breaking the army slash, the azure mist enveloped his long knife, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. Swish, all eyes converged on Jin An's blade as it sliced through the air. Accompanied by the resonant sound of a dragon's roar, crash, the glass windows of the base shattered, cascading onto the ground. Kaplan's fists, seemingly unremarkable, concealed the strength to shatter boulders, his unwavering gaze fixed as he propelled his fist towards Jin An's abdomen. The two attacks, one grandiose and the other unassuming, collided with thunderous force. Boom. The clash of sword and fist reverberated, producing a deafening roar. Jin An's blade came to a halt against Kaplan's impervious skin, failing to inflict any harm. In stark contrast to Kaplan's measured demeanor, Jin An, akin to a fish out of water, trembled as he collapsed to the ground, his body contorting at a painful angle to alleviate the agony in his abdomen. Ah! Kaplan exclaimed, his excitement causing him to exert too much force. Observing Jin An's condition, he knelt in self-reproach, checking on him. I'm fine, Jin An managed to utter, his voice trembling as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Internally, he lamented, this is quite the embarrassment. As the battle concluded, the arena erupted with resounding applause and cheers, the spectators finally grasping the sheer terror of a Navy officer's strength. Ordinary individuals could only gauge prowess through the destruction wrought by combat. Moreover, this was in the absence of full strength from either party. In that moment of triumph, Jin An felt his perceptual abilities sharpen, effortlessly sensing the movements of the onlookers in the plaza. It seems you have awakened a new ability, Kaplan remarked with admiration at present. This young man was nothing short of extraordinary. At merely 20-something years of age, he had already reached such heights. Truly a promising future lay ahead. After a brief respite, Jin An noted a reduction in the pain in his abdomen and attempted to rise. Seeing that he had sustained no serious injuries, Kaplan extended a hand to him. Without hesitation, Jin An grasped it, standing up with Kaplan's assistance. Jin An looked at Kaplan, a smile gracing his face. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to seek your guidance once more. Through this encounter, he had come to realize the vast chasm that separated him from the world's elite. Engaging with masters was indeed one of the most effective means of self-improvement. Another way to elevate oneself more rapidly was through life and death struggles. The terror inherent in such experiences could propel one forward at an astonishing pace. Continue striving. Jin and you now possess the strength to traverse the seas. But remember, there are always those stronger than you. You just comprehended Haki, did you not? If you head to the Navy headquarters, seek out Zephyr. He possesses unique insights into Haki. Dedicate yourself to training this power, and it will undoubtedly elevate you further. In due time, you will be able to grace the stage constructed by this world as for the elusive conqueror's Haki. Only Sengoku within the Navy has awakened such a power. Nevertheless, a hint of hope lingered in Kaplan's eyes. Perhaps this young lad could achieve it as well. Receiving Kaplan's encouragement, Jin An felt a surge of joy, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that a woman's concern would enhance his spirits even further. Nearby, Kaplan sneezed. Is Sengoku thinking of me again? He mused, scratching his head and promptly dismissing such thoughts. Colonel Jin An, You were truly impressive, as he gazed at Jin An, who had approached the edge of the training ground. Huashashin laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. Those within the Navy were well aware of Karp's formidable strength, and naturally, they bestowed the highest praise upon Jin An for his ability to spar with Karp. "Thank you," Jin An replied, rolling his eyes while rubbing his stomach, and sighed at the sight of the half-asleep Huashashin. He had traversed time too early, leaving him in the dark about many events during this period. And most of his acquaintances had yet to be born. This was indeed a source of great anguish. "Kid, do you still intend to establish your base in the Soul Bay Kingdom?" Karp pondered before inquiring, without hesitation. Jin An nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, that's the place I am most familiar with. Furthermore, the majority of his assets were situated there," Karp cautioned. "However, the Navy base in the Soul Bay Kingdom seems to be smaller than here." "No matter, I can expand it myself when the time comes, and I believe its current size is adequate," Jin An replied nonchalantly, deeming it unnecessary to invest too much thought into his workplace. Karp chose not to elaborate further, saying, "You should rest for now. I will arrange for the personnel to escort the prisoners away." With that, he slowly departed amidst the cheers of the crowd. Jin An surveyed the battered training ground, pondering the considerable expense required for repairs. "Colonel, it will likely cost several 100,000 berries to fix it," a Navy officer within the base responded. This destruction was a result of his and Karp's actions, and surely they would not be held accountable for the repair costs. Turning towards the spot where Karp had vanished, he mused whether Karp had hurried away because of this matter. The conference room of the Navy base was a frequent gathering place for the Navy, where various significant decisions were ultimately made. Thus, it was a place of considerable importance, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Within this grand hall, a group of Navy officers sat around a table. Naturally, the figure seated at the head was Jin An, who had just been promoted to the rank of colonel, flanked by prominent figures from the South Sea. The atmosphere in the conference room was rather tense, as several individuals clad in coats glared angrily at Jin An, who occupied the prominent position. Many who were not entitled to sit at the table observed the uneasy atmosphere and chose to remain silent on the sidelines. When did the South Sea become like this, where even a mere kid can rise above us? One Navy colonel voiced his thoughts, provoking ire among those present. Jin An waved dismissively at his subordinates, deciding that the real question was whether the individuals seated around the table felt they were being looked down upon. Upon hearing his words, their anger only intensified, their fingers trembling as they pointed at Jin An, yet they found themselves unable to retort. "I occupy this seat because of my abilities and strength," Jin An stated, his gaze sweeping across the seated officers, inviting those who disagreed to speak up. The individuals present were well aware of Jin An's sparring session with Karp and thus dared not rise in protest. "What about the individual who spoke earlier? Why not stand up now?" Jin An asked nonchalantly. "Colonel Jin An, I was indeed impulsive," the colonel who had mocked Jin An admitted, taking a deep breath and speaking in a low tone. He recognized that his earlier comments had been ill-considered, resulting in Jin An reprimanding him for stepping out of line. Although he remained unconvinced in his heart, he could only bow his head. In the world of pirates, strength reigned supreme. If one could not fight back, they were left with no choice but to endure, which was far preferable to losing one's life. "We were indeed a bit hasty," another individual interjected. "Acting as a peacemaker, we have made mistakes, but do you not share any blame?" they thought, knowing full well that they were merely resentful of Jin An's superior strength. "Now, let me ask once more, do you all agree with the proposals I previously put forth?" Jin An asked, his eyes fixed on them. "We have no objections to establishing schools and commercial enterprises within the South Sea territory," they replied in unison after exchanging glances. "However, the establishment of an inspection bureau requires further consideration. Such an institution would pose a significant threat to their authority as local tyrants. The sudden introduction of this department would mean that their every move would be monitored. Many activities would become untenable, jeopardizing their profits. We are, in a strict sense, an organization under the jurisdiction of the world government. Do you not think that establishing a new institution requires consultation with higher authorities?" They held the moral high ground, believing that even if the matter escalated to the Holy Land, those in power would side with them. "You need not concern yourselves with that. I will take full responsibility for this institution, including its operational expenses. Your only obligation is to execute my orders. Moreover, this is a notification, not a discussion." Jin An slammed his hand on the table, donned his coat, and dismissed the gathering, unwilling to endure their presence any longer. In the ensuing month, Jin An chose to seclude himself, as his presence within the base became increasingly rare. with only a select few witnessing his figure. He dedicated this month to training, having long exhausted the time he had accumulated in the simulation space. Fortunately, Carp remained on the island, allowing him to avoid many detours in his mastery of Haki. Additionally, he discovered that physical fitness and Haki had a mutually reinforcing relationship. His robust physique made it easier for him to cultivate armament Haki compared to the average person. The stronger his body, the greater his adaptability to Haki. Under Carp's guidance, his progress was swift. In less than a month, Jin An's mastery of armament Haki had multiplied several times over, and the area it could cover had significantly increased. With his current strength, he could withstand a few more exchanges with Carp. Regrettably, his mastery of observation Haki saw little improvement, possibly due to the limitations of his mental fortitude. He had yet to devise a training regimen for enhancing his mental strength, which remained stagnant at 59 points. Nonetheless, his overall gains during this month were substantial. In the training ground behind the base, Jin An lay on the ground, his eyes slightly squinted, his clothes drenched in sweat. Clearly having just undergone an intense workout, though his eyes were closed, he was not resting. Instead, he was channeling his mental energy to perceive his surroundings. After a month of exploration, he realized that the reach of his mental strength directly correlated with the distance he could probe using observation Haki, the two being closely intertwined. The furrowed brow on Jin An's face indicated that his current mental capacity was insufficient to meet his needs. With a gentle sigh, he opened his eyes. This observation Haki can barely encompass a single island. The difficulty in enhancing it is truly vexing. That he recalled Carp's earlier words, stating that the cultivation of Haki was a lengthy endeavor, and that at a certain level, it would evolve to grant additional unique abilities. For instance, he had heard that advanced observation Haki could allow one to sense future events, yet he remained utterly bewildered by such concepts. Seated beside him in a rocking chair, Carp had long grown accustomed to Jin An's rigorous training regimen. Heaven knows how astonished he had been the first time he witnessed Jin An's training. He nearly exclaimed that the boy was a freak of nature. This kid trained as if he disregarded his own humanity, throwing himself into perilous situations without restraint. Finished your workout? Come over and take a break, Carp beckoned, patting the rocking chair beside him. He had discovered that the South Sea harbored many treasures, and this rocking chair was among the most delightful, offering unparalleled comfort as he gently swayed back and forth. I've told you before, training should be done in moderation. Overexertion can be detrimental to your health. Kapu, cradling his cup of tea, patiently endeavored to persuade Jin An, harboring immense expectations for him. That he believed that, given the current state of the Navy, there was no pressing need for Jin An to hastily enhance his strength. Following the demise of Rox, the pirate crews had disbanded, with the formidable members scattering to seek their own paths. At present, the Navy stood as the preeminent force in this world, while the pirates engaged in their futile struggle for the elusive title of Pirate King, fighting each other to the death. This epitomized the adage, when gathered, they are a blazing fire. When scattered, they are a sky full of stars. Were Jin An privy to Kapu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff, remarking that the prevalence of such notions within the Navy was precisely why the world remained in chaos. Undoubtedly, the world government thrived on this turmoil, deliberately maintaining the balance of power. While the lower echelons waged their incessant battles, the aristocracy could comfortably enjoy their lives, with the common folk bearing the astronomical costs of heavenly gold to sustain their fleeting peace. Vice Admiral Kapu, your prowess renders you impervious to the threats of this world. You may certainly choose a life of ease, yet I, perpetually facing the specter of death, cannot afford to be complacent. Will you support me when the time comes? Jin An offered a resigned smile to Kapu, fully aware that his understanding of the world led him to believe it would only descend further into chaos. Ensuring his own safety was paramount. Emulating Kapu's nonchalance was a luxury he could not afford. Well then, do as you see fit. Kapu, seemingly unaffected by Jin An's latter remark, fiddled with his ear, mindful of the snacks he still relied on from Sengoku, who could sustain a living man. Nevertheless, Jin An's words sparked a flicker of inspiration within Kapu. My son, despite being of similar age to you, seems rather naive. Upon hearing Kapu speak of his child, Jin An's eyes flickered momentarily. Monkey D. Dragon, influenced by his father, had aspired to be a just Navy officer from a young age and remained an impassioned youth, deeply yearning for justice. That boy has always been taciturn, with hardly any peers of his age. I truly worry for him. Kapu sighed dramatically, adopting the demeanor of a parent burdened by his child's struggles. Jin An discreetly pursed his lips. He had always found parental bragging tiresome. He was aware that Monkey D. Dragon was now around 20 years old, 2 years his junior, yet already a Navy colonel, an achievement earned through his own merit, not by mere favoritism. Thus, I wish for my child to learn from you. Upon hearing this, Jin An's jaw dropped in astonishment. What was this? He, a newly appointed colonel, was to be the subordinate of a soon-to-be rear admiral. Was Kapu still half asleep? Or had he overexerted himself to the point of hallucination? After a brief pause without a response from Jin An, Kapu grew curious. Surely, the lad did not wish to decline the opportunity to mentor his troublesome son. I doubt I possess much to impart. Jin An replied uncertainly. That is of no concern to you. Whether he learns anything is for my son to ponder. Your sole responsibility is to educate him. Kapu replied dismissively. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jin An's forehead. It was no surprise that this man, who had entrusted his grandson to a mountain bandit, spoke with such authority. He found himself utterly unable to retort. Your silence will be taken as agreement. Kapu laughed heartily, decisively sealing the matter and offering Jin An no chance for refusal. This boy is quite the challenge to persuade. Dragon has caused quite a bit of trouble lately. Seizing this opportunity to send him to the South Blue for a while seems a prudent choice. Vice Admiral Kapu. Jin An sensed that something was amiss. Oh, this recliner is truly delightful. I must remember to bring one back for Sangoku upon my return. Kapu finished his tea, swiftly rising from the recliner. Hands clasped behind his back, sauntering away from Jin An. What a rogue, Jin An mused, staring at the now empty cup, suddenly feeling remarkably pure-hearted. Colonel, Vice Admiral Kapu has departed. Fire Mountain. Now a member of Jin An's direct operational command. Served as his assistant, tasked with relaying and consolidating various messages. Understood. Jin An replied, his focus unwavering as he diligently attended to the documents strewn across his desk. His role felt akin to imprisonment. Either processing paperwork or perpetually en route to do so. What? Is there something else? Noticing that Fire Mountain appeared to have more to say, Jin An cut to the chase. While there are no pressing matters, it seems that Vice Admiral Kapu left with quite a haul. Fire Mountain was drenched in sweat. That matters little. It's rare for Kapu to visit. So I permitted him to select a few items from the warehouse. Jin An shrugged it off, recognizing that Kapu, as a Vice Admiral, was hardly in need of anything. He was generally quite generous to his own people, treating such possessions as mere trifles. However, it soon became apparent that nearly all the supplies from the Navy's warehouse had been appropriated by Vice Admiral Kapu. Fearing Jin An would not believe him, he continued. Many on the island witnessed it. Vice Admiral Kapu's ship was nearly overflowing. In truth, the warehouse at this base held little of value, having been depleted by the previous colonel, leaving behind only scrap metal and worthless debris. The items Kapu took were those that Jin An had arranged for Bartholomew Kuma to deliver over the years, intended to stimulate the island's economy. What? Jin An was utterly bewildered. The warehouse contained supplies meant to replace the outdated items within the base, new office equipment, and goods for trade with the wealthy locals. Most crucially, it housed a substantial stockpile of food. While the loss of other items was manageable, each missing only by 10 pieces, the food had been nearly entirely cleared out. Fire Mountain, perplexed, mused over the logic of taking new tables and chairs, which made sense given their utility, but food, what was the rationale behind that? They, too, needed to eat. With the warehouse emptied, they would have to seek sustenance in town. Jin An buried his face in his hands. Goodness, that old man is utterly ungracious. Clearly, the meals Jin An had prepared recently had whetted Kapu's appetite for those provisions. The food had been cultivated from seeds Jin An exchanged in the system shop. An endeavor still in its infancy, and not yet widely implemented. Well, I shall arrange for another shipment to be sent shortly. Point one warehouse is but a trifling matter. It's merely a nuisance for Kuma to handle, given the volume. Upon hearing that the food issue was resolved, Fire Mountain felt a surge of joy. Not only did Kapu relish those provisions, but so did the soldiers. The entire base seemed transformed into a haven for food enthusiasts, with thoughts of the evening's cafeteria offerings dominating their minds during work hours. Oh, by the way, Fire Mountain, is the ship for my return to the Solb Kingdom ready? Under Jin An's governance, the island had restored order and vibrancy, rendering his continued presence unnecessary. Yes, Colonel, the ship for your departure is prepared and can set sail at any moment. Would you care to accompany me? Jin An inquired, valuing the young man's character, even if Fire Mountain's strength was currently lacking. He recognized that those who stood up in times of adversity deserved a place in his ranks. Upon hearing Jin An's words, Fire Mountain's face lit up with elation. That I would be honored. Jin An paused for a moment before nodding slightly. No need for such excitement. Simply prepare your belongings, and I shall take you with me. Understood? I shall get my things ready, Fire Mountain exclaimed, barely containing his excitement as he dashed away like a gust of wind. Ah, the youth today are so impetuous, Jin An chuckled, evidently having forgotten that he himself was merely 22 years old. Salt Kingdom. Brother Kuma, why has my brother yet to return? Shanks wore an expression of unease. Fearful that Jin An might encounter danger, when he departed, he assured that he would return swiftly. Yet over a month has elapsed. With a hint of grievance, he sniffled softly. He had never been apart from Jin An for such an extended period. Although he was accompanied by Decoy and Jin An, he still felt profoundly disoriented. Little Shanks, fret not. Your brother is incredibly strong, and besides, haven't you always been able to communicate with him? Jin An sighed, gently offering her reassurance. However, Shanks' tone faltered. But my brother has contacted me for 2 hours. Decoy and Jin An exchanged glances, both wearing faint, bittersweet smiles, utterly at a loss with Shanks, who was excessively attached to his brother. It was difficult to fathom that Shanks, who appeared so mature in front of outsiders, transformed entirely when matters concerning his brother arose. Even for Decoy and Jin An, who shared a close bond with him, their attempts at consolation seemed futile. Your brother is simply busy today. He even asked me to deliver some items for him earlier. Decoy stroked Shanks' head, assuring him he will return shortly. When he does, we shall all go to the port to await his arrival. Shanks harbored doubts, recalling that Decoy had said something similar a fortnight ago, and the outcome had been. Decoy awkwardly rubbed his nose, reminded of past events under Shanks' scrutinizing gaze, yet he truly lacked the talent for comforting others. Besides, he was still a child himself. Jin An cast a glance at Decoy, whose face had turned slightly red, finding him rather endearing. Shanks, Decoy speaks the truth. When Jin An contacted us via the phone worm, I was present to hear it as well. Rest assured, he will be back soon. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel heading to Marineford, the Vice Admiral, Carp, expressed his unease. Isn't what we are doing somewhat dubious? He surveyed the ship laden with provisions, his conscience regarding Jin An stirring a sense of discomfort within him. What? Do you not enjoy these delicacies? Carp retorted nonchalantly, plucking a fruit and indulging in it. After a brief hesitation, the Vice Admiral ultimately succumbed to the allure of the feast before him, but I believe there is reasoning behind everything Vice Admiral Carp does. Do not consume everything alone. Share some with us. Witnessing Carp relish his meal, tears of longing nearly escaped the corners of the Navy personnel's eyes. Carp burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The food is right there. Do you expect me to feed you?" Long live Vice Admiral Carp. Laughter resonated across the surface of the sea, while the fish trembled in fear, daring not to surface. Shanks, have you missed your brother during this time apart? Jin An grinned, playfully ruffling Shanks' little nose before lifting him onto his shoulders. How could that be? I haven't thought of you at all. Shanks blushed, turning his head away, though his face radiated joy. Is that so? Your brother is quite heartbroken. Jin An feigned sorrow, observing Shanks' expressions closely. Upon hearing Jin An's dejected tone, Shanks panicked slightly. Well, perhaps I missed him a little. Jin An and Decoy exchanged bemused glances, finding amusement in the antics of the prideful brother and the mischievous younger sibling. They seemed to embody the saying that not all families are alike. Thank you for taking care of Shanks during this time, Jin An said, somewhat abashed, as he had anticipated merely being away for an afternoon, but ended up delayed. Jin An's expression turned serious as she replied in a flat tone, Your words imply that, as the esteemed colonel, we would dare not act otherwise. Just ensure that you properly comfort the child and cease causing him worry. Noticing a subtle shift in Jin An's tone, Decoy hurriedly interjected, She didn't mean it that way. Please don't be angry with Jin An. Jin An playfully slapped Decoy on the head, bursting into laughter. Oh Decoy, you are bound to be kept on a tight leash by Jin An. As for my capabilities, you may rest assured. If I cannot outpace them, I can certainly evade them. After living together for so many years, they were not merely family. They were as close as kin. Jin An's earlier remarks were a playful jab at herself, acknowledging her preoccupation with work that overlooked the feelings of her family. The little girl harbored numerous sentiments she wished to express but felt too shy to voice them. Shanks tilted his head, an expression of curiosity on his face. Decoy, are you perhaps overthinking this? He had grasped Jin An and Jin An's conversation, sensing that there might be something brewing between Decoy and Jin An. Jin An's face flushed crimson. What are you talking about? If you keep this up, I won't speak to you anymore. Throughout these years, she and Decoy had long considered Jin An as their brother, and their bond spoke volumes. As Jin An and Shanks engaged in their playful banter, her unease began to dissipate. She and Decoy shared the same apprehension for Jin An's safety, but found it difficult to articulate in front of the child. Decoy appeared perplexed, familiar with each word yet unable to comprehend their connection. Let us return home. Tonight, I shall prepare a grand feast for you all. Jin An declared with flamboyance. Colonel Jin An. Where should I go? Fiery Mountain, trailing behind Jin An, felt somewhat reluctant to intrude upon the joyful moment shared by the colonel and his family, yet remained at a loss for direction if he remained silent. Fiery Mountain, I nearly forgot about you, Jin An exclaimed, slapping his forehead, causing Shanks on his shoulders to sway. Did you see the tallest structure on the island? Fiery Mountain nodded earnestly. I did. Prior to disembarking, he had attentively observed the island that would serve as his future workplace, and how could he miss such an imposing edifice, since you've seen it? Let us head there to report. I have already informed Kazan. With that, he waved goodbye to Fiery Mountain, proceeding with Decoy and Jin An toward their residence. Have I been abandoned? Fiery Mountain murmured to himself. The military vessel that had brought them to the Salt Kingdom had already set sail back, leaving him alone, swept by the sea breeze in disarray. Excuse me, are you Fiery Mountain? A voice brimming with excitement cut through the wind. Melodious and inviting. Indeed, I am, Fiery Mountain replied, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Someone actually recognized him here, signifying he was no longer a solitary traveler. The individual approached with palpable enthusiasm, grasping Fiery Mountain's hand tightly, as if reuniting with a long-lost brother. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Kazan, and welcome to the Salt Kingdom branch. Colonel Jin An should have already briefed you on my situation. Fiery Mountain felt somewhat overwhelmed by Kazan's exuberance. Instinctively nodding, Kazan regarded Fiery Mountain with relief, thinking, at last, a savior has arrived. I've been working overtime for a month straight, and I'm on the brink of collapse. He trusted the colonel's recommendation of this individual. Upon arrival at the branch, Fiery Mountain would undoubtedly be able to jump right into work and alleviate some of the pressure. Fiery Mountain felt a wave of panic wash over him. Discreetly withdrawing his hand and surreptitiously wiping it behind his back, that I hope I haven't encountered a weirdo. My orientation is quite normal. Yet, as this person was personally designated by the colonel, he felt he could not refuse. The more Fiery Mountain pondered, the more he perceived a bleak outlook for his future. Was there truly no other path but to acquiesce to this individual? Fiery Mountain felt torn, but ultimately chose to return his hand. Mother, I am no longer clean. Kazan noticed Fiery Mountain's reaction and mistook it as an understanding of his sentiments, promptly seizing his hand and dashing off. Jin An, listen to me. Decoy's reactions can be somewhat sluggish, and his personality tends to be a bit rigid, so you must speak directly to him. Otherwise, that fellow. Even the dog shakes its head. On the way back, Jin An spoke earnestly. He could discern Jin An's thoughts, but he was also well aware of Decoy's character. What are you talking about, Jin An? Jin An's small face flushed, yet she chose to feign ignorance. Though, deep down, Decoy harbored a persistent fear that his identity might affect others. Hesitating to reveal his innermost thoughts, and thus keeping a certain distance in their relationship, resulting in his taciturn nature, Jin An felt he had fretted over them needlessly, yet they seemed reluctant to express their true feelings. Let things unfold naturally. What was that? The exuberant Shanks seemed to have been triggered by a keyword, darting over to Jin An's side. Children, go play. Jin An executed a playful head pat, nudging Shanks aside. Shanks, his expression suddenly serious, protested loudly. I'm not a child anymore. All right, I understand. When we get home, I'll get you some BC calcium milk, but for now, go play. Jin An nodded dismissively. He truly could not comprehend why this little brat so enjoyed pretending to be an adult. Suddenly, Shanks, who had dashed out, bit his teeth together. Isn't this just treating me like a child again? One day, I'll show you just how capable I am. Humph, but that BC calcium milk is really delicious. Jin An, pouting beside him, remarked. And yet, you're here trying to lecture us. Unable to even guess Shanks' thoughts, Shanks simply wished that by becoming an adult, he could be of assistance to Jin An. Gazing at Jin An's silhouette, Jin An noted his not particularly robust physique, yet it provided them with an immense sense of security, allowing them to grow up carefree. Sometimes, we could rely on him a bit more, foolish big brother. In the royal palace of Sol Bay Kingdom, a formidable array of guards stood in line before the grand entrance that a man in official attire hurriedly approached and knelt directly before the palace doors. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Simultaneously, a somewhat aged and hoarse voice echoed from within the palace. Cough. Come in directly. Upon hearing the command, the man stood and, under the admiring gazes of the guards, entered the palace. However, as he drew nearer to the king's location, his waist bent further. Upon reaching the king, he knelt before the desk. King Baikili of Solbay Kingdom appeared somewhat aged, reclining in a chair and gently swaying back and forth. The official knelt with his head bowed to the ground. Your Majesty, Jin An has returned to Solbay Kingdom. According to intelligence, he has been at sea for the past month, defeating several pirate crews, and has maintained close communication with the naval hero. Alas, Baikili sighed heavily, his face revealing a hint of bitterness. He is indeed as formidable as ever. If he were to settle down, he would no longer be Jin An. It has been more than 3 years since their first meeting. During these 3 years, do you know how I have endured? The people in the kingdom believe that I have a good relationship with him, attributing the kingdom's safety to his favor. What a joke. Without him, I would thrive even better. How can a navy officer overshadow the authority of a king? The official knelt, his eyes quivering violently, yet he remained silent. Just then, as sweat dripped from the man's brow, Baikili suddenly inquired, Robert, do you think I'm living a pathetic life? Robert trembled slightly, adjusting his facial expression. In Solbay Kingdom, you are undoubtedly the foremost figure. Jin An is unworthy to carry your shoes. No. In the eyes of the citizens, he is adored more than I. The king possesses an extraordinary charisma. After uttering these words, Baikili suddenly broke into a severe coughing fit. Once the coughing subsided, he spoke with a hint of self-mockery. I must admit, that lad has indeed accomplished much for this country, even saving my life. I also know he harbors no ambitions for this nation. At this moment, Robert felt as if he were on the brink of death, wishing to avoid this murky water, curling himself into a ball in an attempt to diminish his presence. Yet Baikili continued. Lost in his own thoughts, I have not treated him poorly, yet his actions truly chill my heart. Reputation is so difficult to earn, yet he acquires it with such ease. He cares for the common folk. Do I not? Baikili cast a dispassionate glance at the curled-up Robert, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. That it is precisely because I have raised you worthless lot that you cannot even guard against a few scummy pirates. After finishing, Baikili's tone grew even colder, as if he had transformed into a beast ready to devour. Bring the Minister of Defense to me at once. Robert, trembling, raised his head. Now? Yes, now. Immediately. Go fetch him. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it at once. Robert rose and turned to exit. As he stepped out, he endeavored to calm his emotions, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his clothing seemingly drenched as if pulled from water. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped with his life, amidst the puzzled gazes of the palace guards, he hastily departed. Big brother, it seems the atmosphere in the kingdom has changed somewhat during your absence. After dinner, the four of them lay in an orderly fashion on the sofa, digesting their meal while the image phone bug played the latest hot news. Jin and I nodded in agreement. Indeed, the atmosphere had shifted recently, with the king making a series of subtle moves. However, most people remained oblivious. Otherwise, the kingdom would have already descended into chaos. De Xiong, having overeaten, merely wished to recline and be a quiet, handsome man, showing little interest in such matters. In his subconscious, as long as Jin An were present, he felt he only needed to heed their guidance, for their decisions were always correct. Is that so? I'll go have a look tomorrow. Jin An dismissed the thought. He was quite familiar with the kingdom's king, knowing precisely what to do when the king raised his rear. It was likely yet another case of thunderous noise but little rain. A chaotic endeavor that would ultimately require the navy to clean up the mess. Jin An not only safeguarded the kingdom's safety but also contributed significantly to the annual taxes, yet that old rascal remained unsatisfied. Perhaps it was time to provide him with a memorable experience. These individuals had grown too comfortable, forgetting the sensation of life being threatened. This task could be entrusted to Hua Xiaoshan, who could familiarize himself with the kingdom. The tallest building on the island remained brightly lit, with Hua Xiaoshan still working overtime. I truly thank you. De Xiong, is your life as a priest satisfactory? Jin An inquired, glancing at the slumped De Xiong. Burp. De Xiong could not help but burp as soon as he opened his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. Being a priest has always been my dream. I am already quite content with my current situation. His father had originally been a priest, leading a happy life, but unfortunately, both of his loving parents had passed away. I am pleased to hear you feel this way, Jin An said, shifting the subject, But you must remember to protect yourself. Some people are not worth your efforts. After experiencing the events in the Valley of the Gods, I have come to understand what you mean. Decoy replied, his gaze tenderly surveying the others in the room, that I will safeguard all that I hold dear. Jin An felt a sense of relief. That gentle Decoy had undergone significant transformation, growing into a reassuring young man. That you've said it well, bear cub. Jin and I gave him a thumbs up. Jin An turned serious. In this world, if you wish to protect others, you must possess formidable strength. You three will train with me from now on, striving to live splendid lives in this world. Shanks cheered. Hooray! Finally, I can train with my brother. When the time comes, I will protect everyone. Ginny's eyes were gentle. Then we'll be waiting for you. Little adult Shanks, Sister Ginny, I've told you before, please don't keep patting my head. It will stunt my growth. Although Shanks protested verbally against the affection, he did not withdraw from Ginny's hand. And the corners of his mouth even turned upward. Enjoying the rare warmth of the pirate world, Jin An couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to encounter these few individuals in the Valley of the Gods. In the early morning, before dawn had broken, Bear, Ginny, and Shanks appeared punctually at the training ground on the island. Jin An cast an amused glance at the trio. Despite having not yet eaten breakfast and still looking a bit lethargic from just waking up, they were displaying a commendable attitude towards training. Particularly Shanks, who seemed unaccustomed to rising early, appeared as droopy as a frostbitten eggplant. Jin An had risen earlier than the three of them, having completed several laps around the island and prepared breakfast before arriving at the training field. He was aware that none of them had the habit of eating breakfast. However, he knew that they would undoubtedly feel famished after exercising, so he prepared a meal for each of them. When the three saw Jin An approaching, a sense of excitement welled up within them. They all had their reasons for wanting to grow stronger. Originally, they had considered trying to learn on the sly. But now they had the opportunity to learn openly, which thrilled them to no end. That a smile flickered in Jin An's eyes as he said nothing further and walked directly to the three. You have all heard of the 6 styles used by the Navy, haven't you? The trio nodded in unison. The 6 styles were techniques disseminated within the Navy that allowed ordinary people to contend with those possessing special abilities after training. However, mastering these techniques greatly depended on one's innate talent. Some could grasp them after just one teaching, while others required extensive practice. Are you planning to teach us the 6 styles, brother? Shanks inquired. Jin An first nodded, then shook his head. I will teach you the 6 styles later. Your bodies are not yet ready to meet the training requirements. You know the daily training tasks of the soldiers at the Navy headquarters? Ginny and the others exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads. 2,000 push-ups, 100 rope climbs back and forth, 200 laps of long-distance running, and finally, practical combat training, Jin An stated in the most mundane tone, uttering the most terrifying words. Upon hearing these training tasks, even the physically strongest, Bear, couldn't help but swallow hard. I know your bodies won't be able to endure such training. Therefore, each morning, you should do some suitable exercises based on your physical condition. I've placed your breakfast here. Eat it after your training. But what about you? Shanks asked with curiosity, wondering what Jin An planned to do now that their training tasks were arranged. Jin An grinned. These exercises are of no use to me. I'll just watch you train. You don't have to worry about me. Just pretend I'm not here. Don't you have work? Ginny asked, voicing the trio's most pressing concern. Jin An replied confidently, I'm the highest authority in the South Sea. Who could possibly assign me work? Ginny and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. You have a high rank, so you think you're impressive. All right, you may begin your training. I'll be here cheering you on. Shanks realized that the training content was not quite what he had envisioned. He had expected Jin An to give each of them a wooden sword and teach them hands-on, as he had always dreamed of becoming a swordsman. Hoping to wield a blade and move like the wind. To his surprise, reality dealt him a slap. The training content was so monotonous and required constant repetition. Maintain your breathing. Keep your rhythm steady. Jin An reminded them at appropriate intervals from the sidelines. He was strict during training, firmly believing that the sweat shed in training would translate into blood spilled in battle, once they mastered their breathing patterns. The trio felt the pressure lighten somewhat, and their training gradually fell into a rhythm. Just as Jin An was becoming engrossed in watching, a soldier clad in heavy armor approached with a cold, hard voice. Colonel Jin An, the king requests your presence. Please accompany us, you royal guards. How has your conduct deteriorated so much? Jin An shook his head, not even showing his face. Is this how one invites someone? The armored man continued. Does Colonel Jin An mean to say that he has no intention of accompanying me? I never said that. Don't misrepresent me. Since I have nothing pressing at the moment, I'll accompany you, Jin An replied with a grin, giving the armor a light pat. Finding it quite imposing, he had been summoned to the palace several times, always at the invitation of the old king. Despite his status, entering the palace was as simple as eating and drinking. However, he was not one to wander there aimlessly without purpose. Without waiting for the armored man to act, Jin An took the lead toward the palace. Have you not had breakfast? Why are you walking so slowly? Jin An teased the armored man following behind him, who had intentionally slowed his pace, yet was still lagging behind. The armored man replied, Do you think I want to walk slowly? This armor is genuinely heavy. He could hardly breathe and was reluctant to engage with Jin An. In a short while, Jin An stood at the entrance of the palace. Your Majesty, Jin An has arrived. Decoy, squinting as if in a light doze, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the announcement. Let him in. Under the escort of the guards, Jin An entered the palace. Being summoned by the king was something Jin An had anticipated. He had thought the king would wait a few more days, but was surprised by the urgency. Was it a matter of discussion, or was there another motive at play? Observing King Decoy reclining in a rocking chair, Jin An smiled, akin to meeting an old friend. Your Majesty, what brings you to seek me? Oh, it has been quite a while since we last met. You've been busy hunting pirates, and for this old skeleton to see you is truly not an easy feat. Jin An shook his head. Your Majesty, I can't help but take issue with your words. I am merely striving to maintain peace and stability. See, I came directly upon your summons. I even set aside other matters just to meet you. Decoy glanced at Jin An, who was not too far from him. Your silver tongue is still as eloquent as ever. Suddenly, he gestured to a nearby attendant. Help me up. I need to take a stroll. My old bones are becoming increasingly unreliable. Casting a glance at Jin An, he added, You should join me for a walk as well. Jin An had no objections, lightly lifting his feet to follow the old king. From Jin An's perspective, the king was in excellent health and did not require assistance. Perhaps he intended to lower Jin An's guard. Regardless, whether the king was genuinely ill or merely feigning illness made no difference to Jin An. Speak directly about what you summoned me for, Jin An said. Decoy furrowed his brow slightly, clearly displeased with Jin An's reaction. He was the king, after all, and contributed vast amounts of heavenly gold to the world's aristocracy each year. It was one thing for a naval officer to prance around in front of the king, but now Jin An displayed a lack of basic respect. However, considering Jin An's formidable strength, he chose to endure it. Nothing much. I merely wish to catch up with you. Jin An scoffed disdainfully. Not even a 3-year-old would believe such words. That I heard you've been promoted to colonel. Let me offer my congratulations. Decoy suppressed his discomfort and feigned congratulations. Jin An responded simply, Thank you. I've heard that the residences of the past governors of the South Sea were all on Stewart Island. When do you plan to set off for there? The old fox could no longer restrain himself. I spoke with Vice Admiral Garp and decided not to go there for the time being. After all, moving back and forth is too troublesome. I prefer it here. The people are attractive, and their words are pleasant. Jin An made his point clear. This old king was ugly but had unrealistic aspirations. The factories he established here could not simply be relocated without incurring tremendous costs in manpower and resources. Moreover, he was currently the top authority of the South Sea Navy. Wherever he was, that was the headquarters. Are you intending to disregard the rules set by the world government? Do you hold the world's rules in contempt? Do you regard the world government with disdain? Do you disregard me, your king? Decoy stood before the window, increasingly animated as he spoke, feeling ever more as though he occupied the moral high ground. While Jin An was the very person thwarting his dreams, that I have always held these matters close to my heart, he asserted, thumping his chest, excluding that damned world government and you, my dear king. But I do have a question for you, O king. Decoy could hardly contain his excitement. Feel free to ask. I am quite patient at the moment. Jin An gazed intently into the king's eyes and inquired, Do you truly care for your subjects? Without hesitation, Decoy replied, Of course I do. Without them, how could I gather heavenly gold and enjoy my current lifestyle? Still the ever-refined egotist, Jin An shook his head, noting that while self-interest posed no issue, doing nothing while seeking to establish a fade of virtue was rather implausible. That I say, Your Majesty, if you cannot play the part, it would be wise not to pretend. You might end up deceiving yourself in the end. Life is rarely so straightforward, Jin An. Decoy sighed. We have dealt with each other for so many years. Perhaps we should each take a step back for the benefit of all. He spoke slowly. Do you recall what you said to me when we first met? You proclaimed that as long as you were on this island, no pirate would dare land here. Jin An nodded. I have kept every one of those promises. Pirates have not dared to approach the Soul Bay Kingdom for quite some time. And you have successfully become the Admiral of the South Sea. Does that not afford you the opportunity to protect others elsewhere? Baikili directly articulated his demands. You people truly lack any sense of conscience. He exclaimed. When your lives were under threat, you clung desperately to my leg, fearful that I might abandon you. Now that the danger has passed, you kick me aside. Jin An, with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, remarked, those who engage in the power game often possess such tainted hearts. You have indeed played your cards well. Baikili took this as a compliment, feeling no shame but rather pride that I shall not indulge you further. Since you are unwilling to leave, I have my ways to ensure you do. Turning sharply, Baikili's eyes remained sharp and piercing as he fixed his gaze upon Jin An. Escort this colonel from my palace. A sharp crack echoed through the palace. Baikili, in disbelief, covered his face. You dare strike me? Jin An peered left and right, lamenting. What a pity, such a splendid palace, and I had hoped to explore it further, but since the king has decreed it, I must take my leave. He ambled toward the exit, seemingly indifferent to those present. Stop, Baikili shouted, his words slurred with rage. Someone, seize this traitor. I shall ensure he suffers more than death. Jin An offered no resistance, willingly allowing the guards to bind him tightly. The ropes posed little challenge for him to escape. Did any of you witness what I did? Jin An inquired. Those present in the palace appeared perplexed by Jin An's intentions, but dutifully shook their heads. They had seen nothing, only heard the king's command. Jin An pressed further. You saw nothing, so why bind me? You bastard, Baikili retorted. Among all present, only you possess the motive. Do you still wish to deny it? The wounds on my face attest to the fact that it was you. You scoundrel. Baikili could no longer contain his fury. Erupting in a roar, Jin An clicked his tongue. To fabricate a crime, what need is there for a pretext? Another resounding slap echoed in the chamber. This time, Baikili was flung backward, collapsing onto the throne, unconscious. You see, I told you it wasn't me. Jin An remained bound, casually addressing the guards who restrained him. The guards stood in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events. The captain of the guards, aghast, urged, hurry, summon a doctor. As they beheld the king, who was visibly struggling for breath, their faces drained of color. Should anything happen to the king, they would all face dire consequences. With a subtle exertion, Jin An shattered the ropes binding him, scattering them across the floor. Since proof cannot be established, you all may continue your business. I shall take my leave. Without awaiting a response, Jin An nonchalantly departed. I will have my revenge. Baikili's eyes, filled with malice, closed as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jin An chuckled softly. Enemies often utter such threats, vowing that he would meet a disgraceful end, but he cared little for their words. He relished witnessing their impotent rage, their desire to consume him, yet unable to act upon it. In the pirate world, weakness is the original sin. Upon returning to the training grounds, as anticipated, only Bear remained diligently exercising. Meanwhile, Ginny and Shanks were seated, resting, with only a single portion of breakfast left on the table. The process of training is essentially one of enduring repeated suffering, and to grow stronger requires continual self-overcoming, which signifies an increasing burden of hardship. Brother, why did your visit to the palace take so long? Shanks inquired. Pushing aside his hand, Jin An reluctantly withdrew his palm. The king sought to provoke me, hence my prolonged stay. You all must remain vigilant regarding this old king's movements. I fear he may turn against you. Once he realizes he cannot match me in a direct confrontation, he will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Jin An warned. Shanks clenched his fists. Then we shall take the initiative and imprison him in a place where no one can find him. That notion is unwise. Return home and transcribe the family teachings. Jin An replied, delivering a playful punch to Shanks' head. I actually believe Shanks' idea would solve the problem once and for all. Ginny concurred, considering that addressing the root issue was indeed the simplest solution. That Jin An shook his head. That man, despite his shortcomings, is still the king of a member nation of the world government. Simply killing him would bring us no advantages. Moreover, eliminating him would plunge this country into chaos, as several factions secretly eye this lucrative prize. Ginny scratched her pink hair in frustration. Then what shall we do? We cannot remain vigilant forever, nor can we prevent thieves from emerging daily. Thus, you must train diligently. Strengthening yourselves is paramount, Jin An stated. Indeed, Shanks and the others had grown too complacent. lacking any sense of urgency. Should this continue, it might take them an indeterminate time to acquire the strength to protect themselves. It would be more effective to create an imminent danger that would keep them focused. The coming era of great pirates would be far more perilous than the present, and he could not always be there to protect them. Point 1 must forge their own strength. Following that day's conversation, Shanks and the others indeed became far more diligent. They completed their daily tasks without needing his supervision, and Bear often exceeded expectations. "Colonel, you have finally arrived," Fire Mountain exclaimed upon seeing Jin An enter the office, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. These past days had been nothing short of a living hell. Endless overtime and the relentless journey to it, rising early and retiring late, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. "Fire Mountain, how are you faring here? I trust Kazan has been guiding you through the local affairs," Jin An inquired, noting Fire Mountain's weary appearance, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet soon, that guilt was overshadowed. "Colonel, these are the documents that have accumulated over the past few days and require your signature. Please take a look." With that, Fire Mountain stepped aside, revealing a mountain of paperwork in the office. "All of this?" Jin An's voice trembled as he rubbed his eyes, fearing he was hallucinating. Fire Mountain's next words snapped him back to reality, casting him into despair, reporting, "Colonel, this is merely a portion of it." Fire Mountain reveled secretly in his heart. There was much more in both my office and Kazan's. As Jin An's vision blurred, he succumbed to the darkness, collapsing to the ground. It seemed that Huashaoshan had anticipated Jin An's movements, swiftly producing a chair from behind him. Jin An settled smoothly into the chair, without the slightest misalignment. Immediately afterward, Huashaoshan pushed the chair, transporting Jin An to the desk. "Are you devils?" Jin An extended a trembling finger, hovering over the mountain of documents before him, lamenting when he would ever complete such a daunting task. Huashaoshan remained unfazed. "The documents in this room must be approved within the next 2 days. Colonel, please expedite the process. Once you finish, we will need to allocate personnel to deliver these documents across the South China Sea, so your prompt completion is essential." With that, Huashaoshan hastily exited, even kindly closing the office door behind him. Such injustice. Through the door, Kazan could still hear Jin An's heart-wrenching roar. "Kazan, my senior." Huashaoshan rendered a military salute, his task accomplished. "Feel free to laugh." Kazan observed the unmistakable smile struggling to break free on Huashaoshan's face, and he himself couldn't help but chuckle. "Report. I have undergone rigorous training, and regardless of the circumstances, I shall not laugh." Huashaoshan endeavored to control his facial muscles, but his efforts were in vain, causing them to twitch uncontrollably. "Truly, let us see if he dares to be lazy again." Kazan, this unfortunate worker, had finally repaid his grievances with interest. The documents conveyed a singular message to the various islands of the South China Sea. The new governor had taken office and required reports on the most pressing issues to be personally addressed by the governor. Upon release, this news sent the naval forces of those troubled islands into a frenzy, eager to report every matter, great or small. Is this course of action truly wise? Huashaoshan harbored a twinge of unease, fearing the colonel's reaction might not be favorable. Kazan reassured him, "Rest assured, our colonel is not a petty man. He won't take it to heart. As for whether it will be noted in his little book, that I cannot guarantee. Let us go. We have a mountain of tasks awaiting us." For the sake of justice in his heart, Kazan cared not for the hardships he might endure. The South China Sea remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of significant events. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow upon Jin An's desk. Clenching his pen, he furrowed his brow, staring at the documents before him, as if they bore the words "foolish spender." Jin An removed the pen from his mouth. "Why does everyone come to me for money? Am I running a bank? Where would I procure such funds? Wasn't the disbursement of funds the headquarters' responsibility? What went awry in the process?" Perplexed, Jin An could only annotate the money-seeking documents with "No funds available, one life to spare. Come to the Soul Bay Kingdom for a face-to-face discussion if you dare." He then rejected all such documents outright. Another day filled with work, and now there's trouble on Mamulai Island. Hadn't we just dispatched forces there? Jin An's head throbbed. Mamulai Island, known for its dairy production, had been a destination of culinary exploration for Jin An. He mused that the pirates of this world resembled chives. Once cut, they sprouted anew almost immediately. Clearly, it was time to station some capable naval forces on that island. Relying solely on reinforcements would inevitably lead to calamity on the island. However, generally speaking, the South China Sea had remained relatively stable during this period, with the pirates' momentum effectively curtailed. Given the favorable circumstances in the South China Sea, Jin An could now take a well-deserved rest. Enhancing his strength in anticipation of the moment he would face the world's formidable challengers. Knock, knock, knock. Colonel Jin An, a Navy officer, burst through the door, a stack of materials in hand, urgency in his stride. I have a peculiar matter to report. Could he not allow for a moment's peace? Jin An's fleeting good mood was at risk of evaporating. What is it? Speak, he replied tersely. The officer, oblivious to his superior's tone, continued. I am part of the newly formed scientific expedition team, and we recently discovered something odd in the central region of the South China Sea. A small island has inexplicably vanished from our observed area. It was rich in crystal deposits and was previously occupied by numerous pirates. Upon hearing that the island was solely inhabited by pirates, Jin An visibly relaxed. Prior to its disappearance, did you observe any unusual occurrences? The officer pondered, but could not recall anything out of the ordinary. I apologize, Colonel. We did not notice any anomalies. The island seemed to vanish into thin air. We had seen it just the afternoon before its disappearance. And after one night, it was gone. Very well. I shall investigate the site personally. You may return for now. This was Jin An's first encounter with such a report, and he felt a flicker of concern. Instances of islands disappearing had been recorded in Navy history, some due to fierce battles, others from natural disasters, and still others from the wrath of colossal sea beasts. What could have caused this particular phenomenon? Resting his chin on his hand, Jin An anticipated the ensuing investigation. Colonel Jin An, are you preparing to leave for the day? Kazan glanced out the window. The sun hung high in the sky. Jin An felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been caught sneaking away. Kazan, I need to return home to fetch the laundry. It would be a pity if the wind carried it away. This excuse was quite flimsy. Kazan was at a loss for words regarding his superior. However, I have arranged for Shanks to take care of it for you. Kazan adjusted his glasses. Thankful for his foresight, I have other matters to attend to. Jin An attempted a final protest. Kazan, exasperated, covered his forehead, lamenting his misfortune in having such a superior. Colonel, have you completed processing the documents? Almost. Jin An recalled the towering stack of papers still awaiting his attention, feeling a surge of dread. Kazan's forehead creased with frustration as he adopted a stern tone. Then you cannot leave. You may only depart once you finish. His disappointment was palpable. Jin An, despite being in his 20s and with a promising future, seemed to live as though he were on the verge of retirement. Neglecting his duties. In fact, someone came to report to me. As I intended to address that matter, the spark of inspiration struck Jin An, and he seized upon the excuse. I am already aware of the situation. Those dispatched are en route. Kazan coldly stated the facts. Jin An muttered weakly. I am the commanding officer. Kazan reiterated. The personnel at the base see you only a few times a month. Jin An found himself utterly at Kazan's mercy. How could he, the highest authority, be so cornered? In truth, within the base, Kazan was essentially Jin An's right hand, executing tasks with fairness and competence that left no room for criticism. However, Kazan himself had not sought this role. It was Jin An who had compelled him into it. If your siblings knew. Kazan's words were a lethal blow. Jin An raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, Understood. Returning to the office, Jin An felt utterly deflated. Kazan would surely note this down for future reference. And he would pay for it later. A smirk crept onto Jin An's face. Meanwhile, in another office, Kazan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, prompting a shiver. Jin An must be speaking ill of him again. He had grown accustomed to this peculiar sensation. Ever since coming under Jin An's command, he experienced such tremors daily. Buru 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 buru. Just as Jin An finished processing the documents, the sudden ringing of his din-din mushi broke the silence. He retrieved the device from his pocket and answered the call. Hello, this is Jin An. No sooner had he connected than the booming voice of Vice Admiral Karp erupted from the din-din mushi. Ha ha ha. Guess who I am? Vice Admiral Karp, are you calling to settle the expenses for the food you took earlier? Jin An directly inquired. Ha ha. Karp could no longer muster a laugh, exclaiming, Nonsense. Those items were clearly gifts you bestowed upon me. And I merely took them as you suggested. Help yourself. So, you casually emptied my warehouse. Is that it? Jin An replied with a smile. All right, let us not dwell on that. What brings Vice Admiral Karp to summon the snail? Karp retorted, slightly indignant. Are you implying that I cannot call you without a pressing matter? Jin An rolled his eyes, thinking, how could you possibly not be? It was always the case that he indulged in solitary pursuits, only to remember others when faced with troublesome affairs. Why are you silent? Surely you don't think I'm that kind of person. Carp huffed, his expression fierce. Forget it. Let us move on to serious matters. Just tell me what you need. It was evident there was indeed something he sought from Jin An. Ahem. Carp cleared his throat. That fellow Long has already set off for the South Sea. I hope you can keep him in line when he arrives. Jin An found this odd. Surely such details did not warrant a phone call. Carp continued. 2 others are accompanying him to see you. Jin An shrugged it off. No problem. Just 2 more people. Who are they? After all, they were merely additional hands coming to assist him. Zephy's wife and son. Carp answered. Jin An was taken aback. Wait, I can understand you sending your son to me for safekeeping. But what does Zephyr intend? Surely his wife Isent coming to enlist. Ahem. Carp, sensing Zephy's displeasure, coughed lightly, aware of his old friend's sour mood. What's the matter, Vice Admiral Carp? Are you unwell? Jin An feigned concern. No wonder you lack time to teach your child. Though he had gained free labor, Jin An did not wish for the South Sea to resemble a nursery. Otherwise, would he not be dubbed the nursery major general in the future? Carp retorted impatiently. Stop your nonsense. Zephy's family is merely vacationing in the South Sea. Jin An struggled to comprehend. What is there to enjoy in the South Sea? Aside from pirates, what sights can be seen next to a general? And Isent safety ensured. Why would they choose to come to this desolate place? Wait, Zephyr already has a child? Then next year, his wife and child. Just manage that rascal Long. Zephyr will handle his own matters. Carp stated solemnly. Jin An felt a wave of despair. After all, those were the family members of a general, and he could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should anything happen on his turf. He hesitated. Is it still possible to refuse? Too late. Long and the others departed this morning. Carp shook his head. Jin An's mind spiraled into chaos. He understood Zephy's contributions to the Navy and certainly did not wish for his twilight years to be so bleak. Yet, he was uncertain if Zephy's family being out of his sight might provoke early actions from pirates. He also questioned his own ability to prevent any misfortune befalling Zephy's family. Pirates bold enough to harm the families of generals could not possibly be mere nobodies. Could he truly prevent what Zephyr could not? Hey, Jin An, are you still listening? Carp inquired after a prolonged silence. Has something gone awry? Why is there no response? Carp called out, suspecting a malfunction with the snail. Jin An resolved to take one step at a time. I will manage it, Vice Admiral Carp, he replied succinctly, pulling himself from his reverie. Jin An, there is one more matter, a word of caution from a friend. Carp's demeanor grew serious. Jin An smiled broadly. Ha. It's my first time hearing you refer to me as a friend, Carp. Given the 20-year age gap and Carp's high-ranking position, Jin An had always regarded him with the respect due to a senior. You impertinent brat, I am speaking to you seriously, Carp fumed. Jin An composed himself. Speak. Carp inhaled deeply. For individuals of special significance set off northward 4 days ago, but for some unknown reason, they abruptly altered course and are now headed towards the South Sea. The emphasis on human in Carp's description suggested that these were not mere trivial figures. I will remain vigilant. Jin An nodded. He was quite curious about these 4 individuals, but recalled no significant events occurring this year. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, as if a realization struck him. Could it be that incident? According to the timeline, it is indeed possible. Dealing with matters concerning the celestial dragons was no trifling matter. The people of the South Sea were renowned for their hospitality and simple ways. Surely, no heinous incidents would occur? That is all I have to say. Prepare yourself. Carp believed that even if celestial dragons ventured into Jin An's territory, they would not engage in outrageous behavior. His warning was intended to ensure Jin An would keep his distance from such individuals. Carp understood the deep-seated hatred the world held for the celestial dragons and wished to protect Jin An from being drawn into their affairs. 4 days prior, at Mariawa. What? Are you insane? Holy Saint Ho Ming. How can one of your stature? The celestial dragons surrounding Ho Ming displayed expressions of confusion and anger. Ho Ming, standing with his wife and child opposite the celestial dragons, smiled gently. We have always been human. The celestial dragons fumed. Are you suggesting we are akin to you? Such blasphemy. What do you take the celestial dragons for? You treacherous scoundrel, you have always been an anomaly. Indeed, you are a traitor, regardless of the vitriol hurled by the celestial dragons. Ho Ming remained unfazed. What you think of me is immaterial. I believe in the greatness of humanity. Living as a human must be a meaningful endeavor, enriching my life. That is my conviction. Don Quixote da Flamingo, wearing sunglasses, displayed no expression, bewildered as to why his father insisted on leaving this seemingly beautiful place. The celestial dragons could not fathom Ho Ming's words, perceiving only raw betrayal. "Oh, you even comprehend what you are saying? Such arrogance. If you wish to leave so badly, then be gone from Mariewa." 3 days prior, on the outskirts of the North Sea, Colonel Kulu, "Could you escort us to the South Sea?" Ho Ming inquired, glancing at the newspaper in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. This was the reason for his yearning for humanity. The headline read, "The spiritual leader of the South Sea, Jin An, officially promoted to colonel by the Navy headquarters, commanding the entire South Sea." "That is possible." Kulu hesitated, "but we are unprepared for what lies ahead. Your accommodations may need to be rearranged," Ho Ming replied with a smile. "No worries, any arrangement will suffice." "May I ask, where would you like to go, Lord Ho Ming?" Kulu inquired. Ho Ming glanced at the name on the newspaper. "Take us to the Solb Kingdom." Kulu halted, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It was an island previously visited by Vice Admiral Karp, and its leader seemed rather intriguing. "Indeed, that is why I wish to go there." Ho Ming gazed longingly southward, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. He was eager to meet Colonel Jin An, who was revered by the people of the South Sea. "Fire Mountain, you little rascal, come here at once." Jin An's voice echoed from his office. Fire Mountain jolted upright, hastily making his way to Jin An's office. "Colonel, you summoned me for something?" Huashishin felt a sense of unease, fearing that the concerns he had harbored would materialize. "Why so tense?" Jin An remarked with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Have you perhaps done something wrong and are now afraid of being discovered?" Huashishin shook his head vigorously, denying vehemently. "I haven't. I'm not. I don't know." "All right, there's no need to be so anxious. Just treat this place like your own home," Jin An advised earnestly. Huashishin nodded repeatedly, yet privately dismissed Jin An's words as mere nonsense, for at home, he merely ate and slept. Should he behave otherwise, Jin An would undoubtedly give him a beating. "Recently, has the Navy in charge of scouting the South China Sea reported any unusual vessels entering?" Jin An inquired. Huashishin was perplexed. The scope provided by Jin An was too broad, leaving him uncertain about the specific type of information Jin An sought. For the Navy, the vessels of utmost concern included pirate ships, those belonging to allied monarchs, and ships of the world government, all of which were indeed exceptional. "What do you mean by unusual?" "The range is too vast, so I can only continue to ask," he replied. "World government vessels," Jin An clarified. Huashishin pondered for a moment. "Recently, many world government vessels have entered the South China Sea, most of which are merchant ships procuring supplies for the celestial dragons. However, these ships go directly to the procurement locations. So there's nothing particularly noteworthy. Is that so?" Jin An stroked his chin. Could it be that the information Karp provided was erroneous? Perhaps those vessels do not intend to dock in the South China Sea, but are merely passing through. "All right, there's nothing more to discuss. You may carry on with your business." Jin An waved his hand, signaling that the matter was concluded. Huashishin felt bewildered. Was this the reason for his urgent summons, just as he was about to leave? Hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Soon, Kazan appeared before the desk. "Colonel Jin An, a world government vessel has just arrived at the coast of the Solb Kingdom without prior notice," Kazan stated, not bothering to greet Huashishin. Jin An cast a glance at Huashishin, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. "Huashishin, listen to my explanation." Huashishin exclaimed. "At the Solb Kingdom's coast, a military ship belonging to the world government had docked. We can only take you this far. This is the Solb Kingdom in the South China Sea, a member of the world government. Accommodations and ample provisions have been prepared for you on the island, ensuring your future comfort and security." The Navy lined up to bid farewell to Huamingu Sheng and his party, with Kulu standing at the front to offer final instructions. "Thank you. This is more than sufficient." Huamingu Sheng expressed his gratitude to the Navy. Escaping Mariewa had been his long-held dream. Stepping onto this island signified a complete farewell to his past. From now on, he could experience the joys and sorrows of ordinary humanity. Kulu continued. "Now we must reclaim your celestial dragon identification chips." The chips symbolize the status and privileges of the celestial dragons. One could only be recognized as such with the chip. Conversely, even those with celestial dragon blood would not be acknowledged without it. Huamingu Sheng displayed no reluctance and promptly handed over the chip. Kulu accepted the chips from their hands. "We wish you peace and joy in your future lives. We shall now return to Mariewa." Take care. As the Navy watched, the four individuals made their way inland. It was their first encounter with such amiable celestial dragons. Regrettably, such celestial dragons no longer existed. It was a rare occasion to serve the celestial dragons with such pleasure. A pity indeed. The Navy regarded Huamingu Sheng and his companions as easy to get along with, admiring their choice. One could only wonder how any Navy personnel, enjoying the benefits of being a celestial dragon, would ever make such a choice, which attested to Huamingu Sheng's remarkable strength of character. Enough of the discussion. Kulu redirected his gaze. Let us set sail. Kazan, is what you said true? Hiwashishin asked with a grimace. He felt a sharp pain in his face, unable to comprehend why he continually found himself in such situations, each time facing public scrutiny. Kazan nodded. Of course it's true, although the area where the ship docked is sparsely populated. It was still discovered by the scouts. Jin An donned his coat. Let us go see what the situation is. He promptly took the lead in exiting. Following behind, Hiwashishin grimaced. Kazan, could you perhaps report your findings when I'm not around? Why? Kazan found Hiwashishin's request rather peculiar. Because it hurts. Hiwashishin covered his face, hastily catching up to Jin An. Kazan, bewildered, nonetheless kept his focus on the events unfolding at the coast. Just as Jin An opened the door, the system presented another task. Ding. Please initiate contact with Huamingu Sheng and transform your relationship from unfamiliar to any degree of goodwill. Task reward: 10 hours of training space, 5,000 mul points. 10 million berries. Wishing you success with the task. Confetti. Through the task issued by the system, Jin An confirmed that the individual arriving on the island was indeed Doflamingo's family. This was also a hidden function of the system, allowing him to anticipate the characters and events he would soon encounter, thus saving time on investigation. Kazan, where is that ship docked? Jin An inquired of the only informed individual present. Kazan pointed northward, directly to the north of this island. There is a coastal area surrounded by a forest. It is quite remote, and few venture there. It was said to be a frequent landing spot for pirates in the past, and people instinctively avoid it to escape conflict. Upon hearing Kazan's response, Jin An recalled the place. Indeed, it was seldom visited. For Huamingu Sheng and his family, it served as an excellent landing point. Jin An held a generally favorable impression of Huamingu Sheng. He had not oppressed ordinary people during his time as a celestial dragon, was kind to others, and possessed a benevolent heart. However, he had underestimated the resentment the world harbored against celestial dragons. Leading his family into peril. In moments of danger, he had selflessly protected his wife and children, yet lacking power and authority. He was left vulnerable and unable to resist. Jin An did not fully grasp the feelings of those oppressed by the celestial dragons. In his view, the willingness of a celestial dragon to relinquish their identity and integrate into the common populace was a net positive. Perhaps Huamingu Sheng's success would even result in a schism among the celestial dragons. Conversely, should ordinary people kill Huamingu Sheng, the remaining celestial dragons would only applaud, intensifying their persecution of civilians, while those celestial dragons who sought to draw closer to common folk would abandon their aspirations. Indulging solely in pleasure. When did that castle appear over there? As they approached the coast, Jin An suddenly spotted an exquisite castle that seemed recently constructed. Kazan, equally curious, remarked, I remember that it wasn't here during the last patrol. Look, there are people at the castle entrance, Hiwashishin pointed out. Jin An and Kazan focused their gaze and noticed 4 individuals standing before the castle, carrying luggage and preparing to enter. Hiwashishin, I have always been curious about something. Could you enlighten me? Jin An led the two toward the castle. Hiwashishin perked up at the prospect of Jin An, the colonel, seeking his advice. Please ask. Are your eyes open? It was no surprise that Jin An would pose such a question, for Hiwashishin's eyes appeared perpetually closed. Yet, at times, he was able to observe things that Jin An and the others overlooked. Colonel, that question is quite impolite. And you too, Kazan, refrained from displaying such interest. Hiwashishin felt as though his heart had been pierced twice. Of course my eyes are open. To prove his point, Hiwashishin strained to widen his eyes, yet they remained unchanged. Father, look, is someone approaching through the woods? Razanandi peered through his hair at the distance. Huamingu Sheng pushed open the door and glanced back. Indeed, someone is coming. You may enter first. I shall observe those individuals and discern their purpose for coming here. Watching his family step into the castle, Huamingu Sheng stood calmly at the entrance, awaiting the approach of the 3 figures. Greetings, we have some inquiries to make. May I ask if this is a convenient time? Huaminggu Sheng's countenance bore that comforting smile that he nodded politely. Please, feel free to ask. But I must inform you that I am new to this place and may not be well versed in the matters of this island. As he scrutinized the trio's attire, he felt a peculiar familiarity with the leader among them. You are? Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jin An extended his hand with a warm smile. My name is Jin An, and I am the overseer of this island. Huaminggu Sheng extended both hands, clasping Jin An's firmly. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Colonel Jin An. I am Don Quixote Huaminggu Sheng. I in stark contrast to the gentle and composed paternal figure he portrayed in front of his family. Huaminggu Sheng's tone now resembled that of an eager admirer. I have long admired you, Colonel Jin An. It is truly an honor to finally meet you in person. Jin An waved his hand dismissively. Chuckling, I am flattered, but I am curious as to what led you to choose this island as your residence. Huaminggu Sheng paused for a moment before responding with a smile. A place where I shall spend the latter half of my life certainly deserves careful consideration. From my readings, I have learned that the South Sea, overseen by Colonel Jin An, is the most reassuring choice. I can assure you, the South Sea is the safest maritime territory. It is now, and it shall remain so in the future. Jin An declared, openly expressing his ambitions. As he endeavored to surpass the efforts of other naval forces, I harbor shame for my previous identity as a celestial dragon. I cannot alter the perceptions of other celestial dragons. Hence my decision to relocate here. Huaminggu Sheng sighed softly. Indeed, altering human beliefs is a formidable task. Celestial dragon. Hua Xiaoshan's jaw dropped in disbelief. When did the celestial dragons become so reasonable? Shouldn't they brandish weapons upon first meeting, compelling others to submit as their subservience? Huaminggu Sheng chuckled. Indeed, I was once a celestial dragon, but now I am merely an ordinary human. Would you care to come inside and sit? Although it is also my first time entering. Haha. I have yet to experience the grandeur of such a castle. It would be splendid to explore within. Colonel Jin An, my two younger brothers, let us venture inside together. Within the castle, Jin An gazed around at the opulent Desar and marveled. Now, this is the epitome of affluence. Dai Ti is indeed luxurious. Kazan and Hua Xiaoshan exclaimed in unison. Having always resided in dormitories, they had never witnessed such grandeur, even in dreams. The disparity between here and my previous living conditions is quite substantial. Huaminggu Sheng murmured. Jin An and the others rolled their eyes in unison. Celestial dragons never cease to astonish when it comes to indulgence. Mary Geos is a nexus of the world's wealth, where treasures are as abundant as common stones, rendering them incapable of fathoming the lives of ordinary people. Conversely, ordinary individuals cannot imagine the lives of the aristocracy. Huaminggu Sheng guided the three into the parlor, introducing them to his wife and children. These three are my esteemed guests. You should meet them as well. This is my wife and our two sons. Huaminggu Sheng introduced Jin An and his companions. Doflamingo, Roz and Andy, this is the Colonel Jin and I have often spoken of. Doflamingo, adorned with sunglasses, regarded Jin An and his companions with a stoic expression, showing no reaction, while Roz and Andy nervously clutched his father's pant leg and hid behind him. I apologize. This is their first encounter with outsiders, Huaminggu Sheng said gently, casting an apologetic glance at Jin An and the others. Jin An waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. It's quite normal for children to be shy. Father, where are the slaves? Let them handle the cleaning. We are utterly exhausted after just bringing in our luggage. Roz and Andy murmured from behind his father. Kazan and Hua Xiaoshan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Everyone present possessed a certain degree of strength. Even though Roz and Andy's voice was soft, it was clearly audible to them. Alas, Huaminggu Sheng spoke softly. Doflamingo, Roz and Andy, it appears I must begin anew in teaching you both. We will have to take care of these matters ourselves from now on. I refuse. These tasks are meant for slaves. Doflamingo erupted in frustration. Huaminggu Sheng placed his hand gently on Doflamingo's head, patiently instructing, Doflamingo, we must learn to live as humans. Doflamingo raised his head. Humans. Indeed, our lives will be far richer than they were in Mary Geos. Huaminggu Sheng nodded, clarifying that he referred not to material wealth, but to the richness of the human experience. Doflamingo clenched his teeth, clearly unconvinced of his father's perspective. That I apologize for the disturbance. Huaminggu Sheng sighed, well aware that altering his children's beliefs would not yield immediate results. Hua Xiaoshan shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. Jin An gestured for Huaminggu Sheng to follow him, and the two stepped into the yard. Changing a child's perspective is not a simple task. You need not feel burdened by it. Jin An reassured him that I understand, but Doflamingo's views are rather rigid. And I worry. Jin An halted before a lush tree. Your primary concern now should be your identity. Identity? Huamingushing inquired, perplexed. Since you hail from Mary Geos, I must ask, how did you treat your slaves? I had little need for slaves, they merely handled cleaning and organizing. Jin An was genuinely astonished. Was this celestial dragon truly authentic? Are you aware of how other celestial dragons behave? I have heard tales. They compel slaves to compete against one another, ultimately leaving only the strongest. To the common folk, celestial dragons are seen as butchers. Although I recognize you are somewhat different, all those who have suffered at the hands of celestial dragons will not share that sentiment. The mere knowledge of your identity as a celestial dragon would incite them to seek your demise by any means necessary. Huamingusheng involuntarily took a couple of steps back, nearly collapsing to the ground. Are you suggesting that my family may suffer due to my decisions? Yet the humanity I aspire to embody is noble and great. Jin An shattered his illusions. Humanity is, in fact, impulsive and irrational, capable of making decisions starkly contrasting their usual behavior when driven by anger. Then Huamingusheng could no longer maintain his composure and fell to the ground. Would you join us? This way, you could protect your family. Jin An extended his hand to Huamingusheng. This was Jin An's objective, to recruit a former celestial dragon into his ranks, allowing him to witness the world's unvarnished reality and comprehend that the lives of ordinary people are fraught with challenges. Should it evolve into a movement led by a former celestial dragon alongside ordinary individuals to resist the celestial dragons, it would signify a glimmer of hope for this world. Task complete. Progress. Target's favorability. Heartfelt compliance. Rewards have been dispatched. Please check. Host. Brew. Report. The warship of Monkey D. Dragon has entered the harbor. To think they arrived so swiftly. Jin An looked up at Doflamingo in the room, sensing an opportunity to engage them in something intriguing. As Monkey D. Dragon emerged from the ship's cabin, he beheld the bustling cityscape of the Sorbet Kingdom. Rubbing his slightly fatigued head from the long journey, he glanced back at the cabin. My apologies, Dragon. I appreciate you escorting us. A gentle voice resonated from the cabin. Moments later, a woman with chestnut hair, holding a child and beaming with joy, stepped out from the cabin. Dragon, his demeanor stoic, replied, Our destinations align. It is no trouble at all. Dragon and the woman disembarked from the warship and navigated through the lively streets, making their way directly to the naval base, flanked by a plethora of shops on either side, many of which displayed items they were encountering for the first time. However, they did not linger, as these matters held little allure for them. As they traversed several streets, a notably more luxurious naval base came into view, and the presence of sailors on the streets had evidently increased. Though most hurried about with brisk steps, glances occasionally fell upon Long, predominantly from young maidens, accompanied by occasional peals of laughter, brimming with youth and vitality. It was apparent that even in the economically flourishing kingdom of Seoul Bay, men as striking as Long were a rarity. Long paid little heed to the gazes directed his way, maintaining an icy demeanor throughout, his black eyes resembling a fathomless abyss. Though still youthful, he bore an air of precocious maturity. Long, many young girls are casting intriguing glances your way, Zephyr's wife remarked, stifling a laugh with one hand over her mouth. Upon hearing this, Long's expression faltered, his lips twitching slightly. I'm still young. Giggling, I was merely jesting. Your reaction is priceless. The woman laughed heartily, disregarding decorum. At times, Long felt a profound desire to weep. His elders were increasingly absurd, completely oblivious to the expected demeanor of their age. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead on the street, with people scattering in all directions as a regiment of armored soldiers marched in formation towards the port. The nation's armed forces seemed commendable, yet Long pondered why the populace appeared so fearful of them. You must be from outside. A sweet-faced girl discerned Long's confusion and lowered her voice. This is merely the current king's traditional display. You need not concern yourselves with it. Could you elaborate on the situation? Zephyr's wife inquired, her curiosity piqued. The girl glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before explaining, over the past 2 years, under Colonel Jin An's governance, the seas have calmed significantly, and the people have increasingly revered him. Indeed, I have heard of Jin An's popularity. I did not realize he performed so admirably. This must be a source of joy for your nation. Long nodded, thoroughly approving of Jin An's actions. You are mistaken. Perhaps the king feels his authority threatened, and has thus intensified unnecessary drills. The girl sighed that it's a case of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffer. The king seeks to demonstrate that his army can safeguard the nation, yet the people resent his methods. This has severely impacted their lives. Yet they dare not voice their grievances. The king is utterly overstepping his bounds. Long exclaimed indignantly, "Is there no one to hold him accountable?" The girl regarded Long with a look that suggested he was quite naive. "What is it? Am I in the wrong?" Long queried, perplexed as Zephyr's wife observed the youth, who was solely focused on capturing pirates. Long, who wields the greatest power in a nation. Why, that would surely be the king. Long blurted out. The girl shrugged. "See, you know it as well. Me, you, and he." Long realized his own folly, incredulous at the king's outrageousness, which bordered on the nonsensical. Colonel Jin An himself had attempted to communicate directly with the king. Yet ultimately, nothing had changed. Speaking of Jin An, the girl seemed to lighten up. The king manages all matters of state, and no one can oppose him. The Navy is merely responsible for maintaining security and holds no authority to question the king's decisions. In fact, the king can command his own navy to serve his purposes. However, it's not too frequent. Such occurrences are rare within a year. What could have spurred this old emperor? It hasn't been long since the last incident. The girl maintained a positive outlook, expressing only mild dissatisfaction with her present circumstances that Long's lips pursed slightly. Those familiar with him would discern that this was a sign of his irritation that I have matters to attend to. "I shall take my leave, be cautious of the king's soldiers," the girl remarked, noticing that the soldiers had vanished from sight before bidding farewell to Long and his companions. Zephyr's wife regarded Long calmly. "Does it not strike you as absurd that due to the king's whims, the populace must silently endure avoidable tribulations? Such occurrences abound in this world. While you focus on capturing pirates, you might also observe the true nature of this world." Captain Carp had always shielded his son remarkably well, resulting in Long's limited life experience. Perhaps Carp recognized this, hence Long's presence here. "Come, let us first see what kind of person Jin An, who has received such commendation from Carp, truly is," the woman said, cradling her child as she moved forward. For the first time, Long experienced a sense of helplessness associated with being part of the Navy, causing him to question his long-held beliefs about justice. The Navy, Long's thoughts drifted as he took gentle strides to keep pace with the woman's footsteps. In the hall of the naval base, the staff responsible for receiving guests wore expressions of exasperation. Every time someone sought Colonel Jin An, he was invariably absent. "We have already informed Colonel Jin An," the receptionist estimated the time. "Please wait a moment. He is attending to some matters and will require additional time to return. Please, go about your duties. We will wait here," Zephyr's wife said nonchalantly, aware that those closer to the grassroots often had more pressing matters to attend to. She need not have remained here with Long. However, after the previous events, her curiosity about Jin An's character had piqued. "Young man, you better behave yourself. Do you think you're still that lofty noble from the outside world? Under my command, you are akin to a dragon coiled and a tiger crouched. If you dare show me a glum face, I'll spank you." Before the gaze of all, Doflamingo found himself at the naval base, hoisted by Jin An by his collar. "Put me down. No one has ever dared treat me this way." The young boy flailed his arms wildly, attempting to escape the grip of that large hand, his face contorted in fury. Without hesitation, Jin An released his hold. "You dare speak to me in such a tone? Be cautious, or I might truly give you a beating. My behind." The boy clutched his rear, rolling on the ground in agony, watching Doflamingo writhe on the ground as if in the throes of despair. Jin An leisurely squatted, retrieving a snail phone, bemused by the boy's overreaction. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Jin An's eyes. Since the boy was unashamed, he might as well document this moment. Perhaps it would provide some amusement in the future. Now that this lad had become his apprentice, Jin An felt a reluctant sense of duty. Doflamingo was a ruthless individual who had disregarded human life since the age of 8 and had dared to slay his own father at 10. Taking on such an apprentice left Jin An wary of being betrayed. "What are you up to?" Upon noticing the snail phone in Jin An's hand, Doflamingo could no longer remain still, struggling to rise while covering his backside. Jin An tucked the snail phone into his pocket, capturing beautiful moments. Doflamingo shot an angry glare at Jin An. Although the man appeared harmless and amiable, prolonged interaction revealed him to be anything but kind. Despite simply voicing a few insults, he had been subjected to various forms of humiliation, having just been paraded in front of many. The thought of this made his face burn with shame. Moreover, This man seemed to harbor a disdain for his glasses, having fixated on them. Doflamingo believed he looked quite dashing in them. With this thought, Doflamingo's wariness deepened, as if the person before him bore a deep-seated grudge. "What is your purpose in bringing me here? Why did you not bring my brother along?" Upon hearing the renewed inquiry from Doflamingo, the idle Jin An was jolted back to reality, gazing at the boy's furious countenance, long influenced by the celestial dragons. Even these children exuded an air of superiority, treating others with utter disdain that if such an ingrained attitude were abruptly stripped away, it could lead to a profound transformation in their already flawed worldview. It might evolve positively, but more likely it would descend into further depravity. This depravity could magnify the inherent malice within, potentially engulfing their hearts and impacting the innocent around them. Jin An's understanding. Doflamingo was evidently of the latter kind, his glasses concealing the latent desires and brutality within. Currently, Doflamingo had yet to endure the suffering that followed the revelation of his celestial dragon identity. His perspective on commoners was merely one of condescension, not yet devolving into a desire for destruction. Reflecting on this, as Jin An looked back at Doflamingo, he adorned his face with a warm smile and declared, "From this moment forth, you shall follow my lead. When I instruct you to go east, you shall not venture west. Your forthcoming task is to learn the art of obedience." Observing Jin An's beaming smile, Doflamingo felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, yet he remained defiant, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, fixed intently on Jin An. "You, a mere colonel, are hardly in a position to speak of obedience that I in my past. I was always accompanied by a general. His identity and status were not something to be so casually dismissed. Though my father took us away from Mariawa, we remain noble celestial dragons." His extraordinary confidence, nurtured over 8 years, persisted even to this day. "Are the celestial dragons truly that formidable?" Jin An scoffed, leaning closer to Doflamingo's ear, whispering in a voice laced with malevolence, "They are but a herd of swine raised in Mariawa, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping. They are nothing but waste, contributing nothing but their weight, reaping the benefits bestowed by their predecessors while engaging in deeds unworthy of even beasts. Do they truly believe this identity bears any nobility? There exist countless individuals who can quietly erase a person's existence. So why should that person not be a celestial dragon? For ages, the celestial dragons have prided themselves as descendants of the Creator, many treating their perceived nobility with such disdain that they refuse to share the same air as ordinary folk, ruling this world for 8 centuries. Yet, is it truly justifiable to think thus? Jin An held this notion to be utterly absurd. Practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth, and strength serves as the key to this process. Thus, my child, do not overestimate your worth. Take a good look at yourself. Doflamingo was left dumbfounded by Jin An's words. He could scarcely believe that someone could view the celestial dragons in such a light. Nor could he fathom that his long-cherished identity was deemed trivial in the eyes of another. The lack of emotion in Jin An's gaze was startling. He was utterly serious. Enough with the fright. Jin An tempered his expression. "However, there is one thing I must convey to you. The celestial dragons have ceased to acknowledge your identity since the moment you left Marijoy's. Doflamingo's eyes widened in terror. Jin An continued, "Even if you were to eliminate the father responsible for this predicament, you would gain nothing. Save for the derisive laughter of the lofty celestial dragons." Observing the dazed Doflamingo, Jin An added, "Rise. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. I shall provide you with what the celestial dragons cannot offer: power, freedom, strength. Whatever you desire can be realized. And let me offer you this counsel. Your family is your most precious possession. Should you lose them, you will surely regret it." At this point, a hint of melancholy flickered in Jin An's eyes. He had lost his own family forever the moment he arrived in this world. As Jin An's words faded, a hurried voice interrupted from behind. "Boss, you've finally returned. A guest has been waiting for you inside for some time." The receptionist called out as they spotted Jin An at the door. Jin An smacked his forehead, realizing he had become so engrossed in educating the child that he had completely forgotten about Dragon. It was indeed rather rude of him. In the naval base, Dragon slowly revealed himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Monkey D. Dragon." Towering at approximately 200 centimeters, he dwarfed Jin An, who appeared like a child in comparison. Yet, in terms of presence, Jin An undeniably overshadowed Dragon. As Jin An's voice resonated, a woman clad in a pink dress emerged from the room, cradling a child. Her radiant smile exuded warmth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, instantly evoking fondness. The child, content and curious, gazed at the world with a bright smile. The woman inclined her head gracefully towards Jin An, offering impeccable courtesy. "Greetings. I am Zephyr's wife. I have often heard Zephyr speak of you. And today I am fortunate to finally meet you." "Not at all. I have long admired both General Zephyr and yourself. When I visit Marineford, I shall bring gifts to pay my respects," Jin An replied. Zephyr and his wife had made significant contributions to the Navy, earning the respect of many, Jin An included. However, Jin An had no immediate plans to visit Marineford, as he was uncertain of the troubles that might await him there. "It is settled then, Zephyr, and I eagerly anticipate your visit to Marineford." She perceived that Dragon had matters he wished to discuss with Jin An, and if she lingered, it might hinder their conversation. "I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy your discussion with Dragon." After a brief farewell, she departed, casting a tender glance back at the child. "You must grow up to be a man like them." "So what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Jin An inquired leisurely, sipping his tea while observing the stern-faced Dragon across from him. The room was theirs alone, providing a private space for dialogue. Yet Dragon remained silent, compelling Jin An to break the ice. "My father sent me to learn from you, but I find little here to absorb," Dragon remarked, looking down on Jin An. Everyone here seemed to hold him in high regard. Yet to Dragon, Jin An appeared to be nothing more than a slothful leech, avoiding any responsibilities and merely enjoying life. "In your eyes, who possesses the right to teach you?" Jin An remained unfazed. Gently rocking in his chair, Dragon grumbled, "Certainly not someone like you." He had anticipated that anyone praised by Sengoku, Zephyr, and his own father would be a figure of great stature, or at least someone striving to achieve something significant. Yet, upon meeting him, he realized that this man was nothing more than an ordinary colonel, lounging in the South China as AI. In fact, prior to this man's rank had not even surpassed his own. Jin An regarded Dragon. "Child, your demeanor is typical of one who has never faced a proper beating. Is it not rather impolite to declare our incompatibility upon first meeting? A touch of subtlety would serve you well. Truth be told, I am not particularly inclined to accept this arrangement. If you do not wish for my guidance, I am more than content to enjoy my leisure." Jin An yawned, indifferent to the notion of losing another tool. Unable to bear Jin An's lethargic demeanor, Dragon exclaimed, "Can you not engage in something beneficial for the common folk?" Jin An turned his head, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "I would be most interested to hear your insights. After all, you have only just arrived here. What makes you think you understand me well enough?" Dragon, with neck craned, asserted, "Everything I've witnessed proves that the people here do not live well. My own upbringing was far superior to theirs. All that your eyes perceive may not deceive you. You may take your leave now." Jin An waved dismissively, signaling for him to exit. He had little patience for the self-righteous youth, if he was so confident in his judgments. Then perhaps self-education would serve him well. Dragon stormed out, bewildered as to why the Navy headquarters would assign such a person to govern a vast sea, as if they wished to ensure that the people here suffered. As the door slammed shut, Dragon stood dazed at the entrance, realizing that his actions had been somewhat excessive. However, the mere thought of Jin An's inaction rendered him unable to maintain his composure. Any decision made by those in power could precipitate drastic changes in the lives of the common people. What a scoundrel! He clenched his teeth, striking his fist against the wall, feeling an overwhelming urge to leave immediately and confide in his father about his observations. Yet, a hint of hesitation lingered. "Colonel Monkey D. Dragon, is it?" Kazan adjusted his glasses and inquired, observing the discontent etched on Dragon's face. Despite his foul mood, Dragon managed a reluctant nod. "Indeed, that is I am Kazan." He extended an invitation. "You seem somewhat troubled. Would you care to join me for a stroll to clear your mind?" Distraught, Dragon felt a wave of discomfort upon seeing the Navy personnel at this base, and had little inclination to take a leisurely walk with a stranger. Kazan, undeterred, tousled his curly hair and gazed intently at the young man before him, who was only a few years his junior. "Do not be so quick to refuse. After all, this is also about restoring our colonel's reputation." Dragon scoffed lightly. "Reputation? Does this fellow even possess one?" Whether one believed it or not, a brief respite could indeed prove to be a worthwhile endeavor, Kazan remarked with a shrug, upon exiting the naval base. The street before them was still bustling with activity. Street vendors resumed their lively calls, pedestrians flowed like a river, and laughter echoed through the air. Just as Dragon lamented the world's indifference, he felt a gentle tap on his right shoulder. This place was never this lively before. I followed Colonel Jin An closely, witnessing the gradual transformation of this street into what it is today. Kazan mused, nostalgia filling his eyes. Dragon felt incredulous. How could such a vibrant street have been constructed only in recent years? It was hard to believe. Noticing the skepticism in Dragon's gaze, Kazan opted not to elaborate further, suggesting instead, "Let us continue our walk, big brother." A girl with a radiant smile dashed towards Dragon, her face alight with joy. "Do you know each other?" Kazan asked. Puzzled, "We met briefly. The little girl enlightened me on many matters," Dragon replied with a hint of sentiment, acknowledging that it was her words that clarified the situation on the island. "To me, Jin An is nothing but a hypocrite," he declared resolutely. He gazed at the naval base, towering above all other structures. This was his initial impression of Jin An, just as Dragon contemplated enumerating Jin An's transgressions. An outburst of indignation rang in his ears, leaving him momentarily taken aback. "You are a villain. How dare you speak ill of brother Jin An?" the girl exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Half of the people on this island were saved by brother Jin An. If you wish to slander him, I shall be the first to oppose it." Startled by the unexpected sobs, Dragon found himself at a loss, uncertain of what he had done wrong. What was the girl's perspective of Jin An? What had transpired on this island in the past? "We are the Forsaken, abandoned by the king. The king intended to let us fend for ourselves, wishing to protect only the wealthy. It was brother Jin An who negotiated with the king, securing our current way of life." The girl recounted everything she knew. To finance the celestial tax, the king of the world sought various means to raise funds. The king of the Soul Bay Kingdom, by Keeley, intended to divide the nation in two to reduce the tribute of the celestial tax. One half would receive state protection, while the other would descend into lawlessness. At that time, Jin An lacked the power and status, and could only employ various methods to reach a tacit understanding with the king, resulting in the current situation. "Otherwise, we would either starve or be slain by pirates," Dragon said, his jaw dropping in astonishment. I did not anticipate such a scenario. His pride had led him to assume that Jin An was merely allowing the king to oppress the common folk. Yet, the girl's words illuminated the foolishness of his preconceived notions. Feeling uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Dragon feared ridicule and reproach. Observing the shifting expressions on Dragon's face, Kazan felt a flicker of joy within. He did not wish for his idol to be misunderstood, nor for anyone from headquarters to misinterpret the situation. "No, I must return." After a moment of struggle, Dragon resolved to heed his heart, acknowledging that one must admit to their mistakes, a rule he had always adhered to. As Dragon pushed open the door, Jin An appeared somewhat taken aback. From their first encounter, Jin An sensed that this individual was exceedingly proud, a character trait that rarely shifted under normal circumstances. While pride can be advantageous, it also harbors drawbacks. Such individuals tend to possess an unwavering self-belief, rendering them resistant to the counsel of others. Just as in the future, when establishing his own army, Dragon could have quietly developed under the Navy's protection. Yet his disdain for the Navy's actions led him to rebel in a fit of rage. "I have come to apologize." Dragon lowered his proud head. Jin An regarded him with interest. This humble demeanor was a rare sight. "I did not realize the extent of your contributions to this island. While I merely observed a few things and formed a negative opinion of you, I reflect, I acknowledge my error, and I shall not make hasty judgments henceforth." To acknowledge one's mistakes is already commendable, and in this regard, Dragon had indeed shown merit. "I must say, you were not entirely wrong in your earlier assertions. I have indeed overlooked some of the king's actions." Jin An replied. Dragon lifted his head, puzzled by Jin An's response. "You must understand, the world government does not permit us Navy personnel to interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. After all, they fund our military. We must show some respect for the rules. Moreover, the king's actions are merely an outlet for his emotions, and they do not significantly impact the populace, so I chose not to intervene. That he is not a deity, capable of managing everything. Even if he were to meticulously oversee every matter, what would happen to the people once he departs? Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish." Observing Dragon's continued confusion, Jin An elaborated, "A king can determine the rise and fall of a nation. In my view, although this current king may be narrow-minded, he still considers the welfare of his people. His existence is beneficial to all. As long as no red lines are crossed, he may govern as he pleases. In a stable environment, people tend to become complacent, but by introducing a modicum of pressure, Exceptional talents will emerge. Dragon began to grasp the concept. Everything revolved around maintaining balance, leading all parties to tacitly accept the status quo. No, I believe that balance is merely the easiest option. Dragon suddenly raised his head. A sharp glint flashing in his eyes, he clenched his fists tightly. The justice I uphold is not of this nature. What is elegantly termed balance is, in stark reality, mere compromise. The Navy has entrusted you with the protection of the entire South Sea. Your strength must be formidable, correct? A competitive gleam surfaced on Dragon's face that I wish to experience the prowess of Colonel Jin An and see if you truly live up to your reputation. I just had a spar with Carp earlier and still have not had my fill. I gladly accept your challenge. Jin An laughed heartily upon hearing Dragon's request, confident in his own abilities. Solbay Kingdom Branch, Training Ground. Come, Dragon, you may strike first. Let me witness the caliber of one who has been taught by Carp. Jin An said coolly, granting Dragon the opportunity to initiate the confrontation. Dragon was a prodigy, a diligent one at that. Otherwise, he would not have attained the rank of colonel at such a young age. A hallmark of genius is often a penchant for rebellion, and to deal with such troublemakers, one must first subdue them to prevent further disruptions. At this moment, Dragon was still too young, lacking the maturity and wisdom he would later acquire after leaving the Navy. For now, he charged forward with youthful fervor. In his eyes, Jin An was overestimating himself, completely dismissing Dragon's potential. He had always been fearless. How could he simply swallow this insult? He was determined to make Jin An regret underestimating him. Taking a deep breath, Dragon momentarily closed his eyes, then opened them, restoring his previous calm demeanor. He looked at Jin An and said, I will not hold back. This time, I shall engage you earnestly. Feel free to strike. Jin An assured him that a smile also appeared on Jin An's face as he nodded slightly. As Jin An's words fell, Long's expression grew increasingly serious, with the wind swirling around him, enveloping his entire being and gradually expanding outward. Indeed, his abilities are tied to the wind. Observing Long's powers, Jin An became intrigued. He had not anticipated that Long had already consumed a devil fruit. This made things all the more interesting. As he spoke, Long suddenly leaped forward with great speed, his arms bending into a peculiar arc. His fingers came together, resembling the claws of a colossal dragon, and combined with the amplification of the wind, a sharp slicing sound resonated through the air. The Dragon Claw Fist, the signature technique of Sabo that would later bring him fame, capable of easily crushing even the toughest armor worn by Blackbeard's subordinates, was now wielded by Long, which was not surprising. Long was evidently well practiced in this technique, and as he struck, the trajectory of his movements became difficult to decipher. Since setting sail to hunt pirates, Long had learned an important lesson: never underestimate an opponent in combat. Thus, he unleashed his most proficient technique right from the start. The power and momentum of the Dragon Claw Fist were indeed breathtaking to onlookers. Faced with Long's fierce assault, Jin An's expression remained unchanged. As nonchalant as ever, he had no intention of merely enduring such a powerful move. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigned supreme. As long as he remained elusive, no matter how grand the technique, it would merely be a display without substance. With a flicker of thought, Jin An stepped forward, leaving a residual image in place, and his figure had already reached 10 meters away. Boom! Dust billowed across the training ground as Long's claw sank into the soil. His expression slightly bewildered. Long, I'm right behind you. Jin An's voice echoed in Long's ear. As Long turned, he saw Jin An with his palms pressed together, instantly shifting into a stance, his hands sweeping forth, generating a powerful gust that swept away the surrounding dust and debris. Long hurriedly retaliated with the Dragon Claw Fist. Bang! The fierce attacks collided, creating a violent shockwave that spread through the area. The clash of their strikes unfolded with astonishing speed, a deep thud reverberating throughout the training ground. The sound of their confrontation inevitably attracted a crowd of curious onlookers, under the scrutiny of many intrigued eyes. The training ground became a whirlwind of activity, with both combatants exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. Wow, such fierce fighting! Observing the two figures in combat, many could not help but exclaim in astonishment, this guy really that physically strong? As the Dragon Claw Fist swung, Long's expression shifted repeatedly. He had not anticipated that even in such a serious state, he could not inflict any injury upon Jin An. Moreover, during their exchanges, he felt as though Jin An was deliberately studying his techniques. As if attempting to discern his patterns of attack, The standoff could not continue. Long's gaze sharpened, and he enveloped his palms with a formidable aura, quickly sprinting forward, transforming into a gust of wind. His body shooting forth like a piercing sword, closing the distance to Jin, and in an instant a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and in the next moment, he switched to a new offensive approach. Launching a barrage of strikes with both hands and feet, akin to a tempest crashing down upon Jin, and the sudden onslaught from Long had no effect on Jin An, as if the attacks were inconsequential, allowing them to rain down upon him without resistance. Then, with a simple fist, he struck directly at Long's chest, sending him flying away. Long clutched his painfully throbbing chest, his face pale as he gasped for breath. Indeed, in the presence of a master, elemental transformation is of no use. Immediately afterward, he transformed into a swirling gust of green wind racing towards Jin An. Quite resilient, aren't you? Jin An remarked, shaking his hand. He felt as if each punch he landed on Long merely glided off to the side, as if striking flowing air, devoid of any satisfying impact. Clap, clap, clap. The fierce exchange continued, their fists and palms leaving imprints upon one another. Their clothing reduced to tatters, carried away by the wind. Puffed. Another clash ensued, and Long staggered backwards several steps, only managing to halt his retreat by stepping on the gentle breeze, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Jin An, whose stance remained unwavering, not a hint of movement. Well, I've gathered a fair understanding of your strength, Jin An declared aloud. You can take a break now, without waiting for Long's response. Jin An leaped high into the air, then descended with a sudden force. Allow me to demonstrate this descending palm technique. Long sensed an intense threat approaching and resolved to meet it with all his might. Instantly, a violent wind surged, swirling up dust, stones, and broken branches, rising majestically into the sky. Futile, under Jin An's palm, the raging wind suddenly collapsed, branches and dust shattering and scattering to the ground that a hand came down upon Long's head. You have lost. In the winter sunlight, the training ground and its surroundings fell into a profound silence, with numerous eyes filled with delight fixated on the two figures at the center. This outcome had been anticipated by the onlookers. Their Colonel Jin An had never tasted defeat against his peers. He actually lost. Long lay upon the training ground, his hand shielding his eyes from the bothersome sunlight. This was his first defeat since birth, and a complete one at that. It was a moment that left him feeling anything but joyful. Ding! Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Defeat the wind manipulator. Ding! You have gained the recognition of Monkey D. Dragon. Ding! Monkey D. Dragon's favorability towards you has increased. Please continue your efforts. Quest rewards. 36 additional hours in the training space, 20 million berries, and an invitation to the auction house on the Vanishing Island. Jin An? Standing in the arena, joy descends from the heavens. The increased training time would afford him ample opportunity for further cultivation, while the berries were merely a trivial sum to him, mere numbers in his eyes. What truly piqued his curiosity were the latter two rewards. The Vanishing Island must be the one previously reported, specifically designated for rewards, suggesting it harbored some unknown secrets. As for the invitation, he would need to find a secluded spot to thoroughly examine it. Jin An glanced at Long, surprised that this strong and imposing figure could be so compliant. After a lengthy discussion, a lesson seemed to have been imparted through a good thrashing. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Long sprawled on the ground, his expression still wearing that enigmatic smile. What a hassle! No wonder you were raised under the tutelage of those old-timers at headquarters. The devil fruit was not something just anyone could acquire. And Long's fruit was exceptionally rare. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Moreover, he ought to express gratitude for the rewards bestowed upon him. Long chuckled self-deprecatingly, interpreting Jin An's mention of rewards as the satisfaction of victory. What of headquarters? What of the seas, if not to be defeated by your hand? May I inquire as to how you became so formidable? Long lowered his hand from his face, a strong curiosity directed toward the one who had vanquished him. Defeat was simply defeat. All he needed to do was improve himself and catch up to Jin An's pace to find fulfillment. Hearing Long's question, Jin An had pondered the same for himself. Was it luck, effort, or the life-or-death trials faced in the training space? He smiled without providing a direct answer. Formidable? I hardly think so. There are far too many strong individuals in this world. Edward Newgate, Gold. Roger, Shiki the Golden Lion. The five elders, any one of them could easily defeat me, and they have always been my targets. Now, you should rest well. Perhaps I will have some more exciting endeavors for you in the future. Jin An turned and walked toward the office, where a multitude of training tasks awaited him. It's only natural that you're unfamiliar with Jin An. Having just arrived here, Kazan expressed a sense of melancholy. Despite having spent a considerable amount of time by his side, I had seldom witnessed him engage in any form of exercise, yet every encounter revealed a noticeable enhancement in his strength. Perhaps this is the nature of genius, or rather, monstrous talent. When I first became acquainted with him, we were evenly matched, but now, the thought brings nothing but tears. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Long did not feel any solace. Instead, his heart ached even more. What the hell? An invitation to a human auction house. Holding the rewards bestowed by the system, Jin An cursed vehemently. What use was this to him? The auction house was located a great distance away on the Sabaody archipelago, rendering this invitation no more valuable than scrap paper. He could hardly purchase a living soul to bring back. However, upon reflection, the Sabaody archipelago was a renowned vacation destination, and perhaps a trip there would not be so bad after all. Yet, Kazan's demeanor hinted at sorrow. That fellow would likely not grant him any favor. While dealing with the mess at the training ground, Kazan sneezed and lamented, "Oh, how difficult this is for me. No, without conditions. One must create them." Gazing at the invitation, a mischievous smile crept across Jin An's face. He intended to bring a few companions along. The rare excitement that occurred only once a month promised a multitude of intriguing events. The following morning, a newsbird soared over every inhabited island, delivering the latest reports. The celestial dragon Don Quixote homing had abandoned his identity, becoming a commoner. The world government announced that henceforth, his life or death was of no concern to them. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had joined forces in the New World, conquering several islands and leaving devastation in their wake, prompting an exodus of the populace, with the press vowing to continue their coverage. Edward Newgate hosted a banquet on board his ship for his fourth son, which lasted the entire night, with guests only departing as dawn broke. Admiral Jin An of the South Sea departed the Solb Kingdom alone. Continuing his campaign against pirates, the heroic Garp returned to his homeland in the East Sea, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates along the way. In the opulent hall, a throng of heads bobbed amidst the cacophony of chatter. Under the dim lights of the auction house, elegantly clad individuals adorned with various jewels showcased their wealth. "Thank you all for your patience." A man in a black tuxedo passionately began his opening remarks. Initiating the monthly GR human auction, the illustrious host, known as the Walking Auction House, Mr. Disco, graced the stage with flamboyant strides, his exaggerated expressions resembling a theatrical masterpiece, with every contour of his face vividly portraying extreme emotions. "We have prepared a plethora of premium slaves for you today," Modis declared, wielding his hammer with fervor. "What fortune we have, as this auction features some highly sought-after items that I sincerely wish you all success in acquiring satisfactory slaves." Behind the auctioneer, slaves were confined in various cells, their faces etched with despair. Their hollow, powerless gazes, bound by chains and shackles, betrayed their inescapable fear and helplessness. Why has he brought us to such a place? After undergoing a disguise, Don Quixote Doflamingo felt utterly uncomfortable, squirming as he wished to shed his filthy garments. "Stop struggling. You cannot escape this place." Long glanced at the child beside him, observing the iron chains that encircled him. For Long, this was an unprecedented experience. Having always been respected, he now found himself shackled as a prisoner. Leaning against the wall in a more comfortable position, he mused, "Soon we shall know where he is. For now, we must wait." This is a reality we could never have encountered before. This was the darkness of the world, a tragedy orchestrated by all present. Indeed, Long and Doflamingo were sold by Jin An, transported to the Sabaody archipelago. After speaking, Long closed his eyes, listening quietly to the sounds of weeping emanating from the adjacent cell. The center of the auction house, nobles reclined in plush chairs, raising their glasses with graceful gestures, savoring fine wine, while eagerly awaiting the arrival of the auction items. "What do you wish to purchase this time?" "The last human slave I bought lasted less than 10 days. So today, if possible, I'd like to acquire a young and robust mermaid that I wish to buy 2 or 3 beautiful young women to delight my eyes. I wonder what sort of women will appear. How exciting. Ha ha ha, for them." This was not merely an auction, but a refined social event, relishing the thrill and joy that bidding brought. Observing the escalating atmosphere, Modis laughed heartily. As the chief auctioneer, his years of experience had taught him the wealth his talents could yield. Shifting his gaze from the attendees' faces, he clapped his hands and cheerfully declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware of your intentions for attending, so today's auction will feature our most prized possessions." With a grand gesture, Modi's dimmed the lights on stage. Soon, under the spotlight, two guards led a man, collar around his neck, onto the stage. Modi's began to introduce the item. Item number 1 comes from the North Sea. He is skilled in cooking and household chores, exceptionally handsome and adored by all, capable of fulfilling your every desire. A vigorous 22-year-old man. We shall start the bidding at 300,000 berries. Please raise your paddles to bid. With a grin, Modi set the starting price notably high. What a beast! Jin An sat in the VIP section, observing the farce unfold, a cold smile gracing his lips. It is often said that without trade, there can be no slaughter. Yet in Jin An's eyes, having a slave killed outright was a far better fate than enduring a life worse than death after being sold. Watching the male slave on stage, it was evident that the crowd showed little interest. Under their scrutiny, the man shifted uncomfortably, his heart filled with despair. Once the transaction succeeded, his life and death would lie entirely in the hands of another. If no one desires him, then he shall belong to me. The individual holding paddle number 87 raised it high, declaring 300,000 berries. After stating the price, the noble scanned the crowd, eager to see who might contest him. Modi's eyes gleamed as he regarded this bidder with disdain, concealing his contempt behind a perfect smile. Paddle number 87 bids 300,000 berries. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer? After a brief silence, a few others began to increase their bids. As the price climbed, the initial bidder was filled with awe but soon simmered with irritation, ultimately losing the will to compete when the price reached 520,000 berries. For the first item, most attendees opted to observe, aware that the quality of items would improve as the auction progressed. Those with fewer berries seized the opportunity to bid on earlier items, hoping to acquire relatively good slaves for the least expenditure. After all, participating in such a grand auction could lead to connections with individuals of higher status. After 30 minutes of bidding, 14 slaves had already been sold, and the upcoming items promised to be of significant value. Prepare item number 16. Bring it out immediately after item 15 is sold. You there, get up, perform well, and fetch a good price. The guard roughly seized Doflamingo's clothing, forcefully throwing him from the cell. And you, move your legs. If you don't hurry, I'll make you regret it. Long suppressed his murderous instincts, rising voluntarily to approach the auction stage, amid the sound of chains scraping against the floor. Long and Doflamingo were shoved onto the auction platform, where a crowd of greedy and callous buyers scrutinized every aspect of their bodies. Yet they stood upon the stage like mere commodities, subject to the whims of others. The unease that had plagued Doflamingo since his time in the prison reached its zenith as he ascended the platform. The gaze of those around him enveloped him in a shroud of helplessness and fury. His heart raced violently, as if it might burst from his chest, while an indescribable fear constricted his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. He struggled to maintain his composure, but the tide of terror surged within him. Unstoppable, conversely, Long remained as impassive as ever, as if he were not a mere item on display, but rather a sovereign surveying his domain. The collar around his neck was but a trivial obstacle, and thus his mindset starkly contrasted with Doflamingo's. He desired to leave, for no one here could impede his freedom. An atmosphere of fervor permeated the auction house, a heady mix of wealth, power, and greed. Doflamingo's gaze swept across the faces of the buyers, noting their cold expressions, eyes glinting with desire for the young slaves. Some wore smiles, as if admiring a precious work of art, while others fixed their sharp gazes upon them. Akin to ravenous wolves, fear gripped him. The scrutiny of these individuals made him feel physically ill. He couldn't help but wonder if he had once regarded ordinary people with such eyes. Next up was item number 16. A robust youth from the South Sea, capable of effortlessly moving an entire warehouse's worth of goods without breaking a sweat. Not only could he toil like a beast of burden, but he could also serve as a punching bag. Accompanied by a handsome boy, laughter erupted from the auction room. Now, how much shall we start the bidding? Modi's observed the expressions of those present. He struck the gavel upon the table with force. Starting bid 30 million berries. Let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer announced the sale, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Whispers filled the air, some consulting with their neighbors on how to place their bids, while others remained silent. Their greed unmistakable. Doflamingo felt increasingly like an object, displayed in a shop window for all to gawk at and bid on. How infuriating! Am I truly worth only 30 million berries? Such contempt for humanity. Long felt insulted by the starting price. However, he glanced at the trembling boy beside him. Realizing he was deemed even less valuable than 30 million berries, the gentle breeze swept through the hall. But after Long calmed himself, tranquility swiftly returned. Jin An sat in the auction house, intrigued by the two on stage, while the calls for bids echoed around him. Long was indeed favored by the noble women present. It was no surprise, as the majority of bidders were women, and it seemed his disguise was well received among them. 45 million. 45 million. The bidding felt like a nightmarish dream, plunging Doflamingo into an inescapable despair. He had never yearned for freedom more desperately, longing to break free from his shackles. Yet in this merciless auction hall, he could only watch as he was gradually stripped away, bit by bit, until he ultimately fell into the hands of a stranger, his fate once again controlled by others. 50 million. The chorus of bids rose and fell in the hall, and Jin An twitched at the corner of his mouth. 50 million was no trifling sum. After all, it was he who had brought the two to be auctioned. The best resolution would be for him to purchase them himself. 100 million. 100 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Modis called out. Jin An felt it was time, slowly raising his paddle. 5,101 million. With a slight twitch of his eye, Modis, behind his sunglasses, glanced at Jin An, then surveyed the room, realizing that the other bidders wore expressions of resignation. Understanding that this price was indeed the highest, he repeated the figure thrice, and finally, the dust settled. Congratulations to VIP 888 for successfully acquiring a coveted item. Upon seeing that the person who had purchased him was Jin An, Doflamingo exhaled deeply, the tension he had held finally dissipating. He wished to endure this torment no longer. Long shot a glance at Jin An, feeling somewhat vexed. Ultimately, a marine colonel and a mere child had only fetched a price of 5,001 million. Long and Doflamingo were escorted down, awaiting the conclusion of the auction for their transfer. While the auction continued, the prices called out became increasingly outrageous, and Jin An grew more exhilarated. In truth, he had no desire to spend money. It would be far more economical to simply seize them. However, to do so would necessitate waiting until the auction concluded, when there would be fewer people to contend with. Regardless, he could not abide the sight of living beings being treated as commodities. The traffickers deserved death, and those operating the auction house deserved no less. Were it not for his lack of resources to challenge the world government, he would have dismantled the place. Alas, it appeared he would leave empty-handed once more. Have I still not encountered the mermaid I most look forward to? I have waited an eternity for her. Not to mention mermaids. Even seeing fishmen is a rare occurrence, requiring fortune to encounter. The true VIPs of the auction, despite their insatiable desire for slave commodities, found themselves dissatisfied with the current offerings. They yearned for higher quality slaves, ideally of some special races. The previous items had been rather monotonous, consisting solely of robust laborers or slaves with specific skills, such as culinary expertise or musical proficiency. Yet nothing had yet appeared to captivate their attention. However, despite their discontent with the current slave offerings, they remained hopeful for the next slaves to be auctioned, anticipating that they would meet their desires and requirements. Thus, they chose to linger in the auction house, awaiting the next item, eager to find a slave that would fulfill their expectations. For them, slaves were not merely a source of labor, but a symbol of status and identity, promising endless comfort and indulgence. How utterly grotesque. Jin An sat in the auction house, perpetually feeling out of place. His gaze drifted among the attendees, where kings, nobles, and wealthy individuals mingled, and even a celestial dragon could be spotted in a separate area. Celestial dragons were not just extraordinarily wealthy. Capturing one would likely equate to the combined wealth of everyone present. The shackles around Long and Doflamingo's necks had been removed, and they now quietly remained beside Jin An. They had been summoned by Jin An to meet with the auction house's manager in advance, sparing them from further suffering in their cells. What are your impressions, you two? Jin An leisurely sipped his cola. Doflamingo hesitated to meet Jin An's gaze, yet the rising hatred within him filled his heart, a fierce desire to unleash his loathing for this world and his dissatisfaction with Jin An into a conflagration that would obliterate everything. He was the noble Don Quixote. When had he ever endured such indignity? However, he dared not express his discontent towards Jin An, fully aware that the latter would not care for his status. Eliminating him, a former celestial dragon, would be as simple as a flick of the finger to Jin An, of course, sensed Doflamingo's animosity. Yet, it mattered little to him. Would an elephant concern itself with an ant? To him, Doflamingo was scarcely more significant than an insect. These traffickers deserved death. Long declared solemnly, he could no longer tolerate the blatant injustices occurring before his eyes. His patience with these scoundrels had evaporated entirely. You only see the traffickers, yet fail to consider who stands behind them. Lending them support. Those individuals are scarcely better than the traffickers themselves, Jin An remarked blandly. Long's pupils narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting this island is home to a marine base? Do you truly believe they are unaware of anything? Jin An swirled the cola in his goblet, gazing through the glass at the sky obscured by the auction house. Long's life had been, until now, remarkably smooth sailing. Prior to arriving here, he had been entirely ignorant of the grim realities of slave auctions, let alone the sordid entanglements between the Navy and the auction houses. The sudden revelation of these truths struck his heart with profound intensity. It was as if time had frozen for long. Leaving him standing there, at a loss for words, he felt utterly dazed. Today's experiences were in stark contrast to the ideals of justice that Cap had instilled in him. What was there to make a fuss about? Doflamingo's voice shattered the peculiar atmosphere, revealing that such activities were conducted under the covert support of the world government, while the Navy could only choose to feign ignorance. Just moments ago, I spotted an unexpected individual. Look, that person is brazenly seated in the area designated for the celestial dragons. You didn't miss that, did you? Long swallowed hard. The realization that the celestial dragons were complicit hit him. Let us go. The auction will continue for a while longer. I'll take you all on a grand venture. Jin An downed the cola in his cup. He had long desired to engage in such an endeavor, and the timing felt impeccable. In the vicinity, certain nobles had already begun to beam with delight as they collected their spoils. These spoils not only granted them dominion over their newly acquired slaves, but also signified their financial prowess within the auction house. Long and Doflamingo simultaneously directed their gazes towards Jin An, who was fixated on these very slaves. What significance do these slaves hold? Doflamingo scoffed. Not merely the slaves. Everything here belongs to me. Jin An gestured expansively. Within his observation hockey, the auction house's underground vault was brimming with gold, silver, jewels, and artworks. Given his capabilities, he could be likened to a deity on the Sabaody archipelago. There was nothing that could threaten him. So why not indulge in a bit of chaos? Moreover, his observation hockey could envelop the entire Sabaody archipelago, allowing him to flee instantly should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The auctioneer on the stage continued to prattle on with exaggerated flair, introducing the items up for bid. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were devoid of emotion, filled only with an insatiable thirst for wealth. This avarice drove him to perform ludicrous theatrics, utterly disregarding the despair of the slaves. Long felt the flames of his fury rekindling. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles protruding, veins bulging, as his anger towards the auctioneer and dissatisfaction with the auction house reached a boiling point. Suddenly, Jin An's voice rang out loudly, echoing throughout the hall. You may conclude your ostentatious performance, Jin An stated nonchalantly. You may all leave if you have nothing better to do. I am in a good mood today and will only target the auction house. Should any of you be harmed in the process, I can only extend my apologies. His words silenced the conversations within the hall, as astonished and indignant gazes turned towards him. They were incensed to have their enjoyment so abruptly interrupted. Dear guest, please take your seat. We can still regard your earlier offense as a jest. However, should you continue to overstep, do not blame us for being ruthless, a staff member of the auction house replied with a forced smile. Jin An swiftly swatted the man aside, turning his gaze towards those within the auction house. Well, I find you most agreeable at this moment. Doflamingo's lips stretched into a grin, eager for the ensuing developments. The auction house buzzed with commotion. Some were astonished, others dismissive, yet all expressed discontent with his actions. However, Jin An remained unmoved, quietly observing the antics of those before him. I shall count to 3, and then you may bear the consequences of your refusal to leave. 3. Do you truly think of yourself as significant? I am the king of the Laysol kingdom. You dare to threaten me? 2. Stop the countdown. We shall not be leaving. Do you not feel the slightest shame for your actions? Is your heart consumed only by fame and fortune, devoid of the most basic humanity and conscience? Seeing no one depart, Long could contain himself no longer and spoke loudly. His voice was filled with sorrow and indignation. seeking to awaken the consciences of those present. Yet, he was met with disappointment. The majority within the auction house were indifferent to Long's words. Human dignity held no value for them. Their presence here signified that such ideals had long been forsaken. Power and status were their true emblems. Isn't that the little brat who was just bought? It seems your master has neglected you. Perhaps I should discipline you on their behalf that a mere slave dares to act so insolently. I could end you with a single spit. The auction house was rife with insults, as the onlookers expressed their discontent with Long's actions. How tragic! Long gently closed his eyes, uncertain whether he lamented the individuals before him. This wretched world, or the lofty world government. Before long, they found themselves unable to utter another word. Jin An and his companions suddenly appeared before the traffickers. The man, sensing Jin An's intent, hastily raised his hands in defense. Calling out to his comrades, "Brothers, since he refuses to leave gracefully, let us strike him down. Attack!" The security personnel swiftly surrounded them. These individuals were seasoned veterans of the auction house, wielding clubs as they charged forward. For them, dealing with troublemakers was routine, and they had either killed or beaten at least 50 such nuisances. Their every move radiated a pursuit of wealth, showing utter disregard for human life that in their eyes. Troublemakers were merely walking currency. Capturing them allowed for immediate auctioning, with the proceeds flowing directly into their pockets. Long sensed the avarice in their eyes, a flicker of disdain flashing across his own. Let us take them all on that he strode confidently into the fray, harboring no pity for these individuals, unleashing the pent-up fury he had accumulated over time. The cold laughter and scorn of the nobles tightened his fists. Igniting a fire of rage within Long's chest, he was acutely aware of the filth that permeated this place, the tragic fates of the innocent. Slaves here were not willingly valued, yet they were stripped of all dignity. Even their lives, they were not born to be enslaved by you. Long's voice resonated with fury and determination, his words cutting through the hearts of the slaves in the background like a sharpened blade. Speaking on behalf of the slaves was a notion they could only dare to dream of, leading many to weep upon hearing Long's declarations. What are you crying for? Do you truly believe that they will take you away? Stop dreaming, the guards mocked. The slaves harbored no illusions, merely venting their suppressed emotions. Though they held no hope, their eyes still revealed anger at their plight, along with faith and admiration for Jin An and his companions. As the nobles began to jeer and provoke, Doflamingo's expression darkened further. His fists clenched tightly, his body tense, prepared to confront any potential challenges, while his eyes sparkled with a fervent light, as if he wished to obliterate the nobles before him. I am merely offering a kind reminder. Since you all choose to remain, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Jin An's hair and clothes stirred as if caught in a breeze. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Some nobles shifted uncomfortably. They realized that such an individual was not to be trifled with, and thoughts of retreat began to take root. However, suddenly, a furious roar erupted as Modi's led his men forward. Shattering the tranquility of the auction house, he could no longer contain his fury towards these three who threatened his lucrative enterprise. With his men assembled, he was ready to unleash his pent-up rage. Fully armed, their weapons were configured for maximum lethality, their movements swift and powerful as they charged forward, brandishing knives and guns while shouting loudly. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out in rapid succession. As several subordinates of Modi's indiscriminately opened fire on Jin An and his companions, a seething anger ignited within Long's heart, fueled by the gunshots. He was resolute in his determination to ensure that every individual present understood that the heinous act of participating in the slave trade would not go unpunished. The auction house's personnel might have been able to suppress ordinary slaves, but they were no match for Jin An and his allies. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air in the blink of an eye. The once menacing group lay sprawled on the ground, utterly silent. Modi's was forced to retreat repeatedly, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his anxiety mounting. This useless naval force. I pay them so much each year, and they cannot even safeguard my safety. Boss, I've informed them, but they said it would take some time to get here. His subordinate, drenched in sweat, was frantic. He had not yet spent all his earnings. And dying here was not an option. Useless, all of them. They always falter at critical moments. His teeth clenched tightly as he watched his interests swiftly dissipate amidst Jin An and his group's rampant destruction. Although more of his men continued to join the effort to quell the chaos, they were entirely unable to subdue the uprising. The venue was already filled with the shrieks and curses of the nobles. In a panic, they shoved and jostled each other as they rushed toward the exit, terrified by the three individuals who had so swiftly eliminated so many. Even those human traffickers who knelt and begged for mercy were not spared. Showing no hesitation in their brutality, bang! A gunshot erupted from the panicked crowd. "Move aside, you wretched commoners! Clear the way! The esteemed celestial dragons are departing." The guards tasked with protecting the celestial dragons shouted loudly, their hearts racing with fear. They had anticipated a simple escort mission, never expecting to encounter such turmoil. They could not allow any harm to come to the celestial dragons. Otherwise, they and their families would meet a dreadful fate. "Why must we leave? Isn't it far more entertaining to witness their slaughter?" The celestial dragons were intrigued by the human carnage and were reluctant to depart. "Raskar, let us return to Mariewa and observe these events from there." The spectacle here is rather dull. The captain of the guards exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to simply flee with the celestial dragons in his arms. They had remained close to the celestial dragons long enough to understand their mindset. They feared nothing and were not the least bit concerned about encountering danger, confident that the Navy's highest combat forces would rush to their aid if threatened. This was one of the sources of their audacity. While the celestial dragons exhibited fearlessness, the guards were filled with trepidation. Once the bloodlust took hold, it was impossible to predict what actions might be taken. "Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties?" The celestial dragon drew a weapon, aiming it at the guard. Emerging from the shadows, CP2 appeared before the guards. "With us here, no one shall approach this vicinity. Surround Raskar and form a protective perimeter. Ensure no one gets close, safeguarding against any potential repercussions." Although they were confident in their abilities, they opted for additional caution, given the chaotic scene before them. Any unexpected developments could lead to dire consequences for all involved. Not far away, Jin An was keenly observing the movements of the celestial dragons. Indeed, they were akin to swine, drawn to danger like moths to a flame. "Leave the small fry to you," Jin An declared, swatting away anyone who approached him as he made his way to the backstage area. "Really, must we do all this labor?" After Don Quixote da Flamingo shot down an enemy, a smirk graced his lips. For despite his complaints, he relished the sense of invincibility. Amid the chaos and fierce combat, Long's heart was ablaze with fury. Upon hearing Jin An's words, he merely nodded in silence. He harbored a profound belief in justice and an instinct to protect the weak. His actions were not solely aimed at liberating the enslaved, but also at defending his own convictions and aspirations for the world. Jin An ventured alone to the backstage area, navigating through the tumultuous auction house with a sense of purpose. Despite the guards' efforts to impede him, they proved utterly ineffective, and he soon arrived in the backstage section. With a resounding bang, Jin An forcefully pushed open the tightly shut prison door. The room was dark and damp, the air thick with an unpleasant odor, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. "This environment is utterly deplorable," he muttered, shaking his head as he pressed onward. In this grim setting, he discovered a group of imprisoned slaves. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Although they struggled to calm their racing hearts, their excitement was unmistakable as they recognized the voice of the person before them. "You are free." Jin An kicked open the locked prison door, instructing them to form a line, promising to remove the collars from their necks. The captives gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. It was not until Jin An moved on to the next cell that someone began to weep. As if awakening from a dream, everything felt so real that they could scarcely believe it. "We are free." The former slaves cheered, surging forward to line up outside the prison. Yet, although they had escaped the confines of the cell, the collars around their necks still posed a genuine threat to their lives. Reaching the final room, he found more slaves confined within, yet one individual stood out to Jin An among a group of elegantly dressed captives. A stunning woman caught his eye, markedly different from the rest. She was ensconced within a glass sphere filled with water, her fair skin glowing softly, adorned with a delicate layer of blue silk atop her head. Her captivating eyes shimmered like autumn waters, and a slender tail gracefully swayed. She was unmistakably a mermaid. Jin An's heart skipped a beat, then quickly settled. He had not anticipated the presence of a mermaid at this auction. He pondered the implications of her being here. Had the celestial dragon outside received word of the mermaid's existence, compelling them to come, the mermaid remained bound, her gaze filled with a yearning for freedom and helplessness. Yet, Jin An did not linger on her beauty. After shattering the glass dome with a precise shot, he unlocked the cell without bias before departing, for he still needed to free others from their shackles. With the glass dome shattered, the mermaid inhaled deeply. Despite the foul odor in the air, she relished the newfound freedom. She swam gracefully through the water, propelling herself with her tail, leaving behind the confines from which she could not escape, and ventured toward liberty. The mermaid gazed at Jin An with gratitude, silently conveying her appreciation. Having done a good deed, Jin An felt a swell of satisfaction. He had acted according to his convictions. Believing that as long as his thoughts were clear, he could undertake any action, he had liberated these slaves solely to enable them to live freely and choose their own destinies, as for their safety after their release. That was no longer his concern. You are so weak. Obediently follow behind me. But, no buts. Make way for me. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. The order in which they lined up corresponded to the sequence in which the collars would be removed. In their eagerness to escape the threat to their lives, many began to contemplate unscrupulous schemes. Upon hearing discordant voices from the queue, Jin An's brow furrowed instantly. He could understand such thoughts, but understanding did not equate to acceptance. He took note of the troublemaker and those who shared similar sentiments. Those behind the girl pulled her back, urging her to remain silent. Don't provoke him. We can't compete with him. Why is he bullying us when we're all in the same predicament? The girl questioned, puzzled. They were all captives. And yet, before they had even escaped from this den of despair, they began to turn on one another. This world did not adhere to the notion of fellow sufferers. In the struggle for survival, people would resort to anything. Little girl, I'll remember you. Wait for me outside. The man shot a menacing remark at her before scurrying away in defeat under Jin An's watchful gaze. What you're doing is perilous. Remember, once outside, run quickly. That person will surely hold a grudge against you, warned a fellow captive behind her. The girl stood there in a daze, unsure of what she had done wrong. Her father had always taught her to be polite and abide by the law. She had adhered to this principle all her life, yet she found herself imprisoned here. Why was that person so fierce just now? Why did Jin An begin to lift the constraints on these individuals? The design of these collars is not particularly intricate. By studying the dragons on their necks, one can grasp the essentials, although it appears that there are many people here. Once familiarized, it does not take long to manage the situation. Those who removed the collars remained in place, not out of reluctance to leave, but due to their uncertainty about the circumstances outside. Fearing to venture forth, you may leave now. Jin An continued with his task, with only a few individuals left to attend to. However, the guards outside. The guards are no longer present, through the perception of Kinbunchika Haki. There were only a few individuals still alive within the auction house. One slightly bolder individual cautiously stepped out of the slave confinement area, and upon discovering the absence of danger, quickly made his exit. 2 minutes passed, and that person returned, his face alight with an uncontainable excitement. Everyone, we can leave. The guards outside have vanished. Upon hearing the man's words, those who were still hesitating ceased their deliberations and dashed toward the exit, fearing that any delay might result in unforeseen consequences. Once most had escaped, Jin An turned to the last individual before him. You are the final one. Please take care when you exit, and do not fall prey to human traffickers again. May I ask for your name? The last remaining mermaid gazed at the person who had saved her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fearing that he might have reservations, she continued, My name is Selena, and I run a CAF on Fishman Island. You comprehend the implications of my destroying this auction house? Jin An countered. Selena pondered before responding. You will become a thorn in the side of the auction house and its backers. Jin An rolled his eyes, teasing, knowing my name. Are you perhaps hoping to exchange it for some coin? Selena, on the verge of tears, replied with a hint of indignation. I did not mean it that way. I simply wish to know your name. This man had saved her life and left a profound impression on her heart. Even if they were never to meet again, knowing his name would at least allow her to recognize the one who had rescued her. Jin An regarded the beautiful mermaid before him, reflecting on the fact that despite having saved so many, she was the only one left who wished to know his name. Jin An, he finally declared. Although the mermaid harbored disdain for humans, she placed great importance on trustworthiness, and thus revealing his true name was of no consequence. Moreover, he held a certain fondness for the mermaid who owned the CAF, having had a positive impression of the people from Fishman Island over the past 2 decades. They were loyal and helpful. Additionally, the CAF owner shared the same lineage as the woman before him, being a great blue shark mermaid, suggesting a possible familial connection, perhaps in the future, when passing by Fishman Island. He could have Sherry offer him a free fortune-telling, though it seemed Sherry had yet to be born. If only he could visit Fishman Island now. I will forever remember your life-saving grace. If you ever find yourself on Fishman Island, do make sure to visit my CAF. I shall extend my hospitality. After bowing to Jin An, Selena leaned forward, resting her head on his lap, awaiting his assistance in removing her shackles. Jin An examined the collar's position and skillfully removed it from Selena's neck, then cleared his throat. So soon. Selena's face flushed as she gently turned her head away. Jin An rubbed his nose. The air here is poor. We should step outside. You go first, Selena replied, glancing at her tail. I will follow shortly. Jin An noted that the mermaid was quite awkward moving on land, yet leaving her behind here was not safe. I shall assist you in exiting. Determined to help her completely, he crouched down and asked Selena. She wrapped her arms around his neck, curling up in his embrace, whispering in a voice barely above a murmur. Please, am I seeing things? Don Quixote Doflamingo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had that fellow returned from his venture with a woman in his arms? Long, too, gaped in astonishment. Could that be a mermaid? He had never seen one before, and his first encounter was with Jin An cradling her. Mermaids are naturally beautiful and often targeted by human traffickers. Due to their robust physiques, they are favored by slave owners, leading to an enduring discord between the merfolk, fishmen, and humans, making it rare to see them in populated areas. A hero saving a damsel. Both men exclaimed in unison. Long turned to Doflamingo and inquired, I have heard that celestial dragons gather the world's wealth. Yet you seem unfamiliar with mermaids, Doflamingo replied. The celestial dragons, lingering nearby, prepared to depart. The entertainment had dwindled, and remaining was no longer worthwhile. However, just as they reached the exit, they spotted Jin An with the mermaid, prompting a loud outcry. While others may not have known, his identity was clear. He recognized that the most coveted slave at this auction was indeed the mermaid. To profit, some had leaked information about this auction featuring a mermaid for sale. He had temporarily forgotten this detail while observing the spectacle. Now that he had located his target, he was determined to seize her. You lot, fetch that mermaid for me, Lascard, pointing a chubby finger at the mermaid in Jin An's arms, commanded. And that man, kill him. I disdain having trash touch my possessions. Lascard's discomfort at witnessing a man holding a mermaid, compounded by the unpleasant experiences at the auction, ignited his anger. To him, the mermaid was a mere toy. How dare a commoner lay hands on divine property? Damn it, Lascard cursed, his golden hair glinting as he seethed in indignation. CP2, with no reservations, sprang into action, their duty being absolute obedience to the celestial dragons. What nonsense! Get moving, Lascard bellowed, directing his ire at the nearby guards. The guards hesitated. Their duty was to protect the celestial dragons at all costs. But, Lord Lascard, what of your safety if we leave? Lascard, with an air of confidence, retorted, we need only be concerned about these three commoners. I am a celestial dragon. In a fit of rage, he kicked one guard to the ground, signaling the others to expedite their task. The guards, ruthless and cold-hearted, were driven solely by power and loyalty, regarding nameless individuals like Jin An with utter disdain. As you command, we shall comply. The guards ultimately chose to heed the celestial dragon's orders and promptly set to work. It appeared that the nearby celestial dragons were preparing to take action against Jin An. Long felt a twinge of anxiety. The celestial dragons wielded dominion over the navy, and he feared for Jin An's safety. Doflamingo, however, wore a smirk of amusement, reveling in Jin An's impending troubles. It seems he is in a predicament. Being targeted by those foolish pigs is no small matter. In his eyes, the allure of the celestial dragons had diminished. What he desired was to surpass those who indulged in hedonism, to trample them underfoot and revel in their humiliation. Though Long was unaware of Doflamingo's true identity, he was intrigued by his attitude toward Jin An and the celestial dragons. Through their interactions, he sensed that this boy was brazenly fearless. Let us assist Jin An. Observing Jin An surrounded by adversaries, he felt compelled to join the fray. Doflamingo interjected, we are currently in the position of slaves. We cannot afford to provoke the celestial dragons. Moreover, do you not wish to see Jin An's response to the celestial dragons? Doflamingo's words echoed in Long's ears like a devil's whisper. Did he wish to know Jin An's stance on the celestial dragons? After a moment's contemplation, Long concluded that indeed, he did. Through this period of understanding, he has come to grasp the peculiar existence of the celestial dragons. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly stand in opposition to them. As Jin An and his companions found themselves encircled by the minions of the celestial dragons, Selena realized that her presence might pose a greater danger to the protagonist. She was acutely aware that her beauty and lineage had consistently attracted the attention of the celestial dragons. Thus, she resolved to sacrifice herself to ensure the protagonist's escape. "Let go of me. Hurry and run," Selena whispered into Jin An's ear. "They're only interested in me. Release me, and you will surely be able to escape." Jin An cast a glance at the mermaid cradled in his arms. "Do you see me as someone who fears for his life?" "Of course not," Selena retorted. "If you were that kind of person, I would still be languishing in a prison cell, awaiting auction." She glanced at the distant celestial dragons. "In the end, I would still fall into their hands. I simply do not want you to be harmed. You are the finest human I have ever encountered. No, not just among humans, but the best person in the entire world that I dared to come here, fully prepared for the worst." Jin An smiled faintly. "With these people, my safety is not in jeopardy. You need not worry that I always keep my word. So just wait for me to escort you to the seaside." His voice brimmed with determination and resolve. What he set his mind to accomplish, he would, and not even the arrival of Jesus could sway his convictions. Selena felt the warmth and steadfastness of the protagonist. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. In this perilous world, she had finally found someone truly willing to give everything for her. She silently closed her eyes, deeply nestled in his embrace, savoring the security and protection he offered. "I will heed your wishes." At that moment, Jin An suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the auction house. "Do you know who I am? I am the infamous Pirate Jack, with a bounty of 250 million berries. Currently, I am the captain of the 6th ship of the Flying Sky Pirates under the Golden Lion. Have you considered the cost of taking action against me?" The movements of everyone in the auction house came to a halt, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at the man enveloping the mermaid. Both Dragon and Don Quixote Doflamingo nearly dropped their jaws to the floor, having never before encountered such shamelessness in Jin, and this was the Golden Lion, who, as the saying goes, had the pot fall from the sky while sitting comfortably at home. Selena lifted her head, her innocent eyes sparkling, just in time to catch a glimpse of the mischievous smile at the corner of Jin An's lips. He was wicked, yet it felt rather exhilarating. The name Golden Lion held significant weight for the subordinates of the Celestial Dragons, and CP2 that if possible, they would absolutely prefer to avoid any association with that individual. Golden Lion Shiki, a user of the Float Fruit, possessed the ability to levitate himself or objects, earning him the moniker of Sky Pirate, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates. Shiki was a notorious pirate on par with Joel D. Roger and Edward Whitebeard Newgate. Wielding two renowned swords, Sakura Tin and Deadwood, due to his aerial capabilities, he could launch various forms of attacks, causing many factions to steer clear of provoking him. They whispered among themselves, uncertain whether they should confront the man before them. "Attack! The mere Golden Lion does not pose a threat to me." Lascard Saint, witnessing his subordinates halt their assault, was infuriated to the point where his nose nearly contorted. He was unaware of who the Golden Lion was. He only knew that his parents had told him since childhood that no one could threaten the Celestial Dragons, and if there were, that person should simply disappear. Useless wretches. He had no expectations of these mere guards being capable of achieving anything. Regardless, CP2 was still present to take action. These fellows were merely for show. Lascard Saint's gaze remained fixated on Selena, his eyes gleaming with greed and possessiveness, causing her to feel uncomfortable all over. Instinctively licking her lips, "What belongs to me is mine." Selena's pupils constricted, fear gripping her as she burrowed into Jin An's embrace, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jin An wore an expression of course, the world's aristocrats. The Celestial Dragons wielded unparalleled power in this realm. If they were to abandon the fight at the mention of a title, they would not be who they were. "If you're not afraid of death, then bring it on. I won't care what your identities are." CP2 and the guards slowly advanced toward Jin An, their eyes glinting with malice, with a resounding bang, as their steps drew nearer in the next instant. The members of CP2 launched their attacks almost simultaneously, their formidable strength converging in their hands, capable of cleaving through boulders, striking toward Jin An's head. As CP0 made their move, they exhibited remarkable synergy, effectively sealing off all of Jin An's escape routes, leaving him with no options. Unfazed by the onslaught, Jin An shielded Selena within his embrace, preparing to absorb the impending blows. "Don't worry about me," Selena cried out, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she witnessed Jin An taking the brunt of the assault. Jin An cast a glance at her, silently reflecting, if I can withstand these attacks without issue. You may not be so fortunate. Bang. The palm struck Jin An's body, a muffled thud resonating through the auction house. Yet, at the moment of impact, the previously relaxed expressions of CP2 shifted. The feedback from the collision sent a jolt of pain through their hands. And most astonishingly, the opponent stood upright as if unfazed. This individual is formidable. Do not hold back. From their brief encounter, CP2 realized that Jin An's strength surpassed their own by a considerable margin. However, he seemed to be protecting someone. In the heat of battle, he could not retaliate against them. Take this. A burly man in a mask, exuding a menacing aura, swung a hefty wooden staff, roaring as he charged at Jin An. His eyes filled with fervor and rage, seemingly intent on smashing him into oblivion. Another individual, wielding a long sword, exuded a cold and ruthless demeanor, showing no hesitation as he joined forces with the staff-wielding man to unleash a fierce assault on Jin An. The two attacks approached Jin An in an instant, their combined force immense, targeting vital areas without any hint of restraint. Simultaneously, a cunning and agile masked figure, eyes glinting with deceit and malice, brandished a sharp dagger. Moving with the stealth of a sly fox, silently circling behind Jin An, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal strike. Facing the trio's vicious onslaught, Jin An suddenly stomped down, propelling himself into the air. Looking down upon them from above, the three attackers missed their targets, gazing up in astonishment at the figures soaring in the air, having failed to perceive their opponent's movements. However, their astonishment was short-lived. Quickly transforming into cries of agony. What have you done? The weapon wielded by CP2 fell from their hand, blood gushing from the severed arm, staining the ground crimson. Jin An retracted his kicked leg. I see you all are struggling with those weapons. Your foreheads are sweating. Allow me to lighten your burden. How dare you? We are CP2. In a desperate attempt to prevent excessive blood loss, they clutched their bleeding stumps. Retreating step by step, noticing their intent to flee, Jin An's gaze flickered, and he suddenly leaped forward, his legs leaving the ground, and with lightning speed, he aimed a kick at their chests. Bang! 3 human-shaped holes appeared in the walls of the auction house. And the voices of CP2 dwindled until they vanished entirely. The surrounding celestial dragon guards, who had been observing, turned their heads at the sound, only to witness 3 large holes in the wall and severed limbs scattered across the floor. Their expressions twisting in disbelief. Now, it's your turn. Having dispatched the 3 nuisances, Jin An felt elated, his gaze sweeping across the remaining guards, an individual single-handedly taking on 3 formidable CP0 members, rendering them utterly incapable of retaliation. Was not someone ordinary guards could contend with. Realizing this, the guards felt a wave of regret, their resolve crumbling as they knelt in supplication. The strength of this man extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Die, you ignorant wretches! Amidst the desperate gazes of those kneeling in despair, Lascard Saint grinned wickedly as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames, the bullet slicing through the air, leaving a breathtaking trajectory in its wake. Plunging the auction house into an eerie silence, all eyes widened, fixated on the bullets as time seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone in the auction house held their breath, watching to see if it would strike Jin An's body. Cold shot? Under the collective gaze, Jin An extended his hand, as if time had come to a standstill. The guard's eyes bulged, and one could almost hear their collective breath being held, with a gentle flick of his fingers. Akin to plucking a string, he deftly grasped the bullet aimed at him, and casually tossed it aside, catching a bullet with bare hands. Shock and despair were etched on the faces of the guards. Their final glimmer of hope utterly shattered. They had believed this bullet would be a lethal weapon, yet it had transformed into a dire threat against themselves. The bullet had been their last hope. A chance to vanquish the man who embraced the mermaid. But reality was cruelly unforgiving. They realized that this man not only possessed astounding power and composure, but seemed to wield an otherworldly, mysterious force, rendering their plans futile. Jin An's gaze remained as tranquil as still waters. Is that all? Bring it on. I have yet to be entertained. Damn it. Who are you? Lascard Saint's forehead throbbed with veins, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask of fury and fear. An unsettling anxiety creeping into his heart. The armed forces meant to ensure his safety had long since been dismissed. Now, the only source of his security lay in his identity as a celestial dragon. Jin An set Serena down, casually reaching to clean his ears, Did I not mention that I am a subordinate of the Golden Lion, Jack? Has the celestial dragon been so high and mighty for too long that his ears have atrophied? Jin An's appearance was a perfect disguise of queen, the calamity of the beast pirates, bald-headed, clad in sunglasses, with a golden braid draped over his head. He sauntered toward the celestial dragon, lifting his hand to remove his glasses. His not-so-tall stature imparted a sense of towering intimidation to Lascard Saint. Enveloping him in a terrifying pressure, he flicked his golden braid, gazing down at the celestial dragon from his elevated position. I am inquiring of you, esteemed celestial dragon. Unable to withstand the pressure radiating from the man before him, Lascard Saint instinctively stepped back. Initially taken aback by the question, he then straightened his posture. Deluding himself with the belief that he was a noble celestial dragon, and none dared to lay a hand on him. Commoner, what gives you the audacity to approach me? He paused, adopting a haughty demeanor. You should vanish from my sight at once. Noble celestial dragon, might you consider the environment here? Jin An raised an eyebrow. There are hardly any witnesses left. Killing you would be as easy as dispatching a fish. Are you truly certain you wish to converse with me in such a tone? Approaching him, Jin An suddenly swiped his hand, shattering the glass cover and making intimate contact with the celestial dragon's greasy face. Ah! The celestial dragon shrieked, clutching his face as he was flung backward. You dare strike me? You commoner dare to lay a hand on me? I will make your life a living hell. The guards stared at Jin An in disbelief. Their eyes filled with shock and terror, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, dumbfounded by the unfolding events, anxiety and fear flickering in their gaze. The tension they had been holding finally shattered. Dragon and Don Quixote Doflamingo also stood with mouths agape. One was a vice admiral of the Navy, the other a former celestial dragon, both aware of the consequences of striking a celestial dragon. Had I known, I would not have restrained you. Perhaps matters would not have escalated to this extent. Though he spoke thus, his excited expression clearly indicated he wished to join in and land a few punches himself. Dragon stood in stunned silence, muttering that it was indeed Jin An. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? A guard asked, his voice trembling. That Jin An took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Wasn't it just a swine I struck? No. You fail to grasp the terror of the celestial dragons. Do you wish to condemn the people of this island to death alongside you? The Navy's admiral is on his way. We are all sinners. We will all perish. This declaration sent a chill through the hearts of all present, as if they were plunged into the depths of winter, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They understood the dire consequences of enraging a celestial dragon. Yet, facing the man before them, they could only grit their teeth in frustration. That I look forward to seeing who among you possesses the ability to summon the Navy Admiral, Jin An proclaimed with an overwhelming aura. I am observing your every move. You wish to contact the Navy? I am quite curious to see if you can manage it, as long as your calls cannot reach the outside, who will know of the events unfolding here. Will the Admiral possess foresight? Jin An kicked a nearby guard. Hurry and serve your esteemed celestial dragon. The guard buried his head between his legs. I cannot. Please spare me. I will never commit wrongdoing again. The people here had witnessed Jin An's grand display of power. They were not foolish enough to test fate, opting instead to bury their heads in the sand and feign ignorance. Listen, I will say this once more. Jin An slapped the unconscious Lascard Saint awake. I will take that mermaid with me. If you wish to take revenge, I shall be waiting for you at the Flying Sky Pirates, whatever the Golden Lion provided you. I can offer you as well. Lascard Saint, clutching his swollen mouth, mumbled incoherently. As long as you spare me, I can offer you anything. He could only place his faith in Jin An's words, given this man's lawless nature. He might very well change his mind and kill him in the next moment. Though not particularly bright, he was not foolish enough to disregard his own safety. His sole desire now was to buy his life with money. As long as he could survive and return to Mariawa, he could continue his reign of terror as a celestial dragon. He possessed wealth sufficient to easily purchase a nation, which made him cherish his life dearly. Otherwise, should he perish, not only would his riches remain unspent, but they would also be divided among other celestial dragons. That I have no interest in your money. Jin An replied disdainfully. It is all filthy wealth extracted from the common people. And I have no desire for your meager possessions. The flicker of anger crossed Lascard Saint's eyes, but was quickly suppressed. As long as you guarantee my survival, I will fulfill any desire of yours. Jin An chose not to look at him any longer. This foolish swine truly could not comprehend his words. or was simply too desperate to survive, still chattering away despite being granted freedom. "I shall take you out first," Jin An declared, lifting Serena into his arms. Serena looked at Jin An with unease, leaning closer to whisper, "Is everything truly all right? I fear they may seek retribution against you, and no worries. Before I leave this island, he will not dare take any action," Jin An reassured her. "Noble celestial dragon, we share a bond of life and death. When you visit the Flying Sky Pirates, I shall ensure a grand welcome ceremony for you." Emphasizing his point, Jin An grinned mischievously while carrying Serena, boldly exiting the auction house. "This damned commoner," Lascard Saint muttered under his breath, cursing him. "Esteemed celestial dragon, do you seem to have something to discuss with me?" Jin An peeked his head out from the exit, calmly regarding Lascard Saint. "No, nothing at all. I am merely bidding you farewell," he chuckled awkwardly, lowering his head. "Well then, I shall truly take my leave now. Farewell." "What now?" "Esteemed celestial dragon," a guard cautiously inquired. Lascard Saint shot a contemptuous glare at that infuriating face. "Damn beast, take me back to Mariwa at once." "Understood." The guard, having been struck, dared not express any discontent and replied with a beaming smile. On the coast, the waves gently lapped against the shore, sunlight glistening upon the surface of the sea and illuminating the two figures standing together. Facing the impending farewell, "I shall escort you to this point. It is safe here, and you may return to Fishman Island without concern." Jin An placed Serena in a secluded area of the sea. "You must remember not to venture onto land again, lest you fall prey to human traffickers." Selena was enveloped in a tumult of emotions, caught between joy and sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She clutched Jin An's hand tightly, as if wishing to freeze this moment in time. Her lips trembled slightly. Yet no sound escaped them, only a profound, unspoken sadness surged within her. After countless words, only one remained. "I understand. You must be cautious. The world outside is indeed different from what I had imagined." She resolved that, beyond divination, she would acquire skills to protect herself and others. With a final farewell, Selena turned and slipped beneath the water, her figure vanishing into the depths of the sea. "Our esteemed colonel seems reluctant to bid adieu to the fair maiden," came the voice of Doflamingo from the thicket behind. Jin An ruffled his short hair, admonishing, "Children should refrain from idle chatter." He stood motionless, keenly observing the celestial dragon, who had finally made a move under the scrutiny of Kinbunchikahaki. He was acutely aware that Selena harbored nothing but gratitude towards him. His assistance to the incapacitated girl was merely a matter of convenience, nothing grand. "I see you are merely diverting the topic," Doflamingo quipped, his spirits lifted as he rediscovered his purpose for striving forward. "Let adults handle adult matters. Children should stay out of it." Jin An turned to Dragon, saying, "You and Doflamingo should explore the island. There are many intriguing sights to behold." He took Doflamingo's hand, entrusting him to Dragon, cautioning, "This fellow has a penchant for causing trouble, so keep a close watch on him." Doflamingo squirmed in dissatisfaction, feeling belittled. He had accomplished significant feats in the auction house. "If you treat me like a child, you shall regret it." Jin An was fully aware that at the tender age of 10, one could slay their own father to assume the identity of a celestial dragon. Who would dare underestimate him? "I shall delegate certain tasks to you. Attend to them shortly." Dragon inquired, "Aren't you joining us? I have an old friend on this island. Having come this far, I must pay a visit." "It shan't take long. Just a brief sojourn." Jin An continued. "Among the slaves released at the auction, there are some pirates you would have encountered during your imprisonment. Those individuals are worth money. Capture them and send them to the naval base here for a bounty, lest they escape and wreak havoc again. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Profit is profit, after all." Furthermore, Jin An held little faith that these pirates would reform after a single encounter with human traffickers. Perhaps the ordeal would only intensify their transgressions. Many people believe that if they have faced adversity, they must tear down others' shelters. Remember to act as bounty hunters if you approach this as Navy officers. You won't be able to justify your presence here, and you might not even receive a bounty, which would be a significant loss. With a wave of his hand, Jin An turned and walked into the island, leaving only his silhouette for the two. "He doesn't have another acquaintance on this island, does he?" He departed rather swiftly. Dragon merely smirked, evidently unimpressed by Doflamingo's jest. "Hurry, we must set sail immediately." Lascard felt an overwhelming lack of security in this place. Wishing to leave without delay, his time here had been unforgettable, eroding the pride of being a celestial dragon, leaving only seething rage. As his words faded, A guard knelt, awaiting the celestial dragon to mount him. With the prior slaves having been slain, such tasks fell to the guards. Please, my lord, take your seat upon my back. He hoped to mitigate the celestial dragon's hostility through this act and avoid severe punishment. Should we notify the naval headquarters? Do you think I'm not already humiliated enough? What good would it do to inform those worthless Navy officers? That man has likely fled to who knows where. As for venting his anger on the island's inhabitants, he did contemplate it, but such matters would have to wait until he returned to Mariawa. After all, this island still offered some amusement for the celestial dragons. Obliterating it would not align with their interests. Lost Guard mounted the guard's back, obscuring his face with his sleeve, advancing toward the port amidst a throng of guards. Behind the veil of his clothing lay unfathomable darkness. He would not spare that man named Jack, nor the mermaid. They would learn the true meaning of fear. Flying pirate crew, gold lion, Jack. Lost Guard muttered, "You shall remember this. I will exact my revenge." His gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over the guards around him. None who witnessed his pitiful state would be allowed to survive. They should savor these final moments. As he reached the end of the path, he glanced back at the auction house, which had brought him such humiliation. Bring me CP2. I want them alive to see the light of day, or dead to see the grave. Concealed behind a humble abode, Jin An observed every nuance of Lost Guard's expression. One could only say that his nature was unyielding. Even after such a lesson, he remained obstinately unchanged. Fortunately, he had not descended into madness by taking out his frustrations on the island's inhabitants. Otherwise, Jin An would have had to devise ways to mitigate certain risks. For now, he merely needed to await Lost Guard's departure from the island. The Navy served the world government, and he was now a pirate. Free of any wrongdoing he prepared to meet an acquaintance. He wondered if any surprises awaited him. 20 minutes later, Jin An arrived at his destination, leisurely strolling among the vibrant red trees of the Yalchiman. In the distance, a large and conspicuous number 13 marked the red trees. Observing the bubbles dancing around him, Jin An marveled at the scenery only visible in the Sabaody archipelago. Zones 1 to 29 constituted lawless territories. This was a haven for criminals, where all manner of illicit dealings could transpire. In the distance, a moss-covered, round-roofed house came into view, adorned with a wooden sign above the entrance that read Xiachi's Bar. Knock, knock, knock. Jin An gently tapped the doorframe. The wind chimes at the entrance swayed, producing a melodious sound, while within the bar sat a woman exhaling clouds of smoke. "That we aren't open yet. Have you taken a wrong turn? Or do you bring me some other business?" Her voice was somewhat languid. If judged solely by her tone, one might mistake her for a gentle and kind older sister. Yet, few who operated establishments here were simple folk. "Are you alone?" Jin An casually chose a seat. Xiachi's pupils constricted, and she took a drag from her cigarette, stating indifferently, "I have always managed this place on my own. If you merely seek entertainment, I regret to inform you that you have come to the wrong place." Jin An waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so tense. If that person isn't here, then so be it. I'm here to find you." Xiachi grew wary. "What business do you have with me? Surely, you aren't here merely to drink." "I have intelligence to sell you." Jin An sipped his tea. In half an hour, a ship laden with gold and jewels will depart from the western seas of the Sabaody archipelago. Xiachi flicked the ash from her cigarette. "And what does that have to do with me? Pirates are always in need of money, myself included, but I can't handle the guards aboard that ship alone." "So, you want me to assist you in seizing the treasure to alleviate some pressure?" Xiachi scoffed. "Why would I help you?" "Because there's profit to be made for everyone." Jin An placed his hand on Xiachi's shoulder. Her eyes widened. Having been aboard Rockship, she knew all too well that someone of his caliber was not to be trifled with. This was not a negotiation but a blatant threat. For someone of your prowess, commandeering a ship should be a trivial task. "No." Xiachi glanced at the hand resting on her shoulder. "Are the individuals on that ship particularly formidable? Or do they possess a notable identity that is of no concern to you? Simply disseminate this information to those greedy pirates." A gentle breeze stirred the wind chimes, his words still echoing in her ears as he vanished from sight. Xiachi exhaled a sigh of relief, her ample bosom rising and falling. "If you intend to orchestrate a grand event, then I shall gladly stoke the flames for you. The Golden Lion seems to be lurking nearby. Given that fellow's penchant for meddling, he is bound to insert himself into the fray. I hope you can escalate matters, drawing fire upon yourself. Move with utmost haste. I must return at the swiftest speed." Clad anew in a fresh set of garments and a mask, Lord Lasgard approached the guard, issuing orders with an air of authority that is already the fastest pace. my Lord Lascard, the guard replied, trembling with trepidation. What is the status of the 3 individuals from CP2? Lascard inquired, his brow furrowed. The guard, seemingly struck by a thought, shivered and hesitantly responded, their bones are all shattered. They may not be salvageable. Incompetence, all of them. 3 against 1, and they end up like this. Can I truly entrust my safety to such ineptitude? Lord Lascard erupted in fury, his mind solely preoccupied with his own security, entirely disregarding the lives of those who were on the brink of death. We have already contacted the Holy Land. The esteemed individuals from CP will come to our aid. The guard, wary of incurring his wrath, cautiously conveyed the good news. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lord Lascard's countenance brightened. Splendid. Have the Holy Land been informed about that Jack incident? The guard, endeavoring to decipher the capricious nature of the celestial dragons, joyfully replied, yes. It has been conveyed that it is said that the 5 elders will personally take charge of the matter. You fool, who permitted you to speak so freely? These matters I can handle myself. Lord Lascard glared menacingly, delivering a swift kick that sent the guard sprawling to the ground. Seemingly unsatisfied, he continued to rain blows upon the unfortunate soul. I beg you, spare me, the man pleaded, but his entreaties fell on deaf ears, only serving to pique Lascard's interest further. He produced a whip and lashed out with fervor. Before long, the man lay silent, motionless upon the deck. How amusing! Lascard suddenly chuckled, relishing the feeling of wielding life and death over others, allowing him a fleeting escape from the events that had transpired. Will you dare make decisions on my behalf again? The guards, taken aback, hastily knelt on the deck. You know, my lord, we have always heeded your commands, forever obedient to your orders, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. That man was presumptuous. We were not close at all. Lord Lascard's eyes sparkled with arrogance. This was the power bestowed upon him by authority, the fates of these individuals resting at his whim, but I quite like your expressions. With that, he retreated into his opulent cabin. Unlike the quarters occupied by the guards and CP agents, his abode was adorned with exquisite treasures, the carpets crafted from the pelts of rare and exotic beasts. Scattered across the carpet were over 10 chests, from which glimmering jewels peeked through the seams, casting an air of opulence within the cabin. Lord Lascard shed his garments and leaped onto the plush bed, akin to a diving pig, outside the cabin. On the deck, the guards collectively exhaled in relief. This man nearly brought ruin upon us all. Although they were the guards of the celestial dragons, their status was scarcely above that of slaves. Gazing at the tightly shut door of the celestial dragon's chamber, they retrieved cigarettes from their bags, lighting them to alleviate their stress. They all toiled under the employ of the celestial dragons, each aspiring to ascend the ranks. However, the consequences of failure loomed before them. While remaining close to the celestial dragons was perilous, the advantages were unmistakable. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, they were nothing. Yet in the eyes of the common folk, they transformed into figures who commanded utmost respect. Moreover, if they could deftly navigate the whims of the celestial dragons, they could sidestep danger altogether. This privilege was a unique boon accessible only to those in proximity to the celestial dragons. Stay vigilant of our surroundings. We are solely responsible for escorting them, and the prominent figures from CP have yet to arrive. Provided they successfully reached Mariawa, the rewards would undoubtedly be plentiful. You are overthinking. No one dares to provoke the celestial dragons in this world. Not even a soul has yet been born to do so. After a moment's contemplation, he added, except for that previous lunatic. Speaking of that madman sparked intrigue. How had he mustered the audacity to strike a celestial dragon? And perplexingly, the celestial dragon had endured it. Could it be that the celestial dragons also experience fear? The mere thought flickered in their minds before being swiftly cast aside. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. Even individuals like Rox, who aspired to dominate the world, had never laid a hand upon the celestial dragons. After 8 centuries of rule, the world government had firmly established the authority of the celestial dragons in the hearts of every individual, rendering any form of rebellion impossible. To dare confront the authority of the celestial dragons was the domain of either the deranged or those utterly foreign to this world. Captain, I have decrypted a segment of encrypted information. Oh, pray, enlighten me. A golden-haired man reclined on a seat draped in animal hides, polishing 2 blades in his possession. The information indicates that a ship laden with gold and jewels will pass nearby. seemingly dispatched by a kingdom as a bribe to the celestial dragons, bound for Mariawa. The crew member reported that in that case, the guards should not be formidable, right? The Golden Lion's interest was piqued. This was fortuitous. If it was close, they should head directly there. However, I fear this information might be a trap. The crew member exhibited a notable degree of caution. Fear not. The Golden Lion sheathed his blades, declaring, I am the Golden Lion. What of traps? We shall charge through. Wow, truly, the Golden Lion is magnificent. Regal, commanding. The crew members cheered in unison, for their pirate crew had yet to taste defeat. The riches destined for the celestial dragons were not the heavily guarded treasures of the heavens. They would suffice for indulgence for quite some time. They might even seize this opportunity to elevate the reputation of their pirate crew further afield. United in their aspirations, the pirates advanced toward the same destination. Sharing a common goal, boom, the sea roared with tumultuous waves, and in an instant, the weather transformed. The once clear skies darkened ominously. Within the gathering clouds lurked an enormous entity, churning and gliding on the surface of the sea. The guards paused their tasks, gazing curiously into the distance, their expressions tinged with unease. This sudden tempest had significantly impeded their progress. How can the weather change so abruptly? The guards exchanged resigned smiles, hastening their movements and no more complaints. Maintain direction and continue working. In a corner unnoticed by them, a man adorned with golden braids silently observed their actions. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, Jin An gradually approached the cabin. Lord Lasgard jolted awake, sitting upright, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. After a brief respite, his previously unfocused gaze sharpened once more, and the pallor of his complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue. Lord Lasgard furrowed his brow. He too had heard the thunder rumbling in the sky at that moment. The tightly shut cabin door began to creak open. Turning his head, he glared irately at the door's direction, only to find it opening at a sluggish pace. You can't even guard a door? Do you wish for death? Close it at once, he bellowed before the door had fully opened. A gust of wind surged through the gap, causing Lord Lasgard, now clad only in his undergarments, to wrap his arms around himself in discomfort. Retreating slightly, in his furious gaze, a shoe-clad foot stepped into the cabin. You wretched fool! Who permitted your entry? I commanded you to shut the door. Do you not comprehend? He trembled from the cold, wishing fervently to rush over and shut the door. The cabin was shrouded in shadows, with only a faint light filtering through the cracks. Casting a mottled pattern at the entrance, Jin An, like a dark wisp of smoke, silently entered the cabin, his gaze fixed ahead. Fascinated by the stupefied celestial dragon, Rasgard Saint discerned the figure before him. His pupils dilated unnaturally, and he could not suppress a startled exclamation. How could it be you? The moment the door swung open, his expression of fury froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him. His inner turmoil almost spilling over, his body trembling slightly, fingers quivering involuntarily. A glimmer of fear and unease flickered in his eyes. He understood that he stood no chance against this adversary. Moreover, he could not comprehend how this person had so quietly encroached upon his space. In that moment, he felt as if his psychological defenses had collapsed in an instant, leaving an abyss of emptiness and helplessness. Where are my guards? What have you done to them? Jin An raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. You clearly stated that you would spare me. Rasgard Saint, seemingly oblivious to Jin An's gesture, bellowed. You cannot go back on your word. Observing the enraged celestial dragon before him, Jin An felt a sense of helplessness. At times, he yearned for the ability of the silence fruit. Otherwise, encountering such loud individuals was exceedingly bothersome, as it was quite taxing on the ears. If memory serves, I merely advised you to leave the Sabaody archipelago quickly. I never promised to set you free. Jin An replied with a shrug. As for your guards, they are outside. Upon hearing Jin An's words, Rasgard Saint peered through the open door, witnessing the scene beyond. All those men lay sprawled on the ground. Although no visible wounds adorned their bodies, their combat prowess had vanished entirely. He was indeed alone now. Rasgard Saint stared incredulously at the man before him. Why can't you let me go? Why are you fixated on me? Why should I let you go? I never anticipated you would pose such a question, Jin An replied with a grin. Because it brings me joy. Because I am stronger than you. And because I cannot suppress the urge to end your life. You truly harbor such intentions? He gaped in disbelief. He could not fathom how this individual could possibly wish to slay a celestial dragon, to extinguish the life of one of the elite in this world. After all, their lives were deemed more precious than those of all others, beyond the reach of judgment. They were the deities of this realm. They were the taboos of these seas, and ordinary people dared not even meet their gaze. What a freak this individual was. Are you satisfied with this answer? Jin An inquired that if so, I shall send you on your way. Standing in the shadows of the room, his gaze was cold and piercing, a cruel smile flickering across his face as the dim light illuminated him. With a swift motion, he splintered the door into long rods, forcefully impaling Rasgard Saint's limbs. Rasgard Saint writhed on the bed, struggling, yet each movement sent jolts of pain through him, rendering escape impossible. His eyes filled with terror and despair, fully aware that he could not flee. Did you think you could escape? Jin An's voice was icy and mocking. You are nothing more than a filthy insect ensnared in my grasp. Now, I shall allow you to experience the despair you have inflicted upon innocent souls. He slowly approached Rasgard Saint, casually picking up a sharp knife that glinted ominously in the light. Jin An's smile grew colder still as he mercilessly drew the blade across the other's skin. Screams echoed within the room, and he remained indifferent to each of Rasgard Saint's pleas, his heart as unyielding as iron. Oh, you think that by killing me, you can continue to live unscathed? Rasgard Saint's voice dripped with sarcasm. You are mistaken. The world government will avenge me, and you and your pirate crew will not escape. Even in death, I shall not allow you to go free. I eagerly anticipate their retribution on your behalf, Jin An replied with a grin. You will seek vengeance from the Golden Lion. What concern is that of me, the governor of the South Seas? Perhaps by then, he will even celebrate as two dogs fight. Ah, you beast, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. Malicious curses flowed incessantly from the celestial dragon's lips. Jin An, intrigued, realized that even they could experience fear. Even they could dread death. They will avenge me. Every move you make is under their watchful gaze. They are already on their way here. I await you in hell. Ahaha. Jin An swiftly severed Rasgard Saint's neck with a clean stroke, the head flying off as blood gushed forth, crashing heavily to the ground. The face retained the expression of confusion, anger, and bewilderment, forming an exceedingly absurd visage. Ultimately, the annoying wails ceased, leaving only a chilling silence in the room. Jin An gazed at the now unconscious form of the celestial dragon, a derisive smile playing on his lips. He was well aware that this ship was equipped with surveillance din mushy set by the world government, which was why he had maintained his disguise. When the time came, he would have Kazan and the others eradicate a pirate crew, attributing it to him, thus ensuring that no one would associate today's events with him. Celestial dragons, compared to lambs destined for slaughter, eliminating you would require little effort. Listen up, everyone. The target vessel is just ahead. Charge forth, and the treasure shall be ours. After the plunder, let us hold a grand feast and revel to our heart's content. In the distance, pirate ships raced toward the vessel occupied by the celestial dragon. The laughter of the pirates coalesced, breathing life back into the sea. Feast. Charge. The curtain was rising on the grand spectacle. The pirate ships gradually approached the vessel laden with gold, silver, and jewels. The profound silence enveloped the ship, broken only by the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the sails. The pirates scanned their surroundings with vigilance, faintly sensing an ominous aura. Upon boarding the ship, the sight that greeted them sent a jolt through their hearts. The deck was strewn with the bodies of fallen guards. However, there were no signs of battle, rendering the scene exceedingly eerie, as if these individuals had collapsed without even a semblance of resistance. The expressions of the pirates turned grave. They understood that the events that had transpired here were far from simple. They remained alert as they ventured further inside. Deep within the cabin, they stumbled upon a headless corpse. The opulent arrangement of the cabin was incongruous with the sight of the body. Any single item taken from here could ensure a lifetime free of worry. Yet, their joy was short-lived, as the sight of the corpse sent chills down their spines. We've been deceived. Kuchi's voice was cold and filled with fury. This is not our target. Someone has set a trap for us. The pirates exchanged glances, a mixture of anger and helplessness swirling within them. They realized they had become pawns in another's game. A moment's greed had plunged them into this deadly snare. However, amidst their fury, a strong desire for revenge surged within them. No one in this world harbored no hatred for the celestial dragons. They simply lacked the courage to act. Now, with the celestial dragon dead before their eyes, how could they not be exhilarated? In their elation, They vowed never to let those treacherous foes who had framed them escape unscathed. They must ensure that the mastermind who had shifted the blame upon them would meet a fate worse than death. Subsequently, the pirates documented the situation aboard the ship and reported back to their captain. "Admiral, the ship indeed holds a wealth of treasures." The faces of the pirates bore no excitement. Instead, a profound sense of unease lingered. Accompanied by the presence of a celestial dragon's corpse, Golden Lion squinted his fierce eyes at a celestial dragon. Just as his moniker Golden Lion suggested, Shiki possessed hair of a golden hue that cascaded to the ground, resembling a lion's mane. Furthermore, his sideburns and beard were also golden and notably long, accentuating his lion-like appearance. "Yes, Admiral, it seems we have been set up," one man replied bitterly. "Ha ha 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 ha. I never imagined someone would dare to scheme against me. It seems my reign of terror in this world has not been sufficient." Golden Lion laughed heartily, though his gaze was chillingly fierce. "Take me to see that celestial dragon." He leapt abruptly from the bow of the ship, landing gracefully upon the vessel of the celestial dragons. One cannot fathom the depths of hatred that led to such a gruesome demise for this celestial dragon. The sight of their tragic end elicited disapproval even from the pirates. Yet among these marauders, a faction revealed smug grins upon learning the news, realizing they could leverage this incident to amplify their notoriety. It is easy to imagine the uproar this event would incite across the globe, presenting them with an opportunity for meteoric rise to fame. However, this group failed to anticipate that this assault would not only yield a trove of gold and jewels, but also constitute a direct challenge to the authority of the world government. Once marked by the world government, their subsequent days would be fraught with peril. Meanwhile, atop the Red Line, in the holy land of Meriewa, an unusual atmosphere pervaded. The celestial dragons, residing in this sanctified domain, received shocking news throughout the streets and alleys. A ship laden with treasures was attacked, and a celestial dragon was brutally murdered, with all guards aboard perishing as well. This news spread like wildfire, stirring a tempest of panic and dread among the celestial dragons. It is evident that when their lives are endangered, their inner turmoil and fear become magnified. The celestial dragons, a privileged elite of the world government, prided themselves on their superiority, unafraid of anyone. Yet, in this moment, they experienced an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. Within the palaces of Meriewa, some celestial dragons wore grave expressions, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. They recognized that this assault was not merely an ordinary act of piracy, but a grave challenge to their privileged status. We must respond to this incident. Otherwise, further attacks against the celestial dragons will proliferate. How will the Gorosei decide on this matter? The flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion is not to be trifled with. They soar through the skies, making it difficult for us to ascertain their precise location. Those with ulterior motives yearn to shatter their arrogance completely, and indeed, they have succeeded, entangling them in a web of complex realities that render them reactive. However, they cannot act according to the wishes of their adversaries. We shall await the arrangements from the Gorosei. The celestial dragons of Meriewa felt an unprecedented fear. Meanwhile, the pirates involved in this incident reveled in the darkness, knowing that their actions would reverberate throughout the world, thus securing their names in infamy. In Marineford, amidst a tranquil atmosphere, Sengoku finally found a moment of respite. Having torn open a packet of sunbae on his desk, he pinched the sunbae between his fingers, furrowing his brow as he contemplated it. After the clash of celestial beings, he ultimately chose to set it aside. "This is Sengoku. Admiral Akainu. Is there something amiss?" Steel Bone Akainu sighed heavily, having received news from the world government regarding the murder of a celestial dragon, commanding immediate action. That he knew this order was imperative, despite his personal indifference towards the fate of the celestial dragons. However, as a subordinate of the world government, he had no choice but to comply. Sengoku, hearing Akainu's sigh, wore a look of confusion and unease. "Sengoku, I have received orders from above. A celestial dragon has been killed near the Sabaody archipelago, and we are to investigate this incident." Akainu's voice was grave and laden with pressure. "What? A celestial dragon has been murdered?" Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the implications of this matter and empathized with Akainu's predicament. Yet, confronted with the world government's pressure, he recognized that evasion was futile. "Yes, Admiral, I understand. I will set out immediately to investigate." Sengoku's tone was resolute. The ramifications of this incident were detrimental, and all he could do was strive to address it. Akainu nodded, disconnecting the transponder snail, silently praying for a smooth resolution. He understood that this investigation would be a journey fraught with challenges and dangers, yet he believed that with Sengoku's strength and capability, he would surely provide a satisfactory account to the higher-ups on another front. Sengoku's expression shifted repeatedly as he pondered why the Golden Lion would choose to attack a celestial dragon, especially near the Sabaody archipelago, so close to both Mariawa and Marineford. Damn, that celestial dragon is dead. Doflamingo leaned in close to Dragon, whispering conspiratorially. Doflamingo displayed no awareness of the former celestial dragon's dignity, eagerly joining the bystanders, his interest piqued. I heard. Dragon, exasperated, swatted Doflamingo's hand from his shoulder as whispers circulated around them. As for the murmurs in his ear, the islanders wore expressions of schadenfreude, their eyes glimmering with a mix of satisfaction and delight. Feeling a sense of vindication and deriving satisfaction from some past grievances against the celestial dragons. Good riddance. I've had enough of these arrogant celestial dragons. The more that die, the better our lives will be. Their words brimmed with derision and excitement, openly reveling in the demise of the celestial dragons. Conversely, another group wore anxious expressions, brows furrowed, their hearts filled with trepidation and unease. Keep your voices down. Someone glanced around cautiously. While it was fine to celebrate, they were unaware of what retribution might follow. I've heard that even if a celestial dragon merely suffers an injury, they can summon an admiral. Now that one is dead, who knows what actions they might take? They feared that this incident would unleash greater turmoil, potentially leading to increased violence and hatred, carefully choosing their words to avoid unnecessary trouble or offending certain factions. The atmosphere on the island grew tense and uneasy as discussions erupted, with people whispering back and forth, circulating various rumors and speculations about the event. Some congregated to condemn the violent act, asserting that the celestial dragons were beyond reproach, urging others to refrain from discussing the matter further. The celestial dragons brought this upon themselves. It is high time they faced the consequences of their own misdeeds. Amidst such an atmosphere, the words of the people were laden with emotion and complexity. Some expressed anger, others fear, while some remained calm and rational. Regardless of their emotions, each individual endeavored to navigate the impacts of this incident while safeguarding themselves and what they held dear, unbeknownst to him. Dragon turned to glance behind him. An ominous darkness loomed overhead, with clouds thickening, lightning flashing intermittently among them, and a howling wind sweeping through, instilling a sense of indescribable oppression and foreboding. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over him, as if the sky were brewing an irresistible storm. The world is growing increasingly chaotic. I cannot fathom what it will become in the future. Dragon sighed. In such a grand scheme, the power of the individual remains limited. Perhaps being by Jin An's side could slightly alter this world. In Jin An, he discerned a temperament unlike that of anyone else in this world, reminiscent of the peace that filled the place he once called home. He too yearned to transform the land he governed into something akin to that realm. That guy Jin An, still lingering with an old flame, how long could it possibly take? Doflamingo shook his head, lamenting the decline of societal values. Dragon's lips twitched. This rascal had completely lost himself since leaving the auction house. Enough of that. Be wary, lest Jin An hears your fabrications. I fear him not. I shall surpass him in strength. If he dares strike me now, I shall certainly retaliate in due time. Doflamingo declared with confidence. Long refrained from further discourse, lacking the confidence to surpass Jin An. He was truly perplexed by the audacity of this young rascal. On the Red Soil continent, within Panga's city, stood the 5 elders, the supreme authorities of the world government. The 5 highest dignitaries of the world government sat solemnly together, their expressions grave, their eyes betraying an undeniable aura of authority. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting their shadows upon the wall, imbuing the scene with a sense of grandeur and mystery. They regarded the man opposite them with disdain, their fingers gently tapping on the table before them, seemingly asserting their dominance and dictating the rhythm of the conversation. Admiral Steelbone Kong stood resolutely before them, his posture upright, his gaze unwavering and resolute. The elders fixed their eyes upon the admiral, one of them speaking first, his tone grave and oppressive. Kong, we summoned you here to hold you accountable for the death of a celestial dragon. Can you provide us with a satisfactory explanation? His tone bore a hint of reproach and inquiry, his demeanor arrogant and unyielding. Jagarsha sat in. Mourn the death of the celestial dragon, Steelbone Kong replied gravely, when I was contacted at the Holy Land. I had already dispatched Sengoku to investigate. Given his capabilities, I am confident he will manage it well. His expression conveyed a steadfast determination, reflecting both his trust in Sengoku and his intention to demonstrate the Navy's capabilities to the elders. Kong, you are as eloquent as ever, remarked Marcos Moss, a smirk playing on his lips. So you believe the lives of the world's nobility can be entrusted to a mere admiral? At his words, Steelbone Kong's expression shifted dramatically. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the elders, he stood composed and calm, his gaze resolutely fixed on the five. The incident occurred in waters very close to Mariehua, a location generally patrolled by CP. I assert that the responsibility does not lie with our Navy. This time, the Navy is merely cleaning up after CP, AS and Admiral. He was tasked with addressing issues from the Navy's standpoint, rather than blindly obeying the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Every ounce of the Navy's might must be utilized in critical situations. Moreover, it was not the Navy that had harmed the Celestial Dragons. Why should he expend such effort to cover for them? Do not forget, the funds for your Navy are provided by us. Jagarsha sat and replied, his face darkening. You must obey our commands. Steelbone Kong was nearly driven to laughter by this. I am well aware of the source of our funding, yet the pirates are emerging with many formidable talents. Zephyr and the others have already been dispatched if you provide me with personnel and funds. I will immediately send a contingent to pursue that damned Golden Lion. Steelbone Kong chuckled bitterly, for nominally, he was the admiral of the Navy headquarters, capable of commanding all navies worldwide. Yet, he understood that he was merely a puppet, compelled to consult the elders whenever matters grew even slightly substantial. The elders could bypass him entirely, issuing orders directly to the various branches of the Navy, despite their triumph over the Rocks pirates years prior. He alone understood that the Navy was now in a state of disarray, unable to compare with the pirates. Shepherd Peter stepped forward to ease the tension. Kong, I recognize the immense pressure you are under. But you must also consider our position. The death of a celestial dragon has become widely known. We must project an aura of authority to deter those who might act recklessly. Regarding your personnel shortages, we will dispatch CP to assist you. However, to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons, you must ensure this matter is handled impeccably. Zambalong V. Nasser, cradling a long sword, glinted with sharpness from behind his glasses. Furthermore, suppress the news. It must not be published in the papers. This may prove challenging. Steelbone Kong frowned. The information he had received indicated that the Sabaody archipelago had already disseminated the news far and wide, seemingly orchestrated by someone to manipulate public opinion. The Navy at the Sabaody archipelago had attempted to contain the situation, but to no avail. The elders could no longer remain seated. How could this be possible? The Sabaody archipelago was a chaotic mix of various factions, many of which evaded Navy oversight. Steelbone Kong felt helpless. The situation was beyond his control. The elders lamented, for the Sabaody archipelago was the most crucial transit point for pirates. Without exception, the conditions on that island had been intentionally neglected, and now they faced the consequences of their actions. Do your utmost. The elders acknowledged that troubling Steelbone Kong served no purpose. The situation had solidified, and they could only resort to iron-fisted measures to ensure that the audacious pirates did not entertain any rebellious thoughts. That I will mobilize all CP agents. Jagarsha sat and declared. They will assist you in accomplishing this mission, ensuring the complete annihilation of the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew. This is no overreaction. For 800 years, there has been no news of a celestial dragon being killed, which has allowed them to maintain their rule for so long. Now, that number has shifted from 0 to 1. If we do not curb their ambitions, who knows if the world will remain under their control in the future? Their status demanded that they consider the well-being of the entire celestial dragon collective. Even Emu, who stood behind them, desired a stable world. Failure to manage this incident could result in punishment for them. The celestial dragons are supreme and must never be offended. They are the gods of this world. In an unknown sea, the waves surged violently, and the formidable Navy warships were arrayed in an orderly formation. Forming a barrier across the sea, the flags of the ships fluttered in the wind, showcasing their might and power. Sengoku stood atop a platform, binoculars in hand, gazing intently at the distant battle unfolding across the waters. Meanwhile, the Navy warships unleashed devastating firepower, cannonballs whistling through the air and striking fiercely towards the pirates, their thunderous booms echoing through the skies, accompanied by thick plumes of smoke, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Golden Lion's flying pirate crew was being relentlessly pursued by Sengoku and the Navy. Cannonballs exploded around the pirate ship, leaving trails of smoke that dissipated in the howling sea breeze. The pirates stood on the deck, furrowing their brows, anxiously surveying the encroaching Navy fleet, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Captain, we are about to be surrounded by the Navy." Though they floated in the air, they were being forced into a corner due to the weather and the relentless bombardment of cannonballs. The pirates exchanged anxious glances, their hearts filled with fear and unease, acutely aware that their current predicament was perilous. If they were encircled by the Navy, their chances of escape would be slim. Did we not merely acquire some treasure? Why has the Navy dispatched so many to hunt us down? A bewildered pirate queried. There's no choice. We're being made scapegoats. That damned fool who killed someone should have the guts to confess. Instead of shifting the blame onto us, the Golden Lion stood at the bow. His golden hair billowing in the sea breeze. It is fate and fortune. He had never encountered such a formidable siege during his time with the Rocks pirates. Yet here he was, as captain, experiencing this treatment. The sea wind howled past, the ship swayed precariously, and cannonballs were deflected by the crew. Yet they knew that once their strength waned, they would be doomed. Resisting offered a glimmer of hope, while surrender spelled certain doom. Thus, they chose to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, the Golden Lion erupted into laughter. "Huh? Sengoku, you think you can take my life? You are not capable of that. I am Golden Lion Shiki, destined to stand atop this world." In the distance, massive islands began to float toward them. "I await my reinforcements." "What are you waiting for, Sengoku?" The Golden Lion cackled, commanding the islands to hover directly above the Navy ships. His ability allowed him to levitate any object he had previously touched, regardless of the distance, and control it at will. "What is that?" The naval officers beheld something drifting in the distance, which, in their eyes, grew increasingly larger as the small island floated in the sky. It cast an imposing shadow akin to a dark cloud that devoured the sunlight, emanating an aura of formidable pressure. The trees, rocks, and vegetation on the island swayed with the breeze, resembling a furious beast poised to unleash a fierce assault upon the enemies beneath the sea. The crew of the naval fleet, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of despair, for they had never envisioned themselves confronting a threat emanating from an island. Faced with such overwhelming power, they felt as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to resist. "Everyone, disperse," Sengoku bellowed desperately. If these islands were to crash down, their entire fleet would undoubtedly be annihilated. He could scarcely fathom the immense capabilities of the Golden Lion. "Sengoku," the voice of the Golden Lion echoed from above, suggesting that perhaps a mutual retreat could be arranged. "You let me go, and I shall prevent these islands from falling. What say you?" His strength had yet to reach its zenith, and he was not inclined to engage in a desperate fight with the Navy. In the current predicament, a mutual concession seemed the wisest course. As the floating islands loomed ominously overhead, the Navy found themselves ensnared in a desperate struggle. Standing on the deck, their eyes transfixed on the island as it slowly drifted directly above them. "What madness is this power?" murmured a rear admiral, gripping the ship's railing tightly. "What shall we do?" The admirals gathered at the bow, their faces etched with anxiety and helplessness, rendered powerless by the Golden Lion's threat. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion stood at the edge of his pirate ship, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light, as if he were the sovereign of the entire world. "Are you still hesitating?" His voice resonated across the vast sea, warning that indecision would exact a price. Sengoku knew he must make a swift decision. Yet he found himself paralyzed by the gravity of the choice before him. To allow them to depart would tarnish the Navy's reputation, while refusing the Golden Lion's terms could result in catastrophic consequences from the falling islands. "Sengoku, you need not hesitate. We trust in your strength to defeat the Golden Lion. Since our enlistment, we have been prepared to sacrifice ourselves at any moment. Go forth with confidence. Our safety shall be our own responsibility." Shanks awoke to the sunlight streaming through the curtains onto his bed. That he had grown accustomed to rising early for exercise, and after freshening up, he quickly stepped outside. In the morning light, he noticed someone diligently engaged in running drills, beads of sweat glistening on their forehead. "Sister Ginny, still so hard-working," he muttered with a hint of admiration. Just then, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Bear was sprinting past the training grounds, hoisting a massive boulder with ease, making it appear trivial upon his shoulder. The bead of cold sweat trickled down Shanks's forehead, The pressure Bear exerted upon him was immense. Despite starting their training at the same time, he felt his prowess lagging further behind that of his older siblings. "Good morning, Sister Ginny," Shanks called out as he approached her, flashing a broad smile. "That it's not that early anymore," Ginny replied, stopping to wipe the sweat from her brow. "You must have been facing the sun when you got up." "When I grow taller, I must ensure I get ample sleep," Shanks said, playfully tugging at Ginny's sleeve. Ginny gently tapped Shanks on the nose, exclaiming, "You always use that excuse. Though I wake up late, I always finish today's tasks today." Shanks declared proudly. All right. I know our little Shanks is the best," Ginny praised. Just as Shanks reveled in Ginny's compliment, Jin An emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand, smiling at the heartwarming scene before him. "Ginny, Shanks, go call Bear. Breakfast is ready." "Okay, big brother," Shanks replied, scampering outside. "Sister Ginny, you go ahead. I'll handle calling Brother Bear." Ginny watched Shanks dart away, shaking her head with a smile. "Jin An, what delicious meal have you prepared for us this morning?" she asked as she entered the kitchen, setting the table. "That I've made oil-splashed noodles for breakfast," Jin An replied, busying himself with the preparations. Ginny sat quietly, her eyes sparkling as she watched Jin An cook. Indeed, Jin An is the handsomest when he is serious about his work. Before long, Shanks and Bear returned, and the four of them gathered around the table to enjoy a delightful breakfast. "Bear, I truly envy your ability to go wherever you please," Jin An remarked, popping a clove of garlic into his mouth. "Relying on Bear's power, we can travel back and forth to the Sabaody archipelago." Jin An thought to himself that such an ability was exceedingly extraordinary. Bear chuckled with a hearty laugh. "Haha, my power is your power. Just tell me where you want to go. Bear is the best. We shall travel the world," Ginny exclaimed, contentedly swallowing her noodles and reclining in her chair. "Big brother, is the Sabaody archipelago fun?" Shanks inquired curiously. He longed to accompany his brother on adventures, yet he was relentlessly denied each time due to his age. "It's all right. The scenery differs from here, but in other respects, it's not as good." Jin An reflected before adding, "And it's rather chaotic. It's best if children avoid going there." "What am I then, if not a child?" Shanks quipped, glancing at his older brother before bursting into laughter. "Big brother, I've noticed that wherever you go, significant events tend to unfold." Watching Shanks laugh uncontrollably, Jin An joined in, realizing there was indeed some truth to his words, as many of those events had been sparked by his own actions. Shaking his head, he replied, "I just have bad luck. Wherever I go, misfortune follows. Have you seen what the celestial dragons look like?" "I've heard you can see them there," Shanks innocently questioned. This, the kitchen fell silent. Ginny and Bear bowed their heads, recalling painful memories. Jin An sensed the weight of their thoughts and sighed inwardly. The impact of the celestial dragons on them was profound, lingering even after all this time. "I didn't see them. I only heard they resemble pigs. Overweight and incapable of walking without assistance," Jin An remarked. "Jin An, you haven't shared your experiences from this trip yet," Bear inquired curiously. "When I picked you up, I seemed to hear the Navy was pursuing the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew. What transpired there?" Ginny perked up at Bear's question, her ears perked with interest. "Nothing major. Just heard that a celestial dragon was killed. And the Navy is hunting the culprit," Jin An replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He too was eager to learn about Sengoku and the Golden Lion's current situation. Given their strengths, their battle must be intense. Yet he had rushed back and missed the outcome. "What? A celestial dragon is dead?" In stark contrast to Jin An's calm demeanor, Bear and Ginny leaped from their seats upon hearing the news. Shanks, startled by their reaction, jumped up as well, bewildered, silently questioning whether the death of a celestial dragon warranted such a dramatic response. Jin An savored a sip of tea, thoroughly pleased with the reactions of the two individuals before him. This was precisely the effect he sought. That he aimed to dismantle their ingrained perception that celestial dragons were untouchable, instilling in them the understanding that celestial dragons were, in fact, human and could indeed be slain. He intended for them to gradually emerge from the psychological shadows cast by the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, celestial dragons. Big Bear repeated these three words, tears streaming down his face. Shanks, observing the sudden outburst of tears from Big Bear, instinctively moved closer, wishing to offer comfort but uncertain of how to do so, merely clutching at Big Bear's clothing with his small hands. Witnessing the bewildered Shanks, Ginny felt her own sorrow ease somewhat. Her inner anguish rivaled that of Big Bear, yet she had grown accustomed to masking her pain with a smile. Flapping, The sound of birds flapping their wings broke the silence from outside. "The newspaper has arrived. I shall fetch it," Jin An announced, rising from his seat and heading towards the door, noting the somber mood of the group. The newsbirds were specifically trained to deliver newspapers. As the significant events of this world were conveyed through this publication, and the price was quite reasonable. One newspaper, please, Jin An requested, handing over 100 berries. The newsbird pointed to the small bag on its chest with its wings and cawed twice. "Hey, your service today is lacking. Be careful, or I shall file a complaint against you." Jin An retrieved a newspaper from the small bag and returned directly. "How are you feeling now? A bit better?" he inquired, unfurling the newspaper, the headline immediately captivating the attention of the four. Breaking news. A fierce battle erupts between the Marine Headquarters Admiral and the flying pirate cruise captain, Gold Lion Shiki, in the Gallant Sea. The battleground has seen the emergence of several islands. Gold Lion Shiki has been defeated and has fled. His whereabouts remain unknown. The Marines have suffered grave losses, and Sengoku has sustained serious injuries. Being escorted back to Marineford for treatment, Dragon and Kuzan stood at opposite ends of the training ground, exuding an astonishing aura, reminiscent of two towering mountains in opposition, imparting an ineffable sense of pressure. Sunlight filtered through the layers of foliage, casting a warm glow upon them, creating two splendid silhouettes. The gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust around them, as both men gazed intently at each other, wary of any hint of carelessness. Nearby, Ginny and the others sat with sunflower seeds in hand, fully aware of Kuzan's formidable strength. However, they were only witnessing the other individual for the second time, and the specifics of his strength would only be revealed through their confrontation. They eagerly anticipated the clash between the two men. This contest is quite intriguing. It would not be surprising who emerges victorious. Big Bear stated with utmost seriousness. Both individuals possessed formidable strength. One had spent his formative years shadowing Vice Admiral Garp, absorbing knowledge unattainable to them, while the other had been a steadfast companion to Jin An in the heat of battle. Boasting extensive practical experience, each held their own merits in terms of identity and power, excelling in their respective areas. Upon hearing this, Ginny and the others remained silent, focused on cracking sunflower seeds. Such sparring was the perfect accompaniment to their meal, allowing them to consume much more than usual. The air around the arena was thick with tension, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. They stood at the center of the battlefield, their gazes intertwining like the flash of lightning, igniting sparks in the air. The current stillness marked the final tranquility before the impending clash. Within this serene moment, each individual could sense a delicate equilibrium. Yet, this impending battle would shatter such an ambience entirely. Unable to contain his inner battle fervor any longer, Dragon finally raised his arm, launching a finger gun from his fingertips. In stark contrast to Dragon's aggressive initiation, Kazan remained calm, carefully observing each of his opponent's movements. Sidestepping the probing attack with a swift motion, his keen observational skills were evident. Dragon remained stationary, an exceptionally fierce aura erupting from him, reminiscent of a howling gale, bearing down on Kazan. The overwhelming pressure struck Kazan, causing his body to tremble momentarily before he lifted his chin, unleashing an aura that matched his adversary's intensity. In unison, the two surged into the sky, transforming into two streaks of white light. Colliding in the air, neither utilized their respective devil fruit abilities. They merely engaged in a contest of physical prowess and combat techniques. Should they unleash their powers, the vast area would be utterly devastated by the sheer magnitude of their attacks. Not to mention, despite their youth, their strength surpassed that of their peers by an immeasurable margin. Against contemporaries, they could defeat opponents in a single strike. Only a handful of peers could warrant their serious attention. In an instant, they clashed, the sky resonating with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. A myriad of techniques unfolded, the frequency of attacks resembling a torrential storm. Shanks, initially enjoying his sunflower seeds, observed the breathtaking sparring with a sense of trepidation. Weighing his own capabilities against theirs, merely engaging in a contest of physicality, the overwhelming aura emanating from their combat made him break into a cold sweat. These two monsters, how am I, a mere novice, supposed to survive? He thought. Feeling the weight of pressure bearing down upon him as their battle intensified, the surrounding environment began to shift. Initially, the arena was tranquil, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. However, as the duel between Dragon and Kazan escalated, Dust filled the air, and the atmosphere grew charged with tension. The battleground began to crack, rocks shattered by the shockwaves of their confrontation, soil upheaving as if bombarded. The tempest brewed, trees swayed violently, as the training ground was rendered unrecognizable by their fierce exchanges. Dragon, moving with the swiftness of lightning, engaged in close combat with Kazan, each strike a lethal assault, a testament to his utmost respect for his opponent. Kazan maintained a composed demeanor, meeting Dragon's speed with a thunderous resolve. Lightly shaking his arm to force Dragon back, Dragon claw fist. A deep roar reverberated from above, as a vibrant green claw mark erupted from Dragon's hand, the sheer force causing the air to wail in protest. Hey, that move seems a tad unfair, Kazan retorted, even as he unleashed an equally formidable technique. An ice-blue palm strike surged forth, colliding head-on with Dragon's attack. In an instant, the arena transformed into their battleground, where they unleashed their pent-up passion and strength, relishing the sparring session. Their garments lay in tatters, hair disheveled, yet their eyes sparkled with determination and fervor. When their fists and claws met, a powerful energy surged forth, enveloping the entire arena. A formidable shockwave swept through, engulfing everything in its path. Eventually, both combatants halted their movements, chests heaving, panting heavily as they exchanged glances. Then, in unison, they erupted into hearty laughter. Their bodies were coated in dust and bruises, yet their hearts brimmed with respect for one another and the joy of finding a worthy rival. It has been far too long since I have felt such exhilaration. Let us continue this next time, Dragon declared, tearing off his already tattered clothing, his face radiant with glee. While the two reveled in their triumph, the spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. Big Bear and Ginny exchanged glances, pondering how Jin An would react upon returning to find their home in such disarray. Wait, what happened to my home? Who did this? Show yourselves! A thunderous voice erupted from the front of the house. As Jin An's voice echoed, the laughter from the backyard came to an abrupt halt. A fierce gale burst forth from the front door, stirring the air and sweeping away the dust that had settled upon the house. You too. If you wish to fight, could you not do so elsewhere? Must you choose my residence? Will you compensate for the damage caused? Before Jin An arrived, his presence was already felt. Suddenly, a formidable and invisible force descended, as if an unseen hand forcefully pinned the two individuals to the ground, rendering them immobile. Subsequently, Jin An approached them with measured steps, his gaze profound like an unfathomable lake, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Long and Kuzan exchanged glances, revealing a trace of bitter amusement as they surveyed their surroundings. They had both come seeking Jin An, only to find themselves engaged in a spirited exchange that escalated into a confrontation, ultimately leading to a lack of control over their strength. Upon reaching the backyard and witnessing the scene before him, Jin An felt his heart bleed. The flora and fauna he had painstakingly nurtured were now utterly destroyed. His expression remained cold and devoid of emotion, silent as his power over the two individuals conveyed the turmoil within him. He raised his hand and delivered a forceful blow to their heads, plunging them into darkness and chaos. So you come to wreak havoc in my abode, thinking the vast expanse of my territory is ample for your reckless antics. As Jin An's furious tirade echoed, the two men bowed their heads in submission, unable to counter his wrath, standing obediently as he unleashed a torrent of spittle upon them. The onlooking trio, Big Bear and his companions, were left in utter shock at the sight. The two who had just exhibited such bravado were effortlessly subdued by Jin An, igniting an endless stream of speculation regarding his true strength. They understood well that Jin An's power far surpassed their imagination, solidifying his status as their eternal idol in the kingdom of Seoul Bay. Within Jin An's residence, as the supreme commander of the South Sea Navy, he bore the weight of responsibilities that accompanied his esteemed position. Maintaining law and order in the South Sea, safeguarding its citizens from pirate incursions, mediating disputes among the islands, and assessing the conduct of the naval forces were all tasks that Jin An had entrusted to Kazan, who was also responsible for addressing personnel issues. Kazan, did I not delegate all authority to you? Jin An sighed in exasperation. Isn't it supposed to be second nature for you to manage these affairs? Why do you come to me again? Kazan chuckled wryly, pondering if it was appropriate to voice such matters openly. Admiral, the headquarters has instructed me to inform you in person that the Golden Lion may be headed to our South Sea. This message was indeed relayed by the headquarters, though they had not specified that it required in-person communication. Kazan had seized this opportunity to visit Jin An's residence, primarily to enjoy a meal. Regarding the Golden Lions, he had confirmed with the source at headquarters that the possibility of his arrival in the South Sea was merely speculative. The EC was also a strong contender for his refuge. After all, the EC is notoriously the weakest of the seas, both in terms of pirates and the Navy. For the recuperating Golden Lion, it would be the preferred choice. The Golden Lion? Jin An mused. He is gravely injured. Even if he arrives in the South Sea, he will be incapable of significant action in the short term. Just arrange for a naval patrol to monitor the area regularly. An injured Golden Lion will surely take all precautions, making it unrealistic to locate him quickly. However, ensure that all islands remain vigilant. If any small islands mysteriously vanish, report it immediately, Jin An advised. Understood. I will ensure your directives are implemented. Kazan saluted respectfully. Oh, by the way, Dragon happens to be here as well. Jin An exclaimed, smacking his forehead. From now on, you two should counsel each other. The matters of the South Sea shall be entrusted to you both. Dragon and Kazan exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Dragon, feeling somewhat sheepish, spoke up. Admiral, up until now, I have only been involved in capturing pirates. I may not excel in handling administrative duties. Perhaps I should focus solely on pirate apprehension. Having never dealt with management during his time at headquarters, he recognized his limitations in this area, excelling in leading battles, but lacking expertise in administrative matters. Dragon, do you remember why Carp sent you to me? Jin An inquired. Without hesitation, Dragon replied, Vice Admiral Carp sent me to learn from you. Realizing the implications of his response, he understood that learning about island management and public welfare was imperative. Indeed, you must master these skills. Jin An emphasized, but Dragon hesitated. Jin An interjected firmly, no buts. Everyone progresses from knowing nothing to mastering their craft. Do not expect to achieve everything at once. Seek guidance from Kazan and the others if you encounter difficulties. Remember, every accomplished person has something worth learning from. Jin An encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. I believe you will grow into a capable naval leader. Feeling the weight of Jin An's expectations, Dragon's eyes moistened. Such immense faith was placed in him. To refuse would be to squander Jin An's earnest efforts. In that moment, he found his guiding light. I will diligently learn from them, Dragon declared resolutely. Jin An nodded with satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy. He had successfully recruited another ally to share the burdens of his responsibilities. Alleviating some of his pressure, delighted, Jin An cast a sidelong glance at the spirited Dragon, knowing that the South Sea Navy could handle pirate extermination. Administrative duties, however, were best left to Dragon and Kazan, both of whom possessed the requisite qualifications. While work was crucial, so too was the pursuit of self-improvement. Jin An reminded, you as well, Kazan. Did you hear that? Understood. They both replied in unison. Dragon, having been educated along the elite path since childhood, was determined to strive towards his goals. While Kazan sought to remain close to Jin An, recognizing that enhancing his strength was a necessary journey. Admiral, when can we eat? It has been ages since I savored your culinary skills, Kazan remarked somewhat bashfully. Jin An shook his head with a smile. I knew you had ulterior motives. It didn't take long for your intentions to be revealed. Is it merely a free meal you seek, making it sound as though you've committed some transgression? Kazan laughed heartily. Gathered around a spacious dining table, the 6 individuals exchanged laughter and joy. The table was laden with a plethora of delectable dishes, the aromas tantalizing and mouth-watering, while the softly glowing lights created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Surveying the carefully prepared feast, Kazan beamed. It has been far too long since I have seen you prepare such a grand spread. We are in for a treat. Dragon gazed at the array of dishes. Perplexed, why have I never encountered these dishes before? Just eat and savor. No need for excessive chatter, Kazan replied, serving a portion of food into Dragon's bowl. These delicacies are simply unattainable outside of the Soul Bay Kingdom. After taking a bite, Dragon was immediately captivated, exclaiming, delicious. This world boasted numerous unique culinary delights, succulent meats, seafood rice, and naturally grilled lizard meat, but none resonated with Jin An's palate. Thus, he cultivated his own vegetables and seasonings. It could be said that the system produced only the finest. The items he nurtured had become local specialties of the Soul Bay Kingdom, contributing to his military funding through their sale at a Marine fort. Within the medical bay, Sengoku remarked, You've truly had a close call this time. Carp, reveling in the misfortune, retorted, Sengoku, your predicament is quite amusing. Sengoku, irked by Carp's munching sounds, replied, do refrain from bothering me. Here I am, taking precious time to visit you. Yet you show no appreciation, Carp complained. We served in the same cohort. Do not break my heart. Sengoku's forehead throbbed. You remember we enlisted together, yet when I sent you to assist in subduing the golden lion, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. Carp, recognizing his fault, muttered defensively, I simply missed him in the East Sea. Even if you missed him, why come here to irritate me? Sengoku lamented, exhaling deeply. If it weren't for CP's intervention, I might not have returned at all. Carp frowned. With your strength, you shouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation against the golden lion. Alas, in the vast ocean, my full power could not be exerted. The golden lion commanded too many islands for me to manage simultaneously. Moreover, it is not solely he who stands against the golden lion that I have received word that our contingent is not insignificant either. Carp hesitated. Sengoku turned his gaze toward the window, pondering. Yet we lack individuals capable of withstanding pressure. When the island fell, those I brought along were entirely preoccupied with their own survival and could not extend their support to me. He faces the entirety of the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew alone that I believe we must infuse some fresh blood into our navy. From what I've observed recently, the emerging talents among the pirates far surpass those on our side. Sengoku's expression grew somewhat despondent. Most of today's youth take pride in venturing out to become pirates, and their numbers and quality are steadily on the rise, whereas our side sees a sluggish growth in fresh recruits, primarily relying on naval families for elite personnel. Presently, we are in a dire predicament. Is it truly that challenging? Carp inquired, somewhat bewildered that I have always thought that our combat capabilities were commendable. It seems I was mistaken. Had I known the Navy was facing such predicaments, I would have directly lured Jin An over here. I can recommend some individuals. Carp mused while stroking his beard. Sengoku adjusted his frog spectacles. You mean Jin An? Right? That fellow possesses commendable strength and capabilities. He is indeed a promising candidate. Sengoku paused, seemingly recalling something. According to reports from the South Sea, it appears he has developed a tendency to slack off, leaving all matters of the South Sea to his subordinate, Kazan. That is not a good habit. Carp reflected on his interactions with Jin An, sensing that this inclination had already manifested back then. Thus, I believe it would be best for him to come to headquarters for a period of study. However, given that he has only recently assumed command of the South Sea, it would be prudent to wait a while longer. Sengoku believed that Jin An must establish a firm foothold in the South Sea before departing. Otherwise, should he fail to build credibility, the pirates might seize the opportunity to undermine the favorable situation in the South Sea. Just as the two reached a consensus, a robust and authoritative voice resonated from outside the infirmary. I have heard of that young man, and I share your sentiments regarding this matter. However, the recruitment issue is indeed urgent. Upon hearing this voice, both Sengoku and Carp's expressions shifted, with Carp rising abruptly from his seat. Standing straight, his ever-present smile vanishing, replaced by an expression of respect, Sengoku, lying in bed recovering, struggled to rise, disregarding his physical pain. There is only one person in the Navy who could prompt such a reaction from both of them. The current admiral of the Navy headquarters, Steel Bone Kong. The imposing figure pushed open the door and entered, his face etched with deep fatigue, yet he managed a faint smile for his two subordinates. Sengoku, given your condition, it would be best for you to remain lying down and avoid causing me any trouble, Steelbone Kong chided lightly. Admiral Kong, both Sengoku and Carp respectfully exclaimed in unison. Are you feeling better, Sengoku? Steelbone Kong nodded toward them. This time the Navy has suffered severe losses. Sengoku's voice was thick with emotion. It is all my fault. I take full responsibility. No, Sengoku, I am not blaming you. Considering the circumstances at sea, your performance has been commendable. Steelbone Kong shook his head, gently offering comfort. Sengoku remained silent, his heart aching for those Navy personnel who had perished in battle following this incident. Countless families have lost their pillars of support, and those families must harbor deep resentment toward me, the one primarily accountable. Steelbone Kong observed Sengoku's expression, feeling an ache in his own heart. Yet time marches on, and they must prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. I have discussed the matter of recruitment with the Gorosei. Steelbone Kong began with great difficulty upon hearing this. Sengoku and Carp's faces lit with anticipation. So, What did the Gorosei say? Steelbone Kong first nodded, then slowly shook his head. What do they mean? Admiral Kong, please do not keep us in suspense. The impatient Carp interjected. Sighing, Steelbone Kong spoke with great difficulty. They have agreed to our recruitment of Navy personnel, but they will not fund the additional Navy members. This essentially means they are preventing us from expanding. Carp exclaimed in frustration, utterly bewildered by the Gorosei's logic. The bitter smile crept on his Sengoku's lips. It appears I should have tempered my expectations regarding the decisions of the world government. Although the Gorosei provided me with such a disheartening response, I have resolved to issue a recruitment announcement to the entire world. Steelbone Kong's gaze was resolute. In his position, he must wield the corresponding authority and uphold the principle of justice that his uniform represents. However, we are utterly devoid of funds. The majority of people in this world dream of becoming the Pirate King. If we cannot afford to pay the salaries of new recruits, the notion of recruitment becomes moot. It is indeed a difficult predicament for our Navy that I will find a way to resolve the financial issues. Steelbone Kong produced a cigar, lighting it, as he focused on attracting capable individuals to join the Navy. The Navy requires leaders who can stand on their own in this tumultuous world of piracy. Though it is hard to admit, the reality is that ordinary sailors struggle to make a difference. Talents are scarce indeed that I believe we can brainstorm some ideas. Sengoku glanced toward Carp's position. Carp suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, right? Although Jin An cannot come to headquarters yet, he is quite resourceful. Having him assist us in brainstorming could prove beneficial. Jin An possesses such capabilities? Steelbone Kong exhaled a puff of smoke, somewhat incredulous. Sengoku also appeared uncertain. He should have some, I believe. That fellow has plenty of ideas. Do you remember the items I brought back earlier? Carp's excitement was palpable. Recalling the delectable treats Carp had brought, both Sengoku and Carp swallowed hard, certainly remembering them, as they had never encountered such delicacies before. Carp, however, was referring to chairs and other items that would enhance their quality of life. What chairs? Sengoku and Steelbone Kong were utterly perplexed. They had never seen the items Carp mentioned. Observing their reactions, Carp realized he had let something slip. He had given some of the food to Sengoku and the others since they could not finish it all. As for the other items, he had kept them for himself. Those items are not significant. I only mentioned them to illustrate that the young man's imagination is quite vivid, and he could provide us with some assistance. Finally, the old fogies at headquarters seemed to be awakening to the reality. Having concluded his discussion with Sengoku and the others, Jin An smiled knowingly. The Navy must assemble a powerful, obedient force. Otherwise, in the age of great sailing, they will only serve as a burial ground for the world government. Such an outcome is clearly something Jin An wishes to avoid. After all, it is easier to thrive under the shade of a great tree. But what will he do if the tree falls? It appears Sengoku and the others have also seen through the true nature of the world government, saving me the trouble of elaborating. Jin An reclined in his chair, relishing the tranquility of the passing days. Colonel Jin An, the warships are fully prepared for departure. Kazan knocked on the doorframe. Awaiting a response, Jin An lifted his teacup, taking a small sip. His swaying body gradually coming to a halt as he discreetly sighed, saying languidly, "Understood. I truly do not wish to move." This marks his first voyage since assuming command of the South Sea, with destinations including, but not limited to, the world government's allied nations in the South Sea. This implies that he will spend an extended period at in the infirmary. Having heard Jin An's suggestions, everyone fell into silence, utterly captivated by his ideas. They had never considered the possibility of recruitment being approached in such a manner, leading them to realize that despite their age, they lacked the clarity of thought that the younger generation possessed. What are your thoughts on the measures Jin An just proposed? Steelbone Kong withdrew from his contemplation and turned to the few individuals beside him. Crane was still savoring the insights that Jin An had just shared with them. Indeed, she too had been summoned to the infirmary by Steelbone Kong to partake in the discussion regarding conscription. That I believe the methods proposed by Jin An hold considerable merit. Zhanghua wholeheartedly endorsed Jin An's suggestions. He emphasized, first and foremost, the importance of ideology, showcasing how participating in conscription is vital for safeguarding the nation and protecting one's homeland, thereby making individuals aware that their involvement is crucial for the stability and security of society as a whole. Secondly, he advocated for maintaining transparency in information and enhancing communication by providing detailed explanations regarding the objectives, background, and significance of conscription. Through interaction with the populace, their understanding and support for the conscription policy can be bolstered, thereby enhancing the legitimacy and acceptability of the conscription efforts. Finally, he suggested conveying the societal recognition and honor associated with military service, bestowing upon individuals the respect and honor they deserve, which in turn would inspire a sense of pride and mission, thus increasing their willingness to participate in conscription. These measures would effectively stir people's emotions, making them feel that joining the Navy would yield numerous benefits, thereby motivating them to take the plunge. Zhanghua summarized Jin An's proposals, increasingly convinced that these methods could indeed be implemented. That I wholeheartedly agree with the measures he suggested. Let us proceed with them. When I heard that young man's words, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, almost wishing to enlist once more. Karp exclaimed, expressing his inner excitement with grand gestures that I concurred. Yet Jin An had also mentioned the necessity of committing to providing reasonable compensation and benefits, including salaries, medical coverage, and family support, to encourage people to positively respond to the conscription call. Could Marshal Kong truly facilitate this? Crane crossed her arms, well aware of the financial constraints faced by the Navy, thus adopting a cautious stance regarding this matter. Upon hearing Crane's query, the gaze of everyone in the infirmary turned towards Steelbone Kong. Little Crane, I must admit, your words are quite displeasing to me. Steelbone Kong extinguished his cigar with determination, asserting that matters solvable by money are not truly issues at all. His years as an admiral of the Navy were not spent in vain. He had his methods of generating funds. Of course, to be safe, you could also join the ranks of moneymakers, he added with a light cough, emphasizing the strength in numbers and requesting their assistance. In truth, the recruitment of Navy personnel does not require substantial funds. The bulk of expenses is directed towards naval equipment and training. Equipment encompasses not only weapons and uniforms, but also warships. In a world dominated by oceans, the Navy cannot function effectively without vessels. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Karp hastily departed, eager to escape the topic of finances. I am your superior. Consider the consequences of disobeying orders, Steelbone Kong stated with a tone of unyielding authority. Karp, knowing Steelbone Kong's resolute nature, realized that should he dare to flee, the next moment could see him appointed as a general. But, old Kong, I truly lack funds, Karp lamented, displaying his empty pockets in a gesture of despair. Steelbone Kong, exasperated, replied, must I teach you how to make money? Simply masquerade as a bounty hunter, with so many pirates at sea. Surely you can capture a few for profit? After all, the funds ultimately come from the world government. A silence fell upon the room as Steelbone Kong noticed the bewildered expressions of the three individuals present. Ahem, I merely proposed a quick method for generating income. I have never engaged in such activities myself. Steelbone Kong prided himself on being diligent and honest, were it not for the pressures of life. He would never resort to such actions. The three watched him in silence, convinced that he must have some experience in these matters to make such a suggestion. However, it was indeed a fast way to earn money. Well, we shall take our leave now to explore other avenues for recruiting more naval personnel. Although Crane was not entirely in favor of Steelbone Kong's suggestion, the current situation left little room for better alternatives. After all, the Navy was in dire need of funds. I do not wish to go out. Good fortune never comes my way, and now I'm summoned for this. Doflamingo grumbled, clearly unwilling. He had finally found something intriguing in the Salb Kingdom. Accompanied by his brother Rosinante, and now, due to Jin An's orders, his plans were crumbling. Brother, I still have classes. You can rest assured and go with Colonel Jin An, Rosinante chimed in eagerly. After Doflamingo's departure, no one would drag him into those bizarre situations. He discovered the benefits of attending class. The students were pleasant to behold, their conversations delightful, and the teachers were dedicated and engaging. Now, asking him not to attend class would be met with resistance. He had fallen in love with learning. You. Doflamingo pointed an accusatory finger at his brother, feeling betrayed. They had made prior decisions, only for a traitor to emerge among them. Rosinante, sensing his brother's menacing glare, instinctively shrank behind Jin and ruffled Rosinante's hair, finding the little one far more endearing than Doflamingo. Additionally, his relationship with Shanks had blossomed, and they had become good brothers, possibly even considering a blood brotherhood. I do this for your own good, Jin An said earnestly. Meeting the world will be beneficial for you. Then why aren't they following you out? Doflamingo protested, pointing at Kuma and the others who had come to see them off. Jin An scratched his head. They have other matters to attend to. Doflamingo was still reluctant, knowing that accompanying Jin An would likely lead to misfortune. His previous experience as a slave made him wary of what oddities might await him next. But there are no further questions. Jin An interrupted, tugging at his clothing and dragging him onto the warship. When will this endless cycle come to an end? Jin An mused, seated aboard the vessel, amidst the vastness of the sea. He sat quietly at the ship's railing, feeling the refreshing sea breeze caress his face, closing his eyes to listen to the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the hull. Before him stretched the boundless ocean, its tumultuous waves appearing to stretch into infinity at times. The gentle swells would brush against the ship's side, while at other moments, they surged forward with unrestrained vigor. That I told you I didn't want to come out. Doflamingo lamented, his expression one of disillusionment. The ocean's vastness instilled a sense of awe, as if standing on the precipice of infinite time, gazing into the unknown distance. Yet, amidst this limitless expanse, one could also feel an overwhelming sense of isolation, as if they were the sole being within the vast sea, cut off from the rest of the world. It's truly incomprehensible. I could be lounging at home, sipping tea and enjoying life. Yet because of you, all my plans have gone awry. Doflamingo glared at Jin An by the ship's edge. The strong never complain about their circumstances, Jin An remarked, removing his sunglasses and speaking with calm conviction. Doflamingo, feeling provoked by Jin An's words, erupted. When did you ever consider me strong? Moreover, I am still just a child. His current predicament seemed to echo the notion that following Jin An would lead to hunger. Although he had not been starved, he felt a suffering greater than that of missing meals. They had now surveyed over 10 nations, and Doflamingo was thoroughly fatigued by the monotony of the sea. Each day brought nothing but the sight of waves. Don't you like the ocean? Doflamingo recognized the voice behind him and turned to see a tall man standing there. Upon seeing him, Doflamingo's demeanor visibly brightened. Aboard this warship, Kazan was the individual with whom he felt most at ease, always stopping by to chat and alleviating his boredom. The ship was filled with Navy personnel, each occupied with their own tasks, leaving him to languish alone in solitude, except for that individual who lay motionless in a deck chair throughout the day, gazing at the person on the chair. Doflamingo recalled a term his mother had once used to describe such a person, a mountain wilderness idler. Even the most beautiful sights can become tiresome with constant exposure. Doflamingo retorted, it seems you are not so averse to long sea voyages? Kazan nodded in agreement with Doflamingo's observation. Of course, for I know that each voyage presents opportunities to engage in many meaningful endeavors. Meaningful matters? A cryptic smile appeared at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth. Yet, after observing for some time, I can't shake the feeling that many kingdoms prefer to engage in superficial affairs. In response to the Navy's patrols, each kingdom showcases its finest facade, using ostentatious splendor to mask the underlying turmoil. Kazan, with a heavy expression, refrained from countering. He surely recognized the veracity of Doflamingo's words, yet these circumstances were beyond his control, and no one can alter them. Don't you ever feel weary discussing these matters all day? Jin An asked lazily. The peace crafted through superficiality is still peace. At least those nations make an effort to conceal their true state if they can't even muster the will to disguise their reality. It either means that nation is on the brink of annihilation or its people have grown disdainful of the law. Jin An maintained a pragmatic outlook, believing that one should shine as brightly as their capacity allows. Our Colonel Jin An possesses profound insight. Doflamingo feigned a compliment. Jin An glanced at him, realizing that this rascal's nature was unlikely to change. He truly couldn't go a day without stirring trouble. Kazan observed Jin An, sprawled languidly on a deck chair, and sighed. You'll leave a poor impression on the Navy if you continue to lounge like that. In his eyes, Jin An had many admirable qualities, but his extreme laziness tarnished the image of the towering figure he once held. The childhood filter was nearly worn away. Don't speak nonsense. Jin An remained in his position, fully aware of how he appeared to the Navy. The winds of the South China Sea were perpetually boisterous, carrying with them an insidious force that corroded one's spirit. Thus, he embraced his languor, convinced of its validity. Kazan found himself at a loss when faced with a person devoid of desires. Although one cannot force a bitter fruit to be sweet, it might quench thirst. Still, if there's nothing within that fruit, what could Kazan possibly do? He shook his head in resignation and turned to Doflamingo, saying, You cannot allow yourself to become like this. Doflamingo, dropping his amused facade, nodded earnestly. Since you seem bored, why not train with me from now on? You possess considerable potential that must be properly cultivated. Kazan proposed, his idea strikingly brilliant. Doflamingo stood frozen. The joke now turned upon him. Let us begin tomorrow. Prepare yourself today, Kazan stated seriously. The Navy's training is arduous, and I will supervise you closely that a promising seed nurtured under his guidance would surely flourish. The thought of those in the Navy looking at him with envy and resentment filled Kazan with delight that it settled then. Kazan departed, intent on preparing for a rigorous training session the following day. Ha ha! Doflamingo glared at the source of the laughter. What is so amusing? Nothing. I just recalled a rather humorous incident. Jin An wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, speaking in fragments. You wait for me. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and dashed into the cabin. It's merely Navy training. What is so challenging about it? He refused to be cowed by such trivial exercises. Jin An feigned sleep, yet his mind was occupied with another matter. A note from the system instructed him to arrive in this maritime region in half a month, promising information about a missing island. He had even directed the navigator to take a longer route to this windless area. However, not only did they find nothing, but the desolation here was palpable. They were the sole vessel adrift in this vast ocean, the vanished island. Jin An murmured. He believed that whatever the system deemed worthy of a reward must possess profound significance. The act of slaying the celestial dragons was a whim, yet it aligned perfectly with his desires. Moreover, in the instant of their demise, the system, after a long hiatus, generously bestowed an abundance of rewards upon him. Thus, he lingered here, resolute in his intention to uncover that elusive island. The colossal warship sped across the sea, propelled by the wind with an exaggerated velocity, 2,000. I have completed 2,000 push-ups, a youthful voice, laced with exhaustion, reported feebly. Kazan nodded, affirming that this youth, whom he had chosen, had completed the task earlier than anticipated. Well done. Now, let us proceed to the next phase of training together. Doflamingo, trembling, pushed himself upright, turning to face the sky, bitterly remarking, "May I refuse?" He felt as though his arms were no longer under his command. Continuing this regimen might lead to his demise. Doflamingo, you must believe in yourself. It's merely 2,000 push-ups. A trifling challenge. I am confident you can accomplish the subsequent training tasks. Kazan encouraged. He was also engaging in training alongside Doflamingo, having multiplied the intensity of his regimen several times over, which for him felt like mere warm-up. Keep it up, Doflamingo. I have faith in you. Jin An added fuel to the fire. The torment this brat felt only pleased him further. He was an expert at relishing the misfortunes of others. Doflamingo lacked the strength to even raise his hand, choosing instead to disregard Jin An's words, gasping for air. Next up is climbing the mast. I eagerly anticipate your performance, Jin An remarked, eyeing the 40-meter mast that ominously loomed, heralding Doflamingo's next trial. Doflamingo exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the mast that seemed to touch the heavens. Today appears to be my last. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, echoing like a cry from the depths of hell, shaking every soul aboard the warship. The Navy personnel exchanged fearful glances, trepidation etched upon their faces. In that moment, the ocean appeared to transform into a colossal beast, harboring unfathomable threats. The oppressive force of that roar weighed down upon their hearts like an invisible mountain, rendering them breathless. What is happening? Did a sea king pass by? The location of the warship was perilously close to the windless zone, and they were aware of the likelihood of encountering sea kings that resided in the vicinity. Locate the source of that sound, the navigator commanded. The scout, upon hearing this, swiftly grabbed a telescope, attempting to discern the origin of the noise, yet all he could see were tumultuous waves and the vast water surface, devoid of any signs of abnormality. Nevertheless, the very notion of a lurking monster filled each heart with dread. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying of all. A young sailor, trembling, pointed into the distance. Stuttering, there's something beneath the ship. His voice quivered, his mental fortitude seemingly on the verge of collapse. The navigator's expression turned grave as he inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Prepare to steer clear of this area. All hands, assume battle readiness. The Navy personnel swiftly complied with the orders. Though their movements were hurried, they displayed an underlying sense of order. Weapons aboard the ship were rapidly inspected, defensive measures urgently enacted. each individual exerting themselves to brace for the impending peril that lay in that moment. An atmosphere of tension and solemnity enveloped the warship, every heart strung tight like a taut bowstring, ready to confront whatever unknown threat might emerge from the ocean's depths. Remain calm. Turn the ship's bow and proceed in another direction. Jin An's composed voice soothed everyone aboard. His tranquility instilled confidence in the Navy, who diligently attended to their responsibilities. The vessel urgently changed course, striving to escape the perilous area. Yet, the sea seemed to be stirred into a frenzy by the monster's presence. The waves began to churn violently, obstructing the ship's navigation. What of the Sea Kings? Merely foul creatures stirring trouble beneath the waves. Should they approach, Colonel Jin An could easily subdue them. The sailors roared loudly, using their voices to dispel the inner turmoil. The ship swayed violently with the rise and fall of the waves, the crew struggling to maintain their balance, exerting every effort to ensure the vessel's steady navigation. Smash! The waves crashed against the hull like a colossal wall, surging repeatedly, the splashing seawater striking the ship's sides like sharp blades, producing a jarring sound. The vessel labored to traverse the tumultuous waters, its forward momentum hindered, rendering progress slow and arduous, while the bow was frequently engulfed by towering waves, sending sprays of water flying and complicating the voyage. The stern being violently tossed by the surging sea as if attempting to hurl every soul aboard into the abyss. Amidst the fierce rocking of the warship, a shadow, indistinct and undefined, sliced through the surface of the sea. Soaring into the sky, crash. The Sea King slammed down upon the water, triggering towering waves that soared hundreds of meters into the air, with torrents of seawater cascading down like a torrential downpour. Steady, steady now. The shouts of the sailors echoed as they gazed upon the immense wave, acutely aware of humanity's insignificance. This was surely larger than any ordinary island. Doflamingo's mouth gaped open. I knew it. Every time I venture out with that scoundrel Jin An, it never ends well. Goodness, what a massive creature. Just as everyone was on the verge of despair, a calm voice, soothing and reassuring, suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the sailors' frantic hearts steadied, and they instinctively turned to the source of the sound. There stood Jin An at the bow, wielding his Yenling blade, observing the colossal Sea King with keen interest. The sailors gazed at their leader in silent admiration, a swell of pride rising within them. They firmly believed that as long as Jin An was present, they could conquer any challenge. Even this behemoth before them would be no exception. I know you possess intellect that rivals humanity, Jin An remarked slowly. If you depart now, I shall overlook your transgressions. The Sea King regarded the diminutive humans with contempt, having roamed the windless seas for countless years, instilling despair in many. It was unaccustomed to encountering such fearless beings. It appears you are ungrateful, Jin An lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. With such a large head, I did not expect your intellect to be so lacking. Surely there would be no adverse repercussions from slaying this beast? Jin An inquired of the crowd behind him. His words rendered everyone speechless. The monster they deemed insurmountable now sounded like a lamb to be slaughtered from the lips of their colonel. Colonel Jin An, please take action. Our strength is insufficient to sway this Sea King. Kazan was one of only two present who remained unperturbed by the Sea King, yet even in his current state, he found himself utterly incapable of resolving the impending crisis. However, just as his words left his mouth, Kazan felt a blur in front of him. By the time he regained his senses, Jin An had vanished from sight. Colonel Jin An. Kazan gasped, startled by Jin An's sudden maneuver. He knew Jin An was a devil fruit user, and here they were, surrounded by the seed. If he were to fall into the depths, it would spell disaster. The sea breeze howled, stirring up surging waves as if cheering for the impending battle. Jin An gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, attuning himself to the presence of the colossal creature before him. His body and mind seemed to fuse with the blade, each surge echoing through him. With a swift motion, Jin An drew his sword from its sheath. Clang! In the vast expanse of the ocean, the clear ringing of the blade resonated, akin to a long, melodious note conveying his resolve for slaughter across the distance. With a flick of his wrist, the blade sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, emitting a sharp cry that seemed to tear through the fragile veil of time and space. His movements were swift and precise, each swing appearing as though it could cleave the entire ocean in two. The thunderous sound of the blade rang out, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing, shaking the very surface of the sea, causing the waves to hold their breath. The sound of the blade had never been so distinct. One must remember, this was an endless ocean, and Kazan along with the other sailors could scarcely believe their ears. The Sea King seemed to sense the overwhelming presence of its adversary, pausing momentarily, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. But this brief hesitation was fleeting, soon replaced by a more intense desire for destruction. As it reared its massive form, seemingly intent on crushing the very sky, Jin An remained unflinching, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He even licked his lips, for the Sea King before him was now his prey. And until now, he had yet to savor the taste of such a creature. Roar. The Sea King loomed large and formidable, its body resembling a moving mountain, covered in thick scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its eyes glowed fiercely, radiating an aura of menace, as if it sought to swallow Jin An whole. Jin An soared into the air, blade in hand, its glimmering edge akin to a streak of lightning illuminating the night sky. Casting light upon the churning sea, a brilliant white light illuminated the entire world, momentarily overshadowing even the sun's rays. And as he observed the rift that cleaved through heaven and earth, Doflamingo felt his jaw nearly drop to the ground. Wow! On board the battleship, the sailors encircling the deck gasped in awe, for before their eyes, an enormous gash appeared as though it were a divine miracle etched into their vision, where the blade had struck. The once terrifying Sea King was cleaved in two before it could even register the pain. Its massive form swayed precariously before crashing heavily onto the sea, creating a tremendous wave. Blood instantly stained the waters red. The sailors gazed at Jin An's silhouette upon the surface. Standing like a deity, his coat billowing in the wind, they bore witness to the fleeting battle, observing Jin An's effortless dispatching of the colossal Sea King, their reverence for him swelling like an unstoppable tide. At the moment the Sea King fell, the sailors felt an immense pressure release from within, their eyes wide with shock and awe as they stared at Jin, and this was simply unbelievable. Truly, Colonel Jin An, his swordsmanship, his spirit, it surpassed all my expectations. I have never seen anyone so composed in the face of such a monstrous being. He is my idol, floating upon the sea. Jin An, however, found himself troubled. He felt as though he were a treasure hoard unable to be accessed. This creature was far too massive. The battleship could not contain it. What was to be done? Colonel Jin An is inspecting his spoils. I did not expect him to look so dashing even at this moment. A female sailor on the ship remarked in admiration. Kazan glanced at the sailors beside him, chuckling wryly. He had been concerned about Jin An's image among the Navy. Yet the unpredictability of fate was evident. Behind them, the colossal carcass of the Sea King became as insignificant as sand. Ultimately, Jin An could only take a portion of the most delectable meat. As for the remainder, he could only part with it. Tears in his eyes, he shifted from the bow to the stern, only withdrawing his gaze when the Sea King's form finally vanished. Doflamingo found Jin An's mindset difficult to comprehend. Having accomplished such a remarkable feat, he seemed so reluctant to part with the Sea King's flesh. That I want to be like you. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with admiration for strength and a yearning for power. What? Jin An was puzzled by Doflamingo's declaration. I wish to become a formidable force like you. For the first time, I have felt what true strength is. I desire to possess the power to overturn everything. Doflamingo envisioned a future where he would drag those self-proclaimed descendants of the gods, the celestial dragons, from their thrones and trample them beneath his feet. And now, the path to strength lay before him. By following in Jin An's footsteps, he believed that the future in his heart would surely come to fruition. Jin An looked at the young man before him, who began to grin foolishly after speaking. Somewhat bewildered, and silently increased the distance between them. How many secrets are you still hiding from me? Kazan's voice echoed softly in Jin An's ear. He thought he knew Jin An well enough, after all. He was a devoted fan. He understood that Jin An could defeat the Sea King, but he never anticipated he would do so with a single strike. What the hell? Jin An was startled, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Could you please refrain from speaking in such a tone? It frightens me. This manner of speaking resembles that of a heartbroken maiden abandoned by a scoundrel. How can a grown man express such lament? Jin An crossed his arms, a wave of goosebumps rising across his skin. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, As for my strength, it is fairly decent. I should be able to take on 10 of you. Around him, numerous sailors regarded Jin An's capabilities with curiosity. They were not expecting to hear such a dramatic description. When did Kazan become a unit of measurement? Such thoughts had never crossed their minds before. Truly, you are becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me that I wonder what your strength will manifest as the next time we meet. Before they knew it, darkness enveloped the sea. The vast ocean lay shrouded in an abyss of darkness. Seemingly harboring endless mysteries and dangers, moonlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting a faint silvery glow, reminiscent of a radiant moon illuminating the turbulent surface of the sea. However, this feeble light barely illuminated a small portion of the waters. While the rest remained steeped in shadow. In this dark expanse of ocean, the waves surged fiercely, emitting a low, haunting wail, as if a pack of bound beasts were calling forth some unknown power. Perhaps it was an unseen creature lurking in the deep, its presence flickering in and out of sight, evoking a sense of both mystery and unease. Gone were the bright rays of daylight and the clear blue sky, replaced by an atmosphere deep and treacherous. Navigating these waters at night felt akin to traversing a realm filled with uncertainty and peril, where every shadow could conceal a lethal threat. Attention, everyone, a warship lies ahead. It is your moment to showcase your prowess. Beneath the cloak of night, the sea resembled a black satin ribbon, dividing heaven and earth, with a mysterious aura pervading the surface, as though countless hidden dangers lay in wait. The ocean at night appeared as an unfathomable abyss. Even objects nearby were consumed by the darkness. Behind the warship, a shadow approached stealthily. A massive pirate ship glided across the water like a phantom, its sails lost in obscurity, leaving behind only a profound silhouette. Captain Light, the cannonballs are fully loaded. A pirate hastily reported to the man with a telescope at the bow of the ship. Light, with a bounty of 25 million berries, was a notorious pirate in the South Sea, having led his crew to attack many innocent merchant vessels and naval fleets, instilling fear in all who heard his name. On the bridge of the pirate ship, Light stood at the prow, his eyes ablaze with ambition and desire. He squinted slightly, gripping the ship's railing tightly, awaiting the opportune moment. Behind him, a fierce and arrogant group of armed pirates also awaited his command. Understood. Light extended his finger, feeling the change in the wind's direction, then raised an eyebrow that it's time to strike. Suddenly, Light issued the command to attack. Received. The pirates, like beasts poised to pounce, fixated their gaze upon the warship, silently rowing their oars as they lunged toward the naval fleet. Light grinned, knowing that once they commandeered this warship, they would revel for a long time to come. I didn't expect to encounter reckless pirates here. Jin An's expression turned peculiar. Was it possible for pirates to exist in such a desolate place? Kazan, too, felt puzzled, noting the apparent absence of islands nearby. Could it be that they were too weak, only daring to hide here? Yet, Kazan quickly dismissed this notion. It was clearly improbable for the weak to attack the navy. Having eaten rather heartily for dinner, Jin An felt reluctant to move. You handle it. Upon hearing this, Kazan donned his coat and stepped onto the deck in polished shoes. His footsteps steady and forceful. To be frank, as long as Jin An stayed out of the fray, Kazan had never feared anyone in the South Sea. Everyone, stay alert. The pirates are approaching us. Without hesitation, he promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare. The naval soldiers, not daring to be negligent, immediately responded, busily adjusting the fleet's defensive formations in readiness for the potential assault. The pirates aboard their ship noticed the unusual movements on the warship, and a glint of cruelty flashed across their faces. Light stood at the bow, his gaze filled with ferocity, knowing that the time to act had come. Are you ready? Light's voice was cold and resolute as he gripped the ship's rail, surveying the situation on the sea. Ready, the pirates echoed in unison, their eyes ablaze with the fire of battle, unflinchingly facing the impending carnage. Light decisively commanded, fire, boom. At Light's command, the cannons aboard the pirate ship roared in unison, illuminating the pitch-black night sky with their fiery blasts, casting a glow upon the tumultuous waves. That Kazan's gaze remained fixed on the cannonballs launched from the pirate ship, and without hesitation, he surged to the front of the warship. He focused intently, channeling his abilities, his hands beginning to gather power, emitting a pale blue light that sent chills through the naval crew. Suddenly, beams of ice blue light erupted from beneath his feet, slicing through the air like blades. Ice spear. The icy spears spun rapidly, their chilling aura spreading forth, intercepting the cannonballs before they could reach the naval fleet. Brilliant flashes illuminated the night as the cannonballs were encased in ice, crystallizing into translucent blocks before plunging into the sea, sending up sprays of water. Lieutenant Kazan has successfully blocked the enemy's cannonballs. The sailors, witnessing Kazan's prowess, couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Now it was time for our counterattack. They, the Navy, were the true masters of artillery, and unlike the pirates, they had an ample supply of ammunition that in an instant, the tide of battle turned. Dozens of cannons were aimed at the pirate ship. With a thunderous roar, the cannonballs struck the hull of the pirate vessel, stirring up tremendous waves. The pirate ship trembled upon the surface, as if it were on the brink of sinking. "Captain, the Navy's firepower is overwhelming. They have us completely suppressed," the pirates lamented, realizing they faced an adversary capable of neutralizing their attacks. Light furrowed his brow, understanding that their long-range tactics had failed. Thankfully, due to the crew's relentless rowing. Their ship had drawn dangerously close to the warship. Deploy the flashbangs. Prepare for close-quarters combat. In naval warfare, boarding actions were perilous, requiring the crew to possess exceptional combat skills. Fortunately, the pirate crew excelled at this style of combat. The pirates sprang into action, the crossbowmen igniting the fuses of the flashbangs and launching them toward the naval fleet. Suddenly, brilliant flashes erupted in the night sky, illuminating the entire sea and leaving the naval crew momentarily dazed. "Charge!" Light brandished his weapon, leading the pirates as they lunged toward the naval fleet. "Kill them!" The pirates, seizing the opportunity while the flashbangs still dazzled, pounced like beasts, trampling the chain bridge toward the naval vessels. A cunning glimmer flickered in Light's eyes as he coldly swung his sword, leading the charge onto the deck of the warship. "Ha, Navy, prepare to meet your demise. I, Light, have come to send you on your way." He understood that this was a decisive battle. Only by utterly defeating the naval fleet could he secure victory and claim greater spoils. "Oh, you think so little of me." Kazan's eyes glinted with cold light. "No need to glance back. Your subordinates will not be coming over." Clang. The iron chain connecting the two ships rang out sharply, sending the pirates standing upon it plummeting into the sea. "You." Lit looked at the ice blade in the opponent's hand. "Swallowing hard that I believe we can sit down and have a proper discussion." Meanwhile, a colossal figure swam in the depths of the ocean, drawn closer by the flare's bright light, gradually approaching the surface. As the deep-sea behemoth drew near, the pirates noticed the world around them becoming illuminated, as if dawn had arrived at AS for the Navy. Most still kept their eyes tightly shut, the effects of the flare not yet dissipating. "Is it dawn?" the pirates questioned in confusion. Instinctively, they sensed that something was amiss. It was still the middle of the night, and the sun was still fast asleep. What could have caused the sky to transform in such a manner? Just as everyone was left in bewilderment, the sea began to surge violently, the surface churning into a massive whirlpool. In the next moment, a colossal column of water erupted from the sea, as if the hand of Poseidon had suddenly overturned the pirate ship, sending waves crashing and chaos erupting. The pirates were violently tossed about by the forceful currents, some swallowed by the sea, while others were struck by the water column, suffering heavy casualties. The warships fared little better, tilting dangerously, on the verge of capsizing as the Navy personnel frantically grasped the rails. The battle between the two sides was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen deep-sea threat, as they all looked up at the tumultuous scene on the surface. Their faces etched with terror, the deep-sea giant glided serenely, its eyes glinting with a cold indifference, as if gazing at the frozen surface of the sea. Its presence rendered the entire area even more perilous and enigmatic. "Ice Age," Kazan declared, pressing both palms against the water's surface. The sea froze rapidly, encasing the warships at perilous angles. The pirates were far less fortunate. Their expressions filled with dread, they could not even beg for mercy before being instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures. "We are safe now," the Navy said, releasing their grip and landing steadily on the icy surface. Not let your guard down," Kazan cautioned. "The one who attacked us must still be lurking beneath the waves." It felt as if this creature posed an even greater threat than the Sea King they had encountered the previous day. The Navy, still shaken, gazed at the towering ice columns beside them. They were too close to the doldrums, having encountered danger twice in such a short span of time that I believe we should leave this sea area. Let us await Colonel Jin An's orders. The recent encounters left them on edge. However, this was their line of work, and living alongside danger was a common occurrence. Boom! A violent tremor shook the ice surface, startling the chatting Navy personnel, who feared the monster from the sea had returned. "Everyone aboard," a familiar voice called out. The Navy exchanged glances, looking towards the spot where the warship was moored. The thick layer of ice beneath the ship shattered into fragments, and the vessel regained its stability from its precarious state. In fact, a straight path through the ice was now revealed ahead. "Hooray! Long live Colonel Jin An." The Navy cheered as they formed an orderly line, climbing up the ladder lowered from the warship, beneath the frozen surface of the sea. The creature concealed in the dark depths finally found the one responsible for luring it in. Roar. A deafening roar erupted as it forcefully broke free from the ice above, sending shards flying and splashes everywhere. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the colossal creature leaped from the water, its figure towering over 100 meters, dazzling lights illuminating the surface as it dispelled the darkness. It was an unimaginably gigantic lanternfish. This behemoth was majestic and imposing, its scales shimmering with a deep reddish-brown glow, reminiscent of a mysterious creature from ancient times. But what species of lanternfish could it be? The warship was hardly the size of a single tooth. The Navy soldiers on the surface watched in astonishment as the sight unfolded before them, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of this creature. Moreover, the overwhelming presence of the gigantic lanternfish made it seem as though it were the true sovereign of the ocean. "Kazan, freeze the waves," Jin An commanded in a grave tone. As the lanternfish descended from the sky, it crashed into the sea, creating waves far more terrifying than a tsunami. Unfortunately, before Kazan could address the monstrous wave approaching the warship, the lanternfish let out another furious roar. "It's too late," Kazan exclaimed anxiously. "In this vast ocean, if the warship were to be destroyed, even if they survived the lanternfish's attack, their fate would be sealed." Under the dominance of the lanternfish, the ocean seemed to fall silent. The only sound remaining was the creature's roar echoing through the night sky. It was undoubtedly the ruler of the seas, commanding the lives of all beings within this domain. Ding! Side quest activated. Engage in battle with the lanternfish and ensure the safety of the Navy. Quest rewards: training space-time, a random devil fruit, 500 million berries, and an additional 10,000 shop points. Please exercise caution, host. This opponent's power exceeds your imagination. Jin An finally understood the meaning behind the information provided by the system. The culprit behind the engulfing of the island was this very lanternfish. Closing the system panel, Jin An smiled wryly. The monster before him ranked among the largest creatures to have appeared in the pirate world thus far. This creature might possess skin several meters thick. Jin An was uncertain if his current strength could even shake such a colossal being. "Kazan, the safety of the Navy from here on is in your hands." Jin An removed the coat draped over him. Addressing Doflamingo, "You must focus on your training during my absence. I will come to inspect your progress later." "What are you doing?" Kazan asked hesitantly. "Don't be reckless," Doflamingo urged. "I'm still waiting for you to teach me some powerful techniques." "You have my life card," Jin An replied confidently. "I will not fail." Kazan understood his intent. The life card could indicate whether Jin An was safe, and he was preparing to confront the enormous lanternfish, trading his safety for theirs. Roar. With the roar of the lanternfish, the ocean seemed to erupt in massive waves, fierce winds howled, and the seas surged. At that moment, Jin An's body began to rise into the air before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Floating in the air, Jin An felt a strange power surging within him, lifting him upward. Before everyone's gaze, his form grew larger, merging with the clouds. As he sensed a powerful energy coursing through him, his eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, as if he were undergoing a long-awaited transformation. Simultaneously, the lanternfish burst forth from the sea, its body towering like a massive mountain, its eyes glinting with ferocity, emitting a thunderous roar, as if venting its inner discontent. Then, with a swish of its tail, the sea was suddenly engulfed in a gigantic whirlpool, devouring everything within, including the warship. The vessel spun endlessly within the vortex, mercilessly consumed, as the Navy soldiers struggled to control the ship and escape. Yet, against such overwhelming force, their efforts appeared futile and insignificant. "Do not panic. Hold on to anything nearby." Jin An's voice resonated through the swirling clouds. Suddenly, a gigantic claw tore through the clouds, and a massive beast soared from within. Its form colossal and its skin a brilliant azure, as if it had emerged from ancient myth. This creature radiated an immensely powerful aura, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, its eyes shimmering like shooting stars. exuding an unparalleled majesty and strength, its immense body hovering in the air, blocking the moonlight and casting a profound shadow. As if it were a deity of the sea, Jin An transformed into an azure dragon. Surveying all from above, his form standing tall against the sky, his dragon eyes glimmering with azure light, the dragon exuded a powerful presence, its tail sweeping, stirring up fierce winds and waves, while its claws grasped the void. As if commanding everything, azure dragon fruit, Kazan gazed up at the sky, murmuring quietly to himself. It was the first time he had witnessed Colonel Jin An utilizing his fruit abilities, and he had not anticipated such a situation. The expressions of the naval soldiers transformed from disbelief to exhilaration as they beheld their warship breaking free from the clutches of the vortex. That we are soaring. The battleship was enveloped in flames. And under the protection of the fiery clouds, they ascended towards the heavens. Roar. Just as Jin An controlled the flames to place the warship in a safe maritime zone, a piercing roar echoed across the ocean. A colossal figure emerged, beginning to take action. The enormous anglerfish had finally been thoroughly provoked. Whoosh! The massive creature plunged into the depths of the sea, rapidly heading towards the direction of the warship. A torrent of fiery breath erupted from Jin An's mouth, striking the anglerfish beneath the surface. The anglerfish, unwilling to yield, swung its tail, sending waves of water crashing towards Jin An's fiery breath. Boom! In this standoff, the collision of two forces sent shockwaves throughout the entire sea, causing the waters to tremble and mist to rise towards the sky. Humph! Observing the anglerfish's counterattack, Jin An let out a cold snort, intensifying the heat of his breath, the blistering energy surging rapidly, evaporating the surrounding seawater. Roar! Faced with this increasingly fervent onslaught, the anglerfish's eyes glinted with malevolence, its hatred for this creature surpassing that for the deceiving humans. It chose not to confront Jin An's breath head-on, but instead dove into the depths of the sea. Jin An remained vigilant, sensing the malice in the anglerfish's gaze, knowing it would not surrender easily. In the dark abyss beneath the surface, the anglerfish, with its crimson eyes gleaming with a cruel cunning, began its preparatory movements. Its massive form was faintly visible in the shadows, and with a sudden flick of its tail, it stirred the ocean floor's sands. Then, it surged upwards, like a shadow darting towards the surface, its speed capable of reaching hundreds of meters in height. If it did not miscalculate, its target would surely be sent crashing into the sea. Suddenly, an enormous force erupted from the depths. As the giant anglerfish hurtled towards Jin An like a meteor, the creature's silhouette resembled a demon in the dark. Its aim unmistakably set on Jin An, who had transformed into a dragon. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth, filled with boundless malice as it charged towards him. Come at me! Jin An's eyes gleamed with vigilance. He sensed the threat posed by the anglerfish and faced it without fear. Roaring in defiance, in the air, Jin An's form as a dragon exuded formidable authority and strength, his tail whipping down ferociously, unleashing his full power in a thunderous strike against the anglerfish's path. Boom! The clash of two tremendous forces resonated throughout the heavens, creating a deafening sound that echoed across the world. The ferocious assault of the anglerfish and Jin An's resistance as a dragon formed an earth-shattering confrontation. In that moment, all else upon the ocean stilled, leaving only the collision and entanglement of these two powerful forces. The colonel is truly formidable, able to stand toe-to-toe with such a monstrous creature. Look, the anglerfish has been knocked into the water. The Navy personnel were overcome with excitement, as though witnessing a battle of prehistoric behemoths. In the distance, Kazan stood on the deck of the warship, his eyes fixed on the astonishing clash above, a tide of worry swelling within him, his brow furrowed, his expression grave, as if enveloped by a heavy weight of pressure. What is happening? Doflamingo, standing beside Kazan, gaped in astonishment, utterly shocked by the spectacle before him, rendered speechless. The other sailors in the cabin mirrored this reaction, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. Attention! A storm is approaching, Kazan shouted, simultaneously grasping Doflamingo's shoulder. The clash in the air generated a powerful gust, causing the warship to sway upon the waves, the wind howling and the sea churning, as if heralding an even more intense battle to come. Kazan's heart was filled with anxiety and trepidation. He understood that this confrontation was not merely an ordinary battle. It was a life-and-death struggle tied to the fate of the entire maritime region. A naval officer like Jin An was a rare gem in this world. If he were to falter, it would spell disaster for the entire South Sea. Moreover, Jin An had entrusted the lives of all aboard to him. As a naval leader, he was acutely aware of the substantial responsibility he bore that he had to do everything in his power to protect the warship and its crew, ensuring their safe return home. Doflamingo, his eyes wide, observed the aerial conflict, filled with shock and unease. Will Jin An be all right? He realized that what was happening far exceeded his imagination. He could not fathom the consequences that such a clash of power could entail. In this chaotic maritime expanse, both Kazan and Doflamingo felt an urgent sense of survival. They knew that only if Jin An could fend off the monster's assault would they stand a chance of living. Yet, they were mistaken. The anglerfish had long since lost interest in the warship. Its sole desire was to eliminate the creature that had incited its wrath. As the anglerfish launched its ferocious assault, Jin An, transformed into a dragon, felt an excruciating pain coursing through him. His body was racked with agony, blood gushing from his wounds, causing him to descend slightly in altitude. Yet, this suffering only ignited his fighting spirit and ferocity. Jin An gritted his teeth, his eyes shimmering with a wild light. Come, beast, let me see what you can do. He stood his ground, rising even more fiercely, extending his dragon claws forward, glimmering with a menacing glow. Roar! In response to Jin An's furious roar, the anglerfish emitted a piercing shriek, its tail thrashing violently, creating a cacophony as it charged rapidly towards Jin An. However, just as Jin An's claws were about to make contact, the anglerfish executed a sharp turn, swiftly circling to Jin An's side. Then, hidden beneath the waves, its fins retained their destructive power, launching an attack at Jin An's back. This sudden change took Jin An by surprise, and his expression darkened. In a swift mental shift, he unleashed a torrent of wind blades, flames, and lightning, cascading down like a tempest towards the anglerfish. The wind howled, flames blazed, and lightning crackled, creating a magnificent battlefield scene. Yet, the anglerfish, with its thick hide and resilient flesh, seemed unfazed by these assaults, boldly welcoming them as if Jin An's attacks held no significance. Boom! The anglerfish's strike directly impacted Jin An's back, sending him hurtling backward, his form diminishing in the distance. The flicker of triumph crossed the anglerfish's eyes as it opened its gaping maw, swallowing Jin An whole. Then, with a flick of its tail, it sank contentedly into the depths. Once engulfed by the giant anglerfish, Jin An fell into a state of unconsciousness, as if trapped in an endless abyss of darkness. In this void, time grew hazy and prolonged. Wake up! Suddenly, a soft voice shattered the silence of the dark, and Jin An felt a warm force ripple through his very soul, gradually bringing him back to consciousness. Ah, you truly have awakened! A girl circled around Jin An, exclaiming, "What is your body made of? Having been submerged in the angler's gastric juices for so long, you haven't even been digested, and you're completely naked. How shameless! You ought to be grateful. Had I not fished you out of the water, you might have drowned." The golden-haired girl stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride. Jin An, swaying slightly due to the fog of unconsciousness, covered his vital parts with the leaves draped over him. "Thank you." Such an unreserved expression of gratitude. The girl's eyes drooped, her countenance shifting to one of disappointment. "Making me feel like a scheming benefactor, dumb. What is your name?" Jin An inquired, gazing at the golden-haired girl before him. Although he had already discerned her identity at their first encounter, the girl tucked away her forlorn expression and extended her hand. "I am called Urgia. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jin An shook her hand and began to survey their surroundings, realizing they were on a small island imbued with tropical charm. Lush tropical vegetation surrounded them, with palm trees swaying gracefully, though the air carried an unpleasant odor. "Urgia, we must be in a stomach, right?" Urgia nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Jin An rose to his feet and approached the island's edge. Gazing into the distance, floating bones marred the water's surface, and not far off, he spotted another island, its environment starkly contrasting that of their current locale. There's another island out there. This lanternfish truly is indiscriminate in its diet. Jin An remarked, "You never know until you enter. It's quite a shock. This creature devours everything, and after consuming so much, it shows no concern for indigestion." All of these islands were swallowed by the Great Lantern. Urgia observed Jin An's seemingly unfazed demeanor and continued to explain, "We are currently in the first stomach. The concentration of gastric fluid here is the weakest. If you drift any further, you might not leave even a bone behind." Jin An nodded, possessing some knowledge of the situation, yet not enough. Having a guide well acquainted with this place was certainly convenient for him. Why were you swallowed by the Great Lantern? Urgia asked curiously. When I found you, there was nothing else nearby. Jin An sheepishly replied. I had a scuffle with it and lost. Urgia propped her chin, nearly falling to the ground in disbelief. You are that formidable? She then gazed at him, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Yet, encountering the Great Lantern, I wonder if it is misfortune or fortune. If I am not mistaken, you must be an unfortunate soul. Jin An raised an eyebrow. I have been listening that if you wish to speak ill of others, please find a private place to... Urgia was taken aback. Did I say that aloud? It felt like I was merely thinking it. Jin An looked upward, where light filtered through the lanternfish's translucent belly. Although we are in a stomach, there is no lack of illumination here. Urgia, expressing her eagerness to converse, remarked, thanks to the Great Lantern's glow. The light is quite strong that it permeates the body and illuminates the stomach. It is always bright here. Jin An enthusiastically complimented, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Urgia puffed out her chest with pride. But it quickly deflated. After living here for 200 years, I have become quite familiar with this place. 200 years. Jin An feigned astonishment. Urgia hastily covered her mouth. Her age was her greatest secret, and revealing it might be perilous. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Jin An jested. Now that you've let it slip, what good is covering your mouth? There is a saying in my homeland. To mend the fold after the sheep are lost. You've captured part of its essence. Urgia retorted, I am nothing like a sheep. You are terribly rude. I saved you. Jin An chuckled inwardly, for the saying referred to people. All right, Grandma. Understood. Urgia huffed, since you know I am 200 years old, I must ask you. Do you know about pure gold? Jin An nodded. It is said that pure gold can buy the world. Of course I have heard of it. Urgia leaned closer to Jin An, whispering, let me tell you. Pure gold resides in the Great Lantern's third stomach. With that, she looked at Jin An with eager anticipation, curious to see his reaction to such explosive news. However, she was met with disappointment, as Jin An merely responded with a flat. Oh, Urgia found it incomprehensible that this man seemed unfazed. That was pure gold capable of purchasing the entire world, even capable of slowing down the aging process. Surely, no one could remain indifferent to such a treasure. You do not desire this treasure? Urgia pressed on, unwilling to relent. Jin An did not deny his yearning for pure gold. Of course I want it. Then why do you appear so unexcited? Urgia inquired. Because something capable of buying the world is not safe in one's possession. Jin An replied candidly, that in such a chaotic world, keeping such a thing would only invite disaster. That I advise you not to discuss this matter with anyone once we escape. Human nature cannot withstand the test. And also, Jin An glanced at her attire. It would be best to change your clothes. Urgia listened to Jin An's words in a daze. I have lived here for 200 years and have not found a way to leave. You still dream of escaping? Jin An smiled confidently, countering, how do you know I cannot escape? Jin An and Urgia were immersed in their conversation, exchanging speculations and imaginings about the lanternfish's stomach, amidst the dense foliage not far away. The silhouette of a dinosaur lay hidden, its massive form nearly undetectable beneath the trees, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Urgia caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of her eye. She halted her words and turned to gaze into the depths of the jungle. Her heart began to race, an ominous premonition washing over her. Jin An, be careful, Urgia warned softly, her voice laced with tension and panic. Just as her words fell, a colossal dinosaur burst forth from the thicket, advancing towards them. This is bad. At this rate, we will be devoured. Beneath the flickering light of the campfire, Jin An and Urgia sat together, surrounded by a heap of leftover dinosaur bones, which emitted a faint fishy odor. The warmth of the fire enveloped them in comfort. I am so full, Urgia remarked, stroking her distended belly, a look of contentment gracing her face. The deliciousness of the dinosaur meat left her feeling satisfied, and the fullness in her stomach conveyed a sense of happiness. After 200 years, her dream had finally come true. Jin An, with a blade of grass in his mouth, rested his hands behind his head. That is indeed something to celebrate. For the past 200 years, I have survived on the fish that flowed in and the fruits of the island, dreaming of the day I could feast on meat. She continued, taking another hearty bite of flesh. Urgia gazed at Jin An, her eyes brimming with warmth and joy. She knew how significant and reassuring his presence was in this unfamiliar environment. Poor child. Jin An mused, observing the scattered bones. This girl was truly craving meat, having devoured nearly an entire dinosaur. Urgia nostalgically recalled the days of 200 years ago, 2 centuries ago. My family lived on Steel Island. Alchemy, however, that wretched scientist father of mine produced pure gold. Jin An listened quietly as the girl recounted her past. Everything changed thereafter. Upon hearing news of pure gold, pirates invaded the island and even killed her mother. The Great Lantern too was drawn by the allure of pure gold, swallowing the island where she had lived for so long in one gulp. She often pondered if her father had never created pure gold. Would their lives have unfolded differently? Jin An expelled the grass from his mouth, gazing at the somewhat sorrowful Olga. You mentioned earlier that after your father created pure gold, he immediately fashioned a ring for you. Olga extended her finger, removing the ring and placing it before Jin An. Indeed, this is the one. The inner side of the ring is embedded with a piece of pure gold. The pure gold within the ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. Clearly visible even in this well-lit environment, Jin An pinched the ring between his fingers and returned it to Olga's hand. This object embodies the love your parents have for you. Cherish it well. Olga caressed the ring on her finger, perplexed as she remarked, your words are quite strange. Of course, I will treasure the ring. It feels as if there is a hidden meaning in what you say. Observing Olga's confusion, Jin An reached out and ruffled her hair. Someone will explain it to you later. Would you care to join me in seeking that person who can provide you with answers? To meet someone who can give me answers? Olga pointed at herself, then turned to Jin An, asking now? Indeed, right now, Jin An affirmed. Olga lowered her head and quietly inquired, are there still living people here? Having lived here for 200 years. She had found no evidence of others' existence. Stealing a glance at Jin An, his warm smile caused her to doubt her initial thoughts, and ultimately, she chose to trust him. Then let us go together. The peculiar vegetation and bizarre rocks intertwined, unveiling a unique and mysterious landscape before the two of them. As Jin An and Olga navigated through the terrain, they occasionally passed through dense thickets and scaled steep rocks, gradually moving deeper into the island. Jin An led the way, forging a narrow path, his brow furrowed as they ventured further inward. The environment here was remarkably harsh. It was hard to imagine how a defenseless little girl could survive in such a place for 200 years. Meanwhile, Olga followed closely behind Jin An, her eyes reflecting curiosity and anticipation, confident that he would lead them to the individual capable of providing answers. Gazing at the ring on her finger, she understood that it was this very object that had sustained her for so long. Could there be others who have also received pure gold? Olga's face contorted in frustration. Her legs were trembling. How much longer until we arrive? Jin An, without turning his head, replied, soon. It's just ahead. Olga surveyed the surrounding indistinguishable scenery and muttered, but you've said that 5 times already. This time, we are truly close, Jin An responded, somewhat exasperated. After all, how could one withstand her asking every 5 minutes? I'll trust you one last time. Olga pouted, without offering further explanation. Jin An pushed aside the obstructive foliage. As light flooded in, a vast clearing came into view. They had arrived at a spacious open area, the ground strewn with oddly shaped, unidentified stones, upon which various peculiar plants thrived. At the far end of the clearing, a broad canyon loomed faintly. Jin An and Olga halted, gazing at the immense gorge. We have arrived. A surge of anticipation and curiosity welled up within Olga. She knew that the person who could provide her with answers resided within that canyon. She rose on her toes to see farther. Wow, so many dinosaurs. The memory of Jin An's roasted meat caused her mouth to water. Within the canyon, numerous dinosaur nests were scattered throughout, each containing hungry little dinosaurs. Roar! A dinosaur placed a massive chunk of meat on the ground, bellowing at the little ones. The hatchlings rushed toward the meat, eagerly feasting on the sumptuous meal. Surprisingly, amidst the nests, a man donned in a dinosaur costume mingled with the hatchlings. His appearance was markedly different from that of the surrounding baby dinosaurs, yet they seemed oblivious to his identity, amicably sharing the meat within the nest. You're late, the man whined, pulling off the hood that concealed his head, revealing his plump face. I'm starving. He continued to grumble, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. He understood that this was how he had managed to survive until now, by blending in with the dinosaur community and waiting for them to provide food. In this perilous island, he had to adapt to the environment and learn to exploit it to preserve his life. Every day, just meat, meat, and more meat. The The man swallowed the raw flesh in his mouth. Sighing, wondering when this existence would come to an end, that I long for vegetables and fruits. There are so many little dinosaurs here, Olga marveled, having lived on this island for such a long time. It was her first time venturing into its very heart. Could anyone truly live in such a place? They had traversed a path where countless dinosaurs had fled. This area was undeniably a paradise for dinosaurs. Do not overestimate the intelligence of these dinosaurs, Jin An replied nonchalantly. With a little wit, deceiving these foolish creatures was rather simple. Huh? Olga, who had consumed fruit for 200 years, retorted. So the reason I haven't eaten meat for 200 years is that I lack intelligence. I never said you. Don't project yourself onto this, Jin An hurriedly clarified, fearing Olga would overthink it. Response. Olga shot him an annoyed glance. Did he consider her a mere 3-year-old? It was evident what he meant. She was hardly oblivious to his implications. Well, it seems I've been misunderstood. That was not my intent at all. A simultaneous sigh escaped their lips. What are you sighing about? Olga asked Jin An, believing he had no reason to do so. It's not me. Jin An spread his hands, indicating he would not shoulder that blame. Then who could it be? Olga exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? The person we are seeking is right ahead, Jin An replied, gesturing forward. Who is it over there? A quivering male voice echoed from around the corner, revealing the speaker's excitement. Lantern Lord's stomach about to have another visitor. A man draped in a dinosaur costume stumbled through the foliage, swaying as he approached. Wow, a dinosaur is speaking human language. Olga ducked behind Jin An. How rude. The man lifted the pink covering from his head, and it was evident that he was human. Jin An remained silent, contemplating whether to take a closer look. The man's face glistened with beads of sweat, his double chin wobbling, reflecting his tension and fatigue in this perilous environment. This man, who usually lived with optimism, appeared somewhat dejected and weak at that moment, as if he had lost the courage and confidence to fight for survival. You can still speak, right? The man shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Sir, such comments shouldn't be made lightly, Jin An countered directly. Then why didn't you speak before? The man smiled, relieved. It's been a long time since I've conversed with someone like this. Were you also swallowed by Lantern Lord? The man adjusted his clothing, striving to present his best self. Your voice? Olga's trembling voice emerged from behind Jin An. Olga? Is that you? The man exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Jin An's back. This voice was something he would never forget. Are you still alive? Tears cascaded from the man's eyes like a string of broken pearls, stumbling towards the direction of Jin An. Yet, just as he was on the verge of discerning the figure behind Jin An, his steps faltered. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. His daughter had lived independently for over 2 centuries, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him due to the pure gold he had created. He was at a loss on how to confront the child he had not seen for 200 years. Algia, do not hide any longer. The person I brought you to meet is right before you, Jin An said, extending a finger to poke Algia's arm. However, the girl felt no joy or warmth. Instead, a profound resentment surged within her. He is my father. Her voice brimming with anger and anguish, she exclaimed, he is the one who created pure gold, attracting pirates and causing my mother's death. The man's countenance turned ashen. He could not refute the truth of his daughter's words. He stuttered, struggling to explain, but the words were lodged in his throat. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she finally unleashed years of pent-up anger and sorrow. Why did you do this? Her voice trembled. For what purpose? Do you not realize that your actions destroyed our family and shattered my childhood? The father could only remain silent, his heart aching with a deep, piercing pain. He recognized that his past actions were irrevocable mistakes, wounds that could never be healed. I am sorry. I am sorry for you and your mother, he uttered, his voice heavy with remorse and repentance. I am willing to bear all the consequences. The girl silently shook her head. Though she yearned for reconciliation with her father, a thorn remained lodged in her heart. She chose to continue bearing the weight of resentment and pain, retreating behind Jin An to quietly nurse her inner wounds. Some matters are best laid bare, Jin An said, casting a penetrating glance at the man, sensing the turmoil and suffering within him. If you do not reveal the truth, the misunderstandings between you will remain forever unresolved. That he spoke. Only the truth can restore balance. What do you know? The man could not discern the depths of his opponent. Before Jin An, he seemed to possess no secrets. Jin An remained silent. The man understood that Jin An was reluctant to speak and ceased his insistence, yet he felt a lingering uncertainty. But the truth was too cruel for her to bear. Jin An pulled Algia closer. You have both lived for over 2 centuries. What is there that you cannot voice? The man fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. I will tell her everything. His voice was deep and weathered. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to accept it. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Algia asked, bewildered. That I hope you can clear the misunderstandings in your hearts and rebuild your relationship. After all, it is better for a father and daughter to speak openly. Jin An quietly stepped aside, relinquishing the space to the two of them. So, it was because I fell ill that you and mother chose to create pure gold. The girl stood there, dumbfounded, her emotions swirling like a tempest. Was it for me? Her voice quivered, disbelief evident in her eyes. You did this for me. The girl's father remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. His gaze filled with sorrow and regret. Yes, it was for you, he said, his voice heavy and somber. We could not bear the thought of losing you. The girl felt as though her heart was being cleaved in two. Her entire world seemed to be crumbling around her. I don't know what to say, she stammered. What should I do? The man stepped forward, gently taking the girl's hand. I will always be by your side. No matter what happens, he assured her. You are not alone. The girl felt the warmth and comfort of her father, and her tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. Perhaps, in facing the truth, though it was painful, she would no longer have to endure solitude. Ha! Navy brat, I have just heard the most astounding news. All thanks to you. A chilling aura of menace suddenly surged forth from the shadows. That a figure emerged swiftly, brandishing a sharp blade and launching a ferocious attack on Jin An. Jin An's observation hockey enabled him to react swiftly in this perilous moment. He struck the incoming blade with a powerful fist, but was still knocked back. You, a pirate, have not perished in the sea? Ha! I am not so easy to kill. I intend to hang your head on my pirate flag. Litter roared, his massive form gleaming ominously in the light. Encountering me is your misfortune. I have roamed the seas for 20 years. What storms have I not weathered? What can mere sea kings do to me? Jin An regarded the tattered pirate and mused. I sense that you were merely fortunate, drifting here after being frozen. Humph. Litter grunted dismissively. The truth of the matter stung, but he would never concede. Say what you will, but you shall not leave here alive today. Meanwhile, the pirate's henchmen stealthily approached the father and daughter, their movements light and their gazes cold, poised to seize them silently. Algia, quickly hide behind me. The girl's father instantly recognized the danger, shielding his daughter as he prepared to fight to the death against the pirate's minions. Algia, is it? If you wish to live, comply and take us to find the pure gold. The pirates, wielding blades like demons, surrounded the father and daughter with malicious smiles, their eyes glinting with greed. We will not lead you to the pure gold. The man declared, his voice cold and resolute. You shall not succeed. His gaze remained fixed on the pirates before him, fully aware that he must protect his daughter at all costs. The path to finding pure gold was fraught with peril, and he could never allow his daughter to take such risks. Moreover, once these pirates discovered the pure gold, they would undoubtedly eliminate them all. It was better to resist here to the bitter end. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. If you do not cooperate, we will not be kind. The little captain's voice dripped with malice and threat. We know you are aware of the whereabouts of the pure gold. Do not attempt to conceal it. The fact that we have survived to this point means that the pure gold is calling to us. Do not be foolish. The pirates roared angrily, their blades threateningly aimed at the father and daughter. Algia gripped her father's hand tightly, her eyes shining with determination. We will not yield to your threats, she declared, surveying the surrounding pirates with no trace of fear. If you have the capability, then kill us. Then you shall never learn the whereabouts of the pure gold. The pirates' gazes grew colder. They understood that this was not an easy target to subdue. You will either cooperate or face our blades while we force you to comply. There are no other options. Prepare to die, kid. Litter bellowed, his immense figure glinting ominously in the sunlight as he wielded his massive sword, roaring fiercely as he struck towards Jin An like a thunderclap. Jin An stood undaunted, his armament hockey enveloping his hands as he charged forward to meet the pirate captain's onslaught. Their attacks collided mid-air, the glimmer of the blades swirling like flames. That Litter's assault was formidable. The massive sword slicing through the air with the force of a tempest, its power staggering. However, Jin An's agility surpassed that of his adversary. He moved with the swiftness of a leopard, each action precise, and every strike aimed at the enemy's vulnerabilities. Boom! The sound of their clash echoed, the surrounding stomach acids roiling from the shockwave. The next instant, Litter fixed his cold gaze upon Jin An. Taste the flavor of this monster's gastric juices. He gripped the colossal blade with both hands and swung it fiercely, causing the weapon to collide with the gastric fluid. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in a swirling net of stomach acid, ensnaring Jin An within its grasp. As he observed the torrent of gastric fluid surging toward him, Jin An could not suppress a disdainful smirk. Such petty tactics are hardly worth consideration. Jin An planted his foot firmly on the ground, and the surrounding gravel and earth lifted into the air, forming a solid wall of dust that effectively shielded him from the oncoming acid. "You little rascal, how cunning you are!" Litter bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Today, I shall ensure your demise." A cold smile crept across Jin An's face. He was unperturbed by the threats. "You are not worthy," he retorted indifferently. "Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is." With a deep breath, Jin An charged forward, his feet barely grazing the ground, moving like a bolt of lightning toward his adversary, each stride imbued with unparalleled power and swiftness. Behind him, the wind howled, stirring up the dust. Jin An's figure loomed larger in Litter's eyes, each step exuding an undeniable pressure to Tio Litter. His opponent appeared as a ferocious beast poised to deliver a fatal blow. Such speed. The pressure was overwhelming. Litter felt a surge of panic as he realized Jin An was an unstoppable force. Boom! The sound of fists colliding with the massive blade erupted, sparks flying in all directions. Moments later, the colossal weapon shattered in two, and Jin An's fist continued its trajectory, striking Litter directly. Litter's body arced gracefully through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, he struggled to rise, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely able to maintain his balance. The excruciating pain radiated throughout his body, particularly in his chest, which had caved in, leaving a deep imprint of a fist. Spitting blood, Litter suddenly burst into laughter, revealing teeth stained crimson. At this moment, your strength may surpass mine, but my skills remain unmatched. As he spoke, his subordinates appeared on the scene, seizing the father and daughter and dragging them before the protagonist. But this is where it ends. I have captured the ones I seek. I have no further interest in you. With a firm grip, Litter seized the arm of Olga, his eyes suddenly gleaming with malice. "I apologize. I am unable to protect my daughter." The man, bound at the hands, bore an expression of regret. The faces of the father and daughter were etched with guilt and anxiety, firmly held captive by the pirates. Unable to escape. "Release them." Jin An's voice, laced with icy authority, resonated throughout the arena. His words carried an undeniable weight. Litter, unfazed by the presence of hostages, pulled Olga closer. "I did not come here to test my strength. My goal has always been the treasure." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared, "By any means necessary, I shall achieve ultimate victory. This is the code of conduct for us pirates." "Ha!" Jin An's gaze was deep and composed. He discerned the true intentions of the pirate leader. In his eyes, Litter was merely a blustering jester attempting to intimidate him with shallow threats. He understood that Litter would never harm Olga and her father. He knew that if he dared to act, he too would face death. "Do you truly believe this can threaten me?" Jin An's voice was calm and collected, exuding an unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Litter's heart tightened. He sensed the protagonist's arrogance and disdain, igniting a surge of anger within him, determined to prove his prowess and refuse to be belittled. "You are too arrogant." Litter's voice brimmed with rage and defiance, resolved to make the protagonist pay dearly. Yet, Jin An's eyes remained steady. He paid no heed to Litter's provocations. Have you ever heard the saying, "A gun is swift from 10 paces, yet precise and swift within 10 paces"? Just as Litter prepared to unleash another threat, Jin An swiftly and decisively stepped forward, his form like a flash, fingers pointed at his adversary. The finger gun whistled through the air, aimed directly at the arm Litter used to hold his captives. Caught off guard, Litter's hand was pierced by the attack, his dagger clattering to the ground, blood splattering as it fell. A look of shock and agony crossed Litter's face as he gaped at his wounded hand, blood gushing forth, soaking his garments. Without pause, Jin An unleashed several more finger guns at the pirates. They barely had time to comprehend the protagonist's actions when an overwhelming force struck them. Their arms were simultaneously pierced, blood gushing like a fountain. My arm. What is happening? Who is attacking us? The valley echoed with the cries of the pirates, who fell to the ground, writhing in agony as they struggled for survival. Their arms were drenched in crimson, trembling in pain, and most importantly, They had no idea how Jin An had executed his movements. "Now do you believe what I said?" Jin An remarked with a subtle smile. His words resonated in the ears of the pirates like the whispers of a demon. The pirates' faces twisted in anguish, their eyes filled with terror. They had not anticipated the protagonist's strength to be so formidable. Stripping them of their most basic ability to defend themselves. Truly powerful, Olga's eyes shimmered like clear lake water, yet beneath the surface churned a tempest. She gazed at the unfolding scene as though witnessing an inconceivable dream. The once menacing faces of the pirates now appeared lifeless, their bodies rendered weak like sand washed away by the waves. How impressive! I am fortunate to have encountered him, but a profound shock surged within Olga's father. He had never imagined that the first person he would meet after 200 years would possess such terrifying strength. Even more astonishing was the fact that this powerful individual had emerged from the belly of Lantern Lord. The father and daughter broke free from the pirate's grasp and hurried to Jin An's side. The pirates knelt on the ground, trembling, their faces reflecting helplessness and despair. Their earlier bravado had vanished without a trace. Leaving them with only a semblance of sorrow, Jin An stood before them, tall and imposing, his demeanor exuding coldness and impatience. His gaze swept over the kneeling pirates, devoid of any empathy. Those who had erred must face the consequences. For who knows how many innocent lives these men had stained with blood? Litter raised his head, his eyes filled with pleading. He understood he could no longer resist and could only hope for the protagonist's mercy. His lips trembled as he spoke. "I beg you, spare us." The other pirates echoed his plea, their voices tinged with despair and sorrow. "Yes, we implore you." Jin An's heart remained unperturbed. He paused momentarily, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The pirates, sensing his hesitation, intensified their pleas for mercy. "We shall never dare to commit another offense. Please, spare us." Finally, Jin An spoke slowly. "I wish to inquire of you. When you slaughtered the innocent and the defenseless, did you ever listen to their cries for mercy?" The pirates exchanged glances. Grasping the implication in Jin An's words, it appeared he was unwilling to let them go. Feeling Jin An's resolve, their expressions contorted into expressions of wrath and vengeance. Suddenly, the kneeling pirates rose, their eyes brimming with malice and fury. "Do you think you can easily deal with us?" Litter roared, his voice filled with rage. "We simply wish to avoid mutual destruction. Our ship lies not far from here, stocked with a vast amount of explosives." Lit took out a phone bug from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with madness as he fixed his gaze upon Jin and "My command, the explosives aboard this vessel shall detonate. Do not forget, we are ensconced within the belly of a beast. An explosion here could yield consequences beyond imagination." The other pirates rose, their postures rigid, their eyes glinting with ferocity. They had relinquished any thoughts of mercy or pleas. Their singular desire now was to perish alongside Jin, and the father and daughter exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with hesitation upon hearing the pirate's words. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, confusion evident in her eyes as she grappled with the perilous situation before them. Meanwhile, her father's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern, a flicker of worry illuminating his gaze. The pirate's call for mutual destruction stirred trepidation within him. He could not bear the thought of his daughter being ensnared in such a fate. Yet he felt paralyzed, uncertain of the right choice. Their hearts were laden with conflict and turmoil, struggling to discern the proper course of action. In this pivotal moment, the tumult of emotions entwined within them made decision-making an arduous task. The father and daughter locked eyes, their silent communication laden with unspoken words. However, as the specter of crisis loomed larger, their resolve began to crystallize. They recognized the necessity of standing firm against malevolent forces, facing whatever challenges lay ahead with courage. Though the future remained uncertain, they were determined to resist fate, to uphold their dignity, even at the cost of their lives. "Our lives were saved by you. We shall unconditionally abide by your decision," the man declared with a hearty laugh. Olga nodded without a trace of hesitation. Jin An regarded the father and daughter, sensing the unyielding resolve coursing through them. A slight furrow formed on his brow, as a wave of helplessness and empathy washed over him. He could feel their hesitation and confusion, yet he also recognized their inner strength and bravery. At last, Jin An unsheathed the yin chi dao from his waist. "Have you ever witnessed the flight of a cutting strike?" Without granting them a moment to respond, he placed his hands upon the hilt. His movements fluid and graceful as flowing water. Suddenly, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he dashed forward, the blade's gleam slicing through the island's silence. The heads of the pirates soared through the air, blood gushing forth in torrents. Their eyes were still filled with the frenzied desperation of a final struggle, but under Jin An's decisive strike, they could no longer escape the shackles of destiny. In an instant, a rain of blood fell, and remnants scattered. Jin An's figure darted like a tempest among the pirates, each swing of his blade a declaration of death. His movements were light and sharp, akin to a dancer, yet imbued with an inescapable intent to kill. The father and daughter beheld this scene, their hearts brimming with shock and awe. They had never witnessed such ferocity in combat. Jin An's prowess rendered them incredulous that it was as if they were witnessing a nightmarish tableau, evoking a strange blend of fear and exhilaration within them. Yet Jin An's gaze remained steadfast and resolute, his actions devoid of mercy, for he knew these pirates bore countless blood debts. In this merciless world, pirates sprouted like mushrooms after rain, and no amount of effort could eradicate them entirely. Yet, he also recognized that he could not preemptively guard against every threat. This was all he could do. "Well done," the man exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. "These scoundrels should have long been consigned to hell. If only I possessed the strength, I would relish the chance to personally slay those who harmed my daughter." "Let us depart," Jin An said, turning to the father and daughter. "Where are we going?" Olga inquired, puzzled. Jin An regarded Olga with curiosity, pointing towards the direction of the lantern fish. "Of course, we are leaving. The stench here is unbearable. Now that we are here, should we not see the pure gold?" Olga felt bewildered. Having come this far, she was surprised that there was no inclination towards the pure gold, knowing it was but a step away. "To be honest, I am somewhat interested in the pure gold, but not excessively so," Jin An mused, before continuing. "However, since we are here, it would indeed be prudent to take a look. Then let us go." Olga was ecstatic at the prospect of seeking out the pure gold, having long coveted it for 2 centuries. Onward, a treasure hunt awaits. 30 minutes later, the trio stood before a building replete with staircases. "This structure resembles a Maya pyramid," Jin An murmured. "Maya? Is that the name of an island?" Olga asked, intrigued. Jin An reminisced. "It is a place far, far away. Enough of this. Let us proceed inside." Olga's father led the way, cautioning, "There are many mechanisms within. Be sure to follow closely." The laboratory housing the pure gold lay deep within this edifice. As its creator, the man was intimately familiar with the place, and his guidance would undoubtedly save them considerable effort. "By the way, I haven't asked, what is your name?" Jin An inquired, curiosity piqued as he observed the man ahead. Olga's father halted at the entrance, pointing to the inscription on the stone tablet, Mishina Axi. "After 200 years, I am nearly on the verge of forgetting my own name." Axi caressed the tablet, his face a mixture of pride and nostalgia. "Axi, I look forward to your guidance," Jin An said, forming a favorable impression of the man, silently resolving to bring him to the Soul Bay Kingdom someday. Navigating through a series of mechanisms, Jin An and the father-daughter duo arrived at the chamber containing the pure gold. The last door of the Peacock Harp Eagle Bridge, each mechanism posed a life-or-death trial for intruders, yet for Axi, who designed them, these were mere memories. As Jin An and the pair entered the laboratory, they were met with a dazzling sight. Beneath the glass cover, the pure gold radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an intoxicating aura. "This is pure gold." Jin An's eyes shimmered with astonishment. He had never beheld such opulence. The glow of the pure gold signified not just wealth, but also the promise of prolonged life. Olga, too, was taken aback by the spectacle. She had never set foot in her father's laboratory, having only received rings from her parents. They gazed at the pure gold encased in glass, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Their hearts raced with anticipation and dreams for the future, as the golden radiance bestowed upon them a sense of extraordinary power. "This is pure gold. Merely touching its light slows the aging process considerably and prolongs the progression of ailments," Axi remarked as he extracted the pure gold from its glass vessel, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. This substance had saved his daughter's life but had also cost his wife's life. His feelings towards this creation were indeed intricate. "Wow, Dad, there are so many books here," Olga exclaimed with excitement. They surveyed the surroundings, discovering an abundance of materials and experimental equipment. These documents chronicled countless experiments and research achievements. It was evident that this laboratory had once been home to many significant scientific endeavors. "What shall we do with all this?" Jin An inquired, tilting his head towards Axi. "These are all research materials concerning pure gold. There is no need to take them with us," Axi sighed. "Let these documents remain in the belly of Lantern Lord forever." Olga's eyes widened as she gazed at the glittering pure gold. Are we taking all the pure gold with us? Axie also turned his attention to Jin An, recognizing that a decision must be made. Pure gold represents boundless wealth. Jin An spoke softly. But the price of this wealth is rather steep. It would be wiser to leave the pure gold here, lest we bring forth endless strife. The allure of immortality is captivating to all, regardless of whom it may concern. If this world were to be inhabited solely by the immortal, the trajectory of existence would be irrevocably predetermined. The strong would remain strong, while the weak would find themselves eternally unable to rise again. The father and daughter stood silently to the side, observing Jin An's actions, their hearts brimming with admiration. Those who can master their greed and desires are destined for great achievements in the future. Ding! Axie took a knife from the table and gently scraped it across a piece of pure gold. Extracting a shard the size of a fingernail, you can't leave empty-handed. Axie handed the piece of gold to Jin and let this serve as a memento, a token of my gratitude for saving my daughter and me. So, how do we proceed to leave? The trio had reached the spot where Jin An lay unconscious, yet Olga had no idea how to exit from this place. Call Elizabeth over. You both can ride her. And I will guide you out. The water lizard is capable of running across the water surface, and Jin An intended to catch a few more to take with him, for such convenient means of transportation are rare. All right. Without questioning the reason, Olga sprang into action, now wholly obedient to Jin An's words. Wow, flying feels absolutely exhilarating. Olga soared through the air, reveling in this wondrous experience. Prepare yourselves. We are about to depart. Jin An, along with the father and daughter and several water lizards, flew directly towards the small tongue of the lanternfish. He grinned, clenched his right fist to gather strength, and then struck with a powerful punch. Roar! The lanternfish experienced a sudden, intense pain and let out a piercing cry, its mouth involuntarily gaping open. Let's go. Enveloped in swirling flames, they exited through the lanternfish's mouth, the Grand Line, an uncharted island. The sea breeze roared, hurling sand grains through the air as ominous clouds loomed above. It felt as though this forsaken isle was under a curse. At its edge, a group of shadowy figures encircled a woman with emerald hair. The vessel anchored by the shore must belong to you human traffickers, correct? The girl brandished a knife at the group before her, her voice echoing across the island. How foolish of me. You all look like the worst of scoundrels. And yet I fell for your deceit. Despite being in peril, her demeanor remained resolute, as if she possessed the strength to protect herself and alter her circumstances. The traffickers sneered at her, brandishing their blades, their eyes glinting with lewd intentions. You are indeed quite foolish to only realize our true nature upon seeing our ship. The leader of the traffickers licked his lips, a vulgar smile creeping into his voice. There's no need to struggle. With your abilities, you stand no chance against us. He casually tapped his palm with his sword, greedily surveying the woman's form, as if she were already a prize in their grasp. That hair, that skin, that figure, truly a divine beauty. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning how he would mold her to his desires. Facing the lewd laughter and filthy gazes of the traffickers, the woman did not flinch. If I sustain any harm, my worth will surely diminish. Yet, the traffickers remained unfazed, their eyes filled solely with lust and possessiveness. Behind you lies the vast sea. You have no means of escaping us. Surrender? No. I still have avenues to flee. Her voice quivered with anger and disgust. Is this the end? It seems I must once again venture into the future. The woman resolved to employ her last resort to escape this dire situation. Suddenly, a young girl's scream pierced the air. Ah! Everyone looked up to see three figures descending from the sky, landing softly on the island amidst the gentle breeze. I told you not to fly so fast. My heart nearly leaped from my chest. The girl clutched her chest, gasping for breath, her eyes wide with terror, her legs weakening as she collapsed onto the ground. But we were in a hurry. Jin An scratched his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. I thought I was allowing you time to rest. You call this rest? I can hardly withstand such a speed. The girl surveyed the unfamiliar island, pondering its nature. Jin An, also grappling with the unfamiliar surroundings, suddenly spotted a group of people nearby, their faces alight with joy, indicating they had found someone to ask for directions. I'll go inquire about the way. You all stay here and continue to rest. Axie leaned against a coconut tree, waving his hand weakly. His condition was worse than that of his daughter, unable to utter a word. Stay away. The woman surrounded by traffickers noticed the man who had landed on the island approaching their direction and immediately shouted out. Jin An chose to disregard her warning and continued forward, his gaze curious as it lingered on the traffickers before him. "Excuse me, we wish to leave this maritime region. Do you happen to know where we are?" Upon hearing Jin An's words, the traffickers exchanged glances of surprise, quickly replaced by barely concealed amusement. "Oh, so you wish to leave this sea?" The trafficker's voice dripped with mockery. "That won't be easy, but out of kindness. We can assist you, provided you accompany us, and we guarantee your departure. Alas, you shouldn't have come here." The woman encircled by traffickers sighed. In this situation, she had no choice but to lead these three individuals into the future. "I merely sought directions." Jin An raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "That we are aware. We stated we would guide you out." The traffickers brandished chains, preparing to bind the two individuals together for transport. A flicker of urgency crossed the woman's eyes as she scanned the traffickers, searching for an opening to break through with the man. Meanwhile, the protagonist's eyes sparkled with cunning. "Since you refuse to accept courtesy, there is no other option." Just as the traffickers prepared to strike, Jin An's figure suddenly vanished from sight. He adeptly evaded the first chain's assault and, with unexpected speed, launched himself at the nearest trafficker. A powerful punch aimed at the trafficker's jaw resounded with a dull thud as the man crumpled to the ground. "Ah, my God, there's a monster!" The remaining traffickers, taken aback, fled in terror. "Now you wish to run." A chilling smile crept across Jin An's lips. "It is too late." He surged forth like the wind, a tempest striking down upon the traffickers, each blow infused with destructive power. One by one, the traffickers fell before him, leaving behind a scene of chaos. "I was too hasty." The woman stood agape, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. She had initially presumed this man to be an ordinary soul who had stumbled into this realm, only to discover that he was formidable and powerful beyond her expectations. I hear the woman coughing, begging for help. A figure emerged from the sea, swollen like a balloon, brandishing twin blades, its face entangled in seaweed. Resembling a creature from the depths, the woman and Jin An stared in disbelief at this sudden apparition, a wave of astonishment washing over them. They had not anticipated such a creature lurking beneath the waves. "Who dares to wreak havoc in these waters?" the monster bellowed. Then, this figure collapsed heavily before Jin An and the others. "Is this creature a fool summoned by a monkey?" Jin An approached the creature, poking its body, and to his surprise, it showed no reaction whatsoever. Strangely, this creature's body possesses a certain resilience. The woman gently approached the protagonist, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she bowed slightly before Jin An. "Thank you. You have saved my life." The woman's voice trembled slightly, yet her words were imbued with sincerity and gratitude. "Without you, we would have likely fallen prey to those individuals long ago." Jin An nodded gently, a glimmer of kindness sparkling in his eyes. "It was merely a trivial effort on my part, especially since they had intended to harm me. Thus, strictly speaking, I was merely acting in self-defense." Olga finally regained her composure, gasping as she passed by the traffickers. How could one ask for directions and end up killing everyone? Jin An scoffed. "They aimed to sell me for profit. Should I not ensure my own comfort in the process?" Olga paid little heed to the traffickers, her gaze fixed on the woman beside Jin An, her eyes wide with admiration. What a stunning individual. The woman smiled gently and performed a courteous bow. "My name is Tian Ush. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your kindness." Moonlight cascaded like water over the desolate island, casting mottled shadows in the stillness of the night. An unexpected downpour shattered the tranquility, the thunder roaring and lightning slashing through the darkened sky. The weather of the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. One moment it is clear, the next it deluges with rain. Amidst the raging storm, a solitary woman stood at the water's edge, her clothes drenched as raindrops seeped through her umbrella. Her eyes reflected helplessness and confusion, akin to a lost bird, weary in both body and spirit. "Remaining here is detrimental to your health." Jin An appeared within her line of sight, his features flickering in and out of view amidst the downpour, yet radiating a gentle warmth as he tilted his umbrella slightly towards her, shielding her from the errant raindrops. Tian Ush's fair face flushed a delicate shade of crimson, her bright eyes fixed on Jin An, feeling a tinge of shyness as she gazed at his smiling countenance. "Thank you," she murmured softly, her voice quivering yet filled with tenderness. She had drifted alone through the river of time for far too long. Suddenly pausing like this felt rather pleasant. "You seem to carry a burden?" Jin An observed the emotions swirling in Tian Ush's expression, Her gaze revealed a profound worry intertwined with a hint of hope, as if she were troubled by something both anticipated and daunting. The woman lifted her head, meeting Jin An's warm gaze, an indescribable feeling welling up within her. Her voice was soft and enchanting. Since childhood, I have yearned to reach the land of harmony. Alas, after such a lengthy journey, I remained far from my destination. Upon hearing the name of the island, Jin An felt a sense of familiarity. In his previous life, he often heard whispers of wanting to reach the land of harmony to vanquish someone named Peach. Yet, he had no clear idea who this Peach was, having only focused on his own battles. The land of harmony, if I recall correctly, is situated along the Grand Line, right? This should be the South Sea. Correct? Tian Yushir stood by the shore, her expression revealing surprise as she processed Jin An's words about the South Sea. Her gaze turned distant, as if contemplating something profound, before she gently shook her head. This is the latter half of the Grand Line. Huh. To emerge from the belly of a lantern fish and find oneself in such a place, returning to the South Sea would undoubtedly require considerable time. Are you from the South Sea? Tian Yushir's eyes widened, her delicate hand covering her lips. She was well aware of the vast distance from the South Sea to this location. Yet, it seemed he remained oblivious to his arrival in the Grand Line. This was rather perplexing. It is implausible that he simply teleported here, is it? Could she traverse time? Could someone traverse space? This notion piqued Tian Yushir's interest, observing the man before her clad in what appeared to be a naval uniform. A garment she had encountered during her time travels, she mused. Indeed, my home lies in the kingdom of Seoul Bay in the South Sea. Jin An rubbed his throbbing temples. The telephone bug had long since been digested in the lanternfish's stomach, leaving him to rely solely on himself to return to the South Sea. He pondered how he had flown for such a lengthy period without encountering a single naval ship, in the latter half of the Grand Line. Encountering a naval vessel would be akin to spotting a ghost. This place was a veritable paradise for pirates, where the most formidable of them claimed territories and ruled, while the Navy's influence was nearly non-existent. If you wish to return to the South Sea, it may not be so simple, Tian Yushir contemplated. Though she too was uncertain of her exact location, she knew that to return from the latter half of the Grand Line to the Four Seas, one had only two options. The first was to directly cross the doldrums, the simplest yet most arduous method, as she understood that those who chose this route often ended up inside fish bellies. The second was to navigate through the Red Continent to reach the Four Seas, but this required prior approval from the Celestial Dragons, a method she was unsure of its reliability, having only heard it through rumors. It matters not. Where there's a will, there's a way, Jin An reassured himself. Tian Yushir gazed at him with bright eyes, finding profound wisdom in his words. Jin An smacked his forehead, redirecting the conversation. Oh, right, you mentioned wanting to reach the land of harmony, correct? Tian Yushir nodded, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes. Her family had resided outside the land of harmony for generations, but in strict terms. They were still affiliated with the Kazuki clan. However, her family had now faded into the annals of history. She harbored an unwavering desire to visit the place her family had cherished. What plans do you have once you arrive in the land of harmony? Jin An inquired with curiosity. Plans after reaching the land of harmony? Tian Yushir's beautiful eyes clouded with uncertainty. She had never contemplated this matter. Her journey spanned 800 years, leaving her utterly alone. I do not know. After a moment of reflection, Tian Yushir realized she could not arrive at an answer. But I must reach the land of harmony. Her words were resolute. If she could not even attain the land of harmony, how could she consider what lay beyond? This is my first time in the Grand Line. I have no idea where the land of harmony is, so I can't truly assist you. Jin An glanced at the scattered corpses around them, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have spared one to interrogate. Initially, he had assumed they were still in the South Sea, not giving it much thought before eliminating them all. However, it was not a significant issue. Jin An and Tian Yushir exchanged glances and turned their attention to the monster sprawled on the beach, sound asleep. Jin An suddenly exclaimed, I have discovered something remarkable. Olga, holding an umbrella and clutching a piece of paper, joyfully approached Jin An before he could respond. She thrust the paper into his view. Look, this is the bounty for those scoundrels you just took care of. We're going to be rich. Olga bounced with excitement. This was their first windfall since returning to this world. How could she not be elated? Octopus, Topaz pirate crew. Captain, Jimmu. Bounty, 40 million berries. Jin An studied the photograph on the bounty, stroking his chin in contemplation. This individual seemed vaguely familiar. He felt he had glimpsed him somewhere before. Have you seen this person? Tian Yu sure asked, her beautiful eyes flitting between Jin An and the bounty notice. Suddenly, Jin An slapped his thigh, recalling where he had seen this individual. During the Marineford War, this man had served as the captain of a pirate crew under Whitebeard. Participating in that legendary battle. Well, I suppose I have seen him. Regardless, he's not a good character. Jin An chuckled lightly, deftly steering the conversation away from the topic at hand. 40 million. Indeed. Olga, clutching the bounty notice, wore a dazed grin, her heart brimming with joy. Tianyue, indifferent to the proceedings, redirected her gaze towards the creature at her feet, giving it a kick. This fellow had startled her upon his arrival, so delivering a few kicks for relief felt rather satisfying. Tianyue glanced at Jin An, eager to hear his thoughts. Perhaps we should just toss this guy into the sea. Hey, why did you throw me into the ocean? After a night's rest. The monster had reverted to his original form and began hurling insults at Jin An and the others. Jin An, feigning innocence, replied, you startled us when you emerged from the sea yesterday. We didn't pursue the matter further, and even kindly inquired where you came from and where you intended to go. I feel we've done nothing wrong here. The man, pointing a trembling finger at Jin An in fury, could only stammer out a word. You. Jin An waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of selfless benevolence. I understand you wish to express your gratitude. But there's no need to be so agitated. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. The man was even more incensed. Jin An interjected cheerfully. All right, I've already said no need to thank me. The man's face turned a deep shade of purple. The frustration he felt was palpable. This person across from him seemed utterly deranged, not allowing him to finish even a single coherent sentence. Tianyue could no longer contain herself and erupted into laughter, witnessing the absurdity of a nearly 4-meter-tall man turning blue in the face, struggling to vent his anger against someone who outwitted him. How could even you? The man felt as if he had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, humiliated before a beautiful woman, wishing he could find a hole to bury his head in. As a man, I challenge you to a duel. He strode purposefully towards Jin An, towering over him. That we're not acquainted. Why should I heed your words? Jin An, disinterested in the man's demands, yawned and gracefully stepped over to Tianyue. Tianyue, suppressing her smile, found her impression of the monster man further diminished. Brother, let us not resort to fighting. Jin An recalled he had inquiries to make. Do you know the way to Wano country? Tianyue covered her luscious lips in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that someone she had just met would remember her words from yesterday. Wano country? The man's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had just come from that place and had no intention of returning. Seeing his reaction, Tianyue's excitement surged. She realized this person possessed knowledge of Wano's location. Did you come from Wano? I've always wanted to go there. Can you take us to Wano? The man's face contorted with resistance. I barely escaped that place. Tianyue's brows knitted together. It stung to see her long-desired destination dismissed so readily. Do you have many enemies in Wano? Jin An inquired curiously. He believed this man's aversion to Wano must stem from some hidden troubles. Impossible, the man shot back. In Wano, I am adored. There is no one more beloved than I. He was the current daimyo of J-Ri, and the entirety of Wano was his domain. Yet, he had always yearned to explore the outside world, hindered only by his tendency to get lost, until now when he finally achieved that dream. Then, could you point us in a direction? Tianyue conceded, no longer pressing for more. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead. He was utterly disoriented. This was the farthest he had ever ventured, and his propensity for getting lost had severely clouded his sense of direction. He simply couldn't manage it. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the shoreline, startling the resting birds into flight. Eureka! You're still alive. Who are you? Jin An's eyes narrowed as he sensed numerous powerful individuals ascending the island. He saw the pirate ships anchored along the coast. Was that the Whitebeard pirates? Just then, Olga and Axie rushed from a distance, their faces pale and their teeth chattering uncontrollably. There are so many pirate ships. We're surrounded, despite being in the latter half of the Grand Line. The sheer number of pirates was astonishing. Why have these pirate ships come here? Olga babbled incoherently. At over 200 years old, it was her first encounter with such a spectacle, gazing at the fleet of ships adorned with pirate flags and hearing the thunderous footsteps approaching. Olga, her daughter, and Tianwei felt their hearts swell with disbelief. It was inconceivable that such a multitude of pirates could easily obliterate a member nation of the world government. The formidable presence of pirates before them reshaped the trio's worldview. Most alarmingly, it seemed they had just called out a specific name. Yurita's expression fluctuated wildly, oscillating between joy and despair, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh that a man wielding a long-handled blade stepped forward and stood before Yurita. "Yurita, come aboard my ship." Yurita's despondence vanished, his eyes locking onto the other man's. "Huh? But I've let go. I couldn't complete your trial." The pineapple-headed man approached, a step behind the tall figure. Teasingly making his way to Yurita, "Abandon your ambitions for a woman's scream. Who knew you were so naive?" The pirates erupted in raucous laughter, wholeheartedly embracing the man who had persevered in the sea. "Ha, Marco, don't tease Yurita. Look at his face. I've never seen him like this. It's simply delightful that it's like. It feels as if a woman was taken from him," observing the two women hiding behind a stranger. A thought flickered through the pirates' minds. Perhaps Yurita had failed to rescue someone and was subsequently scorned. Whitebeard regarded Jin An with keen interest. "Kid, Haven T, we met somewhere before." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Jin An appeared puzzled. He had no recollection of ever encountering the man, yet Whitebeard seemed certain he was the one from his memory. Jin An shook his head, stating honestly, "I do not recall meeting you." Whitebeard laughed heartily, his booming voice scattering the clouds in the sky. "It seems I need to provide you with a hint." He paused before continuing. "Years ago, at God Valley." Jin An's eyes sharpened, locking onto Whitebeard. He had never interacted with this man on that island. How could he possibly know him? Whitebeard drove his tornado into the ground, sending a gust of energy sweeping towards Jin An. "That it seems you remember, Kurara. When I arrived there, I saw you leaving. At that time, Lin was severely injured. I had never seen her in such a state since joining Rock's crew." Wow. The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment at the sight of the diminutive figure before their captain. No way. That monster, Charlotte Lin, was defeated by this little guy? Surviving in a place like God Valley, was this fellow truly that strong? "Care to join my crew?" Whitebeard placed a hand on Jin An's shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on him. Whitebeard's words rendered the gathering silent, all stunned by the implications of his offer. "Old man, we still don't know who that guy is. Is it really wise to invite him to join us?" After a moment of silence, the pirates whispered among themselves, clearly uninterested in the individual before them. They were the formidable Whitebeard pirates, rulers of the Grand Line, and not just anyone could join their ranks. Without a clear identity, even defeating Big Mom would not suffice. Did they not witness how Odin, that unfortunate soul, had to undergo numerous trials before being gradually accepted by them? Jin An glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and subtly stepped back. The garments he wore were pilfered from the pirates themselves. Otherwise, Whitebeard would likely have refrained from offering him a place in the crew upon noticing his military attire, and no need for that. "I find my time in the Navy quite comfortable," Jin An stated, meeting Whitebeard's gaze with unwavering composure. "The Navy?" Whitebeard echoed, incredulous at the audacity of the claim. The pirates, having stifled their laughter, drew their blades, directing them menacingly at Jin An. Their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, surprised that the individual before him dared to speak the truth so openly. He was well aware of Jin An's identity. The man had been the talk of the news lately, making it impossible to be ignorant of his presence. Yet, he genuinely admired this person and wished to extend an olive branch. With a wry smile, Whitebeard remarked, "You, a solitary Navy officer, have ventured into our pirate territory, seeking some thrill?" Jin An understood that anything he might say at this juncture would be futile. His safety hinged entirely on the whims of these pirates, mainly because he was not alone. Nevertheless, he attempted to clarify. "That is not the case. I stumbled here by accident." The pirates, however, remained unconvinced, their hostility intensifying. "Old man, there's no need for further discussion. Let us eliminate him. If a Navy officer dares to come here, he must be prepared to meet his end. No need for excessive words. I have my own considerations," Whitebeard declared, stomping his foot upon the ground, an invisible aura emanating from him towards Jin An. Suddenly, Jin An felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Recognizing it as Whitebeard's test, unfazed, he gritted his teeth, assuring himself that he could endure this pressure. Observing Jin An's lack of reaction, Whitebeard's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. He had not misjudged the man. Jin An was indeed worthy of his offer. "Waha! You are quite impressive, lad. Are you truly not considering joining us? Jin An exhaled slowly and replied, while the Navy may lack the freedom you possess, there is stability and a steady income there. I am content with such a life. Realizing that further negotiation was futile, Whitebeard retracted his gaze. Since Jin An had made his decision, he would not force him. Whitebeard was not one to coerce others into unwanted actions. Turning his attention elsewhere, Whitebeard inquired, Odin, are you still prepared to set sail with me? Absolutely. Odin responded, brimming with enthusiasm without a moment's hesitation. What lies ahead is an adventure beyond your wildest imagination. Whitebeard gazed at him and asked, Are you ready, little brother? Need you even ask, Whitebeard? Odin laughed heartily. The pirates disregarded Jin An and his companions, rushing toward Odin and hoisting him high into the air. Their affection for this kindred spirit was genuine. His acceptance into their family brought them immense joy. Old man, have you put him through enough hardship? After enduring so much, he finally joins us. What a joyous occasion. Watching his crew tease Odin, Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. You lot. Once released from their grasp, Odin spotted his two old friends, Inuarashi and Kinemon. What are you doing here? The pirates expressed their astonishment. Someone actually stowed away. Kinemon chuckled. We knew Lord Odin would certainly make it aboard. So we hid on the ship. Whitebeard, observing the indignation of Aizu, turned to Jin An and his companions. You lot wish to travel to Wano, correct? Tianwen nodded vigorously. Indeed, you promised to take us there. Whitebeard shook his head in refusal, expressing his reluctance to return to Wano. I won't go, but I can arrange for these stowaways to accompany you. Aizu and Kinemon instantly bristled with displeasure. Why should we? We are Lord Odin's retainers. Wherever he goes, we go. Kinemon glanced at Jin An and the others, adding, We do not know them. Even if they intend to go to Wano, it is of no concern to us. Tianwen stared incredulously at Odin and his companions, never expecting that 800 years later, her encounter with Wano's comrades would unfold in such a manner, with none willing to offer even directions that we merely wish for you to point us the way. As long as they were not separated from Odin, Aizu and his companions became considerably more amicable. Kinemon patted his chest, stating, In that case, providing directions is no problem, leave it to me, to be honest. Kinue's anticipation for Wano had significantly diminished. However, if she did not venture there, all her painstaking efforts would be in vain. Odin, are you the daimyo of the Kazuki clan? Jin An inquired with curiosity, noting that Kinemon and the others identified themselves as Odin's retainers. As far as he knew, the only family residing at the pinnacle of Wano was the Kazuki clan. Odin proudly raised his head, declaring, Indeed, my name is Kazuki Odin. Tianue's eye sparkled as she asked, As the daimyo of Wano, shouldn't you be there learning how to govern the country? Governance? My father handles that. The sea is a man's romance. I yearn to sail freely upon it. Odin spread his arms wide, embracing the vast ocean before him. But you are the heir. The future of the nation rests upon your shoulders. Tianue could not align herself with his perspective, but to forsake an entire nation's future for one's dreams was something she could not comprehend. Odin, undeterred, laughed heartily. Given my father's health, he should manage for another 30 or 40 years. Inheriting the country is far removed from my concerns. Jin An regarded Odin with an expression akin to disbelief, perceiving his actions as rather absurd. While he enjoyed leisure, he never neglected his duties, and even when shirking responsibilities, he felt a twinge of guilt, something he could never achieve with Odin's carefree attitude. Whitebeard waved at Jin An, leading his crew towards the Moby Dick. Well then, kid, we shall meet again. This is Wano. Tianue strolled through the streets adorned with fluttering cherry blossoms. The houses lining the streets resembled those from her life 800 years prior, all possessing a distinctly Japanese style. Arriving at her long-desired destination, she found her spirits not as elevated as she had anticipated. Jin An stood at the entrance of a shop, his hand lightly resting on the weathered wooden door. Dappled sunlight filtered through the tree branches, casting scattered patterns of light across his face. Having brought you to your destination, we shall take our leave. Jin An felt little desire to linger. This place did not evoke pleasant feelings within him. Furthermore, now that he had arrived in Wano, he was aware of the direction he needed to take. It was unfortunate that there were no transponder snails available for sale, given that this country practiced isolationism, making it nearly impossible for external goods to enter that hadn't they just arrived in Wano. Tianyu found herself grappling with an internal struggle. Her heart was rife with contradictions, and a forced smile barely graced her lips. As she halted her steps, gazing at Jin An's retreating figure, A twinge of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, as if a torrent of words lay unspoken within her. She bit her lower lip. A sensation of something lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. She reached out her hand, yearning to touch him, yet ultimately hesitated to bridge the distance. Jin An turned around, their gazes locking, and he sensed her lingering reluctance. After all, in this world, she had only a handful of friends like him. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her feelings, yet reflected on how long he had been out of contact with his subordinates and friends. Tian Yushur hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, encapsulating her unexpressed gratitude in a heartfelt embrace. Thank you. This journey has ceased to be lonely because of you. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting petals around them as if to add a touch of poetic beauty to their farewell. She watched his silhouette slowly blur amidst the crowd. An undercurrent of unease stirred within Tian Yushur. After a few moments of hesitation, she inhaled deeply, letting the uncertainty about the future ignite a spark of courage within her. It felt as though all sounds in the air had fallen silent, leaving only the rhythm of her heartbeat resounding in the world. She understood that her desire extended beyond mere companionship on this journey. It was a yearning to face the countless landscapes of the future together with him. Despite the lingering uncertainties in her heart, they were insufficient to hinder her resolve to move forward. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to draw in the fragrant blossoms and fresh air, raising her head with newfound determination as she followed his steps. In that moment of decision, all her hesitations and fears shattered like glass in her tightly clenched fists, scattering behind her along the path. She began to chase after him, her pace quickening until it transformed into a run. Each stride a ritual of bidding farewell to the past. She was no longer the woman standing at the crossroads, lost in contemplation. The thoughts of yesteryear could no longer bind her actions, and she was no longer living for the land of harmony. Hey, Jin An, she called out loudly to the vanishing figure. Jin An, slightly taken aback, halted. He wondered what prompted Tian Yushur to stop him. Believing their intersection had reached its conclusion, the woman stood before him, her hand resting upon the cherry blossom tree's branch, her fingertips pale with tension. Her breathing was more hurried than usual, betraying a profound fatigue that hinted at her exertion. Yet, in her eyes burned an unwavering light. I want to see the places I have never been. Her voice was low yet powerful, expressing her heartfelt longing. Her words bore the weight of determination, as she envisioned the vastness of the outside world, longing to experience that unfamiliar realm. Jin An regarded her with confusion. Such sentiments were unexpected from her. After spending time together, he understood the depth of Tian Yushur's feelings for the land of harmony. Logically, she should not be making such a decision. You must consider this carefully. I may never return to the land of harmony. Tian Yushur nodded firmly. I have indeed considered it. This place has already borne my footsteps. I find no reason to remain here. She gently released her grip on the branch, turning her gaze towards the people of this country, drawing in a deep breath, as if to inhale the very essence of the air around her. She clenched her fist, now slick with sweat, only to gradually relax it, as if reconciling with the unease in her heart. Let us go. She turned towards the path leading to the coast. Each step felt heavy yet resolute, as though she were paving her own way. Behind her, Jin An quietly observed, refraining from further obstruction, and silently followed her toward the seashore. In the kingdom of Salb, Kazan anxiously awaited news from headquarters. Kazan, is there still no word from Jin An? Decoy asked, gazing at the life card in his hand, anxiety for Jin An clouding his mind. Kazan shook his head helplessly. No, it's as if that lantern fish has vanished from this world. With no sightings of its return, they had rushed to the battleground immediately after the fight ceased, but alas, the vast ocean left no traces behind. The status of the life card indicated his safety was assured. However, why had there been no contact for such an extended period? Kazan's head throbbed with worry. Baloo. The two exchanged glances, and Kazan promptly activated the transponder snail. Hello, this is Kazan. Sengoku's steady voice resonated through the device. Kazan, we have news about Jin An. Decoy perked up, eagerly awaiting details about Jin An's situation. General Sengoku, may I ask where Jin An currently is? Kazan's tone was tinged with urgency. He is not in danger. So rest assured, Sengoku continued, that fellow is now in the new world. The new world? Kazan exclaimed, his voice rising. Sengoku instinctively shielded his ears, moving the transponder snail away slightly. This cannot be true. Decoy was taken aback. Having recently joined the Navy, they had gained a basic understanding of the Grand Line, a place notorious for its treachery. The information is accurate. It comes from our Navy personnel embedded within the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku assured them. The Whitebeard pirates? Kazan and Deshiong felt their minds falter, struggling to comprehend how this matter entangled them with such a fearsome pirate crew. Sengoku rubbed his temples, continuing, I have instructed the G5 branch to keep an eye on his whereabouts. Now it depends on his fortune that if he encounters personnel from G5, they might bring him back to headquarters. If luck is not on his side, well, there's little more to say. The waves churned, and the salty sea breeze invigorated every cell in Jin An's body. Jin An, look quickly. Olga hurriedly ran to Jin An's side, pointing toward the vessel ahead of them. Olga, you're over 200 years old. When will you learn to remain calm? Jin An exclaimed as Olga dragged him to the bow of the ship, whereupon he too couldn't help but curse in surprise. Damn it, we finally see a warship. In the distance, a vague silhouette emerged where the sea met the sky. Gradually, the contours of the vessel and its sails became clearer, the Navy's insignia strikingly prominent against the backdrop of the setting sun. Jin An felt a surge of energy. Realizing this was a chance to escape the perilous waters, they had drifted at sea for nearly a month, and the supplies from the stolen pirate ship had long been depleted. Now they relied on the ocean's fish for sustenance. Initially, Jin An had navigated swiftly through the skies with the 3 and a few water lizards, yet after several days, no new islands had appeared. Ultimately, they had to randomly select a fortunate pirate ship as their temporary refuge. At this moment, the 4 of them gathered on the deck, their eyes fixed on the approaching warship. Their gazes met, and without words, they understood each other's thoughts. G5? Olga stood on her tiptoes, finally deciphering the name on the warship's sails. Is this the name of your Navy's unit? Tion Yushur inquired, not being well-versed in naval matters. Indeed. Jin An returned to the center of the ship, exerting himself to adjust the sails, steering the pirate vessel toward the oncoming warship. They one team mistake us for pirates and sink us. Will they? AC glanced anxiously at the fluttering pirate flag, her heart racing with uncertainty. Fear not. The Navy wouldn't fire indiscriminately, Jin An reassured her. The waves gradually formed white frothy crests, the shadow of the warship growing ever closer on the water's surface. Tion Yushur, Olga, and the others craned their necks in anticipation, their heartbeats quickening as the distance diminished, their eyes sparkling with hope, because they were aware that they could indulge in fresh sustenance. Boom! Countless shells erupted from the G5 warship, shattering the vessel that Jin An and his companions occupied into fragments. Olga and the others screamed in terror, clutching the railing as they teetered on the brink of plummeting into the sea. A gust of wind swept through, gently lifting the 3 individuals who were about to fall, suspending them in midair. The cannon fire from the warship continued unabated, raining shells as if they were of no consequence, instantly sealing off the area where Jin An and his companions found themselves. With a swift stroke of his blade, Jin An severed the projectiles in half, causing them to plummet into the depths below. To the warship ahead, we mean you no harm. Cease fire. A thunderous shout resonated across the maritime expanse, as if the world had momentarily come to a standstill, enveloped in silence. Yet, that tranquility was fleeting. Soon after, the warship relentlessly unleashed another barrage of cannon fire. It appears they regard us as pirates, Tion Yushur bellowed amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Jin An understood that their pirate vessel had provoked this reckless assault. For now, their only recourse was to approach the warship for clarification. That he stepped onto the air as if it were solid ground, propelling himself towards the warship with the speed of a released arrow. He charged forth against the naval forces. Moments later, that I believe I have elucidated the situation quite thoroughly. Jin An gazed down at the bound naval officers, resignedly delivering his explanation for the 4th time. You have bound us and yet expect to deceive us. If you intend to kill us, do so directly. What need is there for all this talk? One of the naval officers retorted, glaring at Jin An and his companions. I am a member of the Navy. You have been pointing weapons at us. For our safety, we had no choice but to restrain you. Jin An covered his head in frustration, realizing that communicating with these naval officers was an exercise in futility. Despite his repeated explanations, they remained obstinately ignorant. What on earth are these naval officers thinking? Do you possess any knowledge of navigation? Tion Yushur emerged from the warship's control room, clutching a permanent compass. Axie AI shook his head. Although he was a scientist, Navigation was a realm beyond his expertise. A permanent compass. Jin An's eyes sparkled as he examined the object in Tian Yushi's hands. With this, we shall not lose our way. Hearing Jin An's words, Tian Yushi expressed some exasperation. It seems none among us is adept at piloting a warship. Moreover, we have no idea where this compass points. If we follow its direction, could we encounter peril? The concerns raised by Tian Yushi were of little consequence to Jin An. While he was not an expert in these matters, he possessed enough knowledge to navigate. Steering a warship was as simple as a walk in the park for him. Leave it all to me, Jin An confidently declared, thumping his chest out. If all else failed, he could use his flame clouds to guide the warship. This minor issue could be resolved with ease. In the latter half of the Grand Line, G5 branch, report to the Vice Admiral. Today, the New World remains a placid sea. The Navy personnel were briefing their superior, who lounged on a sofa. Understood, Mardo waved his hand, interrupting the report. Have there been any developments regarding the matter Carp assigned? The Navy personnel stood at attention, reporting, Sir, our patrols have yielded no findings thus far. Stay vigilant during your patrols. Do not forget our mission, Mardo commanded sternly. The G5 branch was the Navy's sole base in the New World, where they were stationed with a singular purpose, to eradicate any pirates that dared to enter the New World. This meant they were essentially fighting alone, with minimal support from the naval headquarters. Each day, they coexisted with danger, the entrance to their base littered with the corpses of pirates who had attacked. Acknowledged, the Navy personnel saluted before exiting. A weary sight echoed through the dimly lit room. Alas, the sea grows ever more tumultuous. I wonder how much longer I can endure. Soon, the room descended back into silence. Meanwhile, Navy officers, it's time for a meal. Olga bounced over to the naval personnel that a cart laden with a fragrant medley of rice dishes trailed behind her, exuding an enticing aroma. The Navy officers' noses twitched involuntarily. The scent of food wafting into their senses. Move the food aside. Who knows what you have put in it? Yes, today we would rather starve than consume whatever slop you have prepared. Olga, unfazed, was eager to continue her own feast. She set the cart before them and hurried off to the kitchen. Hey, little girl, how can we eat if you don't let us go? The officers pointed out, indicating the proximity of their base. Oh my goodness, what a wreck. Olga gazed at the naval base towering over the horizon, her eyes stinging with disbelief. Little girl, although we share a good rapport, you cannot tarnish the dignity of our magnificent naval base. The officers retorted instantly. In their eyes, the base symbolized safety, camaraderie, and a sanctuary where they could anchor their lives. But I truly did not expect the Navy to inhabit such a place, Olga weakly murmured. The dawn's faint light had yet to pierce the thick sea fog, and an inexplicable stillness enveloped the area. Jin An stood on the deck of the warship alongside his companions, gazing at the naval base whose outlines gradually became discernible. A salty breeze wafted through, carrying with it an amalgamation of brine and decay. The gates of the naval base stood shut, resembling a desolate realm devoid of life. The remnants of devastation lingered, bearing witness to the calamities that had transpired here. The walls lay in ruins, fortifications partially collapsed, and wisps of black smoke still curled upward from a distant corner. Yet, what struck the most disconcerting note were the bodies strewn about outside the base. Some lay in disarray, while others retained the postures of their final battle, silently conveying to all who arrived that a fierce conflict had unfolded in this place. A seasoned naval officer pointed to the silent corpses, his voice hoarse as he explained, These are the pirates who perished in their assault on this base. Our Navy has suffered severe losses as well. Outside this base, it was common for pirates to storm in, pillaging and wreaking havoc at intervals. The officer clenched his fists, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair. The dilapidated base and scattered bodies painted a heavy tableau before them, despite the grim and brutal reality that lay ahead. Jin An understood. The duty of a soldier is to confront danger at all times. Their utmost endeavor is to enhance their strength and avert the recurrence of tragedy. The Navy officer gestured with his hand, signaling the team to disembark alongside him. Tinua's expression was stern, while both Olga and Axie nodded silently. The unspoken communication among the four sufficed to convey their understanding. As the sun rose and the morning mist dispersed, they took their steps towards the ravaged naval base, each stride heavy with significance. The scene within the base was even more tragic than they had anticipated, permeated with the lingering scent of gunpowder and an atmosphere of sorrow. Bricks, shattered glass, and shell casings were strewn about like a mournful dirge. narrating the fierce battle that had just transpired. Although the fighting had ceased, every surviving sailor was engaged in whatever tasks they could manage, whether transporting supplies, repairing fractured walls, or standing vigilant against the looming threat of renewed crisis. The arrival of Jin An and his trio initially incited a wave of alertness among the sailors, who established a series of defensive perimeters to safeguard their remaining territory. Exhausted yet resolute, they maintained a keen sense of vigilance, as any unusual sound could herald a new threat. However, upon recognizing the presence of allies, their wary gazes gradually softened. Some sailors nodded in acknowledgement, while others even attempted to muster a faint smile, conveying unspoken comfort and encouragement among comrades. Despite the base's ruin, their spirits remained undaunted. As Tianwei and her companions traversed the corridor marred by debris, each location they passed weighed heavily on their hearts, yet simultaneously solidified their resolve to join the Navy. The sailors within the base returned to their posts, continuing their arduous tasks. "Our Vice Admiral is in this office," explained the sailor leading the way, before promptly proceeding deeper into the corridor. "Knock, knock, knock." Jin An lightly tapped on the door. An aged voice resonated from within. "Enter." The group pushed the door open and stepped into the office. Seated behind a grand desk was an elderly naval officer, his skin resembling aged parchment, reflecting the passage of time. Framed by silver hair, his eyes shone with wisdom through the lenses of his reading glasses. Upon noticing their entrance, the old man smiled, setting aside the materials in his hands, and raised his gaze, his keen eyes scrutinizing the four individuals before him. His voice was hoarse yet gentle. "Welcome to the G5 branch. I am Mardo, the head of this division. Please, take a seat. You need not stand on ceremony, as you are not members of our branch." His words, though succinct, exuded warmth towards Jin An and his companions. They exchanged knowing glances, silently reaching a consensus, and took their seats, eager to hear what this weathered naval officer would impart. "You must be the young lad that Carp mentioned," Mardo said, fixing his gaze on Jin An with a hint of intrigue. Jin An nodded. "That's me." After establishing rapport aboard the ship with the sailors, he had heard them mention that Carp had privately requested the Vice Admiral to assist in locating him and his companions. Meeting the Vice Admiral in person filled Jin An with gratitude. The elder's eyes bore a trace of barely concealed urgency as he leaned slightly forward in his chair, placing his hands gently on the desk. Fixating his gaze on the group, "Did I have a request?" Mardo began, his voice steady yet imbued with intensity. The urgency of war seemed to coalesce in that moment upon his weathered visage, each wrinkle etching the base's plight and desperate need for aid. "I understand this is no small request," he continued, "but our situation is truly dire. We are severely lacking in supplies and personnel, and we are barely holding on to if the naval headquarters could extend us additional support. We might yet safeguard this maritime territory." His gaze swept across Jin An and the others, as though seeking a glimmer of hope within their youthful faces. "That I believe your arrival here is no mere coincidence. Each of you possesses talents that have proven your worth during this time." He paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. "The Marshal is known for his generous praise of exemplary soldiers. If you could speak a few favorable words on our behalf before the Marshal, I am confident he would consider our plight. The gratitude of our men, women, and children would be immeasurable." Jin An and his companions exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken agreement without the need for words. They understood that this was not merely the elder's request. It was a responsibility he bore for those helpless lives caught in the throes of war. As Jin An's party departed the G5 branch, they were met by a throng of onlookers, all eager to witness their exit. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, navigating the treacherous path strewn with debris, while the silent gaze of the naval soldiers lingered behind them. But the coast, a warship lay anchored, though it was not the latest model. It was exceptionally well maintained. Its flanks bore faint markings, testament to valiant encounters with pirates. The vessel rested steadfastly at the dock, awaiting their arrival. Jin An ascended the deck, grasping the railing, savoring the refreshing sea breeze. As the captain issued the command to set sail, the anchor was raised, and the ship sliced through the waves. Gradually, the warship departed the harbor, framed against the clear sky, its silhouette merging with the azure expanse of the ocean into a unique tableau. Jin An and his companions stood upon the deck, their gazes traversing the crests and troughs of the waves, as if they could glimpse the distant and solemn outline of the naval headquarters. "In the Soul Bay Kingdom, Big Bear, take care of yourself," Kazan admonished as he packed his belongings, addressing his companions, Big Bear and Ginny. Why has the naval headquarters summoned you so suddenly? Ginny inquired, perplexed, having been part of the Navy for a year. They had gained a clear understanding of the headquarters. Typically, only those who had achieved great merit or possessed exceptional talent could be called upon. It seems the recent recruitment drive has left the naval headquarters short-staffed. However, I believe I am to report to the training camp first, Kazan replied, uncertain, having only heard whispers of the situation. Are you being promoted? Ginny pressed on. Their small group was gradually finding its footing, each member making strides in their respective endeavors. Kazan grinned. Perhaps, but I would likely be reassigned to the headquarters. Yay! Besides Jin An, I'll have another powerful ally. Ginny cheered, her spirits soaring. Kazan, congratulations! Dragon exclaimed, rushing from the base to offer his congratulations. Kazan playfully slapped Dragon on the chest, chiding, you from the headquarters, stop teasing me. After spending considerable time together, the two had become inseparable friends, and playful banter was commonplace. Dragon chuckled heartily. I am sincere. Going to the naval headquarters will be highly beneficial for your future development. The headquarters houses the majority of the naval elite in this world, which can greatly aid personal growth and foster connections with like-minded individuals. Too bad you can only go alone, Dragon lamented. Not out of desire to return to the headquarters, but due to regret that he could not accompany his friend. Don't worry about me. You all will have to shoulder the responsibilities here once I'm gone. Kazan replied nonchalantly. The Soul Bay Kingdom is my second home. Besides, the South Sea is currently tranquil, and there is not much to attend to that. We will manage things here, Dragon asserted confidently, having matured beyond the novice he once was. Thankfully, Shanks is off teaching today. Otherwise, if he found out you were leaving, it would surely cause a commotion, Big Bear jested. Shanks has grown significantly. He has become a teacher now and won't be overly concerned about such small farewells. In Kazan's eyes, the figure of the red-haired young adult flickered, accompanied by a hint of pride. Shanks had grown up before his very eyes, thankfully turning out well. That fellow Jin An is probably living it up at the Navy headquarters now. Kazan murmured. Given Jin An's character, he is likely enjoying life. Long echoed in agreement. The warship sliced through the waves, traversing the boundless sea. Jin An and Tianyue stood on the deck, basking in the warm sunlight, washing away the fatigue of their journey. Colonel Jin An, we will soon arrive at Marineford. The Navy informed them. A week has passed swiftly, Jin An remarked with surprise. Their gazes turned towards the horizon, where the majestic Navy headquarters gradually came into view. Like an entrance to the new world, stretching forth its vast and sacred arms, the vice captain was explaining the magnificent structure and profound history of the Navy headquarters to Tianyue and the others. Each word imbued with immense pride and respect. The golden rays of the sun rising above the horizon adorned the base with a gilded edge, accentuating its solemnity and grandeur as the warship drew nearer to the Navy headquarters. The immense base appeared increasingly spectacular. The warship gently docked at the port of the Navy headquarters, its heavy hull casting a steadfast shadow on the shore. The Navy personnel stood in a line, solemnly bidding farewell from the bridge. This is as far as we can take you. There are many matters awaiting us at G5. You may return now. We will head directly to the headquarters. Jin An waved goodbye to the esteemed Navy officers. Jin An and his companions walked along the path leading to the Navy's core. Their eyes were fixed ahead. The bustling shops lining the road resembled seashells by the shore, each radiating its unique brilliance. The streets were alive with a constant stream of pedestrians, the calls of vendors, the chatter of merchants, and the laughter of children, merging into a vibrant symphony. At the end of the road stood the Navy's central hub. Towering like an unattainable peak in the depths of their vision, the smooth stone walls reflected a gentle glow in the sunlight, with the words Navy appearing both holy and solemn, passing through the bustling streets. They stood before the grand entrance of the Navy headquarters, its weighty presence carved with countless stories of glory and hardship. Their steps paused briefly at the towering architrave. Is this the sacred ground of the Navy? Marineford? Olga marveled, standing beneath this colossal structure. One truly comprehended the enormity of the headquarters. A neatly uniformed Navy officer approached, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Greetings. This is the Navy headquarters. You have business here? I am Admiral Jin An of the South Sea, and I need to enter the headquarters to find Admiral Sengoku. Jin An replied candidly. The esteemed Admiral of the South Sea, it is an honor to meet you. You are a role model for many of our sailors. The officer's eyes sparkled with recognition. He inclined his body slightly, gesturing for Jin An and his companions to follow him. Please, come with me. Admiral Sengoku has instructed us to grant you immediate access. His steps were firm, as if each stride echoed the glory and responsibility of the Navy's rhythm. Jin An and his companions followed closely behind, passing through the heavy door that felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Stepping across the barrier of an era into a brand new stage, Admiral Sengoku, Colonel Jin An has arrived. In the office of the Admiral at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he looked at Jin An. Is this why you encountered Whitebeard in the New World? The experiences of this fellow, who had spent his days in the office, stirred a sense of envy within him. Indeed, I never anticipated that patrolling the seas would lead to such chaos. Thankfully, I have a strong constitution. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me now, Jin An replied, relief evident on his face that it was fortunate that he was strong. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be buried beneath a mound of grass by now. However, it was also due to the encounter with Whitebeard. If it had been Kaido or Lin, the outcome would not have been as favorable. Did you forget? I merely instructed you to patrol the world government's affiliated nations in the South Sea. Who permitted you to venture near the Combelt? Sengoku, recognizing Jin An's lack of remorse from his expression, slammed the table and bellowed. Jin An was taken aback, his eyes darting as he scrambled for an excuse. What scheme are you concocting now? Let me warn you, if you defy my orders again, I will send you to the New World. Sengoku chastised, noting Jin An's obstinacy. Jin An's eyes lit up. Such a prospect was quite appealing. If he were to find a small island to hide away on in the New World, wouldn't his future life be blissful? You. Sengoku's forehead pulsed with veins, rendered speechless by this fellow who thought only of slacking off, while others aspired for promotion. Ha ha, Sengoku. Everyone has their own ambitions. You can't force him, Carp interjected, munching on some snacks, playing the peacemaker. He was enjoying the spectacle and had no intention of interrupting, but since this fellow had signaled him with 2 fingers, he was willing to step in for the sake of their future culinary delights. This was their secret signal, the 2 fingers representing 2 storerooms of specialty cuisine, in order to avoid further lecturing from Sengoku. Jin An had no choice but to resort to this strategy. What business do you have here? Don't come and stir up trouble for me, Sengoku said irritably. Do you think I didn't see your little antics? Pausing for a moment, he continued. Jin An, I also want what you promised to Carp. Jin An's expression shifted. He had not anticipated this side of Sengoku. All right, if there's nothing more, you can leave. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Wait, I still have matters to discuss, Jin An hastily interjected. Sengoku frowned. What else do you have to say? He was genuinely exasperated with this fellow, whose penchant for trouble rivaled even Carp's. The G5 branch's head said they are short on funds and personnel, and asked me to convey this to you. Jin An began. Though those individuals appeared pirate-like, their actions left him deeply impressed. I have already received a report from Maldo regarding this matter. We will provide them with a response. Sengoku sighed in relief upon hearing Jin An's words. Now, scram, or Sengoku might just throw you out. Carp seized Jin An's hand, dragging him out of the office. But I still wish to discuss the matter of those 2 fingers. Jin An lamented, casting a reluctant glance back at the office door. Carp glared at Jin An. Are you thinking of backing out? He is drooling over the food from the Sorbet Kingdom. If you dare to go back on your word, I won't hesitate to let you taste my iron fist. No. Jin An shook his head vigorously, intimidated by Carp's readiness to fight. Carp's face broke into a satisfied smile. That's good. Outside the magnificent gates of the Navy headquarters, a crowd had gathered. Sunlight illuminated Jiaji's face, making his eyes shine even brighter. Holding a delicate ring, a gift he had meticulously chosen for a long time, he took a deep breath and walked slowly towards Shiwan. His gaze filled with determination and eagerness. Fawn, will you marry me? Shiwan turned at the sound, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. Not again, really? Her hand gently grasped the hilt of her sword at her waist as she faced Jiaji, her charming smile failing to conceal the disdain in her beautiful eyes. Jiaji, this is probably your 100th confession, yet my answer remains unchanged. Please stop bothering me. Her voice was light, yet it struck Jiaji's heart like a sharp blade. His expression shifted, but he quickly regained his smile, stepping closer in an attempt to bridge the gap between them. His eyes filled with longing and pleading. Sean, I know you are weary of this, but my feelings will not waver. I will wait for you until you agree. His voice was deep and resolute. With Zhao Yong being an obsession he could not relinquish, Zhao Yong gently shook her head and took a step back. maintaining a distance from him. Her expression was calm, yet her heart was tumultuous. She could not comprehend why he would not let go. Had her rejection not been clear enough, the air between them became thick with tension. Like an insurmountable chasm, Jiajin's hand, tightly gripping the ring, trembled slightly, a manifestation of his unacknowledged emotional turmoil. Xiaoyang, no one in this world will love you like I do, he insisted once more, his voice betraying his final struggle. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, attempting to quell the unrest within her. Jiajin, what I need is not a stubborn person who loves me unchangingly, but someone who can grant me freedom and joy. Your love, I cannot reciprocate. Her words rang out with clarity, seeking to sever all ties. Jiajin silently gazed at her, a flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. He understood that this proposal, like the 99 before it, would also end in failure. His hand trembled slightly as he gently lifted the ring, ultimately placing it before Xiaoyang with resignation. This is merely a simple gift. Please accept it. The road instantly fell silent. Nearby, the naval officers who had been spectating the proposal regarded Jiajin with pity. Despite having witnessed each other as failures too many times, they still felt a sense of regret for Jiajin. Colonel Jiajin is truly unfortunate. It's a pity he still cannot win over our naval headquarters' unattainable flower. Jiajin covered his face, seemingly trying to mask his inner sorrow, fixing his gaze on Xiaoyang. That I will not give up. If I receive 100 refusals, I will come 100 more times, 200, 300 times. I will surely touch your heart. Colonel Jiajin, we support you. You are our role model. The naval officers were moved by Jiajin's persistence, voicing their encouragement. It's quite lively here. Carp grasped Jin An's shoulder, squeezing into the crowd of naval officers to witness the unfolding scene. Upon grasping the situation, he gleefully remarked, Jiajin, it seems you failed yet again. Haha. Old man Carp, why drag me into your antics? Jin An retorted, brushing off Carp's hand. At such an advanced age, he still relished in stirring up trouble. With such a relative, what could Jin An do? Jin An. Before he could finish speaking, a figure wafted in with a fragrant breeze, swiftly appearing before Jin An. Sunlight filtered through the towering flagpoles, casting mottled shadows, rendering the plaza of the naval headquarters unusually serene. The usual clamor and joy infused this solemn space with a hint of vitality. The sight of Jiajin half-kneeling, Xiaoyang's helpless expression, and the naval officers reveling in the drama created a peculiar tableau. Just as Xiaoyang's heart fluttered, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure caught her eye. It was a man of modest height, clad in a naval uniform. Despite the passage of many years, his features remained steadfast. Yet, time had etched more composure onto his face, causing her heart to race. This man had once lifted her life amidst flames and smoke, now reappearing in her world. Their gazes met amidst the sea of people, and the excitement within Xiaoyang was beyond words. Is it truly you? She murmured. Xiaoyang's steps faltered as her heart began to race, a surge of indescribable excitement and long-buried nostalgia coursing through her. She remembered that stormy night when this man had charged into the pirate fleet, sparing no effort to rescue her. Of course, she was not the only one saved that night, but he had left an indelible mark on her life. And now, that unforgettable figure had suddenly appeared before her. How could she not feel exhilarated? As the distance between them gradually diminished, when Xiaoyang stood before Jin An, her eyes mirrored the shared memories of their past, alongside the joy of their present encounter. Xiaoyang extended her hand, trembling slightly, her lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. Inwardly rejoicing that they had finally reunited, Jin An's eyes flickered with contemplation as he reached out, slowly grasping the hand she offered. You are Xiaoyang. It's a pleasure to meet you. He found no recollection of her in his mind, yet he was aware of the renowned Taotu. Her reaction left Xiaoyang somewhat disappointed, though she concealed it well. I am Xiaoyang. I have always regarded you as an idol, Admiral Jin An. Jiajin approached as well. Your idol? Upon seeing Jin An's face, Jiajin furrowed his brow, thinking, how can this guy be so handsome? He is nearly my equal. What a nuisance. I must keep Xiaoyang away from this fellow. Xiaoyang, a wonderful new establishment has opened outside the headquarters. Shall we go and sample it together? Jiajin invited with a smile. Xiaoyang disregarded Jiajin, who was scanning Jin An with eager eyes. Ahem. Carp cleared his throat that he could no longer bear the sight. Did Jin An have some undisclosed past with Xiaoyang? Hearing Carp's cough, Xiaoyang quickly regained her composure, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Admiral Carp, hello. She greeted him to shift focus from her embarrassment. No need to mind me. I'm just here for the excitement. You all carry on, Carp said with a mischievous grin. Xiaoyang turned her head unnaturally. Having long heard of Carp's penchant for meddling, this time, she had witnessed it firsthand that I was merely exchanging pleasantries with an acquaintance. What mischief could I have been up to? Jiajin's eyes nearly bulged out. He had never seen Xiaoyang in such a state. What could possibly transform a dashing naval colonel into this? He knew it was all due to Jin An's appearance. Jealousy and envy surged within him, almost compelling him to confront Jin An. Jin An, since the atmosphere had grown tense, and thought, "Have I interrupted their confession? It seems I should not linger." He was well aware of Jiajin's profound affection for Xiaoyang. Having persistently professed his love for decades without yielding, whether it was genuine love, Jin An could not ascertain. Noticing Jiajin's gaze upon him, Jin An involuntarily shivered. It was simply terrifying. "Xiaoyang, Jiajin, Carp, and I have some matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave," Jin An said, wrapping an arm around Carp and hastily departing this place of contention. Watching Jin An retreat quickly, Xiaoyang felt a pang of disappointment. Her gaze lingering on the spot, he had vanished. Alas, they had ultimately failed to recognize each other. However, considering the time that had elapsed since her rescue, it was only natural for him to forget. She consoled herself in her heart. "Hey, Xiaoyang, they've already been gone for quite a while." Jiajin stomped his little legs, waving his hands in front of Xiaoyang's dazed eyes. "Why are you still here?" Xiaoyang looked at the comical Jiajin, perplexed. She thought she had heard him mention going to eat. Yet now he lingered, which struck her as odd. Jiajin felt Xiaoyang's words pierce through his heart like a sharp blade. "That I've been right here." Xiaoyang paid him no mind. "That I'm heading back. You should attend to your own business." Without waiting for Jiajin's reply, she strode away with her long legs toward the headquarters. She needed to ask Crane's sister why Jin An had come here and how long he would stay. Jiajin remained rooted in place, as though turned to stone, that he felt abandoned by the world. "It's all your fault for causing a ruckus. Now see how it has affected others," Jin An remarked as he walked away. Carp, unfazed, replied, "I didn't interfere. Rather, it was someone who appeared and utterly shattered the atmosphere that Jiajin had painstakingly created. I didn't." Jin An instinctively wanted to retort, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. "Honestly, what is your relationship with Xiaoyang?" A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Carp's eyes. "It was our first encounter, and I wondered if Ji Yuan had mistaken me for someone else." Jin An truly had no recollection. A beauty of such stature would certainly not be easily forgotten. Moreover, he had no interest in women at the moment. Wouldn't it be wiser to devote that time to training in the training space? "Never mind. I no longer comprehend the ways of your generation." Carp chuckled heartily. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Jin An and suggested, "Why don't you open a shop in Marin Vondo? You could earn a fortune that way." Jin An rolled his eyes, thinking it was unnecessary to beat around the bush when he could simply express his desire for food. "We'll see." While Jin An was savoring life in Marin Vondo, subtle changes were occurring around the world. In a certain sea area of the New World, Whitebeard perused a newspaper without a flicker of emotion. The audacity of that gold lion fellow to remain hidden was remarkable. It seemed he had sustained significant injuries this time. With a hearty laugh, he downed his drink and cast aside the completed paper. Having been thwarted by various forces, it was likely that his next appearance would make headlines. Marco remarked with a smile, aware that his father had maintained contact with Gold Lion since the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, and thus understood his character well. Indeed, he is such a person. But his actions have no bearing on us. Let us continue the feast, Whitebeard declared, seizing a jug of wine and pouring it into his mouth. The pirates continued to feast heartily, indulging in meat and drink, solely concerned with their own joy, indifferent to other matters. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the New World, Charlotte Lin, having firmly established her presence in the New World, set down her newspaper, crumbs from her dessert adorning her lips. "Kaido, have you decided to head to Wano?" Her commanding voice echoed throughout the palace. "I need not report my intentions to you." Lin, Kaido replied, sipping from his wine gourd. "You should think carefully before you speak." Lin's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. "I have thought it through," Kaido retorted, unconcerned by her threat. "I have stayed here long enough and wish to breathe some fresh air for you." Lin, perhaps you should indulge in fewer sweets. Your figure is not what it once was, Kaido expressed with a hint of regret. "It is not your place to instruct me," Lin dismissed him. "How is your mastery of your devil fruit ability progressing?" A yellow flame enveloped Kaido's arm. "A mere devil fruit. I mastered it swiftly enough. You should cherish that ability. I invested considerable effort into acquiring that fruit." Lin remarked, casting a glance at Kaido, her dissatisfaction evident. Lin, the fruit's power is but one of many auxiliary strengths. Relying solely on ability will not lead to world dominance. This world has its own laws, much like Roger, who was not a wielder of powers yet managed to defeat Captain Rocks. Kaido clenched his fists, declaring, "Only Haki can rise above all?" "Oh," Lin replied coolly. "Then return to me the bird fruit. Mythical Zoan, new form." "Ha, perhaps I'll return it to you in my next life," Kaido retorted, not one to be easily fooled. "Speaking of fruits, have you found that fellow who consumed the azure dragon fruit?" Kaido inquired. That fruit was what he desired most, as its power could significantly enhance his physique. Had he not been unable to locate that individual, he would not have resorted to consuming the bird fruit. Lin recalled the person who had first defeated her, gritting her teeth. "Not yet. If I had found him, I would have ground him to dust long ago." Kaido nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At Marine headquarters, Marin Vondo, Douglas Barrett had been confirmed as a member of the Roger Pirates. "What are your thoughts on this?" Steelbone Kong asked calmly. Seated at the head of the conference room with arms crossed, Marshal Kong, "I believe we should immediately organize a team to ascertain their whereabouts. We cannot allow the Roger Pirates to grow any stronger." A burly, furious Rear Admiral stood, anxious. "There's no need to be so agitated, Rear Admiral Chris," Carp interjected, taking a sip of water, his tone unruffled. "How can we not be anxious, Carp? Roger's momentum is becoming overwhelming." Chris argued vigorously. "Though we have expanded our forces, it is still a challenge to allocate a skilled team to the new world," Zephyr sighed, agreeing with Carp's sentiment. "Jin An, since this is your first meeting, share your thoughts," Steelbone Kong directed, calling on him. Jin An, bewildered, stood up. When had it come to his turn to speak at such a meeting? "I believe both viewpoints have merit, so let us leave the decision to our wise and illustrious Marshal Kong." He quickly sat back down, preferring to remain a bystander in the conversation of the prominent figures. All present were momentarily taken aback by Jin An's utterance, as he offered no suggestions and merely flattered before retreating. Steelbone Kong was also momentarily stunned. He had expected Jin An to provide some insights, yet this was all he offered. Sengoku rapped the table, quieting the discussion among the naval officers. "This matter cannot be rushed. The pirates aboard Roger's ship are no ordinary adversaries. Acting recklessly will only benefit other pirates. We should observe the situation for now." He had yet to mention that the Roger pirates tended to be more compliant compared to other pirate crews, and expending considerable effort to dismantle such a crew would be a thankless task. "Then we shall proceed as Sengoku suggests," Steelbone Kong decided. As soon as he concluded, he noticed someone rising from the gathering, gazing at him with a wry smile. "Zephyr, what is it?" Zephyr grinned and replied, "Marshal Kong, I wish to dedicate myself to nurturing the next generation of the Navy." "Haven't you already taken a position at the Academy?" Kong questioned, puzzled. "That I wish to serve as a full-time recruit instructor," Zephyr insisted. Having grown weary, especially after his family had nearly fallen victim to pirates a year prior, he yearned for a position that allowed him to spend more time with his loved ones. "Please give me more time to consider this matter," Steelbone Kong said, appearing somewhat helpless. The Navy currently had only 2 admirals. If another were to resign, he would be left as a solitary commander. "You may set aside your current affairs for now. Take more time to be with your family while you temporarily retain the admiral position," Kong suggested, understanding Zephyr's predicament. Zephyr, recognizing the difficulty Kong faced, returned to his seat. "Jin An," Steelbone Kong called out. "Yes. How may I assist you, Marshal Kong?" Jin An stood up once more, astonished to be singled out twice in one meeting. Steelbone Kong regarded Jin An. Exasperated, "If I catch you slacking off in the headquarters during this period, you will learn how I train the Navy. I haven't been slacking. There's simply nothing to do." Jin An mumbled quietly. "Oh," Steelbone Kong cracked his knuckles. Noticing the motion, Jin An quickly replied, "I will ensure the task is completed." After an intense morning of training, Jin An finally paused to catch his breath beneath the blazing sun. The training grounds of Marine headquarters shimmered, the air thick with the mingling scent of earth and heat. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin, every breath allowing his muscles to stretch. Just as he settled under the shade of a tree, gasping for air, Ji Yuan approached him, a bottle of water in hand, her steps light as if the sweltering heat had no effect on her. As she neared Jin An, she offered a gentle smile and presented the refreshing elixir. "You've worked hard. She spoke with an unmistakable concern in her tone. Jin An accepted the water, his fingers brushing against the coolness emanating from Ji Yuan. And he raised his head, nodding in gratitude to her warm smile. You really don't have to go out of your way for me. After spending the morning together, he understood why Ji Yuan had reacted so unusually yesterday. Offering a bottle of water to his savior was hardly excessive. Ji Yuan flashed a charming smile. Jin An glanced around. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he could feel the predatory gazes of those nearby, as if they wished to devour him. It was rather frightening. Yet, the most significant aspect was that he hadn't done anything wrong. Back when he was not yet part of the Navy, he had been training alone in the South China Sea. Upon witnessing a ship under siege, he had rushed forward with a knife, only to discover that aboard that vessel was a future rear admiral. Jin An, I've completed all the training tasks for today. Tian Yushur approached from another training ground, wiping her sweat with a towel, ready to clean up and head for a meal. The weariness of the training was evident on Tian Yushur's face as she arrived at the rendezvous point with Jin An, only to spot a tall woman seated beside him. Was she an acquaintance from the naval headquarters? It seemed she had never seen her before. Before she could discern the woman's features, a strong scent of smoke wafted into her nostrils, causing her to wrinkle her nose. Ji Yuan. So this is where you've been. I've been looking for you all morning. Jia Ji inserted himself between Jin An and Ji Yuan. Jin An could only manage a wry smile. Did Jia Ji really need to be so wary of him? He harbored no such intentions towards Ji Yuan. Meanwhile, Tian Yushur quietly stood behind Jin An, observing the unexpectedly appearing man. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. Jia Ji. You really don't need to follow me so closely. Well, Ji Yuan, we have always been partners, after all. Plus, Admiral Kong has some tasks for us, Jia Ji hurriedly explained, not uttering a falsehood. His presence here was indeed due to an assignment. He considered himself a man of considerable discretion and refrained from unnecessary actions. What sort of tasks? Ji Yuan wondered to herself that it had been a while since they had been summoned by the Admiral, and each time they were called, it often led to prolonged busyness. They as soldiers, obedience was their foremost duty, and upon receiving commands, they naturally needed to comply. Let us first see what Admiral Kong has in store for us. And we can catch up later, Ji Yuan said. Rising with an apologetic expression, Jin An understood that they had matters to attend to as well, standing up in turn. You two go ahead. I wish you success in your mission. Jia Ji and Ji Yuan were being groomed for the rank of admiral. The more tasks Admiral Kong assigned them, the easier their future promotions would be. Many within the Navy envied them for such opportunities. Although they admired Ji Yuan and her companion's treatment, it remained mere admiration. As they possessed extraordinary talents, Jin An and Tian Yushur made their way from the training ground to their quarters. They relished the tranquility. During their time at the naval headquarters, Jin An had encountered many formidable figures destined for fame upon the seas. He had crossed paths with Sakazuki and Borsalino, albeit briefly, and though they were not familiar, they shared a common space. Those two were currently in the naval training camp, seemingly on the verge of graduation. Notably, Kazan had also entered the training camp, leading a life of both hardship and enjoyment. Within the Navy, individuals with natural abilities were given special attention. In this context, Kazan was treated like a star at the headquarters, with instructors eager to impart all their knowledge to him. Conversely, Jin An found himself in stark contrast. Steelbone Kong held him in low regard, believing he was not diligent enough. As a colonel, he barely made a mark at the headquarters. And while he was expected to capture pirates to report back, Steelbone Kong still assigned him training tasks. Due to their training, they arrived at the mess hall just as it reached peak hours, where it was packed to the brim. Although Marineford boasted numerous dining facilities, the number of Navy personnel was even greater, rendering the food here merely adequate. To enjoy truly tantalizing dishes, one had to venture to the commercial streets where military families prepared the meals. You take a seat here. I'll go get us something to eat, Jin An said after circling the mess hall 5 times and finally securing a spot. He promptly seated Tian Yushur and dashed off to buy food. Tian Yushur was accustomed to Jin An's arrangements. He knew her preferences well, and staying behind to reserve a spot was the best choice for her. While she waited at the table, a somewhat languid voice emerged from behind her. How terrifying. There's an available seat here, dear lady, may I join you? Tian Yushur nodded at the man who had approached the table. There was still room for one more at the 4-person table, so accommodating him posed no issue. Receiving her affirmative response, the man in sunglasses placed his meal at the furthest point from Tian Yushur. Thank you, Borsalino said with a hint of gratitude. settling down to eat quietly. Moments later, Jin An returned with 2 portions of food, and upon seeing the man at the table, he paused in surprise. "Well, if at Iason T, the ever-popular Jin An. What a shock to see you here in the mess hall," Borsalino teased. Swallowing his food, Jin An placed the meals on the table, offering a helpless smile. "I can hardly claim to be popular. Besides, I just don't come often. Not that I never do." Borsalino shook his head. "Instructor Zephyr often mentions you in our ears. Your monstrous physique and extraordinary swordsmanship. Aside from being a tad lazy, he finds no faults. In short, he can't stop talking about you. Our ears are practically calloused from hearing your name." Borsalino lamented dramatically. Tion Yusher couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, she remained indifferent to Zephyr's praises of Jin An, as they were merely facts. However, the latter part of Borsalino's statement seemed to reflect Zephyr's true sentiments. Those old men in the Navy must have their opinions about themselves, Jin An mused internally. Feeling quite diligent in his efforts, it appeared he needed to train even harder in the future. That afternoon, Jin An stormed into the Admiral's office, articulately demanding the Navy restore his reputation. The outcome was predictable. Ultimately, Jin An's protests were overshadowed by the higher-ups of the Navy, who collectively disregarded his rebuttals. The following morning, as the thin mist gradually lifted, the composed gray-blue structure of the naval training camp emerged. Revealing its grand outline, flags fluttered in the wind at the center of the camp, their vivid insignia appearing even more solemn and sacred in the morning light, isolated from the clamor of the bustling world. The naval training camp exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting beams that seemed to scrutinize every corner of the austere classroom. Historical battle scenes adorned the walls, underscoring the classroom's profound sense of history. "Why must I be here to audit this class?" Jin An quietly complained. Glancing at Kuzan seated beside him, he had been ordered by Steelbone Kong to join Zephyr's second training camp. It was a command he could not refute, for many in the Navy. Entering the training camp represented an opportunity for meteoric rise. After all, those serving as instructors here were, at the very least, rear admirals. Gaining the favor of certain individuals could lead to direct enlistment in their fleets, ensuring prioritized training. However, to be honest, Jin An found it challenging to muster interest in attending classes. Moreover, the instructor had yet to arrive, leaving him in a state of utter idleness. Most of the knowledge imparted in the training camp was already within his grasp. Kazan nudged Jin An's arm. "Today is our first official meeting with Instructor Zephyr. Aren't you curious about what kind of person he is?" Zephyr had spent his life battling countless pirates, wielding his black arm to traverse the vast seas without ever taking a life, earning him the title of the non-killing admiral. "Zephyr is actually quite decent," Jin An remarked, touching his conscience. "I've seen Instructor Zephyr a few times in the mess hall. He treats the Navy personnel dining with him rather well." Tion Yusher also expressed her opinions. She had been admitted to the training camp due to her innate talent, which was a novel experience for her. As far as I know, Admiral Zephyr is exceedingly strict during his teachings. Meanwhile, Kuzan shared the intelligence he had gathered. Observing the fervent discussion between Kuzan and Tion Yusher, Jin An sat idly to the side, although these two had known each other for only a brief period. Their rapport was surprisingly harmonious. However, for them, familiarity with their future classmates was still lacking, and connections would have to be slowly forged. As long as they remained in the Navy, they would gradually grow acquainted. Those who could sit here were among the elite, effortlessly ascending to the rank of officer. Thus, the training camp also served as a venue for building relationships, where the bonds formed could endure for a long time. Yet, within each individual here resided a sense of pride. They were all distinguished figures in their previous environments, making it no small feat to leave a mark in their hearts. Indeed, reality aligned with Jin An's thoughts. In the classroom, the neatly arranged desks and chairs formed an orderly layout, while the students created a miniature social arena within this structured space. Clad in immaculate military uniforms, adorned with insignias that indicated their ranks, they radiated youth and vigor. Groups of 3 to 5 huddled together, forming small circles to discuss matters they deemed interesting or significant at this juncture. Their familiarity with one another remained superficial, limited to the occasional exchanged glances and snippets of conversation overheard within the classroom. After all, to truly understand and genuinely connect with one another required not just the passage of time, but also the camaraderie forged through shared training and challenges. And now, all of this was merely in its infancy. The previous cohort was nearing graduation, and Zephyr would soon direct more of his attention towards them. "Be prepared," Jin An remarked, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, with luminaries like Porcelino and Sakazuki preceding them. This current cohort would undoubtedly feel the weight of considerable pressure. Tion Yushur, seated at the back of the classroom, rested her arm on the adjacent chair, her eyes reflecting the golden rays of the late afternoon sun. Her gaze flitted across the faces of her peers, lingering on each participant in the discussions. Such a life would undoubtedly be more exhilarating, wouldn't it? She chuckled softly, her laughter light and bright, infusing the discourse with an enchanting aura. Locking eyes with Jin An, she murmured, "I still remember something you once said. A strict teacher produces outstanding students." Leaning back against his chair, Jin An gazed out the window, a smile playing on his lips, his tone imbued with a hint of delight. "Indeed, so we must perform admirably, allowing the next cohort to experience what true hardship feels like." Zoan nodded slightly, his expression akin to the fleeting shadows of clouds, complex yet understanding, familiar formulas, familiar tastes. Jin An, ever the schemer, his voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a barely perceptible sense of schadenfreude. "With you as an example, the next batch of students will likely remember you for a lifetime." Time flowed slowly. After half an hour, the students in the classroom found their thoughts drawn to the sounds emanating from the corridor. They keenly detected the rhythmic sound of polished shoes, each echo resonating through the air like ripples on a pond. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked open, and all eyes converged upon it. The doorway framed a sharp silhouette as Zephyr stepped into the dim light. Calm and dignified, clad in a crisp uniform, the golden stripes on his epaulets gleamed under the classroom lights, reflecting the honor and prestige of a soldier. His brow bore an air of undeniable authority. Upon entering, he surveyed the room, his gaze piercing through the dark lenses of his sunglasses as if he could perceive the innermost thoughts of each student. Noting that everyone was present, the stern expression on his face softened slightly. "I know that each of you harbors a proud heart. However, this training camp is under my auspices, and I advise you to keep your little thoughts to yourselves. Here, you must regard one another as comrades to whom you can entrust your lives. Remember, courage and wisdom are your strongest weapons. Calmness and resilience are the keys to overcoming obstacles." As he walked down the aisle of the classroom, his gaze scanned each soldier, locking eyes with them one by one. Each individual who met his gaze felt a heavy weight of trust and expectation, stirring something deep within them. Do not forget your fellow soldiers. They're your most steadfast support on the battlefield. Zephy's admonition echoed like a father's teaching, imbued with profound love and serious instruction. Honor and life coexist, but when choices must be made, always remember that the mission supersedes all else. Of course, I hope you can balance both. With that, Zephyr turned and cast a final glance around the classroom, leaving the Navy personnel with a resolute figure, as unyielding as a rock. The morning sky was a soft hue, and beams of gentle orange sunlight filtered through the gaps in the mist, cascading upon the corners of the naval training base. The tranquil atmosphere shattered as a regimented cadence of footsteps approached. A cohort of new recruits marching in unison towards the training grounds. Zephyr stood at the forefront of the formation, his gaze sweeping across each row of faces, ensuring that everyone was in character and prepared for the day's tasks. Each time his eyes scanned a section, the naval personnel instinctively straightened their spines, clasping their hands behind their backs, their expressions growing more serious. Yet, a few individuals remained lax among the crowd. He fixed his gaze on them intently. "I will not force those who do not wish to participate. You may withdraw at your own discretion, and I will not hinder you." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Those who had been somewhat lax instinctively perked up. However, as if recalling something, they hurriedly adjusted their demeanor. Zephyr understood. These individuals were likely not there of their own volition, possibly influenced by familial obligations to join this training camp. However, such matters were not his concern. Since no one had chosen to leave, they would follow orders and diligently complete their tasks. Although Zephyr was known as the Admiral of Non-Killing, he was equally renowned for his stern military discipline among the naval hierarchy. He tolerated no deviations, refusing to allow a single troublemaker to jeopardize the safety of the collective. Should those few individuals who harbored thoughts of retreat continue to exhibit the same demeanor in the future, he would show no mercy. Zephyr addressed the assembled naval personnel with a commanding voice. "My name is Zephyr, and I believe most of you are familiar with it, so I shall refrain from over-explaining. I am your chief instructor. From now on, your previous ranks, histories, and achievements will be disregarded. Here, you possess but one identity, that of a student. What you are required to do here is simply obey. If I command you to eat excrement, you must comply. Do you understand? Understood. The entire cohort of Navy personnel responded in unison, eager to appease Zephyr. Jin An and the others energetically matched Zephyr's fervor. Even